You clearly inherited the innate combat power of the creation god Pangu and the great sage equal to heaven. But the school flower contracted with the 9 heavens mysterious lady wants to draw a clear boundary with you, just because there is a cultural gap in this world. The understanding of ancient gods is only superficial, so when the era of primordial mythology arrives, everyone believes that the gods of the contract refining chi lineage are the right way, and no one will choose to contract with the gods of refining the body with only brute force. At this time, there are still 3 minutes left before the contract ceremony. You, who are well versed in the mythological world, have long since determined the direction of the contract. Who says that the physical training lineage only relies on brute force? Among the legendary fierce characters, which one did not achieve enlightenment through their physical body? At this time, the school flower Jiang Xue smiled and walked towards you, interrupting your thoughts. Brother Fan, after forming a contract with the divine spirit, which faction do you choose to join? Can you take me with you? The mythological era is coming. Who would still want to be someone else's follower? Of course, we need to establish our own faction. Brother Fan, you are amazing. Truly a super genius with a golden talent. Jiang Xue looked at you with admiration, not sure if she was sincere or just perfunctory, but her emotional value was indeed full. Brother Fan, what faction are you planning to establish? I haven't decided yet, but tentatively, the faction will be called the Heavenly Court. As they spoke, a huge spiritual power fluctuation appeared in the sky, followed by one vortex portal after another appearing in various places. At this moment, people from all over the world came to the vortex portals, because people with different talents entered different covenant spaces. The covenant space of the white talent was the first to open, followed by green, red, purple, and finally gold. After the passage was opened, everyone rushed into the contract space, worried about being late and having a powerful deity contracted by someone else. Each person can only contract with one deity in the end, but those with white talents can have 3 contract opportunities, with the number increasing in order, and those with golden talents can have up to 7 opportunities to choose, as long as they decide which one to contract with when they come out in the end. Soon, the green covenant channel also opened, followed by red and purple. Fan Gij, I am purple. I'll go in first. Jiang Xue walked into the covenant space affectionately, and you nodded slightly. However, in the waiting gap, you also looked at the people who succeeded in the covenant around you. The deity of my covenant is called Xiao Xuanfeng, although I don't know which deity it is. From the information I know so far, it seems to have some status. My covenant deity is Ben Borba. What a coincidence. My covenant is called Babo Urban. Hearing this, you have already confirmed that this is the mythical world you know, but it seems that not only deities, but even some monsters can also be covenanted, which makes you feel reassured. Soon, Jiang Xue also came out of the covenant space. From her expression, the spirit of the covenant should be strong. Jiang Xue's appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. She was already beautiful, but now she exuded a fairy-like aura, looking truly like a goddess. As everyone was discussing, a man named Lin Song quickly walked towards Jiang Xue with a flattering look. Before the mythical era arrived, Lin Song was already a second-generation rich man, and he had always been pursuing Jiang Xue. However, Jiang Xue's attitude towards him had always been neither close nor distant, giving him the illusion that he could catch up with a little more effort. Xiao Xue, I have contracted with a very powerful deity, and in the future, I will definitely become the strongest peak in the world. How do you know? Jiang Xue was a little curious. After all, even if they succeed in the contract now, they can only know some information about the relevant deity. To unlock all the information, they need to raise their level to the maximum. Now Lin Song is so sure. Could it be that this deity has given Lin Song some special ability? The reason for thinking this way is that the deity contracted by Jiang Xue is like this, allowing her to obtain a precious pearl artifact. Judging from the performance of the people around her, only powerful deities have such characteristics. My contracted deity is the Lord of Martial Virtue. Just think about it, this must be an incredibly powerful existence. Otherwise, how could it be honored with martial as a title? Makes sense. Jiang Xue nodded. This is also one of the methods the country uses to assess the strength of deities. After all, weak deities rarely have exclusive titles, so the longer the name, the greater the possibility of being a powerful deity. At the same time, one can also judge its position among the deities based on this point. Xiao Xue, what deity did you make a contract with? Jiang Xue did not answer him, but quickly came to your side, showing a sweet smile. Fan Gij, guess which deity I made a contract with. I won't guess. Just tell me. Annoying. Fan Gij, you don't understand any romance. Jiang Xue looked at him with a hint of blame, but there was no sign of annoyance. Instead, she obediently said, the deity I made a contract with is the 9 Heavens Mystery Woman. You looked at Jiang Xue with some surprise. The 9 Heavens Mystery Woman's strength among deities is not top-notch, but in various versions of mythological stories, she has a close relationship with Manhwa, so her status is quite high. Of course, one thing is one thing, Jiang Xue only obtained a contract with the Nine Heavens Mystery Woman, allowing her to use her power, not the Nine Heavens Mystery Woman herself. Xiao Xue, the title of your contracted deity is quite extraordinary, with Tian representing the highest, the Nine Heavens Xian Nu must be exceptional. Lin Song flattered on the side, but Jiang Xue ignored him and blinked her eyes at you. Indeed, not bad. You nodded. Upon hearing your praise, Jiang Xue immediately showed a joyful expression, as if gaining your approval was a huge deal. Fan Gij, your talent is the strongest, so your contracted deity will surely be the most powerful. Lin Song, on the other hand, stood aside, looking at you with resentment. I'm curious to see what deity you can contract with. The moment you appeared in the Golden Passage, you stepped in directly. When you opened your eyes again, you found yourself in a strange space, where numerous statues stood, dividing different areas. In the area radiating golden light, each divine statue appeared particularly solemn and majestic. There are less than 100 statues of golden deities, but there are roughly over 1,000 prodigies with golden talents who can enter. Their goal is naturally to contract with the golden deities, and the quick ones will succeed while the slow ones will fail. Some people immediately rush towards the golden area, as once these deities are contracted, they can only contract with lower-tier deities in the purple area. You also walk towards the golden area. The entire golden area is divided into two parts, with significant style differences. There are more statues on the left side, each deity exuding a transcendent posture, while the ones on the right side appear somewhat strange in comparison, with clear differences from humans. It is obvious that these divine statues are divided into two parts, the Qi refinement lineage and the body refinement lineage, because you have already recognized it. The deities on the right side include the 12 great ancestral witches of the Witch Clan, and Monkey Brother is also in this area. If I could contract with two deities, then I will definitely give the second spot to Monkey Brother. Thinking of this is somewhat regretful. After all, Sun Wukong is the idol of many Chinese boys. Just his sentiment alone is enough to put him ahead of all the deities. The only exception is Pangu. Qin Fan's gaze looked towards the tallest deity in the body refining area, holding a giant axe in his hand, with an aura of overlooking everything in his eyes. At this point, everyone is fighting over the spirits in the Qi refining area, and there are very few people in the body refining area. After all, before they came in, they had already received information from others that the progress of the spirits in body refining during cultivation would be much slower than in Qi refining, which also confirms the country's statement. Therefore, when some people find that they can't compete, they directly turn to the purple area. They would rather contract some of the remaining Qi refining spirits in the purple area than contract the body refining spirits in the golden contract. You can only laugh at how foolish they are. You immediately came to the front of the Pangu statue and reached out your hand. In an instant, a burst of dazzling golden light erupted from the Pangu statue and enveloped you, and the contract was completed after a moment. Compared to other arrogant and grumbling Tianjiao who failed in their contracts, it was unexpectedly easy. At the moment your contract is successful, a voice appears in your mind. Congratulations on successfully contracting the most powerful god, Pangu. You have obtained the innate treasure, the axe of creation. You have the opportunity to contract an additional god. There is a surprise. You can actually contract two. Is this the benefit of a time traveler? Immediately, you go straight to the statue of Monkey Brother. Quickly complete the contract and gain the invincible power of Vajra. Then leave the contract space directly. After everyone has made their choices, a message appears again. The divine contract has ended. Congratulations to all who have inherited the divine inheritance. One day later, the mythological era officially begins. Those who have not succeeded in the contract should not be discouraged, as there will be opportunities for cultivation in the future. As you step out of the contract space, Jiang Xue quickly approaches you. Fan Ge, who is the divine spirit you contracted with? The great sage equal to heaven. You smile slightly, not revealing the true name of Pangu. After all, although Pangu the great god is the most powerful divine being who created the world, you are not Pangu now, just possessing the potential to become powerful. Moreover, contracting with two divine spirits alone goes beyond common sense, and it will only be shown to the world when you have enough strength. What a domineering title, Jiang Xue said admiringly. The great sage equal to heaven and the nine heavens profound lady. The divine titles we inherited are simply a perfect match. Fan Gu, what special abilities did you gain after the contract was successful? Mine is the diamond body. Sounds like a method of refining the body. Jiang Xue looked puzzled. Qin Fan nodded and said, that's right, the great sage equal to heaven achieved sanctification of the flesh. Are you saying that the spirit you contracted with is a body refining deity? Jiang Xue was stunned by your words, and not only her, but everyone around her was also stunned. Before contracting with the deity, The weakness of the body refining lineage was just an inference made by the country based on information, but now that everyone has completed the contract, they also have a basic understanding of the deity. The information pieced together by everyone also proves that only refining chi is the right path. Cultivation speed will be faster than body refining, and one can also master various magical spells. On the other hand, the methods of body refining deities are relatively simple, making it difficult to rise in the mythological era. In an instant, everyone's gaze towards Qin Fan changed. Is there a problem? Fan Ge, are you joking? Jiang Xue forced a smile and asked persistently. No, the deity I contracted with is the great sage equal to heaven. He achieved sanctification in the flesh, and once caused chaos in the heavenly palace, making the gods flee in panic. Jiang Xue fell silent, unsure if Qin Fan's words were true or false. She chose Qin Fan because she saw his talent and potential. But Qin Fan chose to contract with a deity to refine his body. Even though there may be opportunities for great achievements in the future, it is too difficult, and he is growing too slowly. At this moment, a person suddenly shouted, "Quick, check out the breaking news. The rankings are out." This is a ranking list compiled by the country based on the information from the contracted gods. Upon hearing this, everyone took out their phones to check the ranking of the gods. First place, Master Tong Tian. Contractor, Zhan Wushuang. Second place, Primordial Supreme. Contractor, Ji Yan. 97th place, Nine Heaven Shen Nu. Contractor, Jiang Xue. Jiang Xue was surprised to see her Nine Heaven Shen Nu ranked in the top 100 of the god ranking list. After reading the list, she was so excited that her whole body was trembling. She had originally thought that she only had a purple talent and it would be great to make it into the top 1000. Jiang Xue then looked several more times, but did not find the name of the great sage equaling heaven, which meant that the great sage equaling heaven was not as powerful as she had thought, and Qin Fan was deceiving her. Qin Fan, you really disappoint me. Jiang Xue's stunning face was extremely indifferent. As for the so-called list, you just glanced at it and closed it. The ranking information on it is based on what each contractor has obtained, with too much water, and you can see at a glance that the purpose of this list is just to attract people to join, because which god's strength? No one knows better than you. The great sage equal to heaven did not make the list, and you also expressed understanding, because in this world, the great sage equal to heaven is not considered a traditional deity, so it is normal for his information to be absent. However, Pangu must be on the list. The heavenly sovereign, the primordial beginning, and the supreme being are all manifestations of Pangu's essence. They cannot possibly be without this information, so it can be said that this list is too biased. Sure enough, shortly after this list appeared, a series of new ranking lists were released one after another in the explosive news. The gods in the top 10 of each list are different. At first glance, it was the major powers that were secretly manipulating which deity was at the front, depending on which indentured servant's power this list was ranked by. You don't really think this list has any gold, do you? Or what? Although the top 10 rankings were different for each list, the ranking of the remaining deities didn't change a lot, and the Nine Heavens Xian Nu was always in the top 100 ranks, which made Jiang Xue more and more certain that she was the goddess. A couple of pheasant lists to swell you up. Qin Fan shook his head. Qin Fan, I think you're just jealous. Lin Song also saw his contracted deity on the leaderboard. Number 137. The Starlord of Martial Virtue. Although it wasn't as high as Jiang Xue's Nine Heavens, how could it be better than Qin Fan? A waste that couldn't be ranked on the list? Chapter 5. Qin Fan apologized to Lin Song. Lin Song could finally raise his eyebrows after holding it in for so long. So what if it's the strongest talent, but it's still contracted to a useless deity? Previously, he was concerned about Qin Fan, fearing that his contracted deity would be too powerful, but now he had no more qualms about it and recklessly mocked Qin Fan. That's hilarious. The strongest talent, to have contracted the body refinement deity that is recognized to have the slowest cultivation. What Qi Tian de Shang, but just a minion that doesn't know the heights of heaven. Lin Song pulled out his cell phone. He had just happened to see a news message when he was swiping the leaderboards, and read it out loud. The 13th ranked deity is Buddha Rulai, and his indentured servant said that this deity had once suppressed the monkey demon that plagued the heavenly palace with a single slap in the legend. This monkey demon calls himself the great sage of Qi Tian. Qin Fan, isn't this the deity you contracted? It was suppressed with a palm. Golden deities. There are also gaps. I see. Body refining deities are originally as not Qi refining deities, and in the contract space, Qi refining and body refining are separate. Why? Because if put together, a golden body refining deity might not even compare to a purple Qi refining deity. Lin Song thought he had discovered the Chinese point, and this statement of his drew the approval of the rest of the group. Makes sense. It does. That means Qin Fan is completely wasting his talent. Outrageous. Why did you make this choice? If it was me, I would definitely be able to contract the Heavenly Emperor. The strongest talent contracted a refinement deity, and it's still a monkey demon that was casually suppressed. I'm afraid that my future achievements won't be too high. It's almost as good as being comparable to a green deity. Maybe it's not even as good as a green deity. At least a refined she deity can cultivate spells. Snowy, this kind of waste, you can't follow him to team up and upgrade anymore. He will only suck your blood and drag you down. Lin Song turned his head to look at Jiang Xue, attentive beyond measure. You're right. At this moment, Jiang Xue was back to her previous appearance of an iceberg beauty. My 9 heavenly mysteries is a top 100 ranked deity, destined for great things in the future. Qin Fan, you are no longer worthy of being with me. Instead, Lin Song, I can let you replace Qin Fan and become my chief follower, but this is only temporary. In the future, if someone more powerful appears, you'll have to step aside even if you can't match them. Little Snow, don't worry, I'm a martial virtue Starlord, and even though my ranking is only 100 or so, my strength is definitely not weak, and I will definitely work twice as hard to keep getting stronger. Lin Song was confident in himself, in the posture of Jiang Xue's most loyal licking dog. Looking at the way the two of them sang and thought of themselves, Qin Fan found it very funny. Wu Du Xingjuan? Isn't it just a backdrop? A dog can go over there and step on it twice, and replace me. Wasn't it you Jiang Xue who kept licking me like crazy before? However, Qin Fan was too lazy to talk nonsense with them, holding his arms on the side and watching the clown show. Jiang Xue, can I become your follower? Even though the one I contracted is a green deity, it's on the list. At that moment, someone from the surrounding area came up and asked. Sure, as long as you have contracted a chi refining deity and are on the leaderboard, this Xian maiden can give you the opportunity to follow me. But like Rinzin, it's temporary. This Xian maiden is going to set up the Heavenly Court forces. You can all join now, but if you want to become a full member of the Heavenly Court, you have to rely on your own strength to fight for the test. I am willing to join the Heavenly Court. Me too. With Jiang University's schoolgirl in the top 100 of the rankings, the Heavenly Court will definitely become a powerful force in the future. The people who were originally going to follow Qin Fan began to show Jiang Xue their favor at this moment. I've been saying for a long time now that Jiang Da's school beauty has the appearance of a goddess. In response, Qin Fan felt even more ridiculous. Jiang Xue, I set the name Heavenly Court. Don't you feel embarrassed for snatching it away in front of me? You're also worthy of establishing the Heavenly Court? Lin Song jumped out. Xiao Shui is the 9 heavenly mystical maiden. The name Heavenly Court is something only she is qualified to use. Qin Fan smiled. But having contracted the 9 heavenly mysteries, the ambition is so great. Qin Fan, Lin Song is right. In your current situation, you are not qualified to establish the Heavenly Court at all. But you are contracted to a golden deity. Even if you are refining your body, at least your potential won't be lower than that of a green deity. I can make an exception and let you join the Heavenly Court, but you shouldn't think about full members. After all, the growth of a refined body deity is too slow, and it's expected that you won't be able to contribute much to the Heavenly Court. Jiang Xue had a lofty look on her face, as if she was now the Empress of Heaven. Qin Fan shook his head. The name Heavenly Court, I'll give it to you if you want it. After all, it's impossible to keep it without strength in the end. You're not too stupid to recognize that. Jiang Xue nodded. In the future, as a supernumerary member of the Heavenly Court, make more contributions, and for the sake of being classmates, I'll consider giving you a chance to transfer. Are you out of your mind? Qin Fan was amused. What I'm saying is that you don't have the strength. As for me, even if you were to beg me on your knees, there's no way I'd join. Everyone could not have imagined that Qin Fan would still be so arrogant even now. Qin Fan, you've got too much guts. Daring to talk to Xiao Shui like that. No more guts than you have breath. Barking at me like a dog. So anxious to protect your master? Lin Song's face flushed red as he roared lowly. You seek death. He lunged at Qin Fan. Right now, the mythic age hadn't officially begun, and everyone couldn't cultivate yet. However, depending on the strength of the contracted deity, each received a different level of feedback and leveled up. Like Lin Song, he was now level 5, and his physique had been enhanced quite a bit, and Qin Fan was only level 1. The reason why this was the case was not that contracted Pangu and Sun Wukong didn't get much feedback, but because there was a cliff-like gap between Pangu and the rest of the deities, and upgrading required more spiritual energy. But even at level 1, Qin Fan's strength was still many notches higher than Lin Song's. Lin Song rushed to Qin Fan and blasted him in the abdomen with a punch. Qin Fan let him strike without dodging or dodging. Is Qin Fan being scared silly? Lin Song's contract is with the star god of martial virtue. He should be able to kill a cow with one punch with his current power. Waste is waste. Even with the strongest talent, people can't function as they should if they can't. Everyone was waiting to see Qin Fan laugh. But to his surprise, Lin Song, who had taken the lead, suddenly screamed out in pain and covered his hands and knelt on the ground. What happened? Why is Lin Song kneeling? Did Qin Fan make a move? But I didn't see him move. It has nothing to do with Qin Fan. Jiang Xue was startled at first, but she suddenly remembered what Qin Fan had just said and snapped out of it. Qin Fan is a contracted golden deity after all, and has gained the ability of adamantine invulnerability. That means his body now has the same defense as steel. Lin Song attacked with his fist and the rebound hurt himself. Qin Fan, this ability of yours is really good in the early stages, but Vajra Unbreakable is only a physical defense after all, and it's simply useless when facing spell attacks later on. I can forgive your arrogance if you apologize to Lin Song now. Hearing Jiang Xue's words, Lin Song raised his head excitedly. Jiang Xue was actually defending him. At this moment, he suddenly felt that his broken arm didn't hurt as much. Chapter 6 Ranking List, Remembering to Eat and Not to Fight. Apologize? Do you think he deserves an apology for looking like this? Qin Fan disdained it. Lin Song's face became the color of a pig's liver. Although he was a rich second generation, he actually had little status in the school. It's just because it's so ugly to look at. He had a face full of pockmarks and was short, thus earning him the nickname Pinecone. Unlike Qin Fan, who was 1.8 or so and had a great appearance. Don't bother talking to you guys. Qin Fan turned around and left. Jiang Xue's group of lickspittles had the intention to show off in front of her, but even Lin Song was not Qin Fan's opponent, so they didn't dare to make any other moves. Qin Fan, let you be arrogant for a few days first. When the Age of Mythology officially opens tomorrow, you'll realize how ignorant hubris without capital is. At that time, even if you kneel down and beg me, I won't give you half a chance. Jiang Xue was very conceited. Her future was bright, unlike Qin Fan, who had cut himself off. In the meantime, news after news appeared on major online platforms media. War Wushuang, contracted the ancient sage Tantian sect master. I should inherit his will and create the interceptor sect today. All beings in the world can join the sect. Ji Yen, inherit the Taoist lineage of the first heavenly father and create the hierarchy. Various heavenly prides had created forces and recruited cultivators. The interceptor sect also has people joining? What future can it have if it takes in any trash? It's just a bunch of rabble. My hierarchy only accepts elites. Join the hierarchy and you're bound to have a great future. Che, what realm one can cultivate to depends on more than the contracted deity and one's own efforts. How do you know that today's nameless person won't be a great person who shocks the 8 directions in the future? Laughing to death is nothing more than the dying fantasies of a mole cricket. Asterisk. Tell me what part of the world you're in if you can. Humanity's technological means are now beginning to fail, leaving only the media networks still working. Taking advantage of this last half day, the forces have begun to struggle. One could imagine what kind of bloody storm would be set off when the mythic age officially opened. Qin Fan left the school and started practicing after preparing some food and water. The age of mythology has not yet come, but the signs are already happening. In addition to humans, plants and animals have mutated. Someone was walking down the road, passing through a green belt, when suddenly vines flew out and sucked up their flesh and blood, making themselves thicker. There are also people who have poultry pets in their homes that rise up and kill their owners. Similar situations continue to play out in various cities, but Qin Fan didn't care about anything in the outside world. After he returned to his house, he began to familiarize himself with his current physical condition. In addition to his defense, his strength had become extremely powerful, and with just a little bit of force, he easily crushed the stone into powder. On top of that, Qin Fan had also inherited the Monkey King's martial arts. He had a feeling that even a world-class boxing champion was as childish as a newborn baby in front of him in one move. Qin Fan felt the changes in himself and was confident about the next mythic era. Is the alchemy spirit of God inferior to practicing qi? It's just nonsense. I hope you'll be so optimistic when you see so-called spells blasted at your body without a hair falling out. Moreover, and who told you guys that body-refining deities only have physical strength and cannot practice spells? Let's just say that the impact of misperceptions is too great. Qin Fan clenched his fist and blasted a punch into the air. Violent sonic booms rang out like thunder. When this punch goes down, I don't know who can block it. Now that Qin Fan was only level 1, contracting the dual deities of Pangu and Sun Wukong, the conditions required for him to upgrade were harsher than anyone else, but the rewards would also be greater. Moreover, he discovered one thing. The power of Pangu and Sun Wukong was not as simple as 1 plus 1. It was also multiplied and superimposed on each other, which was terrifying. As time passed, Qin Fan's control of his power became more and more perfect. The day passed quickly. Noon the next day, a message appeared in everyone's mind. The age of mythology has officially begun, and the aura is revived. At this moment, everyone felt a huge change in heaven and earth. A strange energy covered the entire world. Within 3 months of the opening of the Mythic Age, every city will be protected by the law, and mutated flora and fauna will be moved out except for humans. At the same time, in order to protect ordinary people who do not have a contracted deity, no cultivator is allowed to strike at ordinary people during this period. In addition, after the opening of the Mythic Age, various types of lists will be born, which will be updated in real time, and special rewards will be given every month based on the rankings on the list. The first list to be born is the rank list. A giant golden list appeared in the sky, which could be clearly seen no matter what position one was in. At this moment, some people's names have appeared on, and those on the list receive message alerts. First place, Battle Wu Shuang, level 10, contracted deity, Tong Tian sect leader. Second place, Ji Yen, level 10, contracted deity, first heavenly father. Third place, the rankings only included the top 100, and after looking at the information and contracted deities of the people on the list, all of them had a clearer idea of the strengths and weaknesses of the major deities as well. The 100th person's rank is 7, and my rank is 6. This means that the difference between my contracted deity and theirs isn't too big, and I have a chance to make the list. Jiang Xue raised her head, looking at the list with a longing look in her eyes. Snowy, you're right. The list has just appeared now. There's still a month to go. Let's kill more demonic beasts and obtain spiritual chi. You'll definitely be able to make it to the list. Beside Jiang Xue, the number 1 licking dog, Lin Song, swore, "Don't worry. I'll definitely help you enter the leaderboards." At that moment, Lin Song suddenly saw Qin Fan's figure. He laughed coldly. "Isn't this our Dragon Kingdom's strongest talent possessor, Qin Fan? How come your name is not on the list?" It's a pity that certain people thought they were so arrogant that they contracted a body-refining deity, or else the first place would be his right now. Lin Song thought that saying that would make Qin Fan annoyed, but in fact, Qin Fan didn't care about the current bound rankings at all. After all, it was just the beginning, and with his current strength, he would be able to kill demonic beasts faster than anyone else. Jumper. Qin Fan passed by Lin Song and spoke faintly. Lin Song's forehead veins rippled. "Qin Fan, the age of myths has officially begun. Do you think I'm still like yesterday, with no way to use my spiritual energy?" With that, Lin Song condensed an energy in his palm and attacked towards Qin Fan without saying a word. He wanted to beat Qin Fan and ruthlessly humiliate him. It also let Jiang Xue know that he had the qualifications to be her follower. Jiang Xue watched from the sidelines without the slightest intention of stopping him. When she thought of her various dog-licking behaviors towards Qin Fan some days ago, she felt ashamed and humiliated inside. Boom! Lin Song's attack landed on Qin Fan, who was slightly dirty at the corner of his clothes. In contrast, Lin Song flew out backwards and landed on the ground in a sorry state. "You're so forgetful." Qin Fan sneered at him and calmly stepped over Lin Song. Chapter 7, Practicing in the Wilderness. Killing over the level is like drinking water. No way. Why aren't you hurt? Lin Song covered his chest. "I'm a 5th level chi refiner. You're just a 1st level body refining waste. Why can't my energy beat your defense?" Qin Fan was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. 1 more minute wasted here would slow his leveling up by 1 minute. "Stop." Jiang Xue stopped in front of Qin Fan at this time. She prided herself on being the lord of the heavenly court, and Lin Song was his follower. And after being humiliated by Qin Fan like this, if she didn't stand up for herself, how would she be able to pull people together in the future? "You want to dance too?" Qin Fan slanted a glance at her. "Qin Fan, I admit that your defense is really strong right now. It's a contracted golden deity after all. A bit more than I expected. But don't forget that I also contracted the 9 heavenly mysteries to get a magic weapon. The reason you were able to block Lin Song's spiritual attack is because right now, none of us have any kung fu. And there's no way to maximize the power of our spiritual energy. But I can make spiritual power explode with a power you can't imagine with the addition of the magic weapon. If you don't want to lose face in front of so many people, now immediately kneel down and submit to me and apologize to Lin Song." Here we go again. Qin Fan wondered if Jiang Xue's brain had really been kicked by a donkey. Where did she get the courage? Who gave it to her? If you can't, go get your brain looked at. I'm not a doctor. I don't have any brain damage tablets. Toast. Jiang Xue sneered. Qin Fan's defense was amazing, and Jiang Xue had originally wanted him to submit and then have an anti-damage cannon fodder when he went out to kill the demonic beasts. But he dared to be so ungrateful. So let's teach him a lesson today. A precious pearl appeared between the two of them. Jiang Xue poured her spiritual energy into it, and a brilliant light blossomed from the pearl. Asterisk 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 off. Qin Fan kicked at Jiang Xue, interrupting her spell casting. Bang! The precious pearl disappeared, and Jiang Xue flew straight up with a pain in her abdomen. Qin Fan, why are you so shameless? Little Snow, she hasn't even fully activated her magic weapon yet you attacked her. Seeing that Jiang Xue had been hit hard, Lin Song, who was the #1 licking dog, couldn't care less about his own injuries and climbed up from the ground to help Jiang Xue up from the ground. Let go of your hand. Jiang Xue smacked down Lin Song's hand with a disgusted face. Not only did he not get angry, he instead compensated with a smile. I'm sorry Xiao Xue. I didn't mean to touch you. I was in too much of a hurry. There's no one else who can lick a dog to do that. Qin Fan looked at them with contempt. Do you think you're playing a house game? You hit me. I'll hit you. If you bother old me again, next time it won't be as simple as kicking you off. Damn it. Looking at Qin Fan's back as he left, Jiang Xue's eyes were all filled with resentment. She was a goddess, the empress of the heavenly court, but she was actually defeated by a body refiner. It's just a strange shame. Qin Fan, wait for me. When I rise to level 10 and awaken my cultivation technique, I'll let you know the true gap between us. Without a gong method, the spiritual energy in his body had absolutely no idea how to maneuver it. Just like a ship without a helmsman, it could only move by virtue of the current wind direction. After awakening the gong method, one would be able to skillfully manipulate it, and it would run 10 times 100 times faster than it does now. That's right. Qin Fan can play me right now. Isn't it because body refiners rely on physical strength and don't rely on spiritual power? But after we learn to manipulate the spiritual power in our bodies, he'll be a clown. Lin Song hurriedly said. Little Snow, our top priority is to upgrade first. Now that the mutated flora and fauna have been moved outside the city and all the cultivators have gone to hunt demonic beasts, we can't lag behind. Exactly. We're going now. Jiang Xue nodded. It's true that it's just as I thought. Even as the same three purities, sect leader Tong Tian is the strongest of the three. Otherwise the default ranking wouldn't have put me at #1. War Wuxuan looked at the leaderboard list. A smile appeared on his brash face. But I can't be careless. The contracted Tong Tian sect leader allowed me to rise to level 10 at the initial stage and awaken the cultivation technique. Although I started from a higher point than most people, there is still a possibility that I will be caught up. The first order of business is to kill demonic beasts first and level up. What makes him #1? Ji Yan looked at the leaderboard list, his eyes revealing a shade. Let you be complacent for a while. I'll soon crush you. Hey, why should there be a list? The age of mythology is coming. It wouldn't be better to follow the will of heaven and cultivate for longevity together. On an island in the East Sea, a teenager woke up from his sleep and helplessly raised his head. Although I don't want to compete, as the boss, coming in third seems a bit unreasonable. One after another, the heavenly prides were all secretly competing in their hearts because of the appearance of the rank list. They all boasted of being the pride of heaven and were unwilling to fall behind others. As a result, the ranks on the rank list quickly changed. Battle Wuxuang and Ji Yan rose to level 11 at almost the same time. Both of them looked at the change in the information on the leaderboards. Although they were separated by tens of thousands of miles, they both snorted coldly and continued to look for demonic beasts to kill. Qin Fan walked out of the city. The closer to the city, the weaker the demonic beasts were. Most of them are mutations of pet families kept by humans. Moreover, there were also many cultivators near the city, and there would often be situations where a dozen or so cultivators would compete for a demonic beast, for which they would even fight. Qin Fan did not intend to fight with them here, and he chose to continue walking out. After an hour or so, he came to a grassland. This is what appeared after the great change of heaven and earth. Other than Qin Fan, no one had come here yet. This is it. Qin Fan entered the grassland and began to look for demonic beasts to hunt. Ow! Not far away, there was a wolf roar. Qin Fan sniffed and looked over, only to see a half-man tall pale wolf with scarlet eyes, staring at himself dead on. Coyote. Ferocious beast, level 5. A message automatically appeared in Qin Fan's mind. Just try your hand at it. Qin Fan grinned and took the initiative to charge towards the Tsong wolf. The Tsong wolf opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs, and similarly lunged forward. Click! The Tsong wolf bit down on Qin Fan's shoulder, but the invincible fangs couldn't even break Qin Fan's skin. Qin Fan took advantage of the situation and grabbed the throat of the pale wolf, vigorously surging out from his hand, hardening and crushing its neck. The Tsong wolf's vitality quickly dissipated, and the spiritual energy contained within his body poured out at this moment, condensing into a crystal-clear spiritual stone that fell beside the corpse in the blink of an eye. Qin Fan picked up the spirit stone and in the next moment, it transformed into doing aura into his body. So it is. Qin Fan understood the reasoning behind the upgrade. A level 5 Tsong wolf can only leave a mark on my skin. If this were a chi refiner of the same level, this hit just now would probably have killed me long ago. When he was outside the city, Qin Fan noticed that some chi refiners could even be killed by the mutated teddy, which was simply outrageous. According to the information hints, There are even more powerful demonic beasts in the depths of the grasslands. Qin Fan continued to go deeper. Soon, one beastly roar after another came from ahead of him. A pack of pale wolves? Qin Fan's eyes lit up. Chapter 8 Leveling Up Fast. Qin Fan grinned when he saw dozens of pale wolves in front of him. A level 5 pale wolf couldn't break through his defenses at all. All of it was walking spirit power. He walked towards the pale wolves, and the other side spotted him as well, pouncing ferociously. Good coming! Qin Fan blasted out with a punch, and the foremost Song wolf screamed miserably as his sternum dented and fell to the ground. A wisp of spiritual energy entered Qin Fan's body, nourishing his flesh and blood strength. Just practice here. Outside the city gates, Jiang Xue and Lin Song managed to snatch a demonic beast that had fallen behind, and after the two of them combined their efforts to kill it, a fingernail-sized spirit stone was dropped. Yuki, it's a spirit stone! Lin Song shouted in surprise, reaching out to pick it up. Don't move! Jiang Xue let out a cold cry and grabbed the spirit stone to pick it up and absorb it. Lin Song, I am the Empress of Heaven. Spirit stones dropped from killing demonic beasts must be allowed to be absorbed by me. Do you understand? Understood. Lin Song nodded his head and said, I actually wanted to help you pick it up. After all, you just fought a demonic beast and you consumed quite a lot. Jiang Xue's face only looked better when she sniffed. Take a rest first, recover some spiritual energy, and then continue to kill. They had just teamed up to kill a level 5 demon dog, which was a relatively high level and vicious beast in the suburban area of the city, and no one had dared to mess with this demon dog before. Good. Lin Song was submissive to Jiang Xue. He looked around. There were quite a few cultivators nearby who had defected to follow Jiang Xue. Listen up, all of you. Occupy this area and don't allow non-Tianting cultivators to come in. Also, all the crystals dropped from killing demonic beasts should be handed over to Little Snow, so that she can upgrade first. Protector Lin, this isn't appropriate. Someone was dissatisfied. The demonic beasts were killed by our hard work. We also need to absorb the aura to upgrade. All of them are given to the Jiang University schoolgirl. Then we are not busy working for a while. That's right. If we join the Heavenly Court, it's logical that we should be allocated spirit stones. Otherwise why would we join? I think it should be 2 out of Lin Song, the die-hard lickspill. No one else was stupid. Following Jiang Xue was originally valuing her talent, and contracting a powerful deity could provide them with shelter, and could better survive in this era. Now Jiang Xue was going to take away their spirit stones. How was this possible? What are you talking about? To follow Little Snow is to already be your greatest honor. How dare you make conditions? Lin Song roared. In my capacity as protector of the Heavenly Court, I declare that from now on, the person who spoke just now is expelled from the Heavenly Court. Lin Song, who the hell are you to say you're expelling? Someone was unconvinced. Isn't it just that I contracted the star god of Wudu? My contracted deities are no worse than yours. Big deal. I'll form my own forces. It's impossible to make us turn in our spirit stones anyway. Right. The scene became chaotic for a while. Jiang Xue saw this and immediately stood out to stop it. Everyone take it easy. Lin Song is joking with everyone. Now that the Age of Myths has just descended, if I can hit the rankings it will be beneficial to the entire Heavenly Court. Let's put it this way. In the future, only half of the spirit stones dropped from killing demonic beasts need to be turned in, so that I can lead you to occupy better leveling areas when I'm higher ranked and stronger. And based on the number of spirit stones you turn in, I'll convert them into contributions, and the higher the contribution, the higher the position in the Heavenly Court. Jiang Xue said so, and the people who had been agitated before gradually eased up. Okay, that's an acceptable look. Jiang Xue's contracted deities were after all much more advanced than them, and in today's era, it was easy to encounter danger if one did not have a powerful person to shelter them. It's like right now, no one dared to say anything to them even when their Heavenly Court people occupied a large area on the outskirts of the city. None of the current demonic beasts are too high in level. We must take advantage of this opportunity to level up as quickly as possible. As time passes, the demonic beasts that appear will become stronger and stronger, and when the time comes, the strength won't be able to keep up and they can only be eliminated. Jiang Xue kept pooing these people. It's a pity we didn't see Qin Fan. Lin Song looked around and didn't find Qin Fan's shadow. He's probably fighting with others for the demonic beasts in some corner right now. If he hadn't presumptuously chosen the refined body divine spirit, he could have upgraded in our Heavenly Court's practicing area by now as well. At this rate, you'll be able to level up today, Yuki, and it should only take a week to get to level 10. A week is too slow. Within 3 days, I must rise to level 10. Jiang Xue's tone was clear and cold. Continue killing the demonic beasts. Phew. Qin Fan dropped the corpse of the pale wolf in his hands and shook off the blood on his hands. In just half a day's time, he had already killed nearly 100 Song wolves and leveled up to level 5. Nowadays, his strength, speed, and perception had clearly increased by several times. Now, the Tsang wolf didn't say that it would leave bite marks on Qin Fan's body, and it would be considered formidable if it didn't get its teeth chipped off. Upgrading is still a bit slow. Qin Fan raised his head and looked at the level list in the air. The top 10 had all risen to level 11 now. It can be clearly felt that the aura obtained from killing a rank 5 pale wolf can't keep up. It needs to go deeper. I just don't know what echelon of strength I'm currently in. Now that everyone was low-leveled, there was no way to travel to other places, so they could only practice near cities everywhere. Qin Fan also couldn't find a reference to test his strength. Forget about that for now. Continuing to practice is the way to go. Contracting Pangu and Sun Wukong. Qin Fan's recovery ability was so perverse that he could almost kill demonic beasts without any damage. He kept moving towards the depths of the grassland, and on the way, he kept encountering level 6 and level 7 demonic beasts, but there was no threat to him at all. A cross-pollination. The level also went up to 7 by the way. How big is this grassland? Qin Fan turned back, and without realizing it, the Jiangcheng behind him could only be seen as a vague outline. He had advanced at least 20 kilometers and could not see the end of the grassland that way. A large, wide river stood in front of Qin Fan, who squatted by the river and cupped the water to clean the bloodstains on his body. Just at this time, his ears twitched and he heard the sound of a fight coming from a short distance away. There are even other cultivators in the depths of this grassland? Qin Fan was slightly surprised. He walked towards the source of the commotion, and from afar, he saw a beautiful figure tangling with a giant python that was the thickness of a bucket. 2 small bulges were born on the python's forehead, clearly having the qualifications to evolve into an ogre. A man and a python fought fiercely, but looking at the situation, it's only a matter of time before python wins. Bang! In the middle of thinking, the pretty figure was swept by the python's tail, and the powerful force directly sent her flying, smashing into Qin Fan in an unbiased manner. Qin Fan subconsciously stretched out his hand and caught the figure. Just now she and the python fight. Cannot see the appearance? At this moment Qin Fan realized that this woman is not only the figure of beautiful, a face is also born of the country. Just like the heavenly fairy, Jiang Xue was like a windbag compared to her. Chapter 9, Don't blink. What's next will be awesome. Who are you? Get off me. Luo Qianyu's face was pale and contained a vigilant gaze staring at Qin Fan in death. As long as he made the slightest movement, he would not hesitate to pierce his chest with the magic weapon in his hand. Oh, good. Qin Fan let go of both hands and Luo Qianyu landed solidly on the ground. I don't know if it was because the body was too perfect or what, but it bounced a bit after landing on the ground. Luo Qianyu didn't expect Qin Fan to put her down just like that. For a moment, she was ashamed and angry. Her beautiful eyes stared at Qin Fan, itching to pluck a piece of flesh from his body. Hey, you told me to let go of this. Don't try to touch it. Qin Fan jumped ahead and said innocently, I didn't do anything. Who exactly are you? To be able to appear here, you should also be a heaven's pride who contracted a golden deity. Luo Qianyu got up from the ground. This doesn't seem to be the time for that. Qin Fan pointed at the giant python poised on the side. I think you should think of a way to deal with this big guy first before it's the right thing to do. As he spoke, the python had already built up its strength to lunge this way. Luo Qianyu's beautiful eyes stared. A strong light erupted from the mirror in her hand, and the giant python was confined in place at this moment, unable to move. What are you waiting for? If you don't run, you won't have a chance. Luo Qianyu's voice was clear and cold. This python is an elite demonic beast, not an ordinary 10th level demonic beast. I can't block him for too long. Get lost if you don't want to die. Luo Qianyu's pretty face grew paler and paler, and her arm holding the mirror was trembling. This is a sign of spiritual energy overdraft. She couldn't help the bitter smile that spread within her. I didn't realize she was going to die in this place just as the age of mythology was beginning. The deity she contracted with was the Queen Mother of the West, and after ascending to level 10, Luo Qianyu awakened her kung fu and at the same time obtained the Queen Mother of the West's magic weapon, the Kunlun realm. She had thought that she was a proud daughter of heaven, and that in the future she could follow the example of the Queen Mother of the West and become the head of the female immortals in the world, because she came alone to the depths of the grassland to practice. In fact, it was similar to what she thought. Even demonic beasts of the same level were no match for her. With the Kunlun mirror in her hand, Luo Qianyu had already killed 2 10th level demonic beasts, but after encountering this python, things took a turn for the worse. Its strength was far more powerful than Luo Qianyu thought, and it also had the special ability to manipulate the river. And in the engagement Luo Qianyu suffered a big loss. Poor attitude, but a good heart. In that case, I'll begrudgingly save you. Qin Fan smiled in disbelief. The body of the python imprisoned by the Kunlun mirror showed signs of struggling, and the movement became louder and louder until it broke free from its bonds. It's over. The Kunlun mirror turned into light and flew back into Luo Qianyu's body, and she collapsed helplessly on the ground, her eyes desperate. Celestial Water Python, 10th level, First Calamity Demonic Beast. Qin Fan looked at the prompt message and muttered secretly, "What does a tribulation mean? Does it refer to crossing a lightning tribulation?" The Tianjiao python opened its bloody mouth and lunged towards Luo Qianyu, who closed his eyes in despair and waited for death to come. The imagined sharp pain did not appear. Luo Qianyu opened her eyes in confusion and saw a tall figure blocking her face. Qin Fan grabbed Tianjiao python's upper and lower jaws with both hands and turned his head to flirt. "I know that someone as handsome as me comes with an aura, but you're not so shy that you close your eyes and don't dare to look at me." Luo Qianyu spat. "Who doesn't dare to look at you? Narcissist. Stand back if you can, and don't stay here to interfere with my play." Luo Qianyu quickly climbed up from the ground and retreated towards the side. At the same time, he was also curious about who Qin Fan really was. She had gotten information about all the people who contracted powerful deities in Jiangchang, but she could not recognize Qin Fan. Just then, Luo Qianyu saw the tail of the heavenly water python whip toward Qin Fan, and without time to think about it, she immediately warned, "Be careful, don't get entangled by it or you'll be strangled out of your whole body." Qin Fan whispered softly, "Don't blink, because I'll look even better next." The muscles of his entire body tensed up, and his arms erupted with the strength of 1,000 pounds at this moment. Then he grabbed the mouth of the heavenly water python with a hard grip and tore it in half. As blood spilled everywhere, Qin Fan threw the two halves of the Tianjiao python's body on the ground and picked up the two beads that had fallen on the ground. One was a fist-sized spirit stone, while the other was a demonic elixir that was only the size of a finger. Legend has it that demonic beasts that have survived a lightning tribulation will all coalesce a demonic dam within their bodies. This is the source of their mana, and if a cultivator eats it they will gain all of this demonic beast's mana. Qin Fan pinched the demonic elixir and scrutinized it carefully before putting it into his mouth. A large amount of spiritual energy went down his mouth into his limbs and bones, constantly flushing Qin Fan's flesh. In the next moment, a beam of light appeared on his body. "It's level 8. I didn't expect that just one demonic elixir would make me level up by 1 level. Qin Fan was overjoyed. "I've killed a few 10th level demonic beasts before, and although the aura I got from them was quite a lot, it definitely couldn't be as potent as the demonic pills. It seems that the difference lies in whether or not one has crossed the thunder tribulation. After all, the previous demonic beasts did not have similar words such as first jack demonic beasts on their displayed information. Are you still human?" Luo Qianyu stared blankly at the scene in front of her, a strange feeling crossing her heart. This man, he's just too powerful. She almost died in the hands of the celestial water python, and the man in front of her even tore it apart. With his bare hands with only physical strength, this is too exaggerated. Hey, while it's cool to be stared right at by a beautiful woman, I'm going to have to collect royalties if you're too mesmerized by what you're looking at. Qin Fan reached out and waved his hand in front of Luo Qianyu's eyes before she came back to her senses. "Thanks a lot." Luo Qianyu took a deep breath. She knew that if she hadn't met Qin Fan just now, she would have died. "My name is Luo Qianyu. What should I call you? Shifuyu? That's a pretty good name." Qin Fan's heart stirred as he suddenly looked up at the leveling chart in the air. 29th place. Luo Qianyu. Contracted deity, Queen Mother of the West. So it's the big guy on the leaderboard. "My name is Qin Fan. Just call me Brother Fan." Qin Fan. Luo Qianyu carefully recalled that she had read about this person. You're that Qin Fan with the strongest talent in the Dragon Kingdom? Suddenly, Luo Qianyu raised her head in surprise. "Didn't the news say that you contracted a body refining deity and became a wastrel? Is the potential not even as good as a purple gifted person?" Although Qin Fan didn't pay attention to any organizational forces after the completion of the contract, it didn't mean that those who knew him wouldn't. Lin Song, the licking dog, he couldn't wait for the whole world to know that Qin Fan had wasted his talent, so he revealed the news with all the major media. It was only that Qin Fan had never cared about any of this. "The strongest talent is me, but the scrapper isn't." Qin Fan came to the riverside and recleaned the bloodstains on his body. "Who told you that body refining deities are trash? That's just the way it is. According to the current information, refined body deities are unable to condense a dantian within their bodies to store mana, and can only kill demonic beasts to level up. In this way the gap with the refined Shi divine spirit will continue to widen." Ridiculous. Qin Fan was extremely speechless. "If I'm a waste, then what about you?" Chapter 10, Ancient Artifacts You Use as a Baking Dish? Luo Qianyu was silent. Facts speak louder than words. The giant python that she couldn't defeat even if she put her life on the line was brittle like a piece of paper in Qin Fan's hands. Moreover, Qin Fan was only level 7 when he killed the heavenly water python, and he didn't even enter the rank list when he killed the heavenly water python to rise to level 8. He's strong as a monster. If this kind of person was a waste, then every single person on the so-called rank list was even worse than a waste. Luo Qianyu was very sure that although she was only ranked 29th on the rank list, even the top-ranked battle Wushuan couldn't possibly have too much of a gap with herself. Okay, now you're okay too. Do what you have to do. I practiced. Qin Fan waved his hand. Aren't you coming with me? Why should I be with you? Qin Fan was puzzled. Is it fun to bring a drag queen around? Luo Qianyu was momentarily speechless. With her talented appearance, I don't know how many people wanted to team up with her to practice leveling, but none of them refused. I didn't expect to be disliked by Qin Fan here, but on the other hand, what he said made so much sense that it was impossible to refute it. Qin Fan, I don't think you've joined any forces yet, right? Do you want to consider forming a force with me? I've thought of a name. Let's call it Kunlun. Not interested. Qin Fan refused outright. The formation of forces is inevitable, but not now. And Qin Fan wasn't prepared to join the others. After leveling up, he would establish his own forces. After killing the heavenly water python, Qin Fan continued to level up in the grasslands. This big river on the prairie seems to be a dividing line. The levels of the demonic beasts on the other side of the river were all level 10, and the aura obtained from killing them was naturally high. It was only a bit of a pity that Qin Fan hadn't encountered any more demonic beasts that had crossed the lightning tribulation, except for that heavenly water python. Luo Qianyu had been following Qin Fan not far away. She obviously hadn't given up on recruiting him yet, especially after seeing Qin Fan's stance of pushing all the way across the board when he faced the demonic beasts. Luo Qianyu was even more determined that no matter what the cost, she must pull Qin Fan into her Kunlun. This man is too strong. Luo Qianyu now deeply appreciated why Qin Fan had shown a disdainful expression before when he heard himself say that body-refining deities were inferior to chi-refining. Perhaps the rest of the body refiners were like this, but Qin Fan was definitely an exception. It was going to be late in the day, and after Qin Fan killed a tiger demon, he stopped his forward movement and looked at Luo Qianyu, who was not far away. Hey, come here. He beckoned. Luo Qianyu came to Qin Fan's side with an expectant face. Qin Fan, have you considered it? Can you join my Kunlun? Don't worry, as long as you promise, you'll have the same status as me in the entire Kunlun. That's a good point. How many people are there in Kunlun now? Luo Qianyu paused. It's just me now. So what are you talking about? Shelving to paint me a picture? Qin Fan rolled his eyes. I prefer eating second cakes to big cakes. Luo Qianyu didn't understand at first, and when he lowered his head following Qin Fan's gaze, his pretty face instantly turned blood red. Hooligans, without joining Kunlun, what is it that you're calling me about? Luo Qianyu suddenly tensed up and took a step back, clasping her hands to her chest. In a place like this, if Qin Fan really wanted to do something to her, with her strength, there was no way to resist. Careless, don't be afraid. I'm not a serious man. Qin Fan waved his hand. It's not serious people who should be scared, okay? Your magic weapon is a mirror, right? Summon it and lend it to me. What do you want? Hey, what are you talking about? You can't a mirror if you have to. Bah, a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Luo Qianyu had also gradually figured out Qin Fan's character. This man is mouthflower. After all, if he really wanted to do anything, he would have been hit himself long ago. Understanding this, Luo Qianyu relaxed again and summoned the Kunlun mirror out. I see that you've been relying on your physical body in today's battle, and since you're a body refiner, you shouldn't be able to use magic weapons, right? Who told you that? Qin Fan let out a light laugh. Speculating about the gods with mortal minds is really sitting in a well and watching the sky. Practicing qi and refining the body is just a different direction of cultivation. There is no difference between strong and weak at all. As Qin Fan spoke, he dragged the tiger demon's corpse over to him, and with a flip of his right hand, the heaven-opening divine axe appeared. He used his divine axe to cut the tiger demon's corpse into pieces and instructed Luo Qianyu, make this mirror a little bigger. A little bigger. I can't. Any bigger and I won't be able to take it. Luo Qianyu gasped slightly. Almost. The Kunlun mirror became the size of a millstone at this point and hovered in the air. Qin Fan raised a fire below and then placed the tiger meat on top. You, how dare you use my Kunlun mirror as a baking dish? Only then did Luo Qianyu understand Qin Fan's intentions. It's just the Kunlun mirror. What's all the fuss about? This is an innate treasure. One of the 10 great divine artifacts of the ancient world. Are you going to eat it? Qin Fan took out the seasoning and sprinkled it on the tiger meat. A scent rose above the grassland, and Luo Qianyu's stomach growled in an untimely manner. She had also fought all day and was very depleted. Eat, then cut the crap. What 10 ancient artifacts? The strongest artifacts are in my hands. Not also used as a kitchen knife? Soon, the tiger meat on the Kunlun mirror was roasted. Qin Fan cut off a piece and handed it to Luo Qianyu, and he himself feasted on it. Yes, compared to ordinary meat, the meat of these mutated demonic beasts was not only full of flavor, but also contained a large amount of blood qi, which was extremely nourishing to Qin Fan's flesh after eating it. I should have brought the body of the heavenly water python with me. It's a first-jack demonic beast with more blood qi than a tiger demon. Qin Fan was a bit of a pity. Didn't think of that one at the time. Compared to Qin Fan's eating, Luo Qianyu was much more elegant. Qin Fan was admiring the beauty and eating meat at the same time, and suddenly felt that it was not bad. Beautiful women with great food. Luo Qianyu was a bit uncomfortable being looked at by Qin Fan and couldn't help but say, "Qin Fan, if you're willing to join Kunlun, I can become a Taoist couple with you." "Holy, just eat it, why are you thinking of even taking it? You've gone too far." Qin Fan's eyes widened. Luo Qianyu hated to slap herself. I knew I wouldn't hear good or bad from Qin Fan's mouth. Was it a disadvantage for one to be a Taoist couple with him? The old lady wants to have a body with a body, and wants to have a face with a face. The people chasing her can line up from the west Kunlun to the south heavenly gate. Roar or howl of an animal. A beastly roar came from not far away. In the night, a pair of eyes glowing with green light kept approaching towards Qin Fan and the others. After contracting a deity, all parts of the body are strengthened, and night vision is not a concern. Qin Fan could see clearly that they were already surrounded by dozens of demonic beasts. It's time to eat and drink. It's time to move around. Qin Fan stood up and clenched his fists. A powerful aura emanated from him. Luo Qianyu looked at him from behind and felt an oppressive aura from the barbarians, as if it was a giant beast awakening. So scary, she couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 11 Awakening Ancestral Witch Abilities. Grand Peace Heavenly Immortal Technique. Qin Fan ascends the rankings. Qin Fan rushed into the beasts, opening them wide and slaughtering them indiscriminately. That's right, it's just carnage. Even the group of 10th level demonic beasts were no different from toys when facing Qin Fan. Luo Qianyu was on the side and couldn't help but rise a feeling of looking up at a great mountain. Facing a 10th level demonic beast, even if it was her one-on-one, it would take quite a bit of time to resolve it. If it was a first-jack demonic beast, she was even more unbeatable. And Qin Fan was as handy as killing a chicken. How can the gap between people be so wide? Luo Qianyu could no longer sit still at this moment, and join Qin Fan in fighting the demonic beasts. In fact, she was only up against one. Under Qin Fan's powerful force, the demonic beasts were quickly overwhelmed. A demonic beast let out a low roar and turned its head to escape. What's the point of running when you're already here? Bathed in blood, Qin Fan was excited to kill and rushed out with an arrow step. The person was in the air like a rock, spreading its wings, and landed on the back of this demonic beast. The demonic beast struggled frantically, trying to throw Qin Fan off, but Qin Fan grabbed the fur on its body with one hand and clenched his fist with the other, smashing it down hard. The large head instantly blossomed, blood splattered, and the demonic beast fell to the ground, its vitality dissipating. The smell of blood continued to pass in all directions, and just at this time, a cry like thunder resounded throughout the grassland. Hearing this beast roar, the group of demonic beasts became even more flustered and fled in all directions. This time, Qin Fan didn't go after him, but looked towards the source of the sound. It looks like a big guy is coming. Only a huge black bear stepped out into the night. Iron-armored black bear, a 10th level 2-jacked demonic beast. Qin Fan's eyes lit up. The demonic Dan of the previous 1-jacked heavenly water python directly increased Qin Fan's level by 1 level. And with the addition of killing dozens of level 10 ordinary demonic beasts, Qin Fan's level had already reached level 9, and he wasn't far away from level 10. This iron-armored black bear should be able to get me to level 10, right? Thus, Qin Fan gave up chasing the escaping demonic beast. Leave this big guy to me and the other demonic beasts to you. Qin Fan took a deep breath. From the iron-armored black bear, Qin Fan detected a hint of danger for the first time. The iron-armored black bear was the king of this area, and it sensed Qin Fan's aura, and it gave it a sense of danger. It is intolerable. Roar! The iron-armored black bear stood upright and roared. Its huge claws descended from the sky and slapped at Qin Fan. Qin Fan did not dodge and swung his fist hard. Boom! The two forces collided, sending a powerful aura sweeping in all directions. Luo Qianyu felt her breath catch at a distance. What a terrifying demonic beast! I'm afraid that this iron-armored black bear's strength is 10 times that of the heavenly water python. If I were to meet it alone, I would surely die. Qin Fan's body sank slightly as soreness and numbness came from his arms. With a low grunt, he grabbed the claws of the iron-armored black bear with both hands and then lashed out. In Luo Qianyu's horrified gaze, the black bear, which weighed at least 5 tons, was yanked hard by Qin Fan and thrown to the ground. That's not all. Qin Fan continued to exert his power, and the huge iron-armored black bear was like a toy that he swung up from side to side and smashed towards the ground. Knock knock! The earth roared and dust flew. I don't know how many times he smashed, But only then did Qin Fan let go of the claws of the iron-armored black bear. Roar! In the dust, the iron-armored black bear hissed angrily, his entire body shrouded in a layer of grayish light. It rose from the ground and pounced on Qin Fan. Still alive? The skin is really thick. Qin Fan dodged the iron-armored black bear's strike and leaped high into the air. Eat me! The fist landed hard on the iron-armored black bear's head. The iron-armored black bear was bloodied by the punch and fell to the ground in convulsions. Finally, it's settled. Qin Fan gasped slightly and picked up the spirit stones on the ground in a sharp manner, then peeled open the body of the iron-armored black bear and took out the demonic pills and ate them. Mana stirred within his body, and a message appeared in Qin Fan's mind. Congratulations! You've risen to level 10 and have successfully entered the 100th position in the rankings. After entering the leaderboard, your level, name, and contracted deity will be displayed. Do you choose to hide? Qin Fan thought briefly. No need. There's nothing to hide. After such a long time of fighting, Qin Fan had completely taken control of his power and knew exactly what he was capable of. It was no exaggeration to say that even if the top 10 people on the current rankings were to strike at him together, they basically wouldn't be able to break his defense. This was the perversity of a body refiner, with a body hardness comparable to all kinds of magic treasures. After reaching level 10, some of the abilities of the contracted deity will be awakened again. Qin Fan was no exception. He could clearly feel his bodily functions being continually strengthened, and the feeling of overflowing power made him unable to help but raise his head to the sky. The sound was like waves. Luo Qianyu's eardrums were almost cracked. She couldn't help but cover her ears with a pained look. Qin Fan, stop it. Sorry, got carried away for a moment. Qin Fan stopped his long whistle. In addition to his body being strengthened, Qin Fan also gained two abilities. One controlled the ability to control flames, and the other was a cultivation great pin Heavenly Immortal Secrets. The great piece of Heavenly Immortal technique. Qin Fan knew that it was also a top-level technique in the three realms, and it was the Sun Wukong's cultivation dharma, and the awakening wasn't a surprise. Laws of flame. Didn't God Pangu break the chaos purely by physical strength? Qin Fan had a flash of light and thought of something. Legend has it that the 12 ancestral witches were created from the flesh of Pangu after his death, and although they don't have a Yuan Shen and can't cultivate spells, each ancestral witch, in addition to having a strong physical body, also individually controls the power of different laws. For example, the Jiang ancestral witch has mastered the spatial ability. Flame is the ability of the Zhu Rong ancestral witch. According to this, upon ascending to level 120, in addition to perfectly inheriting the physical body of the great god Pangu, I will likewise be able to obtain the abilities of the 12 great ancestral witches? Qin Fan was overjoyed. River City. After Jiang Xue finished absorbing the power of the spirit stone, a beam of light appeared on her body. Lin Song asked in surprise, Little Snow, you've risen to level 9. Aha! Jiang Xue nodded coldly and proudly. They had hijacked an area where only their own people were allowed to kill demonic beasts, and with the spirit stones turned in by the others, Jiang Xue's upgrading speed was even faster than he had expected. At this rate, I'll be able to level up to 10 today, so I wonder if I'll be able to enter the leaderboards. Jiang Xue raised her head, looking at the golden list in the air, and her pupils shrunk violently when she saw Qin Fan's name. How? Qin Fan he. Qin Fan? Where is Qin Fan? Lin Song heard the name and looked around. Is he unable to upgrade elsewhere and now he wants to turn around and beg us? Jiang Xue stared blankly at the ranking gold list in the air. Noticing this, Lin Song also looked up. 100th place. Qin Fan. Rank 10. Contracted deity. Pangu // Tian de Shang. 10th grade. How could Qin Fan have risen to level 10 and even made it into the leaderboards? Little Snow. This is definitely someone with the same name. That punk Qin Fan was only at level 1 yesterday, and the contract is still with a body refining deity. There's no way he could have risen to level 10. Jiang Xue was also unwilling to believe this, but looking at the information of the contracted deity displayed at the back, she remembered that Qin Fan had said that his contracted deity was the great sage of Qi Tian. The same deity may be contracted by only one person. The key thing is why there is a name in front of Qi Tian de Shang. What kind of deity was this Pangu again? Could it be that Qin Fan he contracted a dual deity? A series of questions festered in Jiang Xue's mind. Not only her, but in the major cities, there were also people who noticed Qin Fan's difference. Chapter 12, topping the ranking chart. The secret realm of experiences is about to open. Requesting for favorites. Deep in the woods, War Wuxuang held the Immortal Punisher sword and chopped off the head of a lion demon as blood gushed out. A level 10. Level 1 Berserker Lion. It's stronger than all the demonic beasts I've encountered before. But under my immortal execution sword, one must die after all. War Wuxuang sat on the ground with his knees crossed and meditated to recover his spiritual energy. The first robbery of demonic beasts made him consume quite a lot, but the reward he got was also quite a lot. The spiritual energy in his body had grown by a large margin, and the distance to level 12 was not far from the estimation. Battle Wushuang raised his head to look at the ranking gold list. His name was still ranked first. This gave way to a self-satisfied smile. Suddenly, the smile on his face froze and he stared dead at Qin Fan's name. Pangu. It finally showed up. The legendary supreme deity. Even the Tongtian sect master was transformed by one of his chi. The rest of the Dragon Kingdom didn't understand how powerful Pangu was, but the people of the compact three purities knew it by heart. A great god that could still split into three saint deities after falling was bound to be incomparably powerful, even if he was a refined body divine spirit. It's not just Pangu. He even contracted another deity. Why is that? War Wushuan locked his brows. Qin Fan. Is that the one with the strongest talent? It's really extraordinary. But even if it's a contracted Pangu, so what? In my awakening information, sect leader Tongtian has also reached the realm of recreating the earth, fire, water, and wind, and creating worlds. But Pangu opened the sky and died. Which means that Tongtian sect master is not worse than Pangu. As for Qi Tian Dishang, War Wushuang did not get this information from the awakening memory, so he did not care. Qin Fan, I knew you wouldn't be a waste of talent. Although Pangu is the most powerful great god of the past, the later ones are not worse than him, and even though the body refining course is cultivated to the peak, the means are still too single compared to gas refining. Ji Yen contracted the first heavenly father and also inherited his condescension, looking down on anyone as an equal, even if it was Pangu. So what? Because he died of exhaustion due to opening up the heavens and the earth. In the same realm, the first heavenly father could also open up the world and would not fall because of it. On the island, the cloth-clothed boy was lying on the back of a green ox, and a large formation enveloped him. The green ox carried him, and all the demonic beasts that entered the formation were trapped and strangled. The teenager held a dog's tail grass in his mouth, his pupils lax and wandering out of the sky, muttering as he unconsciously glanced at the rank gold list. The great god Pangu has been contracted too. The celestials who had contracted the golden deity, they more or less knew some information about Pangu. After seeing Qin Fan's message, they weren't overly surprised. They just became more and more combative. But not the others. The deities they had contracted had no direct connection to Pangu because they didn't know what kind of existence Pangu really was, and were only concerned about how Qin Fan could contract two deities. I don't understand. Isn't it true that a person can only contract one deity? Is there a possibility that both Pangu and Qi Tian Dishang are body-refining deities? Because the refined body deities are too weak, they can also contract two or even more if they are lucky? That must be it. A deity without potential is useless even if there are more contracts. Qin Fan rushed into the ranking list, causing a great deal of attention and discussion. After all, he himself was the strongest talent in the Dragon Kingdom. At the beginning, when it was reported that he had contracted a body-refining deity, everyone was sneering at him, thinking that he was wasting his talent. But now, a lot of people are seeing a change in their thinking as well. No matter what, to be able to enter the rankings, it already showed that Qin Fan's contracted deity was not as useless as they thought. Especially Jiang Xue. She was the one who understood Qin Fan's situation the most. Her previous level was higher than Qin Fan's while constantly sucking other people's blood to get to level 9. Qin Fan had risen from level 1 to level 10 in such a short period of time, a speed that surpassed everyone. Jiang Xue had some regrets. If he hadn't kicked Qin Fan out at the beginning and instead had let him follow along with leveling, he would have definitely been able to enter the leaderboards by now as well. What a bunch of losers. The more Jiang Xue thought about it, the more angry she became. Little Snow. This person is definitely not the Qin Fan we know. Lin Song looked at Jiang Xue's bad face and quickly said, Qin Fan. He's a waste. He's just one person. It's impossible for him to kill so many demonic beasts for him to upgrade. Stupid. Jiang Xue coldly said. Qin Fan said before that he contracted the great sage of Qi Tian. Isn't it obvious enough? A bunch of you are no match for one of him. Lin Song opened his mouth. It seems to be true. Qin Fan came out of the contract space and he was there. Jiang Xue no longer ignored Lin Song, but looked down and thought, Qin Fan must have killed a lot of demonic beasts if he was able to upgrade so quickly. There were only so many demonic beasts on the outskirts of the city. Qin Fan should have gone somewhere else. Near Jiangchang, the most numerous demonic beasts were the neighboring grasslands. She made the decision to go to the grassland to find Qin Fan. Jiang Xue was very confident in her looks. Qin Fan had also shown interest in himself before, so as long as he pampered himself with him and hinted at him a bit, he would definitely be able to get Qin Fan to take him to upgrade. Deep in the grasslands, Luo Qianyu was now numb to the fact that Qin Fan was so powerful to the point of perversion. In the past few days, she had been following Qin Fan, witnessed his terror firsthand. Regardless of whether it is an individual second robber demon beast or a swarm of beasts, Qin Fan can deal with it with extreme ease. With the continuous battles, Luo Qianyu was already feeling deeply tired, but Qin Fan was still at the peak. A few days down the road, Qin Fan's level had risen to level 15 and had successfully topped the leveling charts. Luo Qianyu followed him and drank the soup, and also successfully rose to level 13, placing him in second place. It was something she had never thought of before. This also made her inner emotions towards Qin Fan more complicated. On the one hand, this man was formidable and intimidating, and on the other hand, Qin Fan's mouth was really a bit poisonous. Facing a great beauty like her, Qin Fan did not show the slightest bit of compassion. Like right now, having just experienced a beast attack, Luo Qianyu was extremely consumed, and Qin Fan didn't even notice, acting like a battle maniac and only focusing on finding other demonic beasts. Right about this time, a voice once again resounded in everyone's mind. The entrances to the first experience secret realm will be opened at noon tomorrow in all major cities, so please pay attention to all cultivators. This adventure mystery realm can be entered alone or in a group of up to 2 people. Entering in a group will elevate the difficulty of letting the secret realm based on the higher level of both parties. And of course the rewards received after passing will be doubled. The secret realm leaderboard will also be opened at the same time. The rewards of this list will be settled in real time after the calendar secret realm disappears. The higher the ranking, the richer the rewards obtained. Luo Qianyu's eyes lit up. Qin Fan, can I team up with you to enter the secret realm of experiences? Higher rewards for 2-player teams? Okay, then together. Qin Fan didn't refuse this. Luo Qianyu looked very weak in comparison to him, but other than Qin Fan, she was definitely one of the most powerful cultivators in the Dragon Kingdom at the moment. Since that's the case, let's go back to Jiangcheng first to rest and recuperate, so that we can also be in a good condition to enter the secret realm tomorrow. Chapter 13, Entering the Secret Realm. The breaking and entering begins. Seeking favorites. Okay. Qin Fan nodded. The two of them returned towards River City. As they leveled up, more and more cultivators also came to the grasslands to kill the demonic beasts. Qin Fan and the others encountered many of them on the road, but most of their levels were below level 10. This is normal. After all, those who contract powerful deities are only a minority, and the vast majority of those who do so contract mythological characters who are not well known. And those like Penumbra are considered good. At least it had a name and could awaken cultivation techniques as well. Some people contract mythic characters that bring in very weak abilities that don't improve their combat power in the slightest. Just as Qin Fan and the others were about to reach Jiang City, they happened to meet Jiang Xue on the way. Qin Fan wanted to walk straight over, but Jiang Xue greeted him towards him. Van, I finally found you. Jiang Xue revealed a petulant expression with an aggrieved face. You don't even know what I've been through these days. The grassland is so big. There are so many dangerous demonic beasts. The people around me are a bunch of losers. And I was almost killed by a 10th level demonic beast yesterday. It's got nothing to do with me. Qin Fan rolled his eyes. Van, are you mad at me? I know it's my fault, but I was actually testing you. Jiang Xue pretended to be shy. People's hearts have actually always wanted to be with you. So do you actually want you to coax me? Humph. Who knew that you're just a big straight man? Van, you can't even guess this little girl's mind. But I forgive you. I've actually been saving a place for you in the heavenly court. So come back and let's make the heavenly court bigger and stronger together. Qin Fan rolled his white eyes to the sky. Jiang Xue, I always thought that my defense was the strongest. Now I realize that I was too naive. You're the one with the thickest skin. With this face skin of yours, there are even demonic beasts that can break it? It's simply a miracle. Jiang Xue's face stiffened, but she still made herself say with a smile on her face, Brother Fan, everything I said is true. Come on. Only a lickspittle like Linsong can believe this line of rhetoric of yours. Do you really think you're a fairy coming down to earth? Qin Fan said indifferently. It's fine if you want me to join. As I said before, kneel down and beg me. I can consider it. Qin Fan, don't you give a damn. It's an honor for you to be allowed to join the celestial court. Yuki. Lin Song's heart was dripping blood. The fact that his goddess was so humble in front of Qin Fan caused his hatred for Qin Fan to reach its peak. Who the hell are you to yell in front of me? Qin Fan coldly glanced at Lin Song, a biting aura emanating from his body, frightening Lin Song so much that he couldn't help but take a few steps back. These days Qin Fan had been killing demonic beasts, honing his killing aura to be able to easily deter level 10 demonic beasts. Lin Song couldn't even defeat an 8th level demonic beast, let alone face Qin Fan. He was so frightened by Qin Fan that he couldn't say a word. Brother Van, who is this? Luo Qianyu suddenly hugged on Qin Fan's arm and came up, asking daintily, Brother Fan, didn't you say before that you wanted to join the Kunlun that I created? Could it be that you're lying to me? A soft touch came from Qin Fan's arm and he turned his head to look at Luo Qianyu. Only her blushing face was visible, and her body was trembling slightly. This was the first time Luo Qianyu had been in such close contact with a man. This chick, she's really giving it up. Qin Fan smoothly pinched Luo Qianyu's chin and lightly laughed. How could brother lie to you? Asterisk 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 asterisk. When Jiang Xue saw this scene, jealousy was burning in her eyes. Luo Qianyu's appearance was simply too stunning and her temperament was even more outstanding. What did you say? Hearing Jiang Xue's insults, Luo Qianyu's face turned cold, but immediately hugged Qin Fan's arm tightly again. Brother Fan, look, she scolded me. Addicted to acting? Jiang Xue, don't be crazy here. That's right. Some people, even if they're ugly, their bodies are still dried up. So what right do they have to seduce men? Luo Qianyu had the potential to be a green tea, and she disliked Jiang Xue with her words, but she was unable to refute them. Brother Van, let's go. Stop. Jiang Xue gritted her teeth and stopped Qin Fan. Brother Fan, as long as you join the heavenly court and team up with me to enter the secret realm of experiences, you can do whatever you want to me. Brother Van, you can do whatever you want to people too. Even if Brother Van doesn't team up with me, I'm still willing to. Luo Qianyu's voice was delicate and crispy, especially since she had a cool temperament. Saying such words produced a great contrast. Qin Fan almost didn't collapse even though he knew that this chick was acting. It's like a leprechaun. You see, you don't have enough capital. Qin Fan shrugged his shoulders and left with Luo Qianyu. Jiang Xue looked at Luo Qianyu from behind her in death. When she was out of her line of sight, Luo Qianyu immediately loosened her arms around Qin Fan, and her face was completely covered with a reddish color. Didn't see that coming. You're quite good at it. Qin Fan flirted with some intent. Can you join Kunlun now? Luo Qianyu tried to calm herself. I gave you enough face in front of so many people. I thought we had real feelings for each other, but I didn't realize it was also a deal. Qin Fan's tone was despondent as he looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. That's just it. It seems that I've made a fool of myself. What? Luo Qianyu froze. Okay, no kidding. Qin Fan laughed. I won't be joining Kunlun, but given your performance just now, we can make an alliance in the future. You're going to build up power too? Sure. Qin Fan nodded. I've thought of the name. It's called the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits. Sounds like a farm grower. Qin Fan rolled his eyes and didn't explain. Then it's a deal. You'll have to ally with me when the time comes. Although sacrificing his sex life didn't manage to pull Qin Fan into Kunlun, it was still a good thing to be allied with him. I'll go home first, and after the secret realm descends tomorrow, we'll gather at the center square and go in together. Okay. The two agreed to part ways for a while. Little by little, time passed, and soon it was noon the next day. A huge vortex passageway appeared above each city, while information about the way to enter the vortex appeared in everyone's mind. Trying to enter the secret realm was simple. All you needed to do was look at the vortex through your mind. If you are in a group, both parties must meditate on each other's names as well as their contracted deities before going in. Do you want to team up with Luo Qianyu, contracted deity Queen Mother of the West, to enter the secret realm of experiences? A message prompt appeared in Qin Fan's mind, and after he chose to agree, a beam of light emanated from the vortex passageway to envelop the two of them, and then disappeared in place. After entering the secret realm, the two knew specific information about it. This time, the secret realm belonged to the breaking and entering experience. It would constantly refresh the demonic beasts, and after killing the demonic beasts on the first level, one could enter the second level, with a ceiling of 15 levels. Finally, the rewards are settled according to the number of levels and the number of demonic beasts killed. The first moment they entered the secret realm, the two Qin Fan noticed the difference between this place and the outside world. Chapter 14 Luo Qianyu's Shock. Can a body alchemist master spells? Requests for readings. The adventure mystery scene was monotonous in color tone, and other than the two of them, they couldn't see anything else. After entering the secret realm, a voice sounded in the minds of Qin Fan and Luo Qianyu at the same time. It has been detected that you have contracted a total of 3 golden deities, and the initial difficulty of the secret realm is full. You have 1 minute to prepare. At the end of the countdown the first batch of demonic beasts will descend. As the voice disappeared, Luo Qianyu was a little worried. The difficulty of the adventure is full at the beginning. We won't even be able to pass the first level. Don't worry, I have my brother. Qin Fan smiled confidently. Qin Fan, I admit that you are very powerful, but after all, this is the first time you have entered this kind of secret realm, so it's better not to be careless. Luo Qianyu took a deep breath and summoned the Kunlun mirror. Are you a dual golden deity Pakti who hasn't awakened their innate magic weapon? Yes, you've seen it before. It's the axe. Qin Fan pinched his fingers, but I feel like I shouldn't be able to use it. The 1 minute countdown passed quickly. 10 wilderness wolf demons appeared in the secret realm of exercise. each of them exuding bloodthirsty qi and blood. As soon as they appeared, they immediately attacked towards the two Qin Fans. Luo Qianyu activated the Kunlun mirror and shot out channels of spiritual rays from the mirror. One was pierced through the abdomen by light in the wilderness, fell to the ground, and after some struggling turned into a spirit stone. A level 10 wilderness wolf demon isn't much of a threat to the current Luo Qianyu. Qin Fan didn't rush to make a move, but gave the opportunity to Luo Qianyu. After all, this first level is the least difficult, and the difficulty increases with each level you break through. In making a move now would only lower Luo Qianyu's settlement reward. This was because the rewards of teaming up far exceeded that of going solo, as the vast majority of people in this secret realm had sought out teammates to go in together. Jiang Xue had wanted to hug Qin Fan's thigh, but she was ruthlessly rejected, so she had no choice but to team up with Lin Song. Jiang Xue was currently level 11 and Lin Song was level 10. Although there was no way to compare it to Qin Fan, it was stronger than an ordinary cultivator. Snowy, don't worry, with me there will definitely be able to get you into the calendar ranking. Lin Song spoke confidently. After I ascended to level 10, I awakened the cultivation technique of the star god of martial virtue, who is the combat deity of the heavenly court. The demonic beasts hadn't been refreshed yet, so Lin Song set a flag first. Soon, the first batch of demonic beasts refreshed, and they were 5 level 5 demonic beasts. Lin Song rushed up first. Little Snow, leave these demonic beasts to me. He was holding a large sword, and as he swung it, sword light constantly bloomed, and 5 demonic beasts were quickly knocked down by him. Yuki, you fill in. I have to say, Lin Song really did a great job as elixir. Next up is the third installment. The strength of the purple deities was still there until the 5th level, when level 10 demonic beasts began to appear, and Lin Song was gradually outmatched. Bang! Lin Song was sent flying by the demonic beast's claw and landed on the ground spitting out blood. Yuki, I did my best. 10th level demonic beasts. He desperately killed 3 and wounded 4. I can see it. Jiang Xue was expressionless. Lin Song, you can exit the secret realm now. What? Jiang Xue impatiently said. Do I need to say it again? You don't have any combat power now. Continuing to team up with me will make the next level more difficult and will only be a burden to me. You quit the secret realm and don't share my reward. Jiang Xue only had use for Lin Song, but Lin Song's heart was happy, feeling that he had helped Jiang Xue again. Okay, don't be angry. Yuki, I'll leave now, but you must be careful yourself next. I don't need you to tell me. After Lin Song left the secret realm, Jiang Xue finally couldn't help but curse. What a waste. You can't even pass the 5th level, and I have to do it myself. If the one who came in with me is Qin Fan, what is a 10th level demonic beast? Jiang Xue remembered Luo Qianyu's stunning face and arrogant figure, and couldn't help but grit her teeth again. Little, you wait for me. Qin Fan and Luo Qianyu entered until the 8th level. Luo Qianyu panted heavily after killing a demonic beast, his chest heaving up and down. Qin Fan, I can't. The demonic beasts that appeared on the 8th level were all level 15, and there were a total of 15 of them. Breaking through was one layer after another, with almost no rest time in between. So by the time he came to this level Luo Qianyu had already consumed quite a lot. Then leave it to me. You watch from the sidelines. Remember not to blink, because I'm going to be awesome at every next level. Qin Fan took a step forward, reached out and grabbed the claws of the demonic beast that was attacking him, and violently exerted his force. Click! Crisp sounds of bones breaking resounded in the secret realm of experiences. Die! Qin Fan swung out his fist. The wind whistled, and the demonic beast in front of him turned into a blood mist and exploded. Interpreting the aesthetics of violence to the extreme, he has gotten stronger again. Luo Qianyu was silent. The more she came into contact with Qin Fan, the more Luo Qianyu doubted life. It was said that body-refining deities had no future and were trash. However, every time Qin Fan upgraded his strength, he would realize a qualitative leap. While her upgrades except for making the speed of absorbing aura faster, the other increases in combat strength were weak and pathetic. Looking at it that way, it's clear that it's the alchemists who are the losers. Seemingly sensing the complexity in Luo Qianyu's eyes, Qin Fan's voice rang out. As I said to you before, refining qi and refining the body are both cultivating the great Tao in different directions. Body alchemists rely on physical strength, and we enhance our physical qualities with each level. So relatively speaking, the battle strength of a body alchemist adds up to more. But qi refiners rely on mana, which needs to be cultivated on its own. And if you want to perfectly inherit the contracted deity spell aptitude, you have to level up to level 120. It's normal for the early-stage qi refiners to appear weak. Luo Qianyu was slightly comforted and asked curiously, Qin Fan, you seem to know a lot about deities, otherwise you shouldn't have chosen a body-refining deity. Were you exposed to information about the gods before? Sort of. Qin Fan vaguely replied back. More than familiar. I was a punt writer specializing in Immortals before I crossed over. Despite writing 100 books, it turned out that I didn't even make back the money for the cover. But a lot of work went into it, and a great deal of information was consulted about the ancient gods and goddesses. Then according to what you're saying, it means that the later it gets, the Qi refiner will indeed be stronger than the body refiner, right? Overthink it. Qin Fan rolled his eyes. Splitting people. I refine my body, so I refine my body to be strong. If one refines Qi, it is refining Qi that is the strongest. You just blew it off. No wonder I didn't see any cattle demonic beasts on the grassland. So it was all blown away by you. You don't believe me? Qin Fan smiled and snapped his fingers. Fire. Rise. Raging flames suddenly burned in the secret realm, and the few remaining level 15 demonic beasts were burned to ashes in a flash in the flames, leaving behind only a few crystal clear crystals. Luo Qianyu's mouth opened wide. Spells? Aren't you a body refiner? A body refining deity can also master spells? Chapter 15, pushing all the way across. Luo Qianyu completely falls, seeking to read. Why not? Qin Fan said calmly. Body refining and Qi refining could have been practiced together. It's just that for the average person there isn't this talent. Cultivating one to reach the peak is already the limit, let alone cultivating two at the same time. But my talent is not comparable to ordinary people. Luo Qianyu habitually wanted to retort, but realized that what Qin Fan said seemed to be the truth. Damn it, he's loaded. Qin Fan was secretly happy in his heart. In fact, the ability to control the flame strictly speaking cannot be counted as the means of the refiner, which is the ancestral witch Shu Rong innate ability. Each of the 12 ancestral witches controls a different power of the laws, and it is very difficult to reach the level of controlling the laws through acquired cultivation. Qin Fan's use of these ancestral witch abilities also did not rely on the spiritual energy within his body, but rather communicated with the laws of the Great Tao. As long as he had enough stamina, he could unleash the flames indefinitely. However, when going out, the identity is all given by oneself. Besides, Qin Fan is also practicing the great piece of heavenly immortal technique nowadays. Refining the body and refining the Qi is indeed carried out together, so it is not a hard pretense. The next level begins. The demonic beasts of the 9th level had been refreshed, and this time it was 20 level 15 demonic beasts. Qin Fan preferred the fist-to-flesh fighting style to using flames. Therefore, after he just showed Luo Qianyu once, he still chose to fight in close quarters for the next battle. Level 10. Level 11. Regardless of how strong the refreshed demonic beasts were, Qin Fan pushed them all the way across. Luo Qianyu looked numb. Perverted. Just plain perverted. Starting from the 12th level, the demonic beasts that appeared turned into became level 10 first jack demonic beasts, but their battle power was stronger than level 15 demonic beasts. Unfortunately, facing Qin Fan, he was crushed just the same. Just what level is his limit? Luo Qianyu developed a strong curiosity. Previously, when she had practiced with Qin Fan on the grassland, she hadn't deeply felt Qin Fan's fearfulness. I had thought that even though he was strong, the difference between myself and him would not be too obvious. Now that he had seen him with his own eyes beheading demonic beasts like a god of war without any pause in between, Luo Qianyu realized the man in front of him was powerful enough to suffocate all cultivators. Perish! Qin Fan swung out his fist, his strong physical strength distorting the air and compressing it into a pale dragon that roared and tore apart the demonic beast in front of him. One after another demonic pills fell. Qin Fan collected them and swallowed them into his stomach, and his rank keeps rising. Class 16. Class 17. More and more people came out of the secret realm of experiences. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where is this an adventure? Almost died in the secret realm. I'm only level 10. My teammate is level 9. Both of us contracted our green deities, and 5 level 10 demonic beasts were refreshed on the 6th level. How are we going to get through this? Entering the secret realm of experiences once, I went from level 8 to level 10, which is much faster than upgrading in the wild. Some people were very unhappy with the results of the experience, but others felt that they had earned it. For most people, the secret world of such an adventure is very friendly. After all, looking for demonic beasts in the wilderness may encounter an existence that exceeds their strength too much, and in the experience space refreshed demonic beast's strength is gradually increasing. Even if you can't beat it, a thought can also come out from the experience space. The chance of death is greatly reduced. Those who came out were looking forward to the rankings of the calendar gold list. Even if you know you're not going to make the list, you want to see the stats of the people who did. Battle Wushuang failed at the 13th level of the secret realm of experiences. The person he teamed up with contracted a golden deity as well. Daoist Duo Bao. The 13th level was refreshed with 10 second-jack demonic beasts. Even though Battle Wushuang set up a demon beheading formation with the assistance of his teammates, he was unable to kill all 10 of them. and could only regretfully come out of the secret realm. However, his level had also risen to level 18 during this adventure. With this score, I wonder how many places I can get in the rankings. Before Qin Fan had topped the rankings, Battle Wuxuan had absolute confidence. Even Ji Yan and Bui, who had contracted the three purities, they couldn't possibly do better than themselves. After all, among the three Qing, sect leader Tongtian's battle power was the strongest, and he had the greatest advantage in this kind of secret realm. But Qin Fan's appearance made him lose this confidence. From entering the ranking list and then reaching the top, Qin Fan's speed was just too fast. So fast that it made Battle Wuxuan wonder if the demonic beasts were queuing up to commit suicide when they saw Qin Fan. And he was just waiting to refine the spirit stones. Everyone was waiting for the calendar gold list to give the final results. The Secret World. 15th pass. This is the last level. I wonder what will be refreshed. At the 14th level, Qin Fan was faced with 15-second tribulation demon beasts, and besides their strong physical bodies, they would likewise use spells and aptitudes, causing Qin Fan quite a bit of trouble. But that was all. His current level had also risen to level 19, and he should be able to rise to level 20 by passing the 15th level, at which time he would awaken another ancestral witch ability. The moment the countdown disappears, a demonic beast appeared in the secret realm. The aura emanating from it was cold and gloomy, and Luo Qianyu couldn't help but run the Kunlun mirror. Level 20. Three-jacked demonic beast. Thunder Snake. Qin Fan whispered. Qianyu, step back, the farther the better. Later on, if there is a change of heart, you will leave the experience space first. Can't even you handle it? We won't know until we fight. Qin Fan shook his head and said, I was afraid that you would get too close and be affected by the aftermath of the battle, and I would have to distract myself to save you at that time. Luo Qianyu. Who to look down on? Although Luo Qianyu basically didn't put up much of a fight in the subsequent breakthroughs, she did receive some benefits and leveled up to level 16. Even if he wasn't a match for Thunder Snake, it wasn't like he couldn't even carry the aftermath of the battle. Speaking, the body of the Thunder Snake stretched out. Roiling green lightning exploded in the secret space. Luo Qianyu's whole body was tingling, almost falling head over heels. What a terrifying power. Luo Qianyu's face was pale. Thunder Snake's strike easily broke the Kunlun mirror's defense before it even targeted her. Qin Fan, be careful. Luo Qianyu silently retreated to the edge of the secret realm and watched from afar as Qin Fan fought the Thunder Snake. Yes, finally a guy who can get me excited. Qin Fan ripped off his shattered top with one hand, revealing a toned and muscular body. After contracting discord, there was a change in his figure, which was thin in clothes and fleshy out of clothes. Luo Qianyu, I didn't realize that besides being handsome and strong, even his body proportions are almost perfect. The prettier you are, the more of a face dog you actually are. Luo Qianyu was no exception. She looked at Qin Fan from afar, deer colliding within her body. I wonder what those muscles would feel like to touch. The thunder god swam up on the ground, opened his mouth, and between the scarlet snake letters gulping was a thunder whip lashing at Qin Fan. Qin Fan grabbed the thunder whip with his big hand and held it in his grip and yanked it fiercely. Electricity swam all over his body along his arm, and green-colored arcs kept jumping. Boom! He crushed the thunder whip into an electric ball and smashed it backhandedly at the thunder snake, followed by Qin Fan's foot stomping. His body rushed out like a rocket and landed on the thunder snake. Chapter 16 Big White Balls, requesting for a follow-up reading and collection of Bishop's Heart to urge for more work. A level 20 triple hatchet thunder serpent was very powerful. The moment Qin Fan landed on it, countless lightning bolts wrapped him. At the same time, the thunder snake was struggling to fling its head around, trying to throw Qin Fan off. Qin Fan stood on the thunder snake's head. His feet seemed to be rooted and looming. Thunderbolts traveled around Qin Fan's body, crackling. Luo Qianyu watched from afar in fear. She had just personally felt the power of the thunder snake's thunderbolt. She couldn't even hold on under the protection of the Kunlun mirror, while Qin Fan was able to resist it with only his physical body, and it was still very easy. Boom! Qin Fan waxed thunder snake on the head. The huge snake's head sank violently, smashing the ground out of a large pit, and Luo Qianyu's eyelids jumped as he watched. This thunder snake can actually resist a punch from this violent maniac? Luo Qianyu was surprised. Previously, Qin Fan's fighting style pure and simple one-punch Superman, no matter which level of demonic beasts, are directly a punch bombardment of flesh and blood. Pro Mother cannot be recognized. It's true that a demonic beast of the third calamity is just extraordinary now. Luo Qianyu herself didn't even notice that her criteria for distinguishing between powerful or not demonic beasts was now all about how long they could last under Qin Fan. A punch that went down in pieces was something she could deal with. With one punch and still able to move, she'd have to put her best foot forward to defeat it. Like Thunder Snake, this kind of took a punch and still alive. No need to think. Is not at all she can be next to.
encounter to run will be right. At this moment, Thunder Snake was extremely angry. After the demonic beasts had passed through the thunder tribulation, they would gradually open up their spiritual wisdom. And there was hardly much difference between the third tribulation demonic beasts and humans, possessing the same likes and dislikes. Thunder Snake, who had never suffered such a big loss before, condensed a ball of thunder in his mouth and sprayed it out. The thunderball flew straight toward Qin Fan as if it was equipped with a tracker. Qin Fan, be careful, Luo Qianyu subconsciously reminded. From the ball of thunder she could detect an aura of destruction. If she touched it herself, she would almost die 10 deaths. Qin Fan grinned as his large hand took the initiative to reach out to the thunderball and grabbed it. Not bad, much more powerful than just now, but that's about it. The veins on his arm holding the thunderball rippled as Qin Fan slid down the thunder snake's head to its mouth and shoved the thunderball back into its mouth. Trying to swallow it out? Qin Fan didn't give the thunder snake this chance and once again threw a punch at the thunder snake. Right? The uncontrollable thunderball exploded at this moment, and the thunder snake's agonizing hiss spread throughout the secret space, no longer giving it a chance to attack. Qin Fan, who had landed on the ground, once again catapulted to start. With the heaven-opening god axe in his hand, he cleanly split the thunder snake in half. Congratulations, you have perfectly passed this adventure secret realm. Information appeared in the minds of the two of them, and in the next moment, they were teleported out of the secret space. The calendar gold list hasn't been ranked yet? After coming out, Qin Fan and Luo Qianyu coincidentally looked at the second golden list in the air. Only it was as empty as when they went in. We were the ones who broke through to the last level, and by all rights should be the last ones out. Judging by this situation, it means that someone has made it to the last level just like us, Luo Qianyu guessed. Maybe, Qin Fan muttered. Half an hour after they came out, the rankings regarding this secret realm finally appeared. First place, Qin Fan and Amp, Luo Qianyu. Number of floors breached, 15. Killed all demonic beasts. Group reward, Great Restorative Elixir *2. Personal kill reward, Qin Fan leveled up by 3 levels. Luo Qianyu leveled up by 1 level. Second place, Battle Wushwang and Amp, Battle Sky. Number of floors broken through, 13 floors. Team reward, Great Restorative Elixir *2. Individual kill reward, Battle Wushwang level up by 2 levels. Battle Sky level up by 1 level. The information on the golden list was constantly refreshed, and an upgrade halo appeared on Qin Fan's body, while an elixir bottle appeared out of thin air in his hand, containing a golden elixir. Great Restoration Pill. After taking it, you can gain a large amount of spiritual energy without any side effects. After Luo Qianyu finished digesting the information about the elixir, she said with a surprised look on her face, "Heavens, a Great Restoration Elixir actually has such efficacy. Qin Fan, this time it's really thanks to you." Luo Qianyu knew very well that if she wasn't teamed up with Qin Fan, according to her own strength the best she could achieve would only be to break through to the 10th floor. Qin Fan smiled and directly ate the Great Restorative Pill. As the elixir entered his mouth, the spiritual energy melted away in his body, continuously boosting the strength of his physical body, while his level was also raised by 1 level once again. When he killed the thunder snake and ate its demonic dan, Qin Fan had already risen to level 20, plus the reward for his training. He had now come to level 24, firmly occupying the first place in the level gold list. Below him, Battle Wushwang surpassed Luo Qianyu, coming in second with level 21. Is the gap really that big? War Wushwang had thought that with his strength, he would definitely be able to outperform everyone in this secret realm, but Qin Fan's results had caused him to feel a great sense of frustration. Compared to Battle Wushwang, Jiang Xue's mood was more complicated at the moment. Mine. These would have been mine. Jiang Xue's and Lin Song's scores were not eligible for leaderboard rankings at all, and thus did not receive any rewards. Lin Song said guiltily, "Xiao Shui, it's all my fault. I'm the one who got you into trouble. What useless trash." Jiang Xue gave Lin Song a hateful look and turned around. "Yuki, where are you going?" Lin Song anxiously chased after him, and Jiang Xue was incomparably disgusted. "Get lost. Don't follow me. Lin Song, from now on you are no longer qualified to follow me, and the heavenly court doesn't need trash like you. Right now." Jiang Xue's only thought was to hug Qin Fan's thigh again. No matter what method she used she had to achieve this. The top ranking is surprisingly Qin Fan. Didn't they say that he contracted a useless body refining deity and wasted his strongest talent? Wrong. All wrong. The potential of a body refining deity is stronger than chi refining. Perfect breakthrough. Is this really an achievable score? I can't even pass the 3rd level. The secret realm of this adventure caused all the cultivators in the Dragon Kingdom to talk about it, and it also caused a change in their impression of body refiners. The ones who were most affected were still those cultivators who contracted the alchemy deities. After all, comparatively speaking,
It was true that body refining was more difficult to upgrade than chi refining, and the means were also very singular. Not everyone could be as perverted as Qin Fan, and in terms of overall strength, body refiners were indeed a long way behind chi refiners. But now, it's all changed. Qin Fan's appearance injected the body refiners with a heart-strengthening agent, allowing them to see hope. Who says that body alchemists can't do it? The first in rank was a body refiner, and the one with the best results in the secret realm was also a body refiner. Unconsciously, Qin Fan had become the spiritual belief of all the body refiners in the Dragon Kingdom. They firmly believed that as long as they worked hard, they could also be like Qin Fan. After rising to level 20, Qin Fan once again awakened a new ability. From the great god Pangu he awakened the ancestral witch Chumeng's law of wood. After obtaining Jurassic Meng's ability, Qin Fan sensed that his life energy had become incomparably abundant, and his recovery power had also gained a great bonus. Now my power is truly limitless. Qin Fan carefully sensed and revealed a smile. In the future, unless he was able to kill himself with a single blow, such as blowing out his head and crushing his heart like this, he would be able to recover from any injury, no matter how heavy it was. Monkey awakened the ability of fiery eyes. This ability doesn't seem to be doing much at the moment. A golden light flashed in Qin Fan's eyes. He remembered that Sun Wukong's fiery eyes seemed to only be used to recognize demons and monsters, with little offensive power, and needed to be upgraded to delusion-breaking golden pupils in order to truly reveal its effects. What's this big, white blob? Qin Fan flaxed and froze. Whoever said monkey was useless with this ability is simply too useful. Qin Fan, you're injured? Luo Qianyu realized that Qin Fan's expression was suddenly dull and blood was still flowing out of his nostrils, so he immediately came to his side and nervously opened his mouth. Chapter 17, Jiang Xue who sent the door, asking for humiliation. Seek to chase reading collection than the heart to urge more. As soon as Luo Qianyu got closer, Qin Fan's nosebleed flowed even faster. Lean. It's too flexible. It's okay, I'm okay. Qin Fan covered his nose with one hand and held out one hand to stop Luo Qianyu while closing his fiery eyes. As God is my witness, I really didn't mean to look, purely to try out what the fiery eyes could do. As it turns out, it really is possible to see leprechauns. Luo Qianyu was a bit baffled. The secret realm ranking has been announced. All rewards have been issued. Please continue to cultivate hard during the protection period for all cultivators. A new voice sounded in everyone's head. In addition, there are new demonic bosses appearing outside of the city. They occupy one side as the king. Killing these demons will drop additional rewards. Elixirs, techniques, and magic weapons are all available. These demons are much stronger than ordinary demonic beasts, so you need to measure your strength. The tone faded, and Luo Qianyu's eyes burned. Qin Fan, are you with me? If Qin Fan was there, even the most powerful demon would not be enough to fear. No problem, but we have to find the birthplace of these types of demons first. Qin Fan did not refuse. Luo Qianyu smiled and said, leave this to me. Our family still has a certain amount of power in Jiangchang, so I'll let you know when I find it. Okay. After agreeing on a time and place to meet again, the two parted ways for the time being. For the next few days, Qin Fan did not go out of the city again, but instead cultivated the Great Peace Heavenly Immortal technique at home. A mouthful of turbid breath was exhaled and Qin Fan opened his eyes. His level had risen to 25. The speed at which the Great Peace Heavenly Immortal technique absorbs spiritual energy is even faster than I imagined. Although Monkey is not a first-tier deity, this gong method of his can definitely rank among the strongest gong methods in the three realms. When Grandmaster Bodhi passed on this technique to Sun Wukong, he had said that this dharma could swallow the essence of the sun and moon and invade the spirit of heaven and earth, so it seemed that it was not exaggerated at all. Standing up from the bed, Qin Fan heard movement coming from outside. Van, are you home? Jiang Xue? Why is she here? Before the mythic age descended, although he and Jiang Xue were classmates, the two didn't have many interactions, and Jiang Xue didn't know his home address. It seems to have taken a lot of effort to find this place now. Qin Fan opened the door, and Jiang Xue at the door immediately revealed a flirtatious smile after seeing him. Brother Fan, people have been looking for you so hard these days. Jiang Xue daintily opened her mouth. Ever since the secret realm of experiences, Jiang Xue had been looking for Qin Fan, but hadn't been able to find him. That said, the woman is quite scheming. When she saw that Qin Fan's grade hadn't moved these days, she guessed that Qin Fan hadn't been in the city all this time and hadn't come out, so she found the director of the school and asked him for Qin Fan's home address. Before coming here, Jiang Xue had deliberately dressed up. She was already not bad looking, and with makeup, she was even more eye-catching than some actresses. Looking for me for what? Qin Fan's face was expressionless. He had no feelings for a green tea woman like Jiang Xue, and if it wasn't for the fact that he was a classmate, he would have slapped her away.
Of course I'm asking you to join the heavenly court, brother Fan. Jiang Nian's eyebrows flickered and Qin Fan was happy. Still not dead in the water. I told you, unless you get down on your knees and beg me, I'll reconsider whether or not I want to join. It's not impossible if the person kneeling is Van.
Jiang Xue deliberately revealed a petulant and aggrieved expression and used her afterglow to observe Qin Fan's attitude. After seeing that Qin Fan did not react in the slightest, she secretly gritted her teeth and bent her legs to kneel in front of Qin Fan. As long as she could get Qin Fan to join the heavenly court, she would be able to gain a great boost in the future no matter if she upgraded or did anything.
Kneeling is nothing in comparison.
Jiang Xue knew how to use her body to get more for herself a long time ago. She knows what men like best.
Thus, after kneeling down,
Jiang Xue immediately changed her appearance.
Van, I know you're still mad at me. If getting on my knees for you doesn't take the edge off, I can do something else. Saying that,
Jiang Xue's hand unlocked her blouse little by little, revealing a white blossom piece.
Holy, what the?
Qin Fan jumped back with a look of disgust.
Jiang Xue's figure was good, but it was too much inferior to Luo Qianyu's.
Especially since Qin Fan had heard some gossip about Jiang Xue before, so he felt even more appetizing in his heart.
Such a woman.
Even if she stripped naked and stood in front of him, Qin Fan would not be moved.
What's the point of wiggling around with two big pies showing?
Qin Fan looked contemptuous, all sagging.
Still feel beautiful?
Jiang Xue's face instantly turned white as she looked at Qin Fan incredulously.
She was like this, and Qin Fan could still say such things? Is this man a eunuch?
Jiang Xue didn't die and was ready to play a little more excitingly.
However, Qin Fan didn't have that interest in wasting time with her. He snapped his fingers and a weed at the doorway grew rapidly, transforming into a vine that wrapped Jiang Xue tightly and then threw it out. Jumon's ability not only increases passive life force,
but also controls all grass and trees. The name of the ancestor witch of wood wasn't for nothing.
Qin, demonic beast.
Just after arriving at the door of Qin Fan's house, Luo Qianyu saw a ball of green stuff flying out. She subconsciously condensed her mana and blasted on it.
Ah!
Jiang Xue screamed miserably.
It really is a demonic beast. Luo Qianyu was ready to continue his attack, but he stopped urgently the next moment after seeing Jiang Xue's face. How come it's you? Where's Qin Fan?
I'll fight you.
When Jiang Xue saw Luo Qianyu,
all the anger within her exploded out.
In her heart,
she had already decided that it must be Luo Qianyu who had seduced Qin Fan, which made Qin Fan treat her in this manner. She broke free of the vines and sacrificed her precious pearl to attack towards Luo Qianyu regardless.
Nuts!
Luo Qianyu was not spoiling her either, and the Kunlun mirror appeared above her head,
emitting light.
Jiang Xue's precious pearl became dim the moment the Kunlun mirror appeared, and she exclaimed,
"What's going on? Why can't I activate my magic weapon anymore? Get out!"
Qin Fan's voice came out from the courtyard,
shaking Jiang Xue's chi and blood,
and his heart trembled with fear. She also came to her senses at this moment,
knowing that she was not Luo Qianyu's opponent.
She recovered the treasure beads in a sorry state and left with hatred.
"How did you find my house too?"
Qin Fan walked out and asked,
"Did you find the refresh point of the boss demon?" "It's too late to explain. Qin Fan, come with me and talk on the way."
Luo Qianyu grabbed Qin Fan's hand and dragged him towards the outside of the city. After the boss demon was refreshed, many forces were searching for it,
and the people sent by the Luo family found one on a mountain.
But there was a scramble with other forces.
They're outnumbered. The Luo family is no match.
You're the only one who can take the boss back now.
Luo Qianyu cleanly told the matter,
and Qin Fan understood what happened.
Chapter 18, 100 people surround us. Before the aura runs out, we can definitely break his defense.
Requesting for follow-up readings.
Tiger's Head Mountain is a mountain that appeared near Jiangcheng after the myth descended,
named for the fact that it looks like a prostrate tiger from afar.
On this mountain,
a tiger head demon boss was refreshed and took over the mountain.
Previously,
when a cultivator killed a demonic beast in Tiger Head Mountain to practice and was eaten by a tiger head demon, the news spread and it attracted all the major forces in Jiangcheng. They all wanted to kill this boss first,
expecting to drop treasures from.
The first ones to discover the tiger head demon were those from the Luo family.
The Luo family was a rising powerhouse in Jiangcheng before the mythic era and was quite powerful. After the myth descended,
Luo Qianyu detected a golden talent and awakened the Queen Mother of the West. The Luo family's power naturally expanded further,
attracting many cultivators to join them. But it's also caused some consternation in some of the older families. In the entire Jiang city, there were 3 other big families besides the Luo family, namely the Chen, Zhao and Wang families. They naturally didn't want to see the Luo family dominate. So after learning about the Tiger Head Demon, they immediately gathered a large group of people to Tiger Head Mountain and created a fight with the Luo family. Facing the union of the 3 families, even the Luo family was at a disadvantage. What's the situation with this Tiger Head Demon?
According to the information received,
He is a level 25. Four-jacked demon who can already take human form, Luo Qianyu said in a deep voice. Previously, the Luo family's disciples collided with the tiger-headed demon and were killed by it. Already able to transform, no matter what form is recorded. Demons that can take form are not simple. Qin Fan and Luo Qianyu arrived all the way to Tiger Head Mountain, and at the foot of the mountain, two forces were facing each other. Luo Shanha, your appetite is also too big. Is this boss you Luo family can eat? Zhao Wuji, the Zhao family head, spoke in a deep voice. Zhao Wuji, the tiger head demon was discovered by my Luo family first, and the Luo family lost a lot of men and women when we surrounded it before. Now you three come out and try to pick the peach. Do you really think I, Luo Shanha, am easy to bully? Luo Shanha was elegant looking, with a few similarities to Luo Qianyu recognizable between his eyebrows. He held a long spear in his hand and did not back down in the slightest. Dad! Just at this time, Luo Qianyu shouted from afar and brought Qin Fan to Luo Shanha's side. Seeing Luo Qianyu, Zhao Wuji and the others on the opposite side revealed a hint of scorn. Luo Qianyu contract was a golden deity and was currently ranked high at number 2 on the leaderboards. His strength was not to be underestimated, but it was only scorn. With the three of them joining forces, even Luo Qianyu didn't have that strength to resist. Shifuyu, what are you doing here? Luo Shanha whispered. The three of them are united and are too powerful than our Luo family. You shouldn't have come. If I don't come, then what will you do? And don't you worry, I've hired help. Luo Qianyu pointed at Qin Fan and said, he is Qin Fan. With him, even the three families combined are no match. Qin Fan? The number 1 in the rankings. Qin Fan? Dual deity contractors? Luo Shanha looked at Qin Fan. Uncle Lo. Qin Fan greeted him. Qin Fan, are you sure? Luo Shanha had heard about Qin Fan's power from Luo Qianyu, but after all, he had never seen it with his own eyes and was never quite at ease. Don't worry, just leave it to me. Qin Fan smiled faintly and came into the middle of the crowd. I'm only going to say this once. It's not too late to get out. Joke. Who do you think you are? Zhao Wuji laughed angrily. If the three of us join forces, who in the entire Jiangchang is a rival? Even Qin Fan, who is number 1 on the rank list, doesn't have the ability to shake it. Yes? You say coincidence. I am Qin Fan. Let me see if I can shake you all or not. Qin Fan grinned and blasted out a fist. Buzz. The strong force caused a sharp popping sound, and Zhao Wuji couldn't react in time before he was already spitting blood from his mouth and collapsing on the ground. Kid, you don't speak martial arts. Sneak attack. The people from the Zhao clan were furious when they saw Zhao Wuji being blown away. Together, the family heads of the Chen and Wang families gave a low shout, and nearly 100 people from the three families immediately surrounded Qin Fan in the center. Chen Dong, Wang Jing, do you think my Luo family is dead? Luo Shanha gave an order, and the people behind him prepared for battle. Dad, don't worry, just watch. Luo Qianyu hurriedly stopped him. She was the only one among those present who knew what kind of monster Qin Fan really was. Shifuyu, you really don't need any help? Don't worry, Dad. Qin Fan is far more powerful than you think. Surrounded by 100 times the number of enemies, Qin Fan did not see any panic at all. All sorts of colorful attacks blasted towards him, and Qin Fan did not dodge. What arrogance! With so many of us attacking together, even the tiger head demon wouldn't dare to resist. You, oh, halfway through Chen Dong's words, his throat felt like it was being pinched, and he could not spit out half a word. He was horrified to realize that in the midst of the crowd's frenzied bombardment, Qin Fan hadn't even messed up a single strand of his hair except for his torn clothes. Old Chen, what kind of monster is this? Wang Jing gulped. In their group, there were more than 20 contracted purple deities, and all of them had reached level 20. This was the bottom line that they dared to come to Tiger's Head Mountain. Don't panic. Qin Fan is a body refiner. It's normal for his fleshly body to have strong defense. I don't believe that he'll be able to block the next wave of attacks again. Chen Dong gritted his teeth and said, continue the attack. I don't believe that we can't break through his defense before all of us run out of aura. Qin Fan frowned slightly as he blasted away the unlucky person closest to him with a punch. The three families do have a lot of people, and it's a pure waste of time to fight like this. With a thought, he urged the power of the laws of wood. In the next moment, the surrounding trees grew crazily, and countless branches spread over to bind the enemy. What's going on here? Are these trees demons too? Help! Help! The scene was thrown into chaos at this moment. The people who were bound desperately swung with their weapons, but to their horror, they realized that the spiritual energy in their bodies was being continuously extracted, and they soon lost their strength and means. Submit, or die. Qin Fan arrived in front of Qindong Wang realm and spoke in a cold tone. How can you cast spells too? They then realized that the reason why these trees had changed was all due to Qin Fan's means. Aren't you a contracted alchemical deity? Nonsense. Qin Fan turned his head and said, Uncle Luo, I'll leave these people to you to deal with. Qianyu and I will go up the mountain to deal with the tiger head demon. Good. Luo Shanha recovered from his shock. Qin Fan, he was so powerful? For a while, his gaze switched back and forth between Qin Fan and Luo Qianyu. Looking at this situation, Qianyu and Qin Fan had a very close relationship, and they had even teamed up to enter the secret realm to practice before. If Qin Fan became his son-in-law, wouldn't the entire Jiangcheng be in charge of the Luo family? Go! Qin Fan didn't know what was going through Luo Shanha's mind at this moment, and said to Luo Qianyu, taking the lead and running towards the top of the mountain. Wait for me. Luo Qianyu followed closely behind. Chapter 19, Killing the Tiger Head Demon. Dropping a lower-grade spiritual weapon, requesting for favorites and recommendations. Halfway up Tiger's Head Mountain, there's a cave here. At the entrance of the cave, the smell of blood kept drifting with the wind. A tiger-headed demon sat at the entrance of the cave, holding a head in its hands and gnawing on it. Blood continued to flow down the corners of its mouth. Extraordinarily cruel. Qin Fan, it's here. Vomit. Luo Qianyu had brought Qin Fan all the way here, and when she saw the scene, her stomach kept churning and she almost threw up. It wasn't that she hadn't experienced killing and fighting before, and had thought she'd gotten used to this kind of scene a long time ago. However, when he saw that the tiger head demon was actually gnawing on a human head in a raw manner, physiological discomfort still involuntarily arose. Is everything okay? Qin Fan held Luo Qianyu's hand and passed over a strand of life yuan qi. I am fine. Luo Qianyu took a deep breath and forced down the feeling of discomfort. Another person coming to die? The tiger-headed demon's mouth spat out a human demon, splitting it open with strands of flesh still hanging from its sharp fangs. Humans just taste so delicious. Demon, you seek death. Luo Qianyu couldn't help but strike. She summoned the Kunlun mirror and dozens of pillars of light enveloped the tiger head demon. Roar! Throwing the head in his hand aside, the tiger head demon hissed, and a demonic beast stepped out nearby, facing Luo Qianyu's attack. The tiger head demon held up a spiritual power shield to block it and escaped from it. The means of human cultivators are really weak and pathetic. Leave this demon to me. You go deal with the other demonic beasts. Qin Fan clenched his fists. An incarnated demon that could spit out a human demon should be able to put a little bit of combat pressure on him, right? Invincible. It's just so lonely. Yes. Luo Qianyu didn't make any pretense and turned his head to stop the rest of the demonic beasts. The levels of these demonic beasts were not low. All of them were above level 20. And among them, there were a few that were transitional demonic beasts. However, Luo Qianyu's current strength had also increased greatly from before. After rising to level 20, she awakened more spell skills and more spiritual energy in her body. The tiger head demon charged towards Qin Fan, his palms turning into sharp claws as he swung them out, flashing with a cold light like steel blades. Qin Fan blasted out a fist and clashed with the sharp claws. Boom! The tiger head demon spun around in the air and landed on the ground and retreated dozens of steps one after another, until he stomped his foot on the wall of the cave, leaving a footprint on it before stabilizing himself. Qin Fan also swung his fist. A tiny gash appeared where it had collided with the sharp claw. Fleeting. This is the first time he's had an injury. You're good. A little stronger than I thought. A rare hint of wariness appeared in Qin Fan's eyes. From the time he contracted a deity until now, not a single demonic beast had been able to break through his defense. This tiger-headed demon can actually. It's worthy of being a four-jacked demonic beast. Human. You are also stronger than those who came to die before. Your meat must taste better than theirs. The tiger head demon licked its scarlet tongue with bloodlust and directly revealed its original body in the next moment. It was a 10-foot-tall giant tiger with white eyes. It pounced on Qin Fan once again, and a strange wind immediately blew in the clearing. The veins on Qin Fan's arms rippled as he slammed his fist out. Bang! Once again, the tiger-headed demon was smashed away, hitting the mountain wall with a dizzying brain. Who the hell is the demon? How could this human's physical strength be so great? The tiger head demon was confused. From the time it descended, several groups of human cultivators came one after another to surround and kill it, using spell skills that landed painlessly on it and ended up turning into its food. But Qin Fan had completely exceeded its expectations. Fake. Must be fake. The tiger head demon snapped itself out of the mountain wall and pounced on Qin Fan once again. I'm sure it's hard to beat. Qin Fan was a little reluctant to kill the tiger head demon. These sandbags aren't easy to find. Roar! The tiger head demon flying in midair opened its bloody mouth and aimed at Qin Fan's head. This bite can directly bite off a person's head. Qin Fan's knees were slightly complete, and when he saw the right moment, he held the two fangs of the tiger head demon in both of his hands, and then threw them towards the ground with force. Bang! The tiger head demon's huge body smashed on the ground. Its internal organs were shaken to the point of raw pain. Not waiting for it to roll over, Qin Fan jumped onto it and pressed its head. What a familiar scene. Not far away. Luo Qianyu noticed Qin Fan's situation here and muttered to himself. Qin Fan slammed his fist down, and the tiger-headed demon's head slammed into the ground. What a hard head. Qin Fan praised and then threw another punch. Knock knock. He threw punch after punch until he had driven an entire massive tiger's head into the dirt. The tiger-head demon's limbs were struggling desperately, finally pulling its head out. It's not even dead? Human. You have completely pissed me off. The tiger-head demon roared angrily. His claws waved in the air. A wind blade coalesced and smashed towards Qin Fan in the sky. The wind blade slammed into Qin Fan's body, making a thumping and crashing sound. Damn. Gotta change again. Qin Fan's whole body was like hanging cloth. He was furious. He went through the wind blades hard and gripped the tiger-head demon's tail. Spin me. The tiger-head demon's huge body was hard yanked in the air and rotated by Qin Fan, who kept scolding. Do you know how strict the river crab great god is now? Depictions below the neck are not given, and you were almost made naked, which is injurious to public morals. Being a demon has to have qualities too. Okay, a BB. The tiger-headed demon was uncertain. It didn't have the energy to think about what Qin Fan's words meant right now, so it was thrown into the air by Qin Fan. The heaven-opening divine axe appeared in Qin Fan's hand at the same time, and he swung it out violently. The brilliant light flashed through the air, splitting the tiger-head demon directly in half. Bang bang! The tiger-head demons that fell from the air scattered must. Qin Fan lightly picked up the fallen spirit stones in Demon Dan. What is it? The ground was bursting with things besides these. Qin Fan picked them up one by one. Level 25 4-jack tiger bone. Can be made into medicine. A great tonic. A grade 25 lower grade spirit weapon. Capable of exploding with notable power when infused with spirit power. Level 25 great restorative pill. You can gain a large amount of experience after taking it. Why does it feel more and more like I'm playing an online game? Killing monsters and dropping all kinds of treasures. Qin Fan muttered. Qin Fan, come help me. Luo Qianyu shouted from a short distance away. She was surrounded by 6 demonic beasts, and although she had killed 3 of them, there was still a level 25 second-jack demonic beast in the remaining 3, which was too much for her to deal with. Yes, Qin Fan responded as the heaven-opening identity flew out of his hand, accurately splitting a demonic beast in half. With him out of the way, the other 2 were easily taken care of. Luo Qianyu sighed in relief and sat on the ground without any image. Almost became food for these demonic beasts. Lucky for you. Here, this is for you. Qin Fan threw that inferior spiritual weapon to Luo Qianyu. No, I can't have it. It's your loot. Luo Qianyu hastily refused. Take it. This stuff doesn't work on me. Qin Fan said indifferently. Although the Kunlun mirror is an ancient divine artifact, you are unable to utilize its power right now, and using it would not be as great as the increase that this inferior spiritual artifact will have on you. Although one could awaken the innate magical weapons of the corresponding deity after contracting the deity, none of them were actually entities, just projections of those magical weapons, including Qin Fan's heaven-opening divine axe as well. They simply couldn't display their power. Qin Fan surmised that in order to bring out these native spells, he would have to be at the very least level 120 after full leveling. Of course, those indentured to weaker deities might not have to. After all, the more powerful a magic weapon was, the harder it was to manifest. Thanks. Luo Qianyu was silent for a moment, no longer pretentious. Chapter 20 First Settlement of the Ranking Gold List. Jiang Xue was mad with jealousy, requesting for follow-up reading. After the tiger-head demon was resolved, Qin Fan and Luo Qianyu returned the same way. When he arrived at the foot of the mountain, he found that the 3 family heads as well as the disciples of his own clan had disappeared, leaving only Luo Shanha and some of the cultivators who had turned their heads to the Luo family. Where are Zhao Wuji and the others? Qin Fan looked around. His surroundings were no different. I let them go. Luo Shanha said. Their 3 families have suffered a great deal this time, and apart from the disciples of their own families, basically all of the other cultivators who have defected to them have all submitted to the Luo family. From today onwards, Jiangchang is the Luo family's call. Luo Shanha was in a great mood, and the more he looked at Qin Fan, the more satisfied he became. Qin Fan, this is all because of your power. Otherwise how could I, Luo Shanha, have defeated them so easily? Let go? Uncle Luo, you're really a great benefactor. Qin Fan was stunned. He thought that a lord like Luo Shanha would cut off the roots and kill all these people. It's just a competition for resources. It's not so decisive, is it? Luo Shanha frowned. It's nothing, I'm just saying. Qin Fan waved his hand. It seems that Luo Shanha's perception has not yet changed. This was no mere resource grab, but a fight to the death. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, whether they were dead or alive had little effect on Qin Fan. It was best not to provoke him. And if they did, at most it would be the work of a few more punches. In the following time, Qin Fan utilized the Luo family's intelligence network and Luo Qianyu to continuously kill the refreshed boss demons. He's also leveling up and riding high on the leveling charts. Monster. What kind of monster is this Qin Fan? Every day when I open my eyes his level changes. It's as hard for me to go up a level as it is to eat. Are body refining deities really this strong? I should have known that I would have contracted a body refining deity as well. It's not the body refining deity that's strong. It's Qin Fan. Look at the rank list. Besides him, how many others are contracted body refining deities? Qin Fan is or is not open. The cultivators of the Dragon Kingdom now watched Qin Fan level up in their daily routine. With him around, Luo Qianyu's leveling up speed wasn't slow. Although it wasn't as perverted as Qin Fan's, it was still always floating in the top 5. Little by little, time passes. As we get closer to the end of the protection period, changes in the world continue to stabilize. During this period of time, cultivators hunted demonic beasts and interacted with each other, and they became more and more comfortable with cultivation and combat. And the world pattern had perfectly transitioned from the age of science and technology to the age of myth. With the exception of a few technological tools such as internet communication, human high technology is almost disappearing into obscurity. It's been a month since the myth came down. Qin Fan sat cross-legged on the bed and meditated and exhaled. The speed at which the Great Peace Heavenly Immortal technique absorbed spiritual energy was so exaggerated that it made Qin Fan wonder for a moment if this thing was some kind of evil demon. He had seen Luo Qianyu cultivate when the surrounding auras were gently absorbed into his body. By the time he got to it, the phrase wailing belonged to politeness. It should be plundering. It was as if Qin Fan was snatching the aura from heaven and earth. A month had passed, and it was also time for the first rank list to settle the rewards. What reward will be given? Qin Fan was quite looking forward to it. At 12 o'clock noon, a magnificent voice resounded in everyone's head. The rank gold list was born 1 month ago, and is now rewarded based on the real-time rankings of the rank list. 100th place, Chile, level 30, rewarded, Dahao Dan *2, 99th. The rank gold list is an incentive to broadcast rewards only to the top 100 people. After all, who doesn't want their name to be known to the world? Fame and fortune. Fame still precedes fortune. After all, based on the current situation, the communication and intercommunication between the various cities was very inconvenient, and the only way to know information about other cultivators was by relying on the level rankings and the voice that appeared uniformly in everyone's head. In this day and age, it's better when the reputation is made. Sound after sound rang out, and the rewards got better and better as they moved up the rankings. Soon, it was the top 10. 10th place, Luo Qianyu, rank 38, awarded, 1 offensive type upper grade spiritual skill, Great Returning Pill *5, southern part of the Dragon Kingdom, Moon City. A woman whose appearance was not similar to Luo Qianyu stood in the courtyard with a cool temperament. A top grade spirit skill? Not bad at all. 1 month is enough time for practitioners to organize the basic common sense about cultivation. For example, the quality ordering of magic treasures, magic weapons, spells, and so on. Generally speaking, no matter what, magic treasures, pills, and techniques were all categorized into 2 major grades, spirit and immortal. It is then subdivided into lower, middle and upper classes. The reason why celestials who contracted golden deities could always be better than others was because the cultivation techniques they awakened were all upper-grade immortal techniques to begin with. Coupled with his own talent, he could certainly be far ahead of the cultivators who had awakened the spiritual laws. But apart from the fact that the higher the level of the cultivation technique, the better, like other spells and aptitudes, pills and magic treasures were not. After all, even if these things were of high quality, it would be for naught if there was no cultivation that could bring them into play. It's not as good as some magic spells that fit their state. So whether it is Luo Qianyu, or Battle Wushuang, these contracted golden deities pride they awakened the corresponding deity's innate magic weapon. But there are already very few people who will use it again, because they were unable to utilize the power of their original magic weapons. They were all acquiring magic weapons suitable for their battles by killing boss demons. The exception is Qin Fan. After all, the heaven-opening divine axe had spent far less time fighting in his hands than as a chopper. Where else could one find a magic treasure harder and sharper than the heaven-opening god's axe? It's not possible. 9th place, 8th place, the voices kept ringing out. The rewards for the top 10 were clearly different from the rewards for the others. Starting with top-grade spirit techniques and pills. It's not fair. These heavenly prides of theirs were already strong, and now they're getting more rewards than us. Crazy. The weak and the strong is supposed to be the law of the world nowadays. And if you're red-eyed, you'll try to find a way to get your own rank up as well. Who is this crazy? Dish just practice more, okay? The major web forums can still be logged in now, but only in their respective cities. In the face of the rewards that kept being handed out, some people went crazy with jealousy and vented their resentment in the forums. Jiang Xue is one of them. At the beginning of the mythic advent, she thought that the 9 heavenly mysteries that she had contracted were powerful even among the deities. Reality hit her hard. In a month's time, she had only barely risen to level 25, and she couldn't even get into the top 100 of the rankings. Not to mention the gap between her and Qin Fan, but Jiang Xue had very little resentment towards Qin Fan, and she transferred all these emotions to Luo Qianyu's head. 5th place, Luo Qianyu, level 41. Awarded, top grade spiritual skill 1000 illusion wind shadow, top grade spiritual artifact glazed rui, great restorative pill *5. Luo Qianyu's reward appeared, and after hearing this information, Jiang Xue's jealousy and resentment value towards Luo Qianyu reached its peak. In her mind, it should all be hers. Chapter 21, Qin Fan's reward. Immortal rank divine power. Immortal rank magic weapon. Immortal realm set. Requesting readings, the Luo family. A gong method appeared in Luo Qianyu's mind. 1000 illusory wind shadows belong to the biased body magic type of Dharma, with a total of 9 layers, and every layer that was broken through could be used to utilize mana to coalesce a doppelganger to confuse and attack the enemy. Cultivating to the 9th level, one could condense 9 doppelgangers, true and false, indistinguishable from the real. There's also this top-grade spiritual weapon, the glazed rui, which can surprisingly increase my spiritual power output by double, and can greatly reduce consumption in battle. Luo Qianyu had a stunning smile on her face. Qin Fan is right. Although the quality of the Kunlun realm is high, it consumes too much mana every time it is activated, and it's easy for the enemy to seize the opportunity in a life and death situation. Shifuyu, congratulations. Luo Shanha saw his daughter's happy face from the side and also revealed a pleased expression. Dad, I can be ranked 5th in the rank list, and it's all because of Qin Fan. Shouldn't you thank him for me? Luo Qianyu pulled Luo Shanha's arm and pampered her. Luo Shanha smiled and said, good, whatever my daughter says. Let me think about how I should thank him. Luo Shanha paused and said, I've seen Qin Fan's strength before. He alone is comparable to a major power, and it seems like there's nothing that the Luo family can hold. It sure seems like it. Luo Qianyu was also a bit bereft. Even the Luo family was now able to become the #1 family in Jiang City, and most of the reason was because of Qin Fan. If, before the mythical era, Luo Shanha could still gift Qin Fan company shares, expensive sports cars, etc. But now, these things are all garbage. Nowadays, the currencies that humans traded with had all become spirit stones, and only ordinary people didn't have access to spirit stones and were still using the previous currency system. And the spirit stones, Qin Fan has killed too many demonic beasts. This thing he is not lacking at all. If that's not possible, how about Dad gives him the Luo family as a bride price? Dad, what are you talking about? Luo Qianyu's face showed a blush. Qin Fan and I are not in the relationship you think. We're just practicing hitchhikers. Really? How is his own daughter Luo Shanha not clear? Luo Qianyu came from a wealthy family. Although she did not have the temper of a young lady, but her vision was definitely not low, and she was very ambitious and ambitious. After the mythic era descended, she contracted golden deities and belonged to a true heavenly pride with her own thoughts and opinions. This was also the reason why she decided to form her own forces even though she was clearly the daughter of the Luo family. A man with an average relationship. Luo Qianyu wouldn't open her mouth every day. Ever since he had known Qin Fan, Luo Shanha had heard this name the most from Luo Qianyu. If Luo Qianyu didn't have a good feeling towards Qin Fan, Luo Shanha definitely didn't believe it. And Qin Fan was also good enough to be able to have such a son-in-law. Luo Shanha was also very relieved. After all, in the mythic era, personal strength was crucial, and Qin Fan was able to protect Luo Qianyu very well. Geez, Dad, you don't have to worry about this. I'll take care of it myself. Luo Qianyu stomped her foot, and a strange emotion grew in her heart. Qin Fan, does he like himself? 4th place, Ji Yen, level 43. 3rd place, Cloth, level 43. 2nd place, Battle Wushuang, level 43. The 3 celestial pride of the contracted 3 pristines seemed to have some kind of karma in the underworld, and their ranks had always remained the same, unable to close the gap. At the same time, the quality of the rewards they received were all the same. A top-grade spiritual skill, a top-grade spiritual baby, as well as 10 great restorative pills. Qin Fan, what reward will you get? On the top floor of a magnificent building, Battle Wushuang stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, staring at the ranking gold list in the air. Ever since Qin Fan had ascended to the top, his position had never moved. This caused a sense of frustration to grow within even Battle Wushuang. Since childhood, he has been the pride of God. At the age of only 25 years old, he created a $10 billion enterprise,
which has the help of the family, but his personal ability is also crucial.
After the Age of Myths descended, he likewise contracted the top gods again.
Battle Wushuang had thought that he was destined to be the protagonist in the spotlight of millions of people,
the one who needed to be looked up to by others.
Little did he realize that one day he would look up to another.
Qin Fan,
I'm really starting to wonder what kind of person you really are.
I'm looking forward to the day in the future when we can meet.
War Wushuang silently whispered in his heart.
First place, Qin Fan. Level, 49. Gained reward, lower grade immortal ranked avatar, hegemony. Lower grade immortal weapon, Rui weapon, imitation. Lower grade immortal rank set, immortal couples set. Great restorative pill *15.
Everyone was waiting for Qin Fan's rewards to be announced, and they all knew that Qin Fan's rewards were bound to exceed any other person's, but it was still a shock after hearing what the reward was.
At this moment,
the Dragon Kingdom boiled over.
Immortal rank rewards? This is too much.
Why are you rewarding immortal ranked treasures?
Or a whole set? I protest. Just from the name,
I can tell that these things are very imposing.
Great God Qin Fan, I want to give you monkeys.
The communication platforms in each city were all talking about Qin Fan. His name was searched countless times,
firmly occupying the hot list of the major platforms.
In the courtyard, Qin Fan carried both his hands behind his back.
Immortal ranked set? With a thought, the immortal couples set emerged and was automatically worn.
What a treasure! The biggest advantage of the immortal couples suit is that it can automatically change its style according to the owner's intention, and wearing it Qin Fan's other clothes can be thrown away.
The bottom line is this. He pops his shirt every time he fights, which is cool, but also humiliating. After all, Qin Fan didn't have much of an exposure fetish.
With the immortal couple kit this trouble is solved.
Immortal ranked magic weapons all possessed the function of automatic repair, as long as they were not completely destroyed at once.
Qin Fan turned the immortal couple's suit into a slightly flabby modern outfit before he went to check out the other rewards.
The Overlord avatar was the exclusive avatar of body refining cultivators, and when used,
it could allow the strength of the physical body to be drastically increased for a certain period of time.
The exact duration and effect will vary depending on the practitioner.
Qin Fan roughly tried it out.
Now that he had activated the Overlord avatar,
his power could be increased by 2 times in the regular state, and the full force outburst was 5 times.
Not bad.
Qin Fan was more satisfied with this effect. His current physical body was already invincible,
and after doubling it, unless an enemy came from heaven,
and this imitation Rui weapon,
Qin Fan summoned it out and played a set in the courtyard. Contracting Sun Wukong, Qin Fan's best weapon was the club, rising to level 49, just one step away from awakening the 5th great ancestral witch avatar. Following the awakening of Zhu Rong and Zhu Mon's 2 ancestral witches' laws abilities,
Qin Fan's level 30 awakening was the ancestral witches' laws of gold,
and his level 40 awakening was the strong Liang ancestral witches' laws of thunder.
And both of these 2 major abilities were a great boost to combat power. The laws of gold in conjunction with Qin Fan's physical strength could explode into greater power, while the laws of lightning allowed Qin Fan to master the means of ultra-large range long-range attacks as well. He was now properly a meat-suit mage, able to resist in fight.
Chapter 22 Luo Qianyu's Invitation. Dragon Phoenix House, request for follow-up reading. Qin Fan, is this your Rui weapon? Luo Qianyu's pleasant voice rang out at the entrance of the courtyard. Qin Fan looked up and froze in place. Today's Luo Qianyu was dressed really beautifully, like a lotus flower.
Hey, what's the holdup?
Luo Qianyu came to Qin Fan's side and said,
you're the only one who has received the immortal rank reward for the ranking.
Can I try your weapon?
Qin Fan returned to his senses and nodded.
Okay. He handed the weapon over. Try it any way you want.
Luo Qianyu took the Rui weapon and her hand unconsciously sank.
So heavy. The Rui weapon, even though it was an imitation, was 3,600 pounds.
This weight was not worth mentioning to Qin Fan, but to a Qi refiner, it was difficult to pick it up without using spiritual energy. Luo Qianyu urged the spiritual energy in his body and barely held the weapon in his hand and waved it a few times.
Sweat seeping out from his forehead. The weight is too much. That's just where it's at.
Qin Fan waved his hand and said, I also have a real weapon that is much more versatile.
It can be as big or as small as you want it to be. It's truly whatever you want it to be. But I can't show you yet. Luo Qianyu's ears turned red after hearing this. Stinky rascal, what are you talking about?
Some indescribable images appeared in Luo Qianyu's mind, and Qin Fan blinked,
also waking up a moment later. Hey, what are you thinking about?
He was talking about the weapon in the Monkey King's hand,
the Rui weapon, which weighed
12,000 pounds. Only now he hadn't fully materialized it,
and usually Qin Fan couldn't use it,
so he had never shown it in front of Luo Qianyu.
What I'm rambling about? It's clearly you who's rambling. Luo Qianyu returned the weapon to Qin Fan, her heart pounding like a deer in headlights. It's so humiliating.
Luo Qianyu's age was 3 years older than Qin Fan's,
and although she hadn't been in love, she wasn't ignorant of anything.
Qin Fan remembered that the people of this world had no understanding of deities and did not know the legend of the great sage of Qi.
He tried to explain, but the more he described it, the worse it got. Forget it. Destroy it.
Qin Fan took his weapon back and followed the Monkey King's example of making it smaller and stuffing it into his ear before he said breathlessly,
"Did you come to me to find another new boss demon?"
"No." Luo Qianyu's pretty face blushed.
"You gained first place in the leveling charts,
and you helped me and the Luo family a lot during the previous practice.
That's why I wanted to take you to dinner, to celebrate you and to thank you."
Luo Qianyu gathered herself and said,
"I wonder if Great God Qin can give a face."
"Where to?"
"Go to the Dragon Phoenix House." Dragon Phoenix House was the best restaurant in Jiangcheng before the myth descended, and after the myth descended,
the owner just happened to contract the god of Vesta, which didn't improve his combat power much, but it made his culinary skills go to the next level.
"Good." Qin Fan nodded.
The path of cultivation also requires a combination of work and rest. Ever since the mythic advent, he had been cultivating and fighting almost every day,
and it was nice to relax for once in a while. The level leaderboard settlement has been completed.
In addition to the top 100 ranked people receiving additional rewards, the rest of the cultivators were also rewarded with guaranteed spirit stones based on their rank.
Lin Son's level was 20, and he got
1,000 lower grade spirit stones.
After receiving the reward, Lin Song couldn't wait to find Jiang Xue.
"Snowy, I got 1,000 spirit stones.
Didn't you say before that you wanted to go to Dragon Phoenix House to have a demonic beast feast once?
I'll treat you."
The blood and flesh of demonic beasts contained a large amount of spiritual qi,
which was also helpful for cultivation after consumption.
In the entire Jiang city,
only Dragon Phoenix House could manage to maintain the spiritual qi contained in the blood and flesh of demonic beasts while still making it very delicious. It was also for this reason that a single trip to the Dragon Phoenix House guaranteed to cost 1,000 spirit stones.
Lin Song was a rich second generation before, but after the aura revival he wasn't much different from other cultivators, and it was this ranking list reward that made him have a broad hand. At the beginning of the mythic advent,
Jiang Xue hesitantly founded the so-called Heavenly Court and gathered a large number of followers around him, but a month had passed, and these people had long since left. After all, they were following Jiang Xue for a better cultivation future for themselves, but Jiang Xue simply didn't have the strength to give them shelter.
They weren't lickspittles like Lin Song either, and without benefits,
they naturally all dispersed.
Jiang Xue's Heavenly Court had also become a joke, but in front of Lin Song,
Jiang Xue still maintained that condescending attitude.
"All right."
Even though inwardly she also wanted to go to the Dragon and Phoenix House very much,
she still pretended to be reluctant to maintain decency. Seeing Jiang Xue agreeing,
Lin Song was incredibly excited.
The two came to quickly arrived at Dragon Phoenix House. Once inside, a waiter came to them. "Welcome both of you to Dragon Phoenix House."
The waiter had a very humble attitude and led them to an empty seat.
Handing over the menu, "You two see what you want to eat. Yuki, feel free to order."
Lin Song acted very generously. Only when he received the menu, his face instantly turned ugly.
"Why is it so expensive?
A serving of the cheapest steamed demon beast meat would cost 500 spirit stones,
not to mention the others. This customer, all of our ingredients at Dragon Phoenix House are chosen from the freshest demonic beasts,
and they retain all of their spiritual energy after cooking, so the price is naturally slightly more expensive."
The waiter smiled on the surface, but in reality,
he was very contemptuous on the inside. "If you think it's much more expensive,
you can go to the Dragon Phoenix stall across the street,
where they only charge 50 spirit stones for a beast kebab."
"What do you mean by that?
Are you looking down on this young master?" Lin Song still has the arrogance of the rich second generation in his bones, and when he heard the waiter say this, his face was not able to hang on, and he slammed the table and stood up.
The waiter smiled apologetically. "You're mistaken. I'm just telling the truth."
Jiang Xue's face was also very ugly.
"Lin Song, what are you doing?" "Snowy, don't misunderstand. It's just one meal. How could I not afford it?"
Lin Song gritted his teeth and said,
"Order whatever you want."
Only then did Jiang Xue's expression slow down a little.
"Give me a copy of."
Jiang Xue looked at the menu and ordered several dishes.
Lin Song gulped at the side. "Xiao Xue, we can't finish it even if we order so much, right?"
Jiang Xue ordered a random dish to be a few hundred spirit stones at the bottom.
Lin Song calculated,
even if he saved before the spirit stones are added may not be enough.
"Lin Song, if you don't want to treat me just say so. I just ordered a few dishes and you're reluctant. Just like that. Who are you to say you like me?"
Lin Song said awkwardly.
"Snow, I didn't mean that." "Both customers, do you still want the food you just ordered?" After the opening of Dragon Phoenix House, there were many people like Lin Song,
who obviously didn't have a few spirit stones but still pretended to be big spenders,
and the waiter wasn't accustomed to them. This store doesn't support credit.
His words were like a loud slap in Lin Song's face.
What words? What words are you talking about? Get your boss.
Qin Fan and Luo Qianyu had just arrived at the Dragon Phoenix house when they heard the noise in the hall.
He took a look at it and was instantly amused. An acquaintance. Chapter 23, using my power to pretend to be with me? Is that woman you tied up? Luo Qianyu also had an impression of Jiang Xue. After all,
she and Jiang Xue almost fought outside Qin Fan's house last time.
It's easy to get the wrong idea when you say that.
Qin Fan coughed lightly and said, she looks like she's in trouble.
Aren't you going to go up and relieve her? Luo Qianyu snickered. After all, people can run to your house to offer themselves. None of my business. Qin Fan bristled. He had no feelings for Jiang Xue.
Didn't you say that Dragon Phoenix house is your family's property?
How come no one greeted Missy when she came?
I've already talked to Boss Du before I came and asked him to prepare the ingredients in advance. Since the last time when the three great families of Jiang City had suffered a great loss of strength, the Luo family had practically taken control of Jiang City, and the owner of Longfeng House, Du Zhe, had also chosen to join the Luo family. As he spoke, a large-bellied figure walked over. He frowned when he saw the two noisy Jiang Xue and Lin Song in the hall.
What's going on?
Boss, you're finally here. The waiter told the story and explained. I just talked to them about the rules of this store and these two customers broke their defenses.
Breaking defense? Who broke defense? Lin Song was annoyed.
The first time he saw Du Zhe, a smile appeared on his face.
Uncle Du, it's me. I'm Lin Song, do you remember? Rinzan? Who is it? Dozer-eyed Lin Song suspiciously. My father is Lin Hu. Have you forgotten? Before the myth revival, my family was the aquatic supplier for Dragon Phoenix House. Lin Hu? Dozer probably thought about it.
Before, there was indeed such a person underneath Dragon Phoenix House, specializing in supplying him with aquatic products. At first, in order to take the supplier quota of Longfeng House, Lin Hu asked him to eat several times through his connections and sent a lot of gifts.
However, after the myth descended, Du Zhe contracted the kitchen god, and all the ingredients of the Dragon and Phoenix House were replaced with demonic beasts, while Lin Hu contracted the white deity,
and simply didn't have the strength to supply the Dragon and Phoenix House anymore, so he also lost his supplier's slot.
So it's Xiao Song. Let's do it this way. Let's take this matter today as a misunderstanding, and this time,
all of your spending at Dragon Phoenix House will be free of charge,
Du Zhe casually said to the waiter. Missy is coming over later,
so take care of this.
Yes, boss.
Hearing that the bill was waived, Lin Song's face was overjoyed and his waist was straightened.
Snowy, did you hear that? Uncle Du said we're free today.
Just after the words were said, Lin Song saw Qin Fan in the doorway, and Jiang Xue saw it as well.
Why is he here too?
Seeing that Jiang Xue's gaze was always on Qin Fan, Lin Song hated him so much that he walked up to Qin Fan and said in a conspiratorial manner,
Qin Fan, you've come to eat at Dragon Phoenix House too. What's barking in your ear?
Qin Fan picked at his ears.
What bad luck?
Lin Song was getting more and more irritated by Qin Fan's anger.
Qin Fan, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have a high level.
Lin Song coldly grunted.
Level 120 is a full level. Even if you have a high level now, it's only temporary. When I reach level 120 as well, with my contracted Wudu Xingjuan, my strength will definitely be stronger than yours.
Yes?
Qin Fan's face was expressionless. I don't know if you'll be stronger than me, but one thing, if you still dare to bark in front of me now, I'll make sure that you won't be able to see the sun tomorrow.
Lin Song's heart trembled, but when he thought of his relationship with Du Zhe,
he hardened again. Qin Fan, this is Zhang Chang. It's Dragon Phoenix House. How dare you spill your guts here? I can know the owner of Dragon Phoenix House. I eat here for free. And Uncle Du, he's also a member of the Luo family. And then what? The Luo family is the actual controller of Jiang City. If you dare to make trouble here, it's the same as slapping the Luo family's face. Even if you're number 1 on the rank list, can you still fight against the entire Luo family alone?
Lin Song foxed and forced himself to salvage respect in front of Jiang Xue.
Qin Fan was a bit amused. Luo family has today relies on him.
Lin Song actually borrowed the Luo family's power to and pretend with himself. How awful. Qin Fan had a mocking look on his face.
Xian Yu, so the Luo family is so powerful.
If I beat him to death here, your dad isn't going to issue a warrant for me, is he?
What nonsense.
Before I came here my father said, if you are willing to. Luo Qianyu swallowed back in the middle of her words. Luo Shan has said that the entire Luo family could be used as a bride price to Qin Fan, but she was after all a girl with a thin skin, and she said it in public as if she was rushing to backstab Qin Fan.
Say what? Nothing. Luo Qianyu straightened his face. Not far away, Duzhe also saw Qin Fan and Luo Qianyu. He recognized Luo Qianyu's identity at a glance and hurriedly jogged all the way over. Missy, you're here. I've just prepared the ingredients for you, and I haven't had a chance to greet you yet, so please don't be offended. No harm done. Luo Qianyu didn't have the slightest shelf. Boss do. I just heard him say that he's related to you, and that all meals here are free? Duzhe awkwardly said. His father and I had some friendship before, but he dared to be rude to you. Missy, I'll kick him out right now. Duzhe made a wink, and the security guard at the door immediately came over, about to drive Linsong and Jiang Xue out. Qin Fan. I was wrong. Jiang Xue could no longer hold back at this point. Being kicked out in public. How could she still be a person in Jiangcheng in the future? She looked at Qin Fan pitifully. It was my fault before. I already know it's wrong. Forgive me, I can be your girlfriend, and I'll let you have the position of the Heavenly Court Lord. If you're still not relieved, I can kneel down and apologize to you in front of everyone. There's no need. Qin Fan really couldn't figure out how he could run into Jiang Xue everywhere he went. It was really a bummer. Shifuyu, let's go to the private room. With a character like Jiang Xue, Qin Fan was not even interested in retaliating against her. Mr. Qin, Missy, this way please, the private room is ready for you. Duzhe was very eye-catching and led Qin Fan and Luo Qianyu towards the private room, while Jiang Xue and Linsong were driven out of Dragon Phoenix House by two security guards with strong hardness and pulled into the blacklist. Can't tell. That Jiang Xue is still infatuated with you. What? Jealous? Qin Fan flirted. I'm not that bored. Luo Qianyu hummed arrogantly. By the way, I just heard her say something about heaven. What's going on? Qin Fan shrugged indifferently and briefly told what happened between him and Jiang Xue. Luo Qianyu then realized. At the beginning of the mythic descent, there were indeed many people who wanted to establish forces and achieve something in this era. But a lot of people's strengths don't match their ambitions, and they end up being jokes. But Qin Fan, you're not like them. When are you going to officially establish your own force? Wait a little longer. Qin Fan was in no hurry on this matter. The protection period has not passed yet, and many cultivators have not fully adapted to this era. I'll consider formalizing it after the protection period has passed. This matter Qin Fan already had a preliminary plan. While the two of them were talking, Duzhe brought up the first dish, and an appetizing smell filled the private room. Chapter 24, Demonic Beast Frenzy Attacks. Hunting begins. Requesting for readings, the two of them ate and chatted in the private room. Qin Fan was full of praise. Boss Du's cooking skills are really first class. These demonic beasts were not only made by him with delicate taste, but he was even able to preserve the spiritual qi contained in them. It's no wonder that Dragon Phoenix House is the largest restaurant in Jiangcheng. Qin Fan picked up a piece of iron-armored black bear's meat and put it into his mouth. I seem to remember that I roasted the meat of an iron-armored black bear for you when the two of us first met. The edible flavor and effect is nothing compared to this. I think the meat you roasted is much more delicious than what Boss Du made. Luo Qianyu also recalled the scene where she and Qin Fan had just met, and the corner of her mouth hooked up into a smile. What did you say? Qin Fan lowered his head to show off his rice and didn't hear it. His current food intake was astonishingly large. Eating a cow in one meal was not an exaggeration at all. Alchemists had a great need for blood qi. Even if they were full, they could store the excess qi and blood in their muscle cells without any effect on their stature. I say it's delicious. Can we eat here more often from now on? Luo Qianyu sometimes wondered if Qin Fan really didn't hear it, or if he was deliberately playing dumb. Aha, you're right. Qin Fan gave a thumbs up. In the future, all the corpses of the hunted demons will be sent to Longfeng House, so that Boss Du can make them for us. Us? What did Qin Fan just say about us? Two simple words made the small emotions in Luo Qianyu's heart immediately dissipate again. Coming out of the Dragon Phoenix House, Qin Fan and Luo Qianyu parted ways. For the next few days, the two of them were still teaming up together to practice, relying on the Luo family's intelligence network. Once a demonic boss appeared within 100 kilometers of Jiangcheng, Qin Fan and Luo Qianyu would arrive as promised and kill it. However, as time passed, the number of demonic bosses gradually decreased, and Qin Fan's speed of upgrading slowed down. But even so, Qin Fan still dominated the first place in the rankings. 2 months passed in a flash. Qin Fan's level increased from 49 to 71. He had already awakened 7 of the 12 ancestral witches' abilities, the law of fire of Zhu Rong respectively, the water laws of the common witch, the Jumong ancestors' law of wood, the golden law of the matriarchal witch, the laws of thunder of strong Liang Zuwu, the law of wind of the ancestral witch of Tianwu, the electricity laws of the Shizi ancestor. For every ancestral witch's ability that was awakened, Qin Fan's physical body strength would also be enhanced by an additional point. And it was rather unfortunate that the awakened ability could not appear at Qin Fan's whim.
the strongest few abilities of the 12 ancestral witches had been slow to awaken.
For example, Di Zhang's spatial law power was what Qin Fan wanted the most. However, he wasn't in a hurry.
In 3 months' time he had already risen to level 71, and at this rate, he would end up having another half a year before he could rise to the full level of 120. At that time, he would be able to awaken to inherit all the divine abilities of the great god Pangu.
On top of that,
Qin Fan had also gained other spell aptitudes.
For example, the Law of Heaven. This divine ability, one of the most powerful divine abilities of a body refiner, belonged to the ultimate advanced version of the bastard body. The perversity of Fatian D was that there was no upper limit to how much it could raise one's power. How much your own strength can support you to become. You will have the corresponding strength. The reason that great god Pangu was able to open up chaos back then was because his Law of the Heavens divine ability was able to grow indefinitely. There was also the Sun Liukon's out-of-body aptitude,
the somersault cloud, which was of no small use to Qin Fan. In addition to the various abilities awakened by his own leveling up, Qin Fan was also once again rewarded with 2 first-place rankings. All of the original lower-grade Immortal ranked magic weapons had become middle-grade, and the Rui weapon had also been upgraded, from 3,600 pounds to 7,200 pounds. Just as 3 months of time passed, a voice once again resounded in everyone's minds. The 3-month protection period has passed,
and in that time,
I'm sure you've all adapted to today's times,
so please formally welcome the coming of the Mythic Age. The protective formations of the major cities will completely disappear in 1 hour,
and after losing the protection of the formations,
each city will always face the attacks and threats of demonic beasts, and in the time to come, the world will be transformed once again, and the cave heaven and the immortal dojo will come out one after another,
in order for everyone to better realize the cruelty of the mythic era.
In 1 hour the formation will disappear and every city will face a wave of demonic beasts.
This demonic beast frenzy will adjust the descent based on each city's overall strength,
and a beast frenzy kill list will appear.
Each city's beast-tied kill list is independently ranked,
and the cultivators who enter the top 10 will receive a token,
and the forces created by those who possess the token will be recognized to enter the subsequently open force rankings.
There will also be an overall kill list.
Cultivators in the top 10 of this list will be given the opportunity to enter the secret realm once,
and completing the secret realm test will result in an unimaginable reward.
Please pay attention to all cultivators to protect the ordinary people of the city even in the midst of the demonic beast frenzy. Once the battle loss ratio of the ordinary people reaches a critical point,
the entire city will be wiped out outright, including everyone who survived.
After the voice disappeared, the formations that had originally shrouded the cities above began to weaken continuously,
and a huge black swirling channel appeared above the cities.
A haunting aura emanated from the swirling passage.
Qin Fan, where are you now?
Luo Qianyu contacted Qin Fan. I don't know what the demonic beast frenzy will be like this time.
Do you have any good ideas?
Qin Fan's face was grave.
Qianyu,
notify your father and ask him to gather all the cultivators in Jiangchang on the major internet forums.
This demonic beast frenzy isn't a challenge faced by any one cultivator alone. All of us are now one. The demonic beast frenzy was not scary. Qin Fan was confident that he could survive even if everyone died.
The key was to also protect the people in the city from too many casualties,
which meant that the cultivators had to keep the wave of demonic beasts outside the city and not allow them to enter the city.
I understand.
Luo Qianyu relayed Qin Fan's meaning to Luo Shanhe, and after the other party heard it, he immediately launched into action.
Under Luo Shanhe's call, the cultivators of Jiangcheng began to gather towards the vortex passage. They also all understood that there was no way for any cultivator to stay out of this demonic beast frenzy.
Soon, more and more cultivators gathered. However, everyone's attention was cast in one direction.
Qin Fan stood on the somersault cloud and allowed the eyes of the cultivators to fall on his body. With his hands behind his back, he looked up at the vortex channel, his magnificent figure making the cultivators and people below feel at ease. Before this, everyone would have been jealous and red-eyed towards Qin Fan, but at this moment, they were very glad that Qin Fan existed. After all, he was the #1 cultivator nowadays,
and with him around, the probability of preserving Jiangcheng would be higher. An hour passed in the blink of an eye.
The vortex passage began to rotate.
Densely packed demonic beasts appeared from the passage,
and the atmosphere between heaven and earth became incomparably tense at this moment.
The hunt, it's on.
Qin Fan clenched his hand with one hand, and the Rui weapon appeared in his hand. Chapter 25, The Thunder of Destruction.
A city wiped out. Requesting to be read.
Qin Fan took the lead. The somersault cloud moved with his thoughts and carried him into the group of demonic beasts.
Open. With one blast of the rod, the torrent of demonic beasts was knocked out of a vacuum. Is this the power of a cultivator?
That's awesome.
This person I heard is Qin Fan, who is #1 in the rankings.
Before the arrival of the demonic beasts, Luo Qianyu made sufficient preparations and had people turn on the live broadcast on the city walls. The ordinary people of Jiangchang were also nervously following the battle between the cultivators and the demonic beasts at the moment. After all, this demonic beast frenzy was about the safety of the entire city. And if the cultivators couldn't withstand it, the ordinary people wouldn't be able to survive. The demonic beasts don't seem to be as scary as the legends. They are just a bit bigger and meaner looking. Upstairs is the cutie. Is it? It's not that the demonic beasts aren't scary. It's that Qin Fan is too strong. That's right. Look at the other cultivators. They don't face demonic beasts so easily. Will a demonic beast break through the defenses and rush into the city? One can only pray that the practitioners can block it. Outside the city, the cultivators were fighting the demonic beasts, and the people inside the city were silently paying attention. Such a situation played out in all the cities of the Dragon Kingdom. The prompting voice only told them that they must not allow the people's battle damage to reach a critical point, but the exact value was not specified. Who knows how this tipping point is calculated? So it's just a matter of keeping as much damage out of the general population as possible. For a time, all of the barriers that had appeared between cultivators and ordinary people had faded quite a bit due to this demonic beast frenzy. Outside the city of Jiangcheng, the demonic beasts seemed to be endless, constantly appearing from the vortex passage. These demonic beasts were not of a high level, generally around level 20. Now that the average level of the overall cultivators in the Dragon Kingdom had reached level 40, facing the first wave of demonic beast wave attacks wouldn't be too much pressure. There was even a snicker in the hearts of many cultivators. The amount of spirit stones dropped by the death of a large number of demonic beasts was also very considerable. On normal days, it was difficult for cultivators with low levels and weak strength to find a suitable place to kill demonic beasts to practice, and now the ground was full of spirit stones. If they could survive this demonic beast frenzy, their rank strength would inevitably take a qualitative leap as well. The attack of the first wave of demonic beast frenzy gradually weakened. A large number of demonic beast corpses were piled up on the ground, and blood poured out, forming a stream. After the last demonic beast was killed, Qin Fan's voice came from the sky. All cultivators rest in place. Uncle Luo, arrange for people to collect the spirit stones on the ground and then uniformly distribute them to everyone. Qin Fan commanded it without ceremony. Yes, Luo Qianyu answered and arranged for people to move. However, after Qin Fan finished his words, many of the cultivators didn't listen to him at all, and instead began to frantically grab the spirit stones on the ground, and some of them even fought over it. There weren't many chances to pick up spirit stones on the ground like this, and the greed of human nature made it impossible for them to hold back the temptation. When Qin Fan saw this, his face turned cold and he directly threw out a punch. A large hole was blasted out near those who were scrambling for the spirit stones, scaring them so much that they stood still and trembled. That's the first time. And if anyone else doesn't listen to the command again, the old man's fist will land on him. Qin Fan's voice rolled out. At this moment, everyone was silenced and the greed within them dissipated. Natural-born leaders. Luo Qianyu sighed inwardly from the side while giving orders to the Luo family disciples. Anyone who dares to conceal one of the spirit stones when collecting them will be killed without pardon. Above River City, a huge beast-tied kill list hung overhead. The one in first place was none other than Qin Fan. The number of demonic beasts he killed was 100 times that of the second place, but Qin Fan did not care about it and just looked at the swirling passageway. Qin Fan, what are you thinking? Luo Qianyu came to his side. I'm wondering how many waves there will be in this demonic beast frenzy, how long it will last, and what kind of demonic monsters will appear behind it. What are you afraid of? With you in Jiangchang, no matter how powerful the demonic beasts appear, they are not enough to fear. Luo Qianyu was now Qin Fan's brainwashed fan and had a fanatical confidence in him. It's because of me that I'm worried. Qin Fan let out a bitter smile. The beast tide will descend demonic beasts based on the combined strength of a city's cultivators. I'm level 71 nowadays, and most of the cultivators in River City are just at level 40 to 50. I'm worried that a swarm of level 60 or higher demonic beasts will appear, so that Jiangcheng's cultivators will have no way to deal with them. Luo Qianyu's face also changed. Her level wasn't low either. 64, not as high as Qin Fan, but much higher than other cultivators as well. It shouldn't be just the highest rank. Hard to say. Qin Fan took a deep breath. But I already have a preliminary idea. If this really happens, it can only be done that way. What do you want you to do? Qin Fan's gaze turned cold. Charge into the vortex channel and block the spring. No, it's too dangerous. I'm coming with you. Luo Qianyu spoke without even thinking. You're going along with something that sends you to your death? Qin Fan said breathlessly. And it won't necessarily come to this. It's better to deal with the beast tide outside now. The vortex passage had turned again, and new demonic beasts began to appear inside. All hands on deck, Qin Fan ordered.
and the cultivators on the ground stood poised. Jiang Xue because of Qin Fan. His strength was enough to suppress all of them. Under his unified scheduling order, the Jiang Xue cultivators got a good rest time in the short gap. Facing the second wave of level 30 demonic beasts, they didn't seem to be much of a struggle to deal with them. But many cities in the Dragon Kingdom have now begun to experience a crisis of extinction. In the face of such a large demonic beast frenzy, a unified command was very necessary. Many small cities, everyone's level strength is not much different. In the defense of the demonic beast frenzy appears to be extraordinarily chaotic scattered, each fighting on their own. So not only there is no way to quickly kill the demonic beasts, but also let their own side of the cultivator to appear a large number of losses. All the vortex passages had a uniform time for the appearance of each wave of beast tide, so these cities often had to face stronger beast tides before the first wave could be resolved. It puts more and more pressure on them, with holes in the defense. The demonic beasts broke through the cultivators and rushed into the middle of the city, massacring the common people. Once this happens, it's like a dam collapsing in one fell swoop. In the face of ferocious demonic beasts, the ordinary people simply did not have the slightest means of defense, and could only passively wait until death came. Black Elm City. The deaths of the people exceeded 100,000, reaching the critical point of battle damage. The remaining ordinary people of Black Elm will be moved to the nearest city. Black Elm City is about to meet its destruction, and all cultivators will be obliterated. Right at this moment, a grand voice appeared in the heavens and earth, followed by the appearance of a calamity cloud covering the entire city above Black Elm City. Rumble. Countless world-destroying thunderbolts descended, razing Black Elm City to the ground in an instant. The scene was transmitted to everyone's mind by a great power. No way. For real? Chapter 26. One man was once a million teachers. I know of Black Elm City. I've traveled there before Mythos descended. The city isn't big but it has a population of millions. At that rate, what is the critical point of the battle damage ratio of a few hundredths of a percent? Just the death of 100,000 ordinary people caused heaven's punishment. So many cultivators directly erased and exterminated? On what grounds? Is the life of us cultivators no better than these ordinary people? In an instant, all cultivators seem to have been put in invisible shackles. After the indentured deities became cultivators, the mentality of many had actually changed, and they considered themselves superior and beyond mortals. They even regarded ordinary people as pigs and dogs, and if it wasn't for the rules of the protection period, they would even go after ordinary people with impunity. But now the presence in the underworld had awakened them, and in his eyes the cultivators had no more weight than ordinary people. The demonic beast frenzy came, and he never sent down any information stating how much cultivator attrition would be descending protective measures. Rather, the heavenly punishment descended so dryly that it didn't give the cultivator any time to react at all. This also caused the remaining cultivators to develop a sense of awe, not daring to view ordinary as an existence that could be killed at will. Qin Fan vaguely understood his meaning. No matter what, these ordinary people are the foundation. Continue killing the demonic beasts. Don't get distracted. If you allow demonic beasts to enter River City, you will not end up better off than the cultivators of Black Elm City. Qin Fan reminded aloud, his voice like thunder. The cultivators of Jiangchang returned to their senses and remained silent, only fighting the demonic beasts harder. The second wave of demonic beasts was perfectly defended down, and after a simple rest was the third and fourth wave. The level of the wave of demonic beasts had reached level 50. Starting from the fourth wave of demonic beasts, the cultivators in each city began to experience a large number of casualties. This level of demonic beasts had already exceeded the average strength of the current cultivators. In the process, several more cities appeared to be obliterated, while the general population was moved to the remaining cities. At this rate, when will it end? One more wave of beasts and we won't be able to hold out much longer. Damn it! I don't want to be erased. Why? Why should we take that risk? Many cultivators collapsed under the immense pressure and fell into madness. Some even stormed right into the city and began to prey on the common people. It's all because of you losers, who can't contract deities or fight demonic beasts, that we're going to be wiped out. Before I die, I will kill you all. There were few practitioners who were so crazy. Some were stopped, while others went after the common people. However, right after they killed the common people, a heavenly thunderbolt appeared to split on them with precision, and they didn't even have a chance to resist. Directly going up in smoke. Qualified cultivators, in addition to talent, must also possess a state of mind that matches it. If not, they will only degenerate into demons. Is he sifting? River City does not appear to be such an extreme case. On the contrary, because of Qin Fan's formidable combat power, the wave of demonic beasts did not cause any injuries or casualties to the cultivators. Qin Fan, if the fifth wave of demonic beasts is level 60, then we may only be able to defend the last round again as well. Luo Qianyu came before Qin Fan,
his face incomparably grave. He had gotten word that many of the cities in the Dragon Kingdom were in worse shape than they were right now, and some of the cities with contracted golden deities were in better shape.
Don't worry, I'm here. Qin Fan nodded. This was a situation he had expected and prepared for. The fifth wave of demonic beasts is here. In the swirling passage, a demonic beast appeared, and its level had indeed reached level 60. However, relatively speaking, the number was less than the previous demonic beasts, allowing the cultivators to not despair. Nonetheless, at the beginning of the battle, it was a one-sided affair. No, if this keeps up, a demonic beast is going to charge into the city. Luo Qianyu's eyes were red. He wasn't very strong, relying on his equipment to barely have the ability to resist the onslaught of the beasts. Luo Qianyu was still like this, let alone those unusual cultivators. Seeing this, Qin Fan killed a demon in human form with a stick and stepped on his somersault clouds to the middle of the battlefield. A sea of flowers descends. He took a deep breath, and countless trees grew and blossomed crazily under his divine ability. The wind comes, the gusts of wind howled, and the pollen was blown away, landing on the cultivators and demonic beasts. Life transformation. Qin Fan's gaze was fixed. The Jumongwood ancestor's ability was catalyzed to the extreme, constantly absorbing the life force of demonic beasts through the pollen and then transferring it to the cultivator. I've recovered from my injuries, feeling instantly energized. Ha ha ha, I can still hit 20. One by one. The cultivators were surprised to find that they seemed to have endless power in general, but instead, the demonic beasts one by one became sluggish in their actions, and their skins that were originally extremely difficult to break through were also brittle like a piece of paper. Strike with all your might while you can. Qin Fan maintained the sea of flowers descending, constantly increasing for the cultivators. King City. Battle Wuxuan was drenched in blood as he charged through the middle of the demonic beasts. No, it can't go on like this. Otherwise the demonic beasts will definitely break through the defense line. War Wuxuan was silent for a moment and flew into the air with his imperial sword. All the celestials in Jing City who have contracted golden deities, lend me your power. Upon hearing War Wuxuan's voice, some of the celestial pride from various parts of the battlefield looked up. Without much explanation, War Wuxuan directly condensed 4 immortal swords. The Immortal Execution Sword, the Immortal Killing Sword, the Immortal Trapping Sword, and the Absolute Immortal Sword. Once the 4 immortal swords came out, Battle Wuxuan's face turned pale. With his current level 66, it was a great exertion to activate 4 immortal swords at the same time, but it was his turn to hesitate when it came down to it. The 4 swords flew towards the 4 directions of the battlefield before a large formation appeared out of nowhere. Immortal Execution Formation, rise, War Wuxuan bellowed, and a formation diagram appeared in the center of the formation. Warrior Sky was the first to react. Big brother, I'll help you. He stepped on a gourd and flew to the back of Battle Wuxuan and put his spirit energy into him. The brightness of the formation was 1 part brighter at this moment. The rest of the celestial pride also instantly understood Battle Wuxuan's intentions, and like Battle Heaven, they lent their spiritual energy to Battle Wuxuan. The Immortal Execution Formation was empowered by all the great celestial pride, and a flying sword of aura appeared, constantly striking down the demonic beasts in the formation. Touring the city, Ji Yan likewise stepped forward. From the top of his head, a golden lotus flower appeared. This is one of the avatars of the first Heavenly Father, the 10,000 rating golden lotus. It was only that he alone could not make the golden lotus bloom in every corner of the battlefield. Again with the help of countless cultivators, overseas island groups, the cloth-clad boy held a duster and had a bitter face. I'm really suffering from old age. He had been practicing on the island since he indentured Tai Shan Lao Jun, and when the beast tide came, the dozen or so connected islands in the vicinity regarded as a city, there were very few cultivators on the island. All of them were ordinary people, and it was almost as if they were relying on Bai to fend off the beast tide attacks all by himself. Fortunately, the islands faced a small number of demonic beasts, and Bai was barely able to withstand them by laying down an 8 trigrams formation on one of the islands. At the critical moment, the celestials of the contracted golden deities in one city all stepped forward and cast divine spells to fend off the demonic beast frenzy, but none of them could revitalize the entire battlefield with their own strength like Qin Fan. Chapter 27, Qin Fan's Choice. Suppressing demonic beasts without you all the same. Requesting for chase reading monthly tickets. Is this the difference between a body refiner and a chi refiner? Luo Qianyu catalyzed Lili Ruyan to manifest dozens of spiritual power threads and cut a black-horned demonic beast before looking up at Qin Fan on the somersault cloud. No, it's not right. This is the gap between Qin Fan and us. Among the tens of thousands of cultivators in Zhangchang, body refiners also occupied 1/10 of them. However, they had a single means compared to Qin Fan, and did not show any other special means. Suddenly, a sentence appeared in Luo Qianyu's mind. One man was once the teacher of 1,000,000. Luo Qianyu even had a feeling. If there wasn't this restriction of the common people's battle damage ratio, Qin Fan alone would have been able to fend off the entire wave of demonic beasts. The loss caused by the previous battle was replenished by a large amount of life energy. Luo Qianyu's fatigue was swept away as she muttered and muttered, "Pervert." Then it was time to devote its energies to the fight once again. With Qin Fan's buff increase, the Jiangxue cultivators went down like a mountain tiger and once again resisted the beast tide. The first demonic beast frenzy attack is over. After the last demonic beast died, a grandiose voice appeared in the crowd's minds. At the sound of this voice, everyone's spirits lifted. Some cultivators lay on the ground without regard for their image, gasping for air. Is it finally over? They looked up at the sky with a sense of celebration after the robbery. Pop-ups were constantly flying through the live streams of the major platforms. It's over. The beast tide is finally over. Survived. The top 10 ranked people will get power tokens. When they form a power, I must join and seek refuge. Will Great God Qin Fan establish a force? I wonder if I'm qualified to join in. Thanks to Great God Qin Fan. If it weren't for him, there's no way we could have carried through the beast tide, regardless of whether it was an ordinary person or a cultivator. At this moment, they all deeply realized Qin Fan's power, and at the same time, they all had the thought of joining Qin Fan's forces. Just then, the voice continued. Although the demonic beast frenzy's attack on the cities is over, the cultivator who ranks first on the beast tide kill list in each city still has one more chance to choose. You can choose to let the beast tide continue to descend. Every time you resist a wave of beast tide attacks, the aura density of your city will increase by 10%, and the cultivator who makes the choice will receive a large amount of experience as well as an additional special reward once. Likewise, if you can't resist, you will still face the result of being erased. After all the city selections are over, teleportation arrays will appear between the major cities, and cultivators will be able to freely travel to and from each city, while ordinary people can also consume spirit stones to use the arrays to teleport to other places. What? There's still an option to let the beast tide continue to attack? Crazy. Don't ever choose to continue. The last wave of beasts almost rushed into the city. Another wave will definitely not be able to stop it. But if we can block it, we'll gain too. In the face of this prompt, the vast majority of cultivators were unwilling to experience another beast tide. Instead, the people of the city had some expectations within themselves. Spiritual energy in the city, if it became dense, would be beneficial to ordinary people as well. Living in this environment for a long period of time would strengthen their bodies, free of disease and disaster, and with luck they would awaken their cultivation talents. For a while, the mentality of the cultivators and ordinary people shifted instead. Everyone looks to the people at the top of the leaderboard, whose choices determine the fate of a city. King City. Stumbling appeared on Battle Wuxuan's brash face. Big brother, you must be cautious. The cultivators of Jing City have reached their limits, Warrior Sky said in a deep voice. And War Wuxuan was ultimately sighing and chose no. He wasn't confident that he could really hold back the next wave of beasts either. Touring the city, Ji Yan also chose no. He didn't really care about the outcome of what the others would have. It was the extra special rewards that got him going. But thinking about the result of failure, Ji Yan eventually reason prevailed. The rest of the city's first place finishers all made the same choice. After all, they were all aware that no matter how rich his rewards were, it was all empty talk without a life to use them. I don't think anyone will choose to continue. Everyone was born with this thought. The gazes of the Jiangxue cultivators were also placed on Qin Fan's body. Qin Fan, what is your choice? Luo Qianyu asked everyone's heart. The next wave of beast tide, the level should be level 70. Based on the pattern of the number of demonic beasts in just each wave, the level 70 demonic beasts should be around 1,000. If I were to face these demonic beasts alone, with the recovery ability of the Jurassic Ancestral Witch, I could completely kill them all if time allowed. But it should be hard for other cultivators to resist. Qin Fan was also a bit hesitant for a while. Qin Fan, you can't choose yes, or else you'll be harming all of us. A voice rang out abruptly from below. It's Rinzin. During the demonic beast frenzy, he had been hiding behind other cultivators to fish in troubled waters and had secretly collected quite a few spirit stones. Lin Song was still fantasizing about using the spirit stones to quickly upgrade when he got back, and when he reached level 120, he would be able to overtake Qin Fan by virtue of his Wudu Star Sovereign battle power. After he said this, quite a few cultivators spoke out in agreement. That's right, Qin Fan. You can't gamble with our entire city just because you can get a special reward. Even if we can block the next wave of demonic beasts, then someone amongst us will surely die in the battle. It could be anyone present. If Qin Fan chooses to continue, he is using our lives for his own gain.
This is extremely selfish behavior. The number of cultivators who made Qin Fan choose whether or not to do so increased, and their speech gradually became more and more outrageous. Luo Qianyu was listening from the sidelines and became furious.
Qin Fan is selfish? Just now, if he hadn't cast a divine ability to replenish your yuan power, at least 1/10 more of your group would have died. How come no one called Qin Fan selfish at that time? If it wasn't for Qin Fan decimating so many demonic beasts by himself, you guys would have died in the battle as well. Why didn't you say at that time that Qin Fan was trying to get more benefits?
Luo Qianyu's words were like a slap in the face of those who accused Qin Fan.
What, because of Qin Fan we survived?
Fending off the wave of demonic beasts was an effort by all of us.
What does it have to do with Qin Fan? He's channeling yuan power to us, and that's also because if we die, he won't be able to defend against the beast tide on his own, and he'll be wiped out when the time comes. In the end,
Qin Fan, he's still doing it for himself, Lin Song retorted loudly. Qin Fan's performance had earned him the submission of all the cultivators, and naturally Lin Song did not want to see this scene. He was trying to find ways to strike at the prestige and image Qin Fan had built up among the cultivators.
Yes, Qin Fan's oppressive gaze fell on Lin Song, and he couldn't help but feel fear. But thinking that the eyes of the entire Jiangcheng were now here, Lin Song grew bold again. Qin Fan, am I wrong? Do you still want to kill me to silence me in front of all these people to cover it up? Killing you would only dirty my hands. What's more, if I wanted to kill you, why would I need to do it myself? Qin Fan laughed coldly. You said that I am channeling yuan power to you guys because I don't want to be erased. Then today, I'll let you all see clearly that without you, I, Qin Fan, am just as capable of subduing all the demonic beasts. I choose to continue. As soon as his words fell, the hearts of the entire river city jumped violently. Chapter 28, The Weird Demonic Beast Space, Request for Follow-Up Reading. Qin Fan, you're too selfish. Lin Song's voice was shrill with fear. The next wave of demonic beasts are all guaranteed to be level 70, and there will even be a large group of ones that have crossed the tribulation. You're taking the entire river city to fulfill your own selfish desires. That's right. I don't accept the demonic beast tide to continue. It's too unfair for us. I'm leaving Jiangcheng. Resisting the demonic beasts was originally the work of all of us. Qin Fan, you've only channeled a little bit of life energy to us. What makes you think you can suppress the wave of demonic beasts all by yourself? Once the next wave of demonic beasts comes, don't we still have to fight the demonic beasts? Otherwise, if we fail, we'll be obliterated as well. This is naked bondage. The cultivators who had previously been grateful to Qin Fan began to bash him at this moment, and more people denounced him and demanded not to participate in this wave of demonic beast tide resistance. Qin Fan's cold eyes, but instead, Luo Qianyu continuously defended Qin Fan. Previously, it was clearly by relying on Qin Fan to minimize the losses of the Jiangcheng cultivators, and she was also very confident in Qin Fan's strength, and she must have been certain in making this choice. Moreover, after successfully killing the wave of demonic beasts, it was not just Qin Fan, it was everyone in Jiang City who would be able to reap the benefits. A rich aura meant that cultivation would be easier in the future, which would allow Jiangcheng's overall strength to realize a qualitative leap. But there was no way to fight against so many cultivators with just Luo Qianyu. Right about this time, his voice reappeared. Qin Fan chose that the tide of demonic beasts would continue, and if the cultivators of Jiang City are not satisfied with this choice, you can have one chance to break away from Jiang City. Those who choose to break away from Jiangcheng need only chant in their hearts. Ha ha ha, Qin Fan. The supreme being in the underworld has granted our request, which means that your choice is simply dragging Jiangcheng down. Lin Song was the first to choose to break away from Jiangcheng, and a moment after he made his choice, Lin Song noticed that he was unexpectedly unable to absorb any spiritual energy. What? What's going on here? Lin Song was horrified inside. His voice continues to ring out. Cultivators separated from their birth city will not be able to absorb any aura within the boundaries of this city, and subsequently will not be affected by the rewards and penalties of their birth city, though they can travel to other cities to cultivate after the teleportation array opens. So it is. Those cultivators who chose to break away from River City put their hearts down. Now that the teleportation array hadn't been opened, they couldn't leave. They also wanted to see what Qin Fan had to resist the even more tragic beast tide. Cultivators who hadn't broken away from River City still made up the majority. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Great God Qin, I'm sure you'll be able to lead us to successfully fend off the beast tide." That's right. As long as the defense succeeds, our cultivation environment will surpass that of other cities. And then these traders who broke away from River City will only be able to watch us enjoy these benefits. Ha ha ha. Still dreaming. I hope you'll still be so optimistic when you're obliterated. The Jiangcheng cultivators split into two camps, despising each other. The vortex channel in the sky had begun to rotate, and Qin Fan stood on his somersault cloud and said, I just said that I can suppress the wave of demonic beasts by myself. Prove it now. Without waiting for the cultivators below to react, Qin Fan had already flown towards the vortex passage. Qin Fan, I'll go with you, Luo Qianyu called out, but was stopped by Qin Fan. This wave of demonic beasts is not something you can fight against. You and the others guard the outside of the vortex passageway. If there are any demonic beasts that escaped, you guys will be responsible for taking care of them. Qin Fan finished speaking and took a step into the passageway. His figure disappeared, and the cultivator who had detached himself from River City sneered. How arrogant and conceited, daring to enter the vortex passageway alone. He's always been like that, having the strongest talent in the first place, choosing the body refining deity, and getting a little bit of strength only after he got lucky. It's still hard to break this bad habit, but this time he won't be lucky and will definitely die in the vortex passage. Lin Song couldn't wait for Qin Fan to die in the vortex passage. After entering the vortex passage, Qin Fan came to a special space. The place was gray and full of dead air, and the earth was full of bones. Some as big as mountains, some oddly shaped, and it was impossible to tell what kind of creatures were left behind after their deaths. How does this place feel like a battlefield and a tomb? Qin Fan was shocked. Why didn't you see any demonic beasts? Just as he was puzzled, there was a movement in the bones on the ground. A large amount of black chi emerged from the bones of the corpses and then turned into a demonic beast. Only in this space, Qin Fan was unable to check the level of these demonic beasts. Qin Fan summoned his weapon and swung out a stick. The bright golden light was like cutting a chasm through the place, and the demonic beasts that first rushed towards Qin Fan were dispersed before turning back into black gas to return to the bones. After the death of these demonic beasts, Qin Fan's blood chi spirit power grew by a hair's breadth out of nowhere. It was faint, but keenly captured by him. There's some weirdness. Qin Fan couldn't figure out the reason for this for a moment. However, one thing was certain. These demonic beasts turned from black chi were the source of the beast tide. In that case, let's kill. Qin Fan rushed into the group of demonic beasts and killed them. It was as if he wouldn't get tired. And with every rod that blasted down, several demonic beasts would die. The demonic beasts were generating faster and faster, and Qin Fan's surroundings were already surrounded by demonic beasts. It's too slow to kill like this. Some demonic beasts will go out through the vortex passage. Rain, wind, thunder and lightning. At my command, fall. Qin Fan's spiritual energy was running in his body, and for a while, the wind gusted furiously above the battlefield, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. Wild winds rolled up like steel blades, and thunder and lightning roared, tearing apart a demonic beast. Not enough. Qin Fan braced his body again, and in the next moment, he turned into a 3-foot-tall giant, and the weapon in his hand grew larger. This was a divine ability of the heavenly law, but the current Qin Fan could only exert it to this extent. His battle power had increased by more than 10 times at this moment, and every rod that went down was dozens of demonic beasts crumbling and dissipating. He didn't know how long he had been in this space, and the constant battles made his every move become more and more perfect and skillful. It's been 3 hours since Qin Fan went in. Outside the vortex passage, Luo Qianyu led a group of cultivators to guard it, and the occasional scattered demonic beasts that came out from it would be immediately killed by them. But there was never any sign of Qin Fan. According to the time interval of the previous demonic beast tide outbreak, it's all ready to refresh the 10th wave. Why hasn't Qin Fan come out yet? Luo Qianyu was very worried. Qin Fan hasn't come out after so long. I'm afraid he's dead inside, right? You fart. If Great God Qin died, why didn't the wave of demonic beasts break out? This means that Great God Qin is still fighting, and he really blocked all the demonic beasts by himself. What a bunch of ignorant guys. Qin Fan chose the demonic beast tide to continue. His death naturally means failure, and of course the beast tide won't appear again. Then why hasn't the vortex channel disappeared? What's the rush? You'll understand when the vortex passage disappears. As the cultivators from the two camps argued, Luo Qianyu couldn't hold back his inner anxiety and prepared to enter the vortex passage as well. Just at this time, a tall figure stepped out of the swirling passageway. Jiang Xue has successfully fended off the entire beast tide attack, doubling the concentration of aura. Qin Fan killed an immeasurable number of demonic beasts in the demonic beast space by himself. He receives an additional special reward. Hearing his voice ring out, Luo Qianyu's face instantly blossomed into a smile. Qin Fan, you finally come out. Chapter 29 Lin Song's Death. Qin Fan's Reward, requesting for catch-up reading monthly tickets. Luo Qianyu could no longer restrain herself and flung herself into Qin Fan's arms. You scared me to death. I thought you. Qin Fan was slightly stunned, but this time he didn't flirt with Luo Qianyu like he did in the past. He just reached out his hand and gently patted her back, softly saying, I'm fine. Luo Qianyu fiercely twisted Qin Fan's waist. Next time, you're not allowed to face this kind of thing alone. Good. Qin Fan nodded. He was about to speak when a golden light suddenly descended from the sky to wrap him in it. Next moment, the qi and blood in Qin Fan's body continued to surge, and the cells of his flesh and blood appeared to change radically. If someone could look inside Qin Fan's body, they would realize that all of his cellular particles had turned golden at this time, and his life energy was frighteningly dense. My flesh and blood have evolved, and the quality of my spiritual energy also appears to have increased. Qin Fan could not help but clench his fists as he sensed the changes in himself. In the demonic beast space, Qin Fan had killed nearly 10,000 demonic beasts, and by the end of the day, the demonic beasts that appeared were all level 72nd and 3rd robberies, and any one of them that ran out of the vortex passageway would be able to cause a huge amount of trouble. Even he needed to go all out when facing these demonic beasts, and after killing so many demonic beasts, Qin Fan's level did not receive any increase. But now, Qin Fan could clearly perceive that if he was allowed to enter the demonic beast space again to face the same demonic beasts, he could more easily push all the way across. His current strength had at least doubled from before. The demonic beast frenzy has officially ended, and Jiang City's spiritual energy has doubled. Because of Qin Fan's outstanding performance, after he creates his power, the spiritual energy density of the territory where his power is located will be double that of Jiang City. His voice continued to resonate in everyone's mind. The top 10 cultivators on the beast-tied kill list of each major city receive power tokens. The cultivators in the top 10 of the total kill list are qualified to enter the secret realm. The special secret realm will open in 1 hour. Please get ready. Spatial teleportation array opened. After announcing the reward, his voice disappeared. The cultivators who had mocked and attacked Qin Fan earlier were dumbfounded. I can't believe he actually did it. In the face of this result, the practitioners who had broken away from River City regretted it very much. Supreme being of the underworld, I'm not breaking away from River City anymore. I'm going to rejoin it. Yes, I'm going to stay in River City. How arrogant these people were when they broke away from Jiangcheng, and how much they regretted it now. Jiangcheng's aura was now twice as rich as the rest of the city. How much faster would their upgrading speed be if they practiced here? Moreover, if one could join Qin Fan's forces, the bottom line would be that one could cultivate 4 times faster than other cultivators. It's all talk now. No matter how much they pleaded, he did not respond again. It's all because of you. Some people thought of Lin Song, who was the one who first opposed Qin Fan in the beginning, which made some cultivators make the decision to break away from Jiangcheng. If it weren't for you, we could be enjoying the benefits of Jiangcheng right now. One after another, the cultivators stared at Lin Song, the ferocity in their eyes causing Lin Song to break out in a cold sweat. Breaking away from Jiangcheng is a choice you made yourselves. What does it have to do with me? Lin Song exclaimed. I've also seceded from Jiangcheng. That's what you deserve. An attack suddenly shot out from the crowd and landed on Lin Song. This attack did not cause any substantial damage to Lin Song, but it completely triggered the anger of these people. Kill him. He's the one who got us into trouble. Dog-like thing. I just learned that this person has a grudge against Qin Fan. He used us. Go to hell. There were at least 1,000 practitioners who had broken away from Jiangcheng, and among them, there were many practitioners who had contracted purple deities, and when these struck out together, Lin Song simply couldn't block them. In an instant, he was engulfed by various attacks and turned into flying dust. It's cheap to let him die just like that. Luo Qianyu and Qin Fan watched this scene from a distance. Luo Qianyu, who had always been physically uncomfortable with killing people instead of having a hard time, she spoke with hatred. Just now, if all of them were really all provoked by Lin Song, Qin Fan would also be in great danger. Just a clown. Qin Fan never put Lin Song in his mind, and as he looked at the chaotic scene, he was thinking about another issue. After losing the protection of the formation, the safety of the city became a huge problem. Xian Yu, you tell Uncle Luo to step in to take control of Jiang City and become the city lord of Jiang City. In the process, if any party is not convinced, I will step in to suppress it. Okay, I get it. Luo Qianyu was incomparably intelligent, and she understood what was going on after Qin Fan spoke about it. No matter what era it is, any organizational force needs a leader. Otherwise it is scattered sand that will eventually dissipate. After Luo Qianyu relayed Qin Fan's meaning to Luo Shanha, he laughed triumphantly. Yes, yes, yes. Luo Shanha immediately took action. I'm going to enter the secret realm, so I'll leave these matters in Jiangcheng to you and Uncle Luo. An hour passed quickly, and Qin Fan had already received a prompt that he was about to enter the special secret realm. We don't know what the secret realm will be like this time, and we don't know how long it will last, so you guys try to stabilize Jiangcheng as much as possible, and the order must not be messed up. Qin Fan had an intuition that if cultivators acted recklessly, they would attract unpredictable heavenly punishment. I understand. Be careful. Luo Qianyu didn't enter the top 10 of the overall list in this beast tide. After all, there were too many heavenly prides in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Although they couldn't compare to Qin Fan, the ones they had contracted were also top-level deities. In terms of combat power, Luo Qianyu's Western Queen Mother wasn't good at it. Enter the secret world, Qin Fan recited in his heart, and the next moment he was enveloped by a pillar of light and disappeared in place. In the other cities of the Dragon Kingdom, 9 other celestial pride were similarly teleported into the secret realm, including Battle Wushuang, Ji Yen, and Bui. Everyone heard his voice as they entered the secret realm. Congratulations on this opportunity to enter the secret realm. Each of you will face 3 tests, and each time you pass a test you will receive a corresponding reward. Those who complete all 3 tests will be given the chance to compete for the final reward. The first test begins. A towering heavenly staircase appeared in front of Qin Fan. The ladder couldn't be seen to the end. Information about the heavenly ladder appeared in his mind. Ascending the heavenly ladder, there are 999 steps in total, and with each step up, the difficulty will increase, and those who succeed in reaching the top of the ladder will be transformed. Is summoning the heavenly ladder considered passing this level? Qin Fan understood and walked towards the heavenly ladder. As he stepped onto the first level, his body sank violently. The gravity of the heavenly staircase is different from the outside world. It's double gravity? Qin Fan's footsteps lurched, and then he continued to move forward. His body strength had evolved over and over again, and this level of gravity was not worth mentioning to him. After Qin Fan easily finished the 99 flights of steps, the gravity was once again doubled. Chapter 30, Ascending the Heavenly Staircase. The second level opens, challenging the perfect mirror image, requesting for monthly votes for reading. Every time you pass 100 floors, the gravity will be doubled. And when you climb to the top of the highest floor of the heavenly staircase, the gravity will be 100 times that of the outside world? Qin Fan muttered. I wonder how many floors I can go to in one breath with my current physical body strength. He continued to climb up. The pressure on flesh and bones is enormous with each doubling of gravity. But likewise, it was a holy place of cultivation for the body refining path. If he could adapt to the entire heaven ascending staircase, this meant that after going out from here, Qin Fan's physical body strength would also increase by 100 times. He was a body refiner, and the increase in strength of his physical body by 100 times could be imagined in terms of the increase in battle power. Kaching, kaching, kaching. A sound of bone compression continued to emanate from Qin Fan's body as he advanced against the pressure without changing his face. The 3,000th floor. Gravity is raised 30 times. Qin Fan gasped slightly. He was beginning to feel the strain. Go on. It's not quite the limit. Qin Fan did not cast any divine spells to counteract the gravity, relying entirely on the strength of his physical body to resist it. This was a rare opportunity to cultivate, which was hard to come across in the outside world. The 4,000th floor. It was incredibly difficult for Qin Fan to lift his foot every time, but he remained stable. 4,500 floors. 5,000 layers. Finally, at the 6,500th floor, Qin Fan felt as if there was a mountain pressing down on his body, making it difficult to climb another floor no matter what. 65 times gravity. That's my current limit. Try casting a divine power. With a thought, Qin Fan opened his overlord body. Simply by executing the hegemony body, the current gravity can continue to move forward for me. What about the law of heaven? Qin Fan continued to experiment. No pressure at all. Qin Fan dispersed his divine abilities and stood on the 6,500th step. Vajra Unbreakable is a passive divine ability that allows me to withstand 65 times the gravity. And if I were to perform Dharma Heaven and Earth, I would probably be able to directly ascend to the top in one breath. But that's a lost opportunity to practice. Qin Fan was not in a hurry to climb, but instead sat down on his knees and quenched his fleshly body with the help of gravity here. While he was climbing the heavenly ladder, the other 9 celestial pride also faced the first test. All of them were also climbing the heavenly ladder, but none of them could come directly to the 6,500th floor like Qin Fan. When Battle Wushuang, Ji Yen and the others stopped at the 3,000 or so 900th floor, the spiritual energy in their bodies would not be able to support them as they continued to move forward. Among the 9 heavenly prides, there were also existences that had contracted body refining deities, and their results were a bit better, but they also stopped at around the 4,500th floor. Damn it, can't it really be done? It was difficult to climb to the finish line at the first level, which was something the celestial pride couldn't accept no matter what. Each one of them had their own pride, so no one chose to quit. And just like Qin Fan, they all kept practicing at the limit of the steps they could withstand, allowing themselves to adapt to the current gravity. The flow of time is not felt in the secret realm. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Fan opened his eyes and stood up from the steps. The gravity that had originally pressed down on him and made it difficult for him to move seemed to have completely disappeared at this moment.
Qin Fan stretched his waist, and crackling popping bones kept ringing out like thunder. He had completely adapted to the gravity here.
Go on. 7,000. 7,500. 9,000.
There were only the last 999 floors left to reach the top of the heavenly ladder, and Qin Fan stopped once again.
This heavenly ladder is more difficult than I thought.
Qin Fan continued to cultivate as the flesh and blood cells in his body were compressed to the extreme, constantly rupturing and reorganizing after reaching the critical point. Every time he went through such a process, the strength of his fleshly body would increase. This process, which is very painful, is also the path to becoming stronger off the grid.
After an unknown amount of time again,
Qin Fan once again adapted to the gravity of the place and then continued to climb.
It's just one last layer away from reaching the top.
Qin Fan had already reached the 999th floor, and with one more step forward, he would be able to step onto the platform above the heavenly ladder. He took a deep breath, prepared himself, and stepped out. Click! Just as his right foot stepped out, Qin Fan heard a sound of bones breaking. Sharp pain came, and sweat instantly seeped out of the pores of his body.
I don't believe it. I can't get on.
Qin Fan's eyes turned red at this moment, and one foot firmly stepped on the platform.
Then the other foot. When his entire body appeared on the platform,
the terrifying gravity had already compressed his entire body into a deformed,
bizarre posture.
With his heart beating frantically, Qin Fan stood still, constantly casting the laws of wood to repair his fleshly body.
Congratulations on successfully reaching the top of the heavenly ladder and perfectly passing the first level of the test.
His magnificent voice rang out.
It wasn't just Qin Fan.
The other 9 also heard the prompt. Qin Fan has successfully completed the heaven ascending staircase test.
The second level is about to open.
Those who are located below the 5,000th floor are considered to have failed to break through the barrier, and the rest can choose to continue climbing the heavenly ladder or enter the second level.
Qin Fan he climbed to the top?
Battle Wuxuan was standing at the 5,800th floor at this time,
contemplating for a moment before making his choice. I choose to enter the second level. With his talent, continuing to climb the heavenly ladder also had a chance of reaching the top, but it would take too long to consume. The ultimate goal of this secret world was to compete for the final reward. 10 people entered the secret realm, and 3 of them were teleported out after Qin Fan passed without reaching the 5,000 layers of the heavenly ladder. The remaining 6 all made the choice to enter the second level. The second test begins.
The ladder of ascension disappeared and the scene appeared to change. A person exactly like him appeared in front of Qin Fan.
This level is fighting a mirror image of yourself?
The break-in conditions come to mind.
Each person has 3 chances to challenge the mirror image. As long as they can hold out in front of the mirror image for an hour,
they will be considered to have passed the barrier.
The mirror image possessed the same ranked aptitude as itself,
though it possessed perfect combat experience.
To use an analogy, this breakout is for Kuji to challenge Alpha Dog, whose algorithms have evolved to perfection, and it's almost impossible to win. Come on!
Qin Fan's battle spirit surged to the sky as he blasted his fist at the mirror image.
The opponent was equally plain and unassuming in his punches.
The two of them bombarded each other,
and Qin Fan kept falling back,
the bones of his entire arm all breaking at this moment.
Instead,
the mirror image Qin Fan just took 3 steps back and flung his arms.
Nothing happened at all.
I'm not ashamed to be perfect.
I'm just that powerful.
Qin Fan grinned as his broken bones continued to recover under the laws of wood. The only thing that can hurt me is my own power.
In this collision just now, Qin Fan clearly perceived the difference between himself and the mirror image. The opponent could manage to fully catalyze all of his power when attacking,
without any leakage, then focusing on the explosion.
And one can't do that on one's own.
Thus with the same attack, he himself would be injured, while the mirror image would just take 3 steps back. Qin Fan carefully sensed the way the mirror image attacked, and he vaguely felt something within his heart.
Again,
he continued to rush towards the mirror image. No matter what kind of attack Qin Fan used,
the mirror image fought him in the same way,
and every time the result was that Qin Fan was at a disadvantage. But after about 10 minutes, Qin Fan collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. The first challenge, he failed without a doubt. Chapter 31 Third Pass.
Star River Runs, Comprehending the Divine Power, Requesting for Catch-Up Monthly Tickets. 10 minutes. I only lasted 10 minutes.
Qin Fan was lying on the ground. His injuries were constantly being repaired, but at a much slower pace compared to before. The mirror image Qin Fan's position was 10 feet away from him, which was a safe distance. After exceeding this distance, the mirror image would stop attacking. Only the perfect me could have hurt myself so badly. Qin Fan was not the slightest bit annoyed, but instead had excitement in his eyes. He had touched the way forward from the battle just now, and had a sense of how to use his own power.
By contracting a deity, each cultivator had simply awakened a way to cultivate.
But how to use the power was something that each person had to figure out on their own. Now the challenge of mirroring is actually having a perfect teacher teaching.
And how much you can learn depends on your personal talent. Qin Fan savored the battle between him and the mirror image.
When he had recovered from his own injuries,
Qin Fan leapt up. Again. This time, he no longer used his physical body in melee combat, but summoned a weapon.
Weapons also appeared in the hands of the mirror image Qin Fan,
and the two of them used the exact same moves. But every time they clashed, Qin Fan would be knocked back. Ha 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 ha, it hurts, so you can still utilize moves like this. Qin Fan kept launching his attacks, and his offensive techniques became more and more comfortable, his weapon transforming into golden light in his hands. Boom boom boom.
Violent crashes resounded continuously on the platform, and Qin Fan's hand holding his weapon trembled.
Sweep away the Qianquan.
He let out a low growl as his weapon carried 1,000 pounds of force and slammed into the mirror image.
The two weapons clashed in the air, and this time, Qin Fan didn't retreat,
but instead stalemated with his opponent. This situation only lasted for a few breaths of time before Qin Fan flew out backwards and smashed heavily into the mountain.
Ho ho ho!
Qin Fan fell down the mountain and leaned against the mountain wall without moving. The second challenge still ended in failure,
but in the final blow,
he had comprehended the perfect mastery of power.
And this time, he lasted more than half an hour. Mirror image Qin Fan's condition wasn't as good as the first time.
He was also damaged, but he quickly recovered.
This time, for sure,
Qin Fan challenged for the third time.
This time, he exploded his entire divine means. Dharma, heaven and earth. Giants over a dozen feet tall appeared,
and the earth seemed to roar with every step. Mirror image Qin Fan's became exactly the same as his,
and the two collided once more. Boom!
The millstone-sized fists clashed together solidly,
and the two figures flew out at the same time,
then stabilized coincidentally.
Ha ha ha! Qin Fan only felt unimpeded.
Each of their moves against each other exploded with all their strength, and sharp explosions constantly appeared in the air. Mirroring Qin Fan's setting is a perfect state,
and with 3 challenges, I've been able to equal him, and my mastery of myself has reached the extreme. The two of them didn't know how long they had been fighting for, and at a certain moment,
Qin Fan suddenly felt as if a shackle had been opened on his flesh, and his power surged wildly like an ocean.
Rumble!
Dark clouds began to form above the sky and thunder roared,
falling on Qin Fan. This is the heavenly calamity.
Qin Fan came to his senses.
Cultivators can keep making themselves stronger through cultivation,
and once they reach a certain level and break through the upper limit of the rules, they will cause a heavenly tribulation.
It's as if under normal circumstances, human beings can live up to 80 years old, and occasionally some long-lived people can live up to 100 or even 120 years old, but 200 years old is definitely not a number of years that ordinary people can live up to. Qin Fan's situation today was similar to this.
His level hadn't changed, but his physical strength had exceeded the upper limit of the rules for his current level, violating the limitations of the heavenly Tao. The appearance of the heavenly tribulation is a correction of the power outside the rules. Thunder continued to fall on Qin Fan's body, traveling through his body and destroying his flesh and blood cells. The pain was even more extreme than ascending the heavenly ladder.
So what if it's a heavenly calamity? Qin Fan roared,
pushing his fleshly body's recovery ability to its limit as he fought against the heavenly tribulation.
The first, the second foot of 9 heavenly thunderbolts fell. After the last heavenly thunder ended, Qin Fan's skin cracked, and as soon as he made a move, a large amount of blood and flesh fragments fell from his body like a snake molting its skin. The re-exposed skin and flesh were as crystalline as jade, and the divine light glowed within. When Qin Fan looked at the mirror image again, he threw out a fist. This time, the opponent flew out backwards, knocking a crater into the mountain. Is this the power of the first havoc? A crack appeared on the ground as he stomped his feet, and his fists kept bombarding the mirror image Qin Fan like a discharged cannonball. Facing Qin Fan, who had passed through a tribulation,
the mirror image had no power to fight back and was hardened by him.
Sure enough, the one who can defeat me can only be me. Qin Fan restored his body and let out a long breath.
This time he entered the secret realm. Even if he didn't get the final reward, he felt that it wasn't a loss.
For one thing, he saw the direction of his cultivation, and for another,
he managed to break the shackles of his physical body and crossed a heavenly tribulation,
making his already invincible body even more invincible.
Congratulations on defeating the mirror image and perfectly breaking through the second level. His voice rang out.
Qin Fan, he actually wore God mirror image?
When War Wuxuang heard this news, her lips pursed in death. The first level Qin Fan topped, and War Wuxuang didn't have many mental fluctuations. He felt that Qin Fan, who was originally a physical cultivator, had an advantage over everyone else at this level of the heaven ascending staircase. But why did he pass the mirror challenge perfectly as well? Battle Wuxuang had already challenged twice. The first time he lasted for an incense stick before being knocked out, and the second time he lasted for almost 20 minutes.
He was still sensing the battle with the mirror image. And Qin Fan had already defeated the mirror image? If he can, so can I. War Wuxuan's battle intent was completely aroused. His gaze was firm as he fought the mirror image once more. The rest of the celestial pride reacted similarly to him. None of them were willing to admit that they were inferior to Qin Fan. Under this stimulus, the potential of the six heavens pride was infinitely stimulated, and the battle with the mirror image tended to be evenly matched. Everyone passes the second level. After Qin Fan waited for some time, his voice came. No one was eliminated this time? Qin Fan was quite surprised. It seems that everyone who can enter the secret space is not to be underestimated. He had a deep understanding of the power of the mirror image, and it was only under the pressure of the mirror image that he himself had broken the shackles of his physical body and crossed a heavenly tribulation. Whether the others defeated the mirror image or held on for an hour, this was able to prove that they were truly top-tier heavenly prides. The third test begins. The scene in front of me changed again. Qin Fan arrived in a starry sky. The third level is the true test of your enlightenment. The star river is in motion, containing countless laws of the great Tao. Within the stipulated time, comprehend and create a divine secret technique, and you'll pass. Chapter 32, The 12 Heavenly Gods Fatalities Formation. Final reward, seeking moonlight ticket. The river of stars is surprisingly so grand and magnificent. Standing in the starry sky, Qin Fan truly visualized such a scene for the first time. Each star was vast, moving at high speeds along certain orbits, its light rising straight up into the sky. How should I comprehend the divine secret techniques to pass the test? Qin Fan fell into deep thought. The star river was in motion and contained an infinite number of wonders, but to Qin Fan and the others nowadays, they were not yet able to break through the laws therein. After all, it had only been a few months since the mythic descent, and even if they were all contracted deities, they couldn't awaken the full inheritance of the deities without reaching level 120, and creating spell aptitudes was still a bit of a superlative. Looking at the vastness of the starry river in front of him, Qin Fan has only one feeling in his heart at this moment, so powerful. Before crossing over, when I was a tiny old son, at that time, no matter if it was a city or a rural area, I could still see the stars when I lifted my head. When Qin Fan grew up, he didn't know when the starry sky above his head was no longer visible. The memories appeared to overlap and Qin Fan only felt a trance. Damn, clueless. Qin Fan let out a low curse. Creating feats and whatnot, I really don't know how to do that. Or else he performs a talent? What the stars in the sky don't speak, the children underground look for their mothers. What the great river flows eastward, the stars in the sky participate in the Big Dipper. I don't know if singing it will count as a break-in. Qin Fan's mind was storming, and the rest of the celestial pride were in a similar state as him. Is it really okay to comprehend the divine secret arts, and just look at the stars? War Wuxuang's gaze skimmed over a star. Each star has its orbit, and millions of stars orbiting together is spectacular. No matter what, I must comprehend a divine ability from this. Battle Wuxuang was fully focused. The first two tests, the first level had a huge advantage for body refiners, and he could accept Qin Fan's ascent to the top. The second level to challenge the mirror image. The competition was battle power. There was no difference between refining the body and refining the chi. Qin Fan was able to pass the level. It was because his own battle power was amazing, and he was able to defeat the mirror image, and Battle Wuxuang was able to recognize it. This third level is a test of enlightenment. It was well known that the body refining course were all brainless and reckless. If he couldn't suppress Qin Fan at this level himself, he would really have to doubt his ego. The river of stars runs, the laws of the way. War Wuxuan looked at each star dead on, muttering. Not only him, the rest of the celestial pride such as Ji Yan and Bui also held their breath in their hearts. They were all doing their best to prove themselves by outwitting Qin Fan at this third level. As for Qin Fan, at this moment, his brain was still in a state of delirium. Sometimes I really envy the protagonists in Netflix novels. They can have an epiphany even when they see a blade of grass or a rock, not to mention looking at the stars. I've been looking at the stars for half a day and I don't feel anything. It doesn't make sense. Although great god Pangu is the master ancestor of body refining in the net text, his body transformed into all things after opening up the heavens and creating the earth, indicating that great god Pangu cultivated all of his essence, chi, and spirit, only to be the first to go to the extreme in the lineage of body refining. I contracted the great god Pangu. There's no reason I can't realize anything. And Monkey, although Monkey was born in the age of the imminent end of the law, but his natural talent in the flood is also first class. 3 years of cultivation can barely squeeze into the ranks of first-class powerhouses. Qin Fan muttered, a sudden flash of light in his mind. Wait, web article. He suddenly thought of something and became agitated. If I remember correctly, Pangu's flesh transformed into the 12 ancestral witches after his fall,
and they created the 12 metaphysical divine fury formations.
This grand formation is rooted in Pangu essence blood.
I have now inherited the flesh body of the great god Pangu.
So is it also possible to create and comprehend this grand formation?
Qin Fan raised his head to look at the stars in the sky above,
constantly pondering over the simulation. Try it.
Qin Fan catalyzed his own blood chi to the extreme and communicated with the stars in the sky.
After an unknown amount of time, he looked in a certain direction. Laws of fire, congeal.
Only one spot in the starry sky seemed to be lit up, and the light of a star exploded more and more intensely.
Laws of water, congeal. Qin Fan bellowed again,
and the directions corresponding to the starry sky lit up similarly. These stars were arranged and combined, and in Qin Fan's eyes they seemed to have turned into a pair of arms of a person. He seemed to have realized something in this moment. Pieces of the starry sky were lit up,
gradually piecing together the parts of a person.
I can only do this much now that I've awakened the abilities of the 7 great ancestral witches, but the so-called 12 metropolitan divine fury formation,
I already have an idea. Qin Fan laughed out loud. He didn't think it was really possible.
The illuminated stars now formed the limbs and torso,
leaving only the most crucial brain and heart unlit.
As long as he waited for him to awaken the full power of the 12 ancestral witches,
this great formation could be completely activated by him.
Congratulations, you have successfully comprehended the innate formation and passed the test. His voice rang out.
Is that a done deal?
Qin Fan smiled as he waved his arm, and the starry sky above him began to shift at this moment as well, descending starlight to envelop Qin Fan. A fist blasted out and the stars exploded.
What a terrifying power.
Qin Fan was inwardly shocked. Just as he was experimenting with the 12 capital heavenly gods' fatalities grand formations enhancement of himself, the rest of the celestial pride had also gained some insights and began to create their own divine secret techniques. I don't know how much longer. His voice came. The time for the 3rd level of the test is over, and those who pass this test get the chance to compete for the final reward. As the words disappeared, Qin Fan was transferred out of the star river and appeared in a white space. In front of him, there was only a fist-sized point of light floating in the air.
Is this thing the final reward?
Qin Fan stepped forward and reached out to grab the point of light in his hand. And right at this moment, a sword light cut through the sky and chopped at Qin Fan.
Who?
Qin Fan's gaze condensed as he shattered this sword light with a punch.
He looked across the room, only to see 3 silhouettes appear. You're Qin Fan, aren't you? I'm Battle Wushuang, and I've finally met a real person today.
War Wushuang looked at Qin Fan with an arrogant face, filled with wariness.
The guy who contracted Lord Tong Tian? Qin Fan was stunned, and the other 2 also gave their names. Ji Yan. Ji Yan's voice was cold, while the other teenager's tone was gentle. Xiao Dao Bui. So it's you guys. Qin Fan nodded. Qin Fan, it looks like only the 4 of us made it this far, but there's only one reward, and it's up to each individual to get it. Regarding the final reward, he has already posted the information. This point of light was a cave. By obtaining it, one could create a small world with it after going out from the secret realm. This is a huge plus for creating forces. The aura of the cave heavenly blessed land was too much denser than the outside world, and if Qin Fan were to obtain it, along with the reward he had received for defeating the beast tide earlier, 1 day of cultivation in the cave heaven would only be worth 10 days in the outside world. Chapter 33, A Cave Heaven.
His voice dissipated.
In this space, Qin Fan's 4 stood in 4 directions: southeast, northwest, and north, their gazes all locked on the point of light in the center. The cave. Battle Wushuang's eyes burned. He's a very ambitious man. After contracting a deity, especially those of them who contracted golden deities, they all had a sense in the underworld that they were on some sort of mission. What do you think, gentlemen? Battle Wushuang's gaze converged with Ji Yan and Bui. Although I don't want to admit it, Qin Fan he is really too powerful. So powerful that I feel that there is no way for me to fight against him. So, could you 2 join forces with me? Defeat Qin Fan. And no matter whose hands this cave heavenly blessing land ends up in, the 3 of us will jointly own the right to use this cave heaven? Ji Yan was silent for half a second and slowly nodded. I agree. Good. The 3 purities are originally one family. Dao brother Qin Fan, although this is a bit unfair to you, there is nothing I can do about it. Xiao Dao. Bai shook his head. I don't like to compete, Xiao Dao, but I also want to see the gap between me and Dao brother. Ha ha ha. Qin Fan laughed out loud. There's no point in talking about it. Let's see it underhand. Immortal execution sword formation. Rise. Battle Wushuang no longer said anything, and the 4 immortal swords flew out from behind his back. He had gained some insights from his battle with the mirror image, and his use of the immortal execution sword formation's manipulation became more and more comfortable. 2 Dao brothers, show your strongest means. War Wushuang trapped Qin Fan in the sword formation, and in an instant,
Countless swordlights were constantly crashing on Qin Fan.
Fellow Taoist Qin Fan. No offense.
The cloth-clothed duster was waved, turning into thousands of threads that pushed straight at Qin Fan.
Ji Yan's expression was cold as a golden lotus bloomed and turned into a sharp blade. There are so many more grandiose excuses to be made for a three-hitter. Qin Fan let out a cold cry. Golden light spread all over his body surface.
And Vajra Unbreakable was actively catalyzed to the extreme by him.
So what if the three purities are united? I'll still beat you up. In the secret realm, the three of them, Battle Wu Shuang,
teamed up to fight against Qin Fan. While in the real world, there was also a sea change. After the demonic beast frenzy passed, the top 10 ranked players in each city began to form their own forces, and the power rankings opened at this moment.
Jiang, Luo Qianyu's Kunlun was officially established. Aside from Qin Fan, Luo Qianyu's reputation in Jiangcheng was enough. So many people signed up to join Kunlun.
Now that the teleportation arrays in every city had been opened, many cultivators had come to Jiangcheng from other cities to participate in the Kunlun's examination for recruiting disciples.
For the matter of recruiting disciples, Luo Qianyu attached extreme importance to it, and the threshold set was not low.
All those who wanted to join Kunlun could only enter after passing the test set by Luo Qianyu.
Nonetheless,
Kunlun had recruited hundreds of practitioners in the first place.
Every single one of them was, at a minimum,
a cultivator who had contracted a green deity. For being able to successfully join Kunlun,
these cultivators felt very satisfied.
Because Jiangcheng's aura was twice as dense as other cities,
only forces that joined Jiangcheng could enjoy this benefit.
There were also some practitioners who came to Jiangcheng from other cities to join another force.
Other than that, the rest of them were waiting for Qin Fan to return.
They were all the pride of various cities, and some of them were even on the beast tide kill list, but all of them had given up the opportunity to create their own forces.
After all, compared to creating a force on his own, joining a force created by Qin Fan could obtain a faster cultivation speed, where the trade-off was not difficult to choose. Kunlun's address was chosen on what was previously Tiger's Head Mountain. After the end of the beast tide,
a small blessed land appeared here, with spiritual energy denser than that of Jiangcheng. After discovering this small blessed land, quite a few cultivators fought over it,
and in the end,
Luo Qianyu overpowered everyone to capture this blessed land,
and then set the Kunlun location here. Nowadays,
this small blessed land had completely changed, with all sorts of buildings,
resembling the sects of immortal cultivation in TV dramas. It's been 3 months since Qin Fan entered the secret realm.
Luo Qianyu stood at the top of the mountain in the Kunlun blessed land and looked up at the ranking gold list in the air. 3 months had passed, and the major cultivators had already caught up with their ranks, and the several people who had originally ranked in front of Qin Fan had now all fallen out of the top 10.
The person in first place today was none other than Luo Qianyu. I wonder if there will be a gap in strength between the current me and Qin Fan. Maybe I've passed him by now. When he comes out, have a match with him, win him,
and make him my little brother.
Luo Qianyu thought prettily. Who do you think to make a little brother? A voice rang in Luo Qianyu's ears.
Of course it's that Qin Fan guy.
It was too stinky when I upgraded with him before. No, this voice, Qin Fan. She turned back,
only to see Qin Fan stepping on a somersault cloud,
looking at her with a smile. You're finally back. TSK, you're too heartless. Nay-san.
Qin Fan jumped down from the clouds and landed on the top of the mountain,
and Luo Qianyu only felt the mountain shake. The feeling was like a huge mountain falling to the ground.
Qin Fan, what are you up to?
Luo Qianyu stabilized his body.
Humph. Of course it's a show of strength,
or else someone thinks they're good again. Cheapskate, Luo Qianyu muttered, and at the same time,
she also noticed Qin Fan's change. How do I feel that you and before entering the secret realm look have changed?
Become so white, like a little white boy in a TV show.
It's called The Stranger is like a jade,
and the prince is worldly.
Qin Fan rolled his eyes. After he had crossed the lightning tribulation once, his body had already metamorphosed from a fleshly mortal body towards an immortal body, and now there was only a change in his appearance.
No kidding.
The reason the mountain shook just now was because I was carrying a small cave in my body. Qin Fan flipped his palm and a light ball appeared in his hand.
What is it, caveman?
Qin Fan smiled and threw the light ball in his hand into the air. In Luo Qian's shocked gaze, the light mass continued to grow larger and larger and finally landed on the ground like a mountain.
Rumble. The earth shook and dust flew. By the time all the commotion died down,
a mountain 100 times grander than it appeared next to Tiger's Head Mountain.
What kind of divine means is this? Luo Qianyu was dumbfounded, her red lips slightly open. Is that what you were carrying around with you? This is the reward I got in the secret realm, the Flower Fruit Mountain Cave. This name was given by Qin Fan.
In fact, this cave has nothing to do with the mountain of flowers and fruits.
What about Battle Wu Shuang and the others? Are they also getting cave rewards? Luo Qianyu subconsciously asked. Because the other celestial pride who had entered the secret realm had come out one after another. Only Qin Fan and the four of them were left inside all the time. Them? Ha! Qin Fan smiled. I beat him down. Chapter 34, Flower and Fruit Mountain Recruiting Disciples. Formally establishing a force. Requests for recommendations. Fine word. Love it. Luo Qianyu revealed a melon-eating expression. How do you shiver? With your mouth? Otherwise. You seek death. Luo Qianyu glared at Qin Fan. Qin Fan laughed and briefly talked about what happened in the secret realm. That is to say, Battle Wuxuan, the three of them combined are not your opponent? Luo Qianyu's eyes widened. Now that the teleportation channels of the major cities were all open, and the news was no longer closed, the information of War Wuxuan, the pride of the major cities, would naturally spread very quickly. From the information synthesized from all aspects, Luo Qianyu understood that although she had never lagged behind these heavenly prides on the rank list, apart from her own talent, the most important reason was that there was Qin Fan, the humanoid plug-in, by her side. If there was no Qin Fan, Luo Qianyu would never be able to compete with these first-tier guys just by himself. Luo Qianyu had heard about the battle records of these people, War Wuxuan, from some of the cultivators from other cities. Any of them, if not compared to Qin Fan, were all strong and terrifying monster perverts. Over-the-top challenges are a family affair, but compared to Qin Fan, it was inferior. Now that the three of them were not Qin Fan's opponents when they joined forces, Luo Qianyu's small complacency that he had earlier felt because his rank surpassed everyone's was instantly emptied. Comparing battle power with the pervert of perverts, was one's brain suddenly jerked? Isn't that the normal outcome of the story? Qin Fan recalled everything in the secret realm and nodded his head rather approvingly. I have to admit, the three of them teaming up do have something, but not much. War Wuxuan's Immortal execution formation was extremely powerful, and when combined with Ji Yan's Golden Lotus, it nearly broke his defense. This is terrible. And that cloth. This little Taoist with an uncontested and harmless appearance was definitely above the two of Battle Wuxuan and Ji Yan in terms of true strength. If not for his 8 trigrams formation and dust whisk restricting his physical body, it would not be enough for the two of them, with Battle Wuxuan and Ji Yan, to try to inflict damage on him. The 3 clearings are indeed a bit of a statement. It's a shame though, even if the 3 purities were stronger, they were still the 1 chi of the great god Pangu. The son dares to fight with the father. It's against him. The end result was that Qin Fan had pushed his Vajra Unbreakable to the extreme, forcibly breaking the bonds of the Bagua formation and the Duster, and then punching out the Immortal Execution Sword formation, followed by punching and shattering Ji Yan's 10,000 Golden Lotus. The 3 of them suffered a heavy blow backlash and were unable to fight with Qin Fan any longer, and this cave heaven fell into Qin Fan's hands. Should we go in and take a look? As soon as Qin Fan moved his mind, Luo Qianyu felt a teleportation force appear on his body. She didn't resist, and the two of them arrived in the cave of the mountain of flowers and fruits. The richness of the aura here was many times stronger than the Kunlun blessed land she had obtained. Qin Fan, that is a waterfall condensed by aura? Ahead, on a broken cliff, a waterfall clattered against the edge of the pool below, the splashes dissipating into aura as they rose into the air. Well, it's all worthless. Qin Fan waved his hand. Look there again. Luo Qianyu followed the direction of Qin Fan's finger and saw a large area of herbs, and a large area of trees that either had flowers or a fruit on them. All of them are spirit medicines and fruits. Luo Qianyu soured. Compared to this cave sky of Qin Fan's, her Kunlun fortunate land looked extraordinarily shabby. I suddenly have the urge to disband Kunlun and join the banner of your forces. Qin Fan laughed. Any time is welcome. Nice try. Luo Qianyu pulled Qin Fan's arm and changed her tone to a petite one. Brother Qin Fan, you used to say that we are allies. So in the future, can we allow Kunlun's disciples to come to you for training? I still like that big girl look you had before. Qin Fan said in a deep voice. Regarding this point, I have also considered it. This cave sky is already under my complete control, and when I formally establish my power and ally with Kunlun, I can share the rewards from before. That means the Kunlun blessed land is equivalent to being my power, and can enjoy the benefit of doubling the aura. Really? Luo Qianyu's eyes lit up. In this way, Kunlun has another condition to attract disciples. Qin Fan, when are you going to create a force? Right now we have a lot of cultivators from the outer cities in Jiangchang who are ready to join your force. In 3 days. Qin Fan carried his hands behind his back. Put out the news first. Leave this to me. Luo Shanhe was the city lord of Zheng City, and spreading the news that Qin Fan wanted to create a force was a simple matter. When this news came out, the entire Jiangchang was abuzz. Great God, Qin Fan is finally going to create a force. I'm going to take the test. If you can join the forces of Great God Qin Fan, it's equal to being several times ahead of others in terms of cultivation speed.
I wonder what conditions are required to join Great God Qin Fan's forces. The Jiangcheng cultivators were talking about this matter.
3 days passed in a flash.
A large number of cultivators had already gathered at the foot of the Huagua mountain cave. Some of them were local to Jiangcheng, and some of them were foreign cultivators.
Welcome to the Flower Fruit Mountain Disciple Recruitment Ceremony. Qin Fan stood on the somersault cloud and his voice rolled out. With his appearance,
the originally boiling scene gradually quieted down.
There are only 3 conditions for this disciple recruitment. First condition.
All cultivators with a rank of 65 or higher and a contracted purple deity are qualified to enroll.
Secondly,
acquired cultivators who have not contracted a deity can take a talent test, and do not need to be assessed for rank.
Thirdly, and most importantly,
for qualified cultivation I will personally assess your strength, and after meeting the requirements you can officially become a disciple of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits.
Now,
please stand on the left if you meet the requirements and have the desire to join Mount Huagua. Soon the crowd split into 2 columns.
Now, perform the test. Qin Fan looked at the cultivator on his left. Great God Qin Fan,
I'll go first. A silhouette swept out and cupped his fists towards Qin Fan.
What's your name? M.O. Man.
Qin Fan raised his eyebrows.
Quite a personality. My name is M01, and my contracted deity is Kuei Mu Wolf, one of the 28 star constellations. Level 68. M01 briefly stated his information. Cough. M01 right. Start.
Use your full power to attack towards me.
Good. M01 took a deep breath.
He was a local cultivator of Jiangcheng and had seen Qin Fan's performance of killing the beasts during the demonic beast frenzy. He clearly knew that it was impossible to injure Qin Fan with his own strength.
However,
M01 also wanted to try to see just how big the gap between him and Qin Fan was. A dipped rigid blade appeared in M01's hand, and all the spiritual energy in his body was poured into it as he slashed towards Qin Fan with all his strength. A blade light appeared as if it had cut through the sky.
Awesome! Is this the inheritance of the purple deity?
This blade will only be able to easily cut me down.
It seems that this Kamu wolf should also be more powerful amongst the purple deities, and being the same purple deity, my inheritance is inferior to M01's.
The great god Qin Fan didn't even make the slightest move to defend.
Is he preparing to resist this attack with his physical body? The onlookers of the cultivators were murmuring. Chapter 35, Man 9. Emperor River Contractor challenges Qin Fan. Starting from this chapter, the rhythm takes off.
The light of the blade was radiant,
seeming to cut down everything in front of it. However, this strike,
which was enough to make it difficult for most of the cultivators present to resist, did not make the slightest ripple when it landed on Qin Fan.
M01 clutched the dipped rigid blade with tension in his countenance. Great God Qin,
He was unable to make a judgment as to whether this strike met Qin Fan's standards or not.
Nice. Qualified. Qin Fan nodded slightly. From now on,
you are an official disciple of Mount Huagua.
Qin Fan threw M01 a token. Leave a strand of your divine sense on this,
and you will gain the right to enter the cave of Mount Huagua freely.
M01 became ecstatic and couldn't wait to brand his divine sense on it after receiving the token.
That's it? This scene made the other practitioners jump to their feet.
Qin Fan's test doesn't seem to be much of a problem. Great God Qin, let me try.
A cultivator stood out. He pinched his hands and a flame was born out of thin air. The blazing heat scorched the surrounding space with distortions.
Blast!
This person maneuvered the flames to wrap Qin Fan,
then let out a low cry. The flames exploded, scattering energy in all directions.
Qin Fan's figure appeared from the flames and said indifferently,
"Failed." What? I can't believe I failed?
This cultivator froze and exclaimed incredulously,
"Impossible. The same purple deity I contracted is at the same level as M01.
Why can he pass the test and I can't?"
I see. Could it be that because M01 is a body refiner, he's being given special treatment?
It was as if he had discovered something. It's a recognized fact that body alchemists are inherently inferior to chi practitioners. Aside from great god Qin Fan, 80% of those at the top of the rankings are chi refiners.
There's no way I can't compare to M01. Qin Fan smiled.
Who are you to question me?
The way you test is not fair.
This cultivator was frightened by Qin Fan's aura and couldn't help but step back.
He came from a small border town in the Dragon Kingdom,
where the cultivation environment couldn't be compared to that of the big cities,
and he wasn't willing to be left behind.
The thought that if he couldn't join the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits, he would be several times slower to cultivate than the others. He still had the courage to do so.
Unfairness is an excuse for the weak. What's it got to do with me? Get out!
Qin Fan didn't bother to pay attention to this person and shouted angrily. His voice was like a thunderous gust, and this cultivator was immediately shaken to the point of bleeding from his 7 orifices and screaming in pain. This scene silenced the other cultivators.
Is this Qin Fan? Just a furious cry was enough to exterminate a cultivator who had contracted a purple deity? Does anyone else question my unfairness? Qin Fan swept the room, and no one spoke. In that case, I'll change the test to one that you'll find fair.
Qin Fan took a step forward and the somersault cloud appeared under his feet,
holding him up in the sky. Remove the conditional restrictions on rank and contracted deities. Anyone can join this test. As long as you can last under my might for a tea time, then you can become disciples of the mountain of flowers and fruits. But don't blame me for not warning you when accidents happen in this.
Qin Fan said indifferently.
You will be given 3 breaths of time to think about it, and those who quit will leave me 1,000 meters away. Time passed quickly, but very few cultivators left this place. Seeing this,
Qin Fan also stopped talking nonsense.
A biting aura gushed out from his body, instantly enveloping those present. In just an instant, the crowd was constantly filled with cultivators falling down.
Qin Fan did not know how many demonic beasts he had killed since the mythical era had descended, and he had long honed a natural aura. If he exploded at full strength, it would be enough to shock everyone outside of the top 100 of the rankings.
Even a heavenly pride like Battle Wushuang Ji Yanbai couldn't avoid being affected, not to mention the rest of them.
Those who were enveloped by the aura felt as if they were facing an abyss at this moment,
and even if they didn't faint, they couldn't help but feel fear.
More and more people collapsed as Qin Fan continued to increase the pressure.
Among the crowd,
there was a figure that seemed particularly lofty.
It was a tall man who was shirtless,
his toned muscles emphasizing his status as a body refiner.
Facing Qin Fan's pressure, he couldn't help but let out a low roar, releasing his own aura to counter it. Qin Fan noticed this person and felt a familiar aura from within him. This person, packed as an ancestral witch, kind of.
The corner of Qin Fan's mouth hooked into a smile.
A tea time quickly passed,
and only less than 1% of the cultivators were left who were able to hold on without ending up in the end.
Very well,
you are disciples of Manhwa from now on. A token flew out and floated in front of these people.
The tall and lanky man did not receive the token. Instead,
he stared at Qin Fan with warlike intent.
Mountain Lord, I have a question to ask. Say, what will be the positional status of each disciple when he joins the mountain of flowers and fruits?
All of them are ordinary disciples,
and job status promotion depends on merit.
This token will not only allow you to gain access to the mountain of flowers and fruits, but it will also record the number of demonic beasts you have slain,
the completion of mountain gate tasks, etc.
And you will naturally be promoted after reaching a certain level of merit.
Qin Fan looked at the man. There are 72 holes in the mountain of flowers and fruits,
and the 72 people with the highest merit and who fulfill certain conditions can become whole masters.
The lanky man grinned. Then if I challenge the Mountain Lord and win, is it true that I can replace you? Ha ha ha. Qin Fan laughed out loud. Courageous. Not bad. If any of you can defeat me, not only will you become the mountain master of the mountain of flowers and fruits, this cave heaven will also become his personal possession. Barbarian Jiao, level 81, contracted deity Emperor Jiang, wants to challenge the Mountain Lord.
It turned out to be Emperor Jiang, the head of the 12 ancestral witches.
Qin Fan suddenly realized.
He had always felt that Barbarian 9's aura was of the same origin as his,
but he just couldn't determine which ancestral witch it was. The witch tribe has always defied heaven and earth, and the 12 great ancestral witches are even transformed by the flesh and blood of Pangu, an existence born for battle. Having inherited the Emperor River's legacy, Barbarian 9 naturally wouldn't yield to anyone. Even in Barbarian 9's inheritance memories, his inheritance was sourced from Pangu. Instead of making Barbarian Jiao fearful,
this stirred his belligerent heart.
I accept your challenge. Qin Fan responded to the battle, and Barbarian Jiao let out a low roar,
his body shape changing at this moment.
He kept getting bigger and bigger.
His muscles swelled up like a bulging mountain, and 4 wings were born behind his back,
flapping continuously. In an instant,
he disappeared in place and appeared in front of Qin Fan. Worthy of being a space ancestor witch,
Barbarian Jiao's mastery of the laws of space is incomplete right now, but it's also tending to be instantaneous.
Qin Fan's fiery eyes had been baptized after crossing the heavenly tribulation and had advanced into delusion-breaking golden pupils, so all of Barbarian Jiao's movements were clearly seen by him. The huge fist came face to face, and Qin Fan calmly swung out a fist.
Chapter 36, Crisis in Zhangcheng.
Attack of the Demon Race, request for catch-up monthly tickets. Barbarian 9's tall body was stopped, and it was difficult to propel his fists a step forward. A dull hiss came from his throat as the Barbarian 9 power exploded.
Retreat!
Qin Fan steeply exerted his power and blasted back Barbarian 9 with a punch. He landed on the ground and stomped a large hole in the ground.
Sure is strong. Comparing strength, Barbarian Jiao understood that there was no way he could defeat Qin Fan.
He exerted the laws of space and increased his speed to the extreme. An attack enveloped Qin Fan from all sides, sealing his entire back path.
Mountain Lord. I used this move to once kill a demonic beast that was 10 levels higher than me,
but had passed through 3 heavenly tribulation.
If you can block it, I, Savage 9, admit defeat.
There was a confident arrogance in Barbarian 9's tone.
Qin Fan smiled faintly as a glazed luster surfaced on his body surface. Boom boom boom.
A fist shadow landed on Qin Fan,
and a deafening roar erupted from each strike. The surrounding cultivators watching this scene were secretly shocked.
Barbarian 9's name had never made it into the top 10 of the rankings, but his attack performance had overturned the prejudice that cultivators had always had against bodybuilders.
Are they also fierce in the body refining course?
They had always felt that Qin Fan's power was an exception, but now that the cities were interconnected, they could feel more and more as if body refiners were far stronger than chi refiners in the same realm. If it was me facing such an attack, how should I solve it?
Luo Qianyu pondered over countermeasures, but in the end,
she realized that she had no other means other than offering the Kunlun mirror to fend it off.
Moreover, from the attack of Barbarian 9,
even with the Kunlun mirror she seemed to be having a hard time winning.
Qin Fan, is he going to fight hard?
Under the gaze of the crowd, Qin Fan moved. He took a step forward, strong power suddenly bursting out from his body, and all of Barbarian 9's attacks came to a halt at this moment,
blocked by an invisible force. It's the means of a chi refiner?
No, yes. It's Qin Fan's own power distorting the surrounding space, breaking Barbarian 9's divine ability to travel through space.
Luo Qianyu could barely see out what was happening. Boom! Qin Fan landed a punch on Barbarian 9's chest.
The Barbarian 9 divine spirit state was hardened and shattered,
collapsing on the ground.
His breath extremely withered.
I lost. A bitter look appeared on Barbarian 9's face.
Qin Fan's power was beyond what he could imagine.
Anyone else want to challenge? Qin Fan swept a circle. No one answered.
A crowd of disciples looked at him with all the fervor and worship.
From now on,
Manhwa is officially established.
Qin Fan left his brand on the power token,
and a new name then appeared on the golden list of powers in the air.
Manhwa, Mountain Lord Qin Fan.
Hundreds of powers had now appeared on the golden list of powers, and Flower Fruit Mountain had ranked 17th as soon as it was on the list.
It didn't make the top 10, but it was amazing enough. After all, as early as 3 months ago, the Celestial Pride who had obtained the power tokens had continued to create powers. This situation was still no match for the newly established Manhwa, so one could imagine how high the quality of Manhwa's disciples was. After establishing the mountain of flowers and fruits,
Qin Fan continued to level up. During these 3 months that he was in the secret realm,
the environment in the outside world also changed, and more powerful demonic beasts appeared. Within a 1,000
kilometer radius of Jiangchang, the shadows of the demon race had appeared in many of the large mountains. These demons occupied one side and were naturally in opposition to the human practitioners.
In just a few short months,
the human cultivators and the demon race didn't know how many killings had erupted.
On a mountain 500 miles away from Jiangchang, there was a Black Wind Cave.
A group of demons had gathered here,
and the leader was called the Black Wind Great King. After he appeared, he brought great trouble to Jiangchang.
Luo Qianyu had organized cultivators to besiege the Black Wind Great King, but suffered heavy losses.
My lord,
a small demon came to the Black Wind Cave and reported to the Black Wind Great King.
Recently,
the Qin Fan that the Jiangcheng practitioners talked about has appeared and has also established the mountain of flowers and fruits. The demons were unable to see any golden list in the air, so they were unaware of everything that was happening in Jiangcheng.
Qin Fan, ha ha ha, he's finally back.
The Black Wind Great King's spirit was lifted. He went to Jiangcheng before and tried to take it over, but was met with resistance, especially that little twat called Luo Qianyu, who sacrificed a precious mirror and almost trapped him completely. As he broke free to escape from the Kunlun mirror, the Black Wind Great King heard a sentence from Luo Qianyu's mouth. If it was Qin Fan who was there, he would definitely be able to kill this black bear spirit. These words made the Great King of the Black Wind take it to heart. These days, apart from recuperating from his wounds and uniting with the demon clans of the rest of the mountains, wanting to join forces with them to occupy Jiangcheng, the Black Wind Great King had also sent his men to constantly spy on Jiangcheng's intelligence. This Great King would like to see what this cultivator called Qin Fan is capable of. Go contact the Green Scale Great King of Bibo Mountain and the Grey Tooth Great King of Wolf Tooth Cave and tell them that this Great King has recovered from his injuries and that it's time for him to strike at Jiangcheng. At the order of the Black Wind Great King, the small demons under his command launched into action, and when the 3 demon clans converged, they marched towards Jiangcheng in great numbers.
Qin Fan, something's wrong. In the cave of the mountain of flowers and fruits,
Qin Fan was practicing under a waterfall when Luo Qianyu found him,
looking nervous. What's wrong?
My father sent me word that the 3 demon kings near Jiangcheng have gathered their forces and launched an attack on Jiangcheng.
Last time, only one demon race, the Black Wind Great King, made Jiangcheng suffer a lot of casualties. This time, the 3 major demon kings are all out together.
I'm afraid that the threat Jiang Chang will face will be more serious than even the previous demonic beast frenzy.
Demon King? Qin Fan stood up,
his robust body looking particularly impactful under the impact of the waterfall.
Luo Qianyu involuntarily blushed. With a thought, clothes appeared on Qin Fan's body as he lazily said, "Just in time. I haven't moved my muscles for a long time. These demon clans? I didn't go looking for them, but instead, I even sent them to my door." Barbarian 9. Mountain Lord.
Barbarian Jiao had become Qin Fan's most loyal follower.
Normally,
Qin Fan would also guide the disciples of the Flower and Fruit Mountain in addition to his own cultivation.
And under his teaching,
Barbarian Jiao's mastery of his own power had improved tremendously, and he was also a lot more powerful than when he first entered the Flower and Fruit Mountain. This made Barbarian Jiao more and more determined that his choice to join the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits in the first place was the wisest choice. Summon the disciples who are at Mount Huagui to gather and exterminate the demons. After a power with a power token is created, he will issue different quests, and completing the quests will earn you merits, which will have an impact on the power's ranking. Many of the disciples of Mount Huagui would choose to go out and do quests. Slaying the demon race was also one of the quests he would issue. Yes. Barbarian 9 then went forward to gather the disciples. My dad has already notified the collection of cultivators in Jiangchang.
However, because of the previous demon attack,
many cultivators have fear of the demon race,
and this time, with you here, I believe that it will give them more backbone.
Qin Fan was already the faith of the cultivators of Jiangchang,
the pin of the sea. Qin Fan smiled, unconcerned.
I hope these demon clans can give me some surprises.
Chapter 37, The Human and Demon Races.
The beginning of Confrontation, requesting for favorites. Outside of River City, the Black-Winged Great King, the Green-Scale Great King, and the Grey-Tooth Great King each led a coalition of minor demons under their command.
Demon winds rolled in and black clouds pressed down on the city.
The Black-Winged Great King laughed fiercely and said,
"Both of you, after capturing Jiang City, we will each occupy 1/3 of the territory as discussed before."
Jia. A weak race like humans are not qualified to enjoy such a good place.
After the demonic beast frenzy,
the concentration of aura in each city continued to increase, and had already distanced itself from the outside of the city.
Jiangchang, in particular,
attracted the covetousness of various forces.
Little ones, kill for me.
At the Black-Winged Great King's command, a group of demon clansmen revealed their original forms and attacked towards the city walls. The Black-Winged Great King and the three of them, on the other hand, flew in the air and did not make the first move.
Black-Winged Great King,
I let you get away with it last time, but I didn't think you would still dare to come and die.
Luo Qianyu's voice came from far away.
The Kunlun mirror flew out from her body and erupted with dazzling light. Luo Qianyu was now level 89 and had awakened most of the Western Queen Mother's inheritance, and the Kunlun mirror exploded with even more power in her hands. The Black-Winged Great King coldly grunted as a mixed iron-steel spear coalesced in his hand.
Last time, it was because this Great King didn't check for a moment that he fell for your tactics.
This time this Great King will take you back to be a suppressive wife.
Shameless demon race. Delusional.
Luo Qianyu clasped his hands together and continuously pinched his fingers as the light that erupted from the Kunlun mirror continued to become brighter and brighter before shooting towards the Black-Winged Great King.
Boom!
The golden light and the steel spear collided, and the Black-Winged Great King's arm trembled.
She's gotten stronger again. Both of you, strike together.
The Black-Winged Great King didn't dare to be careless and directly greeted the other two demon kings. The Green-Scale Great King opened his mouth and spat out. Rolling black smoke spewed out from his mouth, and wherever he passed, flowers, plants and trees, including the earth, lost their vitality. What a terrifying poisonous fog. Luo Qianyu kept retreating while light erupted from the Kunlun mirror to ward off the poisonous mist.
Ow!
The Wolf-Tooth Great King looked up to the sky and whistled. The sound wave gusted. Luo Qianyu only felt that the spiritual platform seemed to be stabbed by 10,000 needles. The Kunlun mirror became dim at this moment.
No! There's no way I can deal with 3 demons at the same time. Luo Qianyu shouted towards the air. Qin Fan, how long are you going to watch the fun?
A clear voice came from the air.
It's coming. Qin Fan's tall body blocked in front of Luo Qianyu. Get out!
He reached out with his large hand and grabbed the Black-Winged Great King's steel spear. A strong force surged out, and Qin Fan savagely snatched the steel gun off.
You want to take over Jiangcheng even with this trivial Taoist skill?
Qin Fan casually twisted the steel spear into a muggle and smashed it against the Black-Winged Great King, directly smashing him into the ground.
At the same time, a gale whistled above the battlefield, blowing away the poisonous fog. The ghosts are crying and making a lot of noise. Immediately afterward,
Qin Fan dashed and appeared above the Grey-Tooth Great King's head,
slapping him into the ground as well.
From the time Qin Fan appeared until he repelled the Black-Winged Great King,
it was only a few breaths of time. Subsequently,
The disciples of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits also joined the battle with the demon race. Their combat power far exceeded that of the demon race below, and under their leadership, the demon race's attack was intercepted. The ground suddenly shook, and the Black Wind Great King and Grey Tooth Great King, who had been slapped away by Qin Fan, all revealed their true forms. A black bear of more than 10 feet with a ferocious red light in its eyes, and a house-sized grey wolf with sharp fangs like steel knives. A bear, a groundhog, and what about you? Qin Fan executed his delusion-breaking golden pupil, and the green-scaled Great King's body twisted and hissed out of his mouth, turning into a giant python the thickness of a millstone. So it's a little earthworm. Qin Fan came to a sudden realization. The Black Wind Great King roared and rushed towards Qin Fan, causing countless amounts of smoke and dust to be stirred up on the ground. Qin Fan slammed his fist on the head of the Black Wind Great King. The huge black bear's head exploded at this moment, and the Black Wind Great King's body fell to the ground with a loud bang. The grey wolf that had originally rushed towards Qin Fan stopped hard and turned its head to run. What a joke! Killed this black bear guy with one punch. The grey wolf demon's strength was a step weaker than the black bear, and charging up again was just a matter of one more punch from Qin Fan. He was so fast that he rushed out hundreds of meters away in the blink of an eye. What's the point of leaving when you're already here? Qin Fan laughed coldly and reached for the sky before landing heavily. A thunderbolt descended from the sky and smashed onto the grey wolf with precision. Ouch! The grey wolf only had time to let out a scream before turning into a charred corpse. After resolving these two demons, Qin Fan stared at the last python. The giant python opened his bloody mouth, and large clouds of black smoke erupted from his mouth, obscuring his vision, before he plunged towards the ground, and a dark hole appeared. It's too late to run. Along with Qin Fan's voice, a downpour of rain fell from the sky, dispersing the black smoke, and he looked at the python, which only had a tail exposed, and grabbed it with both hands. Come out! Qin Fan let out a low gulp, and the python's 10-odd-foot body was yanked out of the hole by him stiffly. Hiss! The giant python spat out its snake letters and opened its fangs to bite at Qin Fan's head. Click! A crunching sound came out as Qin Fan smiled broadly and broke open the python's mouth, the poisonous fangs on it having been chipped off. The green-scaled Great King's main means were poisonous fangs and poisonous smoke, neither of which posed any danger to Qin Fan, and even his poisonous fangs couldn't bite through Qin Fan's skin. Row! Before the latter word could be finished, Qin Fan had already grabbed her body and swung it fiercely onto the ground. Knock knock! Not knowing how many times it had been smashed, the python's vitality dissipated, and Qin Fan then threw it to the ground. The three leading demons were killed, and the remaining small demons naturally couldn't become a climate, and were killed cleanly by the Jiangxue cultivators. In the past of this battle, Flower Fruit Mountain's ranking on the golden ranking of forces directly surged into the top 10. After entering the top 10, the aura of the Flower Fruit Mountain cave sky became even more dense again, and being in it, even a simple breath would have aura drilling into one's body. After deeply feeling the benefits of rising in the rankings, the enthusiasm of the disciples of Mount Huagua to carry out their tasks became even stronger. Moreover, after this battle, the demon clans near Zhongcheng were shocked, not to mention attacking Zhongcheng again, even approaching it with caution. Time keeps passing. Collisions began to occur between the various forces, fighting for each other, and some weak cities were annexed and wiped out, while others stood out in the midst of blood and fire. A new pattern between the human races thoroughly formed to appear. Out of the many forces, 4 major forces eventually formed. The alliance between the Flower Fruit Mountain headed by Qin Fan and the Kunlun created by Luo Qianyu. Because of Qin Fan, a large number of cultivators of the body refining course converged here, and Zhongcheng had thus become the home base of the body refiners. The other 3 major forces were the Interceptor sect created by War Wushuang, Ji Yan's Elucidator sect, and the Western sect. As for Bai, he contracted the Taishang, and although he created the human sect, he didn't put his heart into expanding his power, but just left from the island and traveled around. Below these 4 major forces, there were likewise some weaker forces that either relied on the 4 major forces or were ambitious. On top of that, as time passed, the number of demon races increased, and there was no lack of some powerful demon races being born. The conflict between the human and demon races also became more and more acute. Chapter 38, Ancestral Dragon. Beginning Phoenix. Unicorn? The unicorn? Unawareness. It's been a year since the myth came down. In the cave sky of Mount Huagua, Qin Fan sitting cross-legged on the top of the mountain exuded a powerful aura, and the surrounding space was influenced by Qin Fan's power, and from time to time black spatial fissures were born. At some point, Qin Fan opened his eyes, in which it seemed as if thunder had crossed. Coming! He let out a low gulp and disappeared into the Flower Fruit Mountain cave and came to the outside world. At the first moment he appeared, the sky was covered with dark clouds, followed by countless heavenly thunderbolts falling down to baptize Qin Fan's physical body.
Each thunderbolt was mixed with the power to destroy everything, but it could not cause any damage when it fell on Qin Fan. Not only that, the huge energy contained in the heavenly thunder was instead absorbed by Qin Fan and used to enhance the strength of his fleshly body. After a long time, Qin Fan stretched his body. The ninth heavenly tribulation. My fleshly body has completely detached itself from the mortal body of flesh and evolved into an immortal spirit body under the baptism of thunder. Qin Fan made an internal vision of himself. Every cell of his body seemed to be a gathering of energy, alive and full of endless vitality. Putting it in the online novels of my previous life. This should belong to that kind of special physique such as some kind of great Tao saint body. Or born saint body? Qin Fan sighed a little. This world does not have these so-called physique. No matter whether it is body refining or chi practicing. When you are strong enough to exceed the limit of the heavenly Tao, there will be a heavenly tribulation coming down. And after crossing over itself will undergo a heavenly change. And the 9 times of heavenly tribulation is the limit. Aside from Qin Fan, Luo Qianyu had also triggered the same heavenly tribulation for the first time 3 months ago. But her change was different from Qin Fan's. When a chi refiner crossed this type of heavenly tribulation, it would make it easier for him or her to gulp down spiritual chi and perceive the laws of the great Tao. Qin Fan, the movement just now, was your 9th calamity? Luo Qianyu appeared beside Qin Fan. Her temperament nowadays became more and more fresh and elegant, and at the same time, there was also a hint of more majesty and splendor. Aha! Luo Qianyu marveled. As far as I know, most of today's top heavenly prides have passed through the 2nd and 3rd tribulation. Even Battle Wushuang and the others are only at the 4th tribulation. And you're already at the 9th tribulation. I can't even imagine how powerful you really are today. The last time Qin Fan made a move was 2 months ago. At that time, Barbarian Jiao led the disciples of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits to fight with the demon race, and was caught in the encirclement of the demon race. Facing dozens of times of the demon race, Barbarian Jiao exploded with superb combat strength, and was stopped just when he was about to kill his way out of the encirclement. The one blocking Barbarian 9 was one of the 4 great fierce beasts of the demon race, the poor Qi. The poor man's nature is brutal and murderous. From the time it descended, I don't know how many human races died in its mouth. Barbarian 9 had also come this time to put it to death. Originally, both sides were about the same strength, but Barbarian Jiao had too much physical strength consumed by the rest of the demon race, so he wasn't a match for poor Qi. Fortunately, Qin Fan arrived in time to suppress the poor Qi and captured it back, becoming the beast of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits. Not only that, after this, Qin Fan broke into the 100,000 mountains where the demon race had gathered and went on a killing spree, capturing Tao Tai, Chaos, and Legend alongside poor Qi. This made the reputation of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits once again awe-inspiring, and also made Qin Fan a thorn in the side of the demon race. You didn't come to find me just to talk to me about the transition, did you? Qin Fan looked at Luo Qianyu. Nowadays, Kunlun is also a major power of the human race, and under the leadership of Luo Qianyu, it has already had the trend of the Western Queen Mother unifying the female immortals back then. It's a big thing. During the time you were in seclusion, something big happened in the demon clan. Luo Qianyu and Qin Fan spoke carefully. The human race and the demon race are naturally opposed to each other. This is a racial war that cannot be avoided. And the demon race is an ironclad. But a month ago, a giant dragon was born in the East Sea, who was called the ancestor of 10,000 dragons, and unified the water races of the Forsees. Almost at the same time, a foreign beast called the phoenix was born in the immortal volcano, unifying the birds of prey. And the unicorn was born in the 100,000 great mountains, unifying the beasts of prey. Ancestral Dragon, beginning Phoenix, and Qilin, all 3 of them are very powerful. Originally they all wanted to defeat the other 2 parties as well and unify all the demon race, and a great battle broke out between the 3 parties, but none of them were able to do so. So they reached a consensus to join forces to exterminate the human race first. In a month's time, many cities where human practitioners were located were destroyed by them. No reaction from the major forces of the human race? Qin Fan frowned. When such a situation arises, it is impossible for him to remain unmoved, and he is bound to issue a series of drastic measures. No. Luo Qianyu shook his head and said, in the beginning, Battle Wushuang, Ji Yen, and the others also stepped in to stop the demon race, but they are simply too strong to resist. And the demon race's side is also using the excuse that you were the one who first broke into the 100,000 mountains, killed too many demon race members, and captured the 4 great fierce beasts. You, Qin Fan, can break into the 100,000 mountains to kill the demon race, then they must return the color of the human race as well. In the face of this claim from the demon race, War Wushuang and the others chose to back off, not caring as long as the demon race didn't attack the forces under their command. Luo Qianyu said here with some exasperation, What a bunch of cuties. Can't they see that this is an excuse for the demon race? Sooner or later, the weakened power of the human race will backfire on them as well. They're not stupid. They're wise beyond their years. Qin Fan sneered. The Flower and Fruit Mountain and the Kunlun Alliance have long been the #1 power of the human race nowadays. Wurshuang and the others just want to let us and the demon race lose both of them first, and then they'll come out to clean up the mess. This will not only pique their reputation among the human race, but also eliminate the biggest threat at the same time. So what are you going to do? Luo Qianyu sighed and said, if we just let the demon race slaughter the human race, the Flower and Fruit Mountain in Kunlun will inevitably be dealt a blow. This is now happening. Many human practitioners would encounter interception by the demon race when they were practicing, which caused human practitioners to become more and more dissatisfied with the mountain of flowers and fruits in Kunlun. Qin Fan snorted. What blow can there be? Essentially the dissatisfaction with Mount Huagua in Kunlun is because they don't have the qualifications to join. Do you believe that if Mount Huagua in Kunlun were to liberalize the conditions of the assessment, those who cursed us would rush in like a dog? But if Wurshuang and the others want to be shrunken turtles, Qin Fan, won't. Didn't the demon race say they were going to retaliate for me killing too many demons? Well then, I'll kill them so much that they won't dare to have this heart again. Qin Fan's eyes contained endless killing intent. What are you going to do? What else can I do? Slaughter the Ancestral Dragon, the beginning Phoenix, and the Kirin. Qin Fan leaped and the somersault cloud appeared under his feet, carrying him towards the East Sea. Jiang Xue was already close to the East Sea. The speed of the somersault clouds was extremely fast, and within half a day Qin Fan arrived above the East Sea. Looking down at the vast ocean below, Qin Fan directly casted Dharma Heaven and Earth. He was now at level 115, not far from full level. Coupled with the fact that he himself had passed through 9 heavenly tribulations, the Dharma Heavenly Elephant Earth was fully activated, directly transforming into more than 1,000 zhang in height, and the weapon in his hand also became 1,000 times larger, just like a pillar in the sky. Chapter 39, Turning the River. Ancestral Dragon? It's just a loach. Qin Fan's actual battle method was heavenly and earthly. His body was 1,000 feet tall, with a green face and fangs, as if he was a devil god standing above this East Sea. His arms picked up the weapon and plunged it into the East China Sea, spinning it violently. The sea surface of the East China Sea set off shocking waves at this moment. The seawater coalesced into a whirlpool, and the aquatic races in a range of hundreds of miles were caught in the waves. Who dares to act recklessly in the East Sea? In the depths of the ocean, a nightjar was cruising along when it was tugged by a sudden gravitational pull and nearly swept into a whirlpool. Nightcrawler burst into a rage and burrowed out of the water, incoherent by the scene before him. You? Who are you? He boldly shouted up at Qin Fan. If the Forsees are unified, the Ancestral Dragon has ordered that no one is allowed to disturb the Forsees. Do you want to die? A golden light erupted from Qin Fan's eyes, penetrating the head of the Sea Patrol Night Fork. Turn the river. Qin Fan increased his force while exercising his divine ability, and wherever his eyes looked, the sea was stormy and rainy, just like the end of the world. Countless water demon clans were implicated, killed and injured, and a large number of corpses floated on the surface of the East Sea. Deep under the sea, a pale dragon perched on a rocky mountain at the bottom of the sea. It was extremely large, stretching thousands of feet. Suddenly, the Ancestral Dragon opened his eyes like 2 lanterns, making the bottom of the sea light up. How dare someone come to the East Sea to cause trouble? The huge body moved slowly as the Ancestral Dragon flew out of the sea. Finally, it's out. After seeing the Ancestral Dragon, Qin Fan stopped his movements and his delusion-breaking golden pupils were cast. So it's an old loach. I told you. How could it be a real Ancestral Dragon? Qin Fan laughed out loud. Under the delusion-breaking golden pupil, there was nowhere to hide all the falsehoods, and he could tell the true body of the Ancestral Dragon with a single glance. It was a loach, but it got the inheritance of the Ancestral Dragon and kept awakening, eventually turning into a dragon. As early as when the demon race appeared, Qin Fan realized a problem. The human race can contract deities, but there is no shortage of powerful demon races in myths and legends. Will they appear as well? At first, Qin Fan thought that demonic beasts were the demon race, but the appearance of the tiger head demon overturned this idea. As more and more demon races appeared, Qin Fan also finally judged it. The gods in mythology would be contracted by human races, and those powerful demon races could be contracted by animals. Only unlike humans who needed to level up to obtain the full inheritance of the gods, the inheritance of the demon race was controlled by him, and over time, more and more powerful demons would be awakened. Human race, how dare you come to the East Sea to act recklessly? The Ancestral Dragon opened its mouth and spat out human words, disturbing the East Sea. No matter who you are, the only way is death. The Ancestral Dragon's claws waved, and a pillar of water rushed up from the sea, or as chains wrapped around Qin Fan, wanting to bind him.
Qin Fan struggled so hard that the water column broke, and his weapon was raised and smashed into the Ancestral Dragon. The two sides spiraled into a great battle. Ancestral Dragon was able to unify the Forsees water race, and his combat power was naturally incomparably terrifying.
Moreover, he also possessed the ability to control wind, rain, thunder and lightning, and for a time, the entire sky over the East China Sea looked like doomsday had come. With lightning, thunder, wind and rain, boom,
a golden light in the gray sky cut through the firmament,
and the weapon landed on the Ancestral Dragon, smashing it out of the air and into the sea. At this moment,
the figure of the Ancestral Dragon flew out once again, standing on the surface of the sea and spewing flames from its mouth.
As the Ancestral Dragon was the first dragon born between heaven and earth,
he was born with the ability to control the elements of nature.
Playing with fire?
Qin Fan grinned and grabbed out with his big hand,
crushing the flames hard with a slap. You're not even close.
The flame law descended and enveloped the Ancestral Dragon.
In an instant,
the Ancestral Dragon was wrapped in flames.
Ah! The Ancestral Dragon let out a miserable scream and rushed into the sea. He tried to douse the flames with seawater. However, Qin Fan's flames were created by the laws, not ordinary flames,
and could not be extinguished at all unless an equal amount of power was used against them.
The Ancestral Dragon swam in the sea and the water boiled. This is the power of law. Ancestral Dragon woke up. Damn it! Who the hell are you?
How is it possible for you to master the power of laws?
In his memories,
everyone that could control the laws was very powerful, and there was no such existence among the human race.
I am Qin Fan. What? Hasn't your demon race been looking for me to take revenge? Now that I'm here, is that all the so-called Ancestral Dragon is capable of?
Qin Fan's stride spanned a distance of more than 10 kilometers in one step. He had already awakened 11 of the 12 Ancestral Witches' abilities, leaving only the Candle Join Ancestral Witch's Law of Time yet to be awakened. But there were only 5 levels left before awakening this last ability.
In fact, after awakening Dijon's ability,
Qin Fan's speed was far faster than the somersault clouds, but he still preferred to ride the clouds when traveling.
Don't ask. The question is who would go out on their legs when they have a supercar.
The Ancestral Dragon was desperately urging his mana in the sea to suppress the flames of the laws on his body,
and in the next moment,
he steeply felt his body tighten up before he was grabbed out of the sea by Qin Fan in a hard grip.
Old Loach, what are you running for?
Qin Fan's Dharma heavenly body was 1,000 feet, but it was still a bit short compared to the size of the Ancestral Dragon. The Ancestral Dragon was grasped in Qin Fan's hands, and the dragon's tail swung,
slapping Qin Fan on the back. Click!
Qin Fan was wearing Immortal rank upper grade treasure armor, which was a reward from the rank list.
However, under the tremendous force of the Ancestral Dragon,
the precious armor ruptured, and Qin Fan's body was exposed, his muscles towering like mountains in furrows.
Your ass! Do you know how hard it is for me to have a magic treasure that doesn't explode my clothes?
Qin Fan burst into a rage.
In a year's time, apart from the 3 months in the secret realm,
Qin Fan had always dominated the top of the rankings, and the mountain of flowers and fruits had also topped the power rankings in the second month after its establishment.
He got all kinds of rewards, gong fu,
pills,
and divine aptitude.
But the extremely high-grade Immortal rank treasure clothes are just this one.
Now since it was shattered by the Ancestral Dragon,
I'll flay your skin for clothes and draw your tendons for a belt today. Qin Fan grabbed the Ancestral Dragon and his arms erupted with terrifying and incomparable power.
Break! Is going to break. Ancestral Dragon was horrified.
The fleshly body of the demon race was naturally incomparably powerful,
and it also gulped in spiritual chi. So the demon race would be more powerful than human practitioners in the same rank.
The Ancestral Dragon was level 110 upon awakening and had successfully crossed the heavenly steps 9 times, and the strength of his physical body was even comparable to some spiritual treasures. But now he even felt that the next moment Qin Fan could tear him in half. What the hell kind of monster is this? The Ancestral Dragon struggled frantically, barely breaking free from Qin Fan's hands.
After entering the sea, he set off endless waves to block Qin Fan,
then desperately fled towards the depths of the sea.
Trying to escape? Can you escape?
Qin Fan stretched out his palm and violently slashed it towards the sea. The sea was split into 2 halves at that moment and chased after him. Just which deity did he contract? Why is it so powerful?
Ton Tian? Origin? Taishan?
No, they don't have such means of sorcery.
Could it be one of the 3,000 demon gods?
It's also impossible.
The Ancestral Dragon inheritance is no worse than the 3,000 demon gods. It's even stronger than them.
And according to the information in my inherited memories, it's impossible for the human race to contract the 3,000 demon gods.
Could it be the great god Pangu? A thought rose in the Ancestral Dragon's mind. Since his awakening,
he had never paid attention to the information about human cultivators contracting deities.
But he woke up at this moment and realized that he seemed to have been careless. Chapter 40, Subjugating the Ancestral Dragon. New mount, requesting for catch-up favorites. The moment this thought rose, the Ancestral Dragon's torso went ice-cold, and a touch of fear rose within. Pangu. It was the opening of the heavens and the Supreme Being. He's powerful beyond belief. At the time of the birth of chaos, Pangu and the 3,000 gods and demons were born. This is the oldest of the gods. The weakest of them was also in existence that had complete mastery of a great Tao law. As for Pangu, not to mention, his power was incomparable to the 3,000 gods and demons put together. Only and the rest of the gods and devils are different. Pangu compassion cannot bear chaos forever in the darkness, with their own great power to open the sky, at the same time the body of all things, which led to the birth of the flood. After this, there was a great war between gods and devils. 3,000 gods and devils died and disappeared, and the laws of the great Tao returned, which led to the next era. The Ancestral Dragon in my memory rose to prominence in this era. But even when the Ancestral Dragon was at his strongest, the gap between him and Pangu was still a world apart. So when realizing that Qin Fan might be a contracted Pangu, all of the Ancestral Dragon's battle spirit vanished into thin air. Is it possible for the great god Pangu to be contracted by these humble humanoids? Despite this conjecture, Ancestral Dragon still couldn't believe it. He fled frantically, and along the way, when he encountered the cultivation practices in the East China Sea, he swallowed them in one bite and read their memories. Eventually, he was sure, Qin Fan really contracted Pangu. From the memories of these practitioners, the Ancestral Dragon knew the current state of the human race today. Not only had Qin Fan contracted Pangu, he was also the only dual deity contractor. Although he didn't know what kind of deity Qi Tian Dishang was, it didn't matter. In Ancestral Dragon's perception, contracting Pangu was more terrifying than contracting all the rest of the gods. That's the truth. After Pangu opened the heavens, it wasn't as if the gods of later generations hadn't thought of challenging the feat of Pangu in the first place, but eventually a conclusion was reached. The flood world would continue to weaken since its birth, and they, the race gods and demons who relied on Pangu's body to transform all things, would not even be able to break up the flood world, let alone open up chaos. The deeper one's cultivation, the more one would understand the power of Pangu. When I first entered the world of cultivation, I only knew that it was Pangu who opened the heavens before the flood. But when you reach the top of the flood, you can better understand the gap between Pangu and Griffin. Just like a mole cricket looking at the sky, there really wouldn't be a hidden agenda in the demise of such a powerful existence because of the opening up of chaos? I concede. Suddenly, the ancestor stopped his fleeing figure and begged for mercy towards Qin Fan. I'm willing to become your contracted divine beast, just please spare my life. The voice of the Ancestral Dragon rang in Qin Fan's ears, which caused Qin Fan to freeze. No! You have inherited the Ancestral Dragon inheritance. That is the first dragon after the opening of the heavens and the earth. The ancestor of all dragons. Such a lofty and honorable status. How can you beg for mercy with me? Ancestral Dragon revealed a pleasing expression. Compared to you, I am but a wisp of dust in the chaos. It's my honor to be your contracted divine beast. Not to mention that he was only inheriting the inheritance of the Ancestral Dragon. Even if he was a real Ancestral Dragon, becoming the contracted divine beast of the great god Pangu would still be a tall order. Qin Fan's powerful Ancestral Dragon knew firsthand, and with the memories of the human practitioners he had devoured along the way, he understood even more. The one in front of me only inherited Pangu's ability, but not Pangu's compassion, or even the complete opposite. He always treats his enemies to get rid of evil, and never leaves them alive if he can kill them. The Ancestral Dragon didn't want to die right after it was born. Facing the Ancestral Dragon with an extremely flattering and humble attitude, Qin Fan was silent. It's hard for me when you're like this, Mountain Lord Qin Fan. After I become your contracted divine beast, the entire Forsees will become your territory, and the Forsees water tribes will be at your disposal. It would be trivial for you, but at least it would be of some benefit to the human race. Ancestral Dragon is frantically searching for his worth. Qin Fan stopped and pondered for a moment. In that case, hand over your divine soul mark. Hearing Qin Fan's words, the Ancestral Dragon was overjoyed as a mini Ancestral Dragon flew out from its brow and came before Qin Fan. After taking this seal away, a subtle connection was created between Qin Fan and the Ancestral Dragon. He clearly sensed that he could easily manipulate the Ancestral Dragon's life and death with just one thought. Master, I am already your contracted spirit beast, so please eliminate the flames of law from my body. The Ancestral Dragon didn't have the slightest bit of dignity to speak of in front of Qin Fan, and was only interested in being able to satisfy Qin Fan. Qin Fan waved his hand and the flames that had been scorching the Ancestral Dragon disappeared. The Ancestral Dragon turned around in the sea and came to Qin Fan. Master, Is your purpose here to solve the problem of the demon race's attack on the human race's cities? Aha! Qin Fan nodded. I've heard that you and the beginning Phoenix and the Qilin have reached an agreement that the three parties are in command of the demon race and will destroy the human race together?
Please be clear, Master. I am beginning Phoenix and Kirin snubbed ah.
Ancestral Dragon exclaimed. Originally,
I had already ruled the Forsees, and I don't know how much larger and more numerous the Forsees aquatic races are than the land.
So why bother competing for the land power?
It was these two abominations that compelled me.
And that made me make the wrong decision.
I'll take my master to settle the score with those two guys.
Ancestral Dragon was righteous, as if he was really very aggrieved. Qin Fan didn't bother with the rest. Lead the way. Master, come, you stand on my head.
The Ancestral Dragon flew out of the sea and said pleasingly towards Qin Fan. After waiting for him to land on his head,
he then shot straight up into the clouds,
carrying Qin Fan towards the Immortal Fire Mountain.
I have to say, having Zulan as a mount is indeed more pulling than somersault clouds. Qin Fan was quite satisfied. The location of the Immortal volcano is distant from the East China Sea. After the mythic advent,
the world map had expanded by an unknown number of times, and at the full speed of the Ancestral Dragon, arriving at the Immortal volcano also took 3 days.
During this period, countless human practitioners had seen the scene of Qin Fan riding the Ancestral Dragon. That's Qin Fan? Some cultivators recognized it,
and they were dismayed beyond measure.
The power of the Ancestral Dragon was obvious to them all.
When the Forsees water tribe attacked the human city, it had met with tenacious resistance, at one point causing the Forsees water tribe boundless trouble. But after Ancestral Dragon struck,
any obstruction seemed like a joke, destroyed by him in a devastating manner.
It was precisely for this reason that War Wushuang chose to acquiesce to the demon race destroying the human cities.
This was because they knew that even if they made a move,
it would be difficult to resist the Ancestral Dragon.
Beginning Phoenix and Qilin, they're too strong. But such a strong existence had allowed Qin Fan to step on his head? It's outrageous.
The news that Qin Fan had traveled to the East Sea had long been spread to all the major powers. It was only that they felt that Qin Fan was being arrogant.
Even Combat Wushuang,
Ji Yan and the others felt that when Qin Fan and the Ancestral Dragon were both defeated, it would be a good time for them to strike.
But they couldn't have imagined it. The Ancestral Dragon,
which was so powerful in their eyes that it caused their hearts to palpitate, was actually subdued by Qin Fan and willingly became his mount.
Chapter 41, The Three Religions Contend. Differences begin. The flying dragon ship was steadily parked at the ice harbor.
Big brother, ice and snow have been pressing you for 2 or 3 years.
Like floss in the body smiling in happy na. Li Yi looked at the silhouette of ice and snow city in the distance and leisurely recited. Asterisk 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 off. You're pretending to be cultured.
Zhou Yuan's old face blushed.
I came to Ice and Snow City to do my job. I understand. It's all over for you. Zhou Yuan kicked Li Yi's butt. Don't forget what you were instructed to do. Don't worry, big brother. I've got it covered. Speaking of this, Li Yi's eyes rose in battle.
Panlong City had been too peaceful for too long, and his body bones were itching.
Now that Zhou Yuan was already a Duke of State, even if Fusan Island did not make a mess,
the time had come for Panlong City to go further.
Zhou Yuan held Zhou Nuan's small hand and got off the flying dragon ship. Cold, chilly air poured into his body,
and a familiar feeling came over him.
After leaving,
Little Ice and Little Snow managed this place well.
Walking down the street, Zhou Yuan secretly nodded his head. Ice City was built on top of an ice field, and the environment was more grueling than any other place in the Grand Xia. The most crucial thing was that after the revival of Aura,
a large number of exotic beasts appeared on the ice plains.
Thus Ice Snow City needed to recruit soldiers every once in a while. Brother, can I also be like you and join the Ice and Snow City's patrol guard?
Learning that Zhou Yuan had come all the way to Ice and Snow City just to join the patrol guard, Zhou Nuan expressed her support although she did not understand.
No,
Zhou Yuan flatly refused.
Joining the patrol was just a systematic task, and after completing it, and then obtaining the complete Ice Clear Jade merit for Zhou Nuan he would leave.
The only headache was that this gong method complete was only in the hands of the two Ice and Snow sisters. He had to think of a way to not reveal his identity, but also contact the two sisters to gain trust.
Zhou Yuan hasn't figured out what to do yet. Following the guidance of the soldiers guarding the city, the two of them, Zhou Yuan, made their way to the recruitment office.
There's already a long line here.
The Ice City Patrol is treated very well.
As long as they passed the test, even ordinary members of the patrol would be able to receive a monthly salary of 10 medium-grade spirit stones. Those at the rank of squad leader are even allocated a house of their own. Considering that he would be staying in Ice and Snow City for a while, Zhou Yuan's goal was to pass the squad leader's examination. Soon, it was Zhou Yuan's turn to be tested. He handed over his identity token.
Zhou Yuan, from Panlong City?
The person in charge of recording subconsciously raised his head after seeing the identity information within the token. Into his eyes was a different face than he remembered.
Is there a problem?
This identity token was made especially for him.
No. It's that your name is the same as our Ice and Snow City's 3 city lords.
The official in charge of recording smiled.
Then said,
place your hand on this spirit measuring stone and then imbue it with spiritual energy.
Zhou Yuan sniffed and did as he was told.
The spirit measuring stone immediately erupted with a greenish-colored light.
5th ranked martial artist. Congratulations.
You meet the conditions for running for patrol squad leader.
Would you like to consider giving it a try? There were many martial artists who came to participate in this examination,
and most of them were below the 5th rank. There were a total of 8 5th ranked martial artists that had appeared so far, but there was only one spot for the squad leader this time.
Sure. One moment, please.
The recorder arranged for someone to bring Zhou Yuan to a martial arts arena.
In addition to him, 7 other 5th ranked martial artists were also present. You may all recuperate here for now, and when the recruitment is over,
you will be arranged to compete together for the squad leader's place.
Zhou Yuan found a seat and sat down, and someone came over to talk to him.
Buddy, have you heard? This time, Ice and Snow City recruited soldiers because an exotic beast beyond the 9th order appeared in the depths of the ice plains, and the 2 city lords previously sent their men to encircle it but suffered heavy losses.
Oh,
Zhou Yuan's heart stirred in thought.
In the same rank situation, exotic beasts were stronger than human martial artists. A vassal-level exotic beast even possessed a spiritual intelligence not lower than that of a human, and also had an extremely strong sense of territory,
and it was a normal situation that it would launch an attack on Ice and Snow City.
That would be a good fit.
If I make a move to kill this alien beast,
as a result,
it shouldn't be a problem to ask Little Ice and Little Snow for a complete copy of the ice cleansing and jade cleansing technique.
Thanks, buddy. Zhou Yuan patted the shoulder of the person he was talking to.
Ha?
Thanks for what?
The man was uncertain.
Just at this time, 2 more people came to the martial arts arena. Gentlemen, all those eligible to run for squad leader are now present and will now be tested. If you want to become a squad leader of the Ice City Patrol, the main thing is to have strong strength.
All of you are 5th ranked martial artists,
so in order to avoid hurting each other,
the way to run for the squad leader this time will be determined by the degree of breaking the ice piles.
On the martial arts field, a 2-meter-high ice pile appeared.
Whoever leaves the biggest mark on this ice pile gets to be the squad leader.
I'll go first. Zhou Yuan was the first to stand up after hearing this. This ice pile was transported back by the 2 city lords from the Ice Plain City Lord. It can withstand up to a 9th rank martial artist's attack.
Be careful not to be counter-injured yourself when striking, the man in charge warned from the sidelines.
Zhou Yuan didn't talk nonsense and blasted his fist onto the ice pile. Click!
Cracking sounds continued to emanate from the ice pile, only to see the originally flat ice pile covered in cracks from end to end.
******, so exaggerated? No dude, are you really a 5th ranked martial artist? The scene left everyone in the room dumbfounded.
A strike that caused such an effect was simply not something an ordinary 5th ranked martial artist could do.
Moreover, Zhou Yuan hadn't used any martial arts,
relying purely on his physical strength.
This is a humanoid alien beast, isn't it? Next. Who's next? The staff member in charge also looked at Zhou Yuan in amazement. Come on my ass. I give up.
The person who first spoke to Zhou Yuan stood in front of the restored and intact ice pile,
raised his hand and lowered it again, and then an egg.
His own strength was clear to himself. Even if he used his strongest martial arts skills, he would not be able to achieve the effect caused by Zhou Yuan.
I give up too. One after another.
The rest of the martial artists chose not to compare,
and only one gritted his teeth and stepped forward,
using a martial art to attack the ice pile.
Click! A long crack appeared on the ice pile,
which looked very ugly compared to the scale caused by Zhou Yuan.
Convinced, he sighed and clasped his fist at Zhou Yuan. Dude, you are really fierce. Sijin. Zhou Yuan wanted this effect. In that case, congratulations Captain Zhou.
From now on you are the patrol squad leader.
The staff took out a token and handed it to him. This is your captain's token. The allotment of patrol squad captains is 50 people, and these 50 people will be transferred to you by Ice and Snow City, and outside of that, you can also recruit your own soldiers. In addition, the captain's token is also the key to the house assigned to you by Ice Snow City, and the exact location can be obtained by simply pouring your divine thoughts into the token. A competition ended before it even started, and at the same time as he received the captain's token, the system prompts also rang in Zhou Yuan's ears. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. You are rewarded with 10,000 inferior spirit stones, a 4th order superb elixir, great restoration pill, and 2,000 reversal values. Congratulations host. You have activated the Yuan Wu primordial body. Chapter 42, Immortality? Even the laws will be annihilated in front of me. Requesting for monthly tickets for reading and collecting. Two Dao brothers, your patterns are small. Bai faintly said. Although the three of us are indentured to the three purities, we are not the three purities. Perhaps in the future we will have the so-called heavenly destiny, but at least now we are still me, the human race. Now that the demon race is powerful, Qin Fan is fending off foreign enemies while you guys are leading an attack on Mount Huagua and killing each other. If this continues, sooner or later, the human race will be wiped out by the demon race. This is not something I would like to see happen. Why don't you two Dao brothers listen to my advice and withdraw now? It will be of great benefit to both you and me. Obsessed. Without further ado, Ji Yan summoned 10,000 golden lotus and held Rui as the Dao light appeared. They contracted deities, and as they leveled up, their divine inheritance became more inherited, and they were enlightened in the underworld. The age of mythology came and they all had their own destiny in mind. In that case, let's see what happens underhand. War Wushuang said arrogantly. Bai, how are you alone a match for us? Infinite Heavenly Father. Bai shook his head. It's not Xiao Dao who is obsessed, it's the two of you. Green Ox Dweller. Help the little Taoist. The tall man behind the cloth was silent, and after hearing this, he let out a low roar and showed his original body, which was actually 100 feet tall green-colored giant bull with a one-horned head. Demons! A powerful aura came from the green ox, and Warrior Sky coldly shouted, Big brother, leave this ox demon to me. He gave up his entanglement with Luo Qianyu and turned to face Qingyao. Luo Qianyu's magic treasure has an extremely strong defense. It will be difficult for me to break through for a while. It's better for you to make a move. Big brother. It's not that easy to leave. Luo Qianyu softly drank and blocked Battle Sky's way. At the same time, the movement of the battle here also reached Zhangchang. A large number of cultivators came out of the city and joined in the defense against the attacks of the Interceptor sect and the Elucidator sect. Most of these cultivations were of the body refining course, and they had come to Jiang City only after following Qin Fan. The battlefield continued to expand at this moment, with all sorts of brilliant spells bombarding and causing tremendous turbulence. Two Taoist brothers, go back. Today you are afraid that you won't be able to attack the Flower Fruit Mountain Cave. Bai stood in the Taiji formation and faintly said, that's after the fight. Battle Wushuang coldly snorted and urged the Immortal execution 4 swords with all his might. Immortal Volcano. The battle between the Ancestral Dragon and the Beginning Phoenix had already turned white hot. The Beginning Phoenix occupied the geographical advantage and had also comprehended the law of flame, and the Ancestral Dragon gradually fell below. They fought from the sky to the ground and back again, with phoenix feathers and dragon scales constantly spilling out. Fresh. A phoenix sound rang out and countless meteorites descended in the air, continuously smashing into the Ancestral Dragon, which was beaten back and asked Qin Fan for help. Master, I'm no match for her. Ancestral Dragon lost most of its scales all over its body. Stand back. Qin Fan took one step and stood on top of the Ancestral Dragon's head. Looking at the meteorites in the sky, he blasted out with a fist. The air coalesced at this moment, and the meteorites all froze in mid-air before exploding and turning into countless tiny flames that fell to the ground. The Beginning Phoenix's gaze condensed as it erupted endless flames from its body, charging towards Qin Fan as if it was a sea of fire. Qin Fan leaped up without retreating, his body transforming into a giant in the air, his palms passing through the flames and grabbing the wings of the Beginning Phoenix. He lashed out with both hands and roughly tore the Beginning Phoenix's wings apart. A large amount of blood spurted out, and Beginning Phoenix crashed to the ground with a miserable cry. On the Immortal Volcano, fire spiritual energy continued to gather, and soon the wings of the Beginning Phoenix regrew, though the breath was weaker than before. Qin Fan, you are truly powerful and terrifying. It's no wonder the Ancestral Dragon would willingly submit to you. But I'm different from him. This phoenix is immortal. Even with fatal injuries it can be reborn in fire. You won't be my match. Yes? Immortality? I'd like to see if you really won't die. Qin Fan clenched his large hand and an invisible devouring force appeared, enveloping the Beginning Phoenix. Her life energy was constantly being extracted. This is the law of life? Impossible. How could you comprehend this law? Beginning Phoenix revealed an expression of fear to the extreme. Her Nirvana avatar was an application of the laws of life. But now Qin Fan's comprehension of the laws of life far exceeded hers, and under the suppression of the laws, once the life energy was drained, it would be impossible for her to be reborn in Nirvana. Karen, if you don't make a move, you'll be next. The Beginning Phoenix let out a mournful cry, and as her words fell, colorful clouds appeared in the air, and a huge foreign beast stepped on the clouds and appeared. It had a peculiar appearance, with a body like an elk, a head like a sheep, paws like a wolf, and a tail similar to a dragon's tail. After the Qilin appeared, it spewed out an auspicious light from its mouth, but instead of attacking Qin Fan, It landed on beginning Phoenix in an attempt to break Qin Fan's law suppression on her. Just you want to break through Laozi's power of laws?
Qin Fan was disdainful as his other hand swung out to suppress the Qilin.
Fellow Taoist Qin Fan. I mean you no harm. Feeling his body as if it was being pressed by a mountain. Unable to move, the Qilin hurriedly shouted, I am a beast of auspiciousness, representing peace, and have never struck out against human practitioners. And the unification of the beast demon race is also to balance the ancestral dragon and the beginning phoenix, to avoid unnecessary casualties caused by their great battle.
Qin Fan's hand paused and looked at Zulong.
The ancestral dragon shrunk his head and said, Master, what Kirin said is true. He really didn't take part in the battles that attacked the human race. Ever since the three of them were born, the ancestral dragon and the beginning phoenix had been fighting, each wanting to win over the other and completely unify the demon race. It's just that no one can help anyone, and there's still the Kirin, the stirrer, who will help whichever side is in a disadvantageous position, because there's no choice but to come to an agreement that they will no longer fight internally, and will go to occupy the human race's territory instead. Even so, capital offenses are forgiven, but living offenses cannot be escaped.
Qin Fan frowned as the spatial laws were activated to the extreme, trapping the beginning phoenix and the Qilin together.
I'm giving you a chance to live. Hand over your divine soul imprints and become my slaves. No way. Beginning phoenix screamed shrilly. I'd rather die than become your slave. Then you die.
Qin Fan didn't make a fuss as the laws of life suppressed the beginning phoenix, and her life energy drained away at a rapid pace.
Ha ha ha. Useless Qin Fan. Even if you use the power of the laws to suppress me and kill me now, as long as the immortal flame mountain is still there, this phoenix will not really die. I will still be reborn in flames. The immortal volcano was birthed by the law of flame and will not be extinguished. So that's what you're relying on.
Qin Fan loosened his palm that was suppressing beginning phoenix and directly executed the Dharma heaven and earth.
Then I'll show you what laws, what great Tao, will all annihilate in front of me. He blasted his fist at the immortal volcano, and in the next moment, the flames of the immortal volcano went out. Beginning Phoenix's eyes rolled round in disbelief. Why? Why can you also manipulate the flame laws?
And your mastery of the laws will reach this point. It was already very difficult for a cultivator to be able to control the power of one law. And from Qin Fan's current performance, he had mastered at least the three major laws of space, life, and flame. It's unbelievable. Chapter 43, The Price, Qin Fan's doorstep. Busting the Jade Void Palace, requesting for catch-up subscription favorites monthly tickets.
Stop. Stop. I'm willing to submit. With every punch Qin Fan blasted out, beginning Phoenix could feel the flames of the immortal volcano extinguish by 1 point,
and the flame laws dissipate by 1 point.
Once it was completely annihilated,
then she would no longer have the conditions that would allow her to achieve nirvana if she was killed by Qin Fan again.
She and the undead volcano are one. Wouldn't I be disgraced if you told me to stop?
Qin Fan laughed coldly, his hand movements not stopping.
Qin Fan, don't force me. Beginning Phoenix screamed. If you don't give me a way out, I'll detonate the immortal volcano. Once it disintegrates, even you may not be able to resist it. Well, you could have tried. Qin Fan was never daunted by threats. Kirin, help me.
Seeing that Qin Fan could not be stopped no matter what,
beginning Phoenix could only drop her gaze for help on the Qilin.
Kirin was very helpless. Even he was unable to protect himself. How could he be capable of pleading for Shifeng now?
However, the Qilin still spoke stiffly. Great God Qin Fan, I'm willing to hand over my divine soul imprint, but you really can't behead the beginning Phoenix.
With the first Phoenix around, the Birds of Prey clan will be able to be unified. If the first Phoenix dies, the Birds of Prey clan will definitely be in chaos, and then it will cause even more harm to the human race.
Qin Fan's hand paused. This is indeed a problem, but it's not without a solution. Qin Fan reached out and grabbed it, and the divine soul imprint of the Qilin entered his brow,
and he said in a cold voice,
"Isn't the beginning Phoenix, an elf spawned by the law of flame? Today, I will let you all have a long look."
Qin Fan's palm clenched, and beginning Phoenix's body exploded abruptly. The flame laws of the immortal volcano had been annihilated by Qin Fan, turning it into a continuous stretch of bare,
blackened peaks. Master, why are you doing this? While Kirin sighed, Ancestral Dragon was excited.
He and beginning Phoenix were sort of deadly rivals, and had also been suppressed by her by half a head, and now that beginning Phoenix was dead, he had the pleasure of a great revenge. Before the Qilin finished his words, the flames of the immortal volcano suddenly revived at this moment, and a fire phoenix silhouette appeared in the sea of fire,
continuously solidifying. How did she come back to life? The Ancestral Dragon was taken aback.
His eyes filled with a displeased look.
Could it be that even as strong as Master, there is no way to completely exterminate the beginning Phoenix? This is not the beginning Phoenix.
The Qilin was naturally very sensitive to the scent of all things, and he was able to distinguish that although the appearance of this fire phoenix in the Sea of Fire hadn't changed much, its scent was completely different. This is the new beginning phoenix born from the master's regranting of the laws of flame in the immortal volcano. Kirin saw the end of it and was filled with incredulity. Master! A new fire phoenix emerged from the flames and took the form of a woman in red, kneeling in submission to him. You too take form as well and follow me. Yes. The ancestral dragon sniffed and shifted into a middle-aged rugged man, while the Qilin turned into an elegant-looking young man. Qin Fan stretched out his hand and tore the space in front of him, building a spatial tunnel. Coming out of the spatial tunnel, Qin Fan and the others had already crossed 1,000 miles. This speed, I don't know how much faster than Ancestral Dragon. Qin Fan kept opening up spatial tunnels and returned to the mountain of flowers and fruits after half a day. He coldly watched the melee before him. As early as when War Wuxuang and the others attacked the mountain of flowers and fruits, Luo Qianyu had informed Qin Fan. However, he was in the middle of solving beginning Phoenix at the time, so he didn't come back first. He also believed that even without him, the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits and the Kunlun Alliance would be able to defend themselves against the attacks of the Interceptor sect and the Elucidator sect. At least it'll last until he gets back. If you can't do that, then so be it if you perish. Endless pressure erupted from Qin Fan's body, and the disciples of the Interceptor sect and the Elucidator sect only felt the coldness grow. Qin Fan, how did he get back so fast? Ji Yan's face became ugly. The psychological shadow left by Qin Fan on him was not small. The three of them were no match for Qin Fan when they joined forces in the secret realm. Brother battle, withdraw first. Ji Yan transmitted his voice to War Wuxuang. When Qin Fan returns, it will be difficult to take down the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits again. Battle Wuxuang's heart was unwilling. This was a rare opportunity to take over the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits, and I don't know when the next time I want to encounter it will be. Go! War Wuxuang shouted angrily, and the four flying swords of Immortal Execution, Immortal Killing, Immortal Trapping, and Immortal Extinction cut across the sky, heading straight for Qin Fan. Qin Fan bombarded these four flying swords with a single punch and turned them into aura back into Battle Wuxuang's body. Battle Wuxuang's face turned pale and his body shook. His power is becoming more and more puzzling. In the secret realm, the three of them had more or less a fighting chance even though they had lost to Qin Fan. And just now, the four flying swords that were urged by all of War Wuxuang's spiritual energy had allowed Qin Fan to casually burst them. One must know that right now. Battle Wuxuang was more than 10 times 100 times more powerful than even in the secret realm. Interceptor disciples, retreat! War Wuxuang gave this command with extreme reluctance. Under his orders, the disciples of the Interceptor sect withdrew from the battlefield one after another, while Ji Yan similarly led the Elucidator sect's disciples to withdraw. Qin Fan, just let them go? With you here, even if you can't leave them all behind, you'll still be able to make the Interceptor sect and the Elucidator sect lose a large portion of their battle force. Luo Qianyu looked viciously at the distant disciples of the two sects. She was genuinely angry. If Qin Fan didn't come back, there was no telling how many more people Flower Fruit Mountain and Kunlun would have to lose. These were the disciples she had managed to cultivate with great difficulty. As you said, with me here, their two sects are nothing more than provocative clowns. Not enough to fear. Letting them go is because they are at least the two major forces of the human race, and if they are destroyed by me, it will allow the demon race to take advantage of the situation. It had long been verified that he valued the shelter of ordinary people, and would send down heavenly punishment once he let ordinary people suffer too many casualties. Qin Fan was just trying to keep himself out of too much trouble. But of course there is a price to pay for daring to offend the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits. Qin Fan let the Ancestral Dragon and the others come down and briefly introduced them to Luo Qianyu. In the future, the three of them and the four fierce ones will all be the mountain god beasts of Mount Huagua. After settling the Ancestral Dragon and the others, Qin Fan came to Bai's side. Fellow Taoist Bai, thank you for your help this time. I, Qin Fan, owe you a favor. Bu Yi said with a smile on his face. Fellow Taoist Qin Fan is overstating things. Since the crisis in the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits has been resolved, the Xiao Dao will take his leave. He will continue to travel the earth and spread the practice of cultivation. This guy's gaze is much longer than the two Battle Wuxuang. Qin Fan looked at Bai as he left, his face returning to its coldness. Hakiai Palace. This was the place where Ji Yan practiced, and it was also the base camp of the hierarchy. Like the Flower and Fruit Mountain, the Eighth Scenic Palace was also a cavernous paradise, though it was far less spacious than the Flower and Fruit Mountain. After returning, Ji Yan cultivated deep within the Eighth Scenic Palace. Suddenly, a violent vibration came from the entire Eighth Scenic Palace cave sky. Someone is attacking the Baiying Palace? Anger appeared on Ji Yan's face, and he appeared outside the cave sky in the next moment. Qin Fan turned on the Dharma heaven and earth, and when he punched down, The 8 scenic palace's own forbidden formations shook.
Qin Fan, you've gone too far.
Qin Fan coldly glanced at Ji Yan and once again threw a punch that directly blew apart the 8 scenic palace's forbidden system. And the entire cavernous sky crumbled and collapsed at this moment. Chapter 44, Full-Level Heavenly Tribulation, requesting for catch-up reading favorites.
Qin Fan. Ji Yan was in a rage.
And all the Hierophant disciples of the Jade Void Palace also appeared,
gazing intently at Qin Fan.
What? You hierarchy can attack my mountain of flowers and fruits, but I can't blow up your base camp? Qin Fan raised his hand and slapped again, directly knocking Ji Yan out of the air and deep into the ground in a sorry state.
I'll give you a small lesson this time. If there's a next time, I'll exterminate your hierarchy.
Qin Fan let out a cold snort and tore through space to leave the Jade Void Palace. When he reappeared, the person had already arrived at the Bo Palace. As a result, the Bo Palace cave sky was also shattered by Qin Fan.
And Battle Wuxuan's fate was even worse than Ji Yan's.
Qin Fan didn't talk nonsense with him at all, and blasted him with a single punch. And the 4 immortal swords that had been regrouped with great difficulty once again snapped, and Battle Wuxuan's body almost fell into oblivion as a result. Qin Fan struck out. The hierarchy and interceptor sects suffered heavy losses, and the cavernous heavens that had been obtained with great difficulty were ruptured, and the cultivation speed of the disciples of the 2 sects was affected, not to mention the fact that the 2 godmasters were so humiliated by Qin Fan in public. Their face was shattered in front of the entire human race, and their reputation dropped greatly, leading to the fact that on the golden list of forces, the Hierophant sect and the Interceptor sect directly fell out of the top 10. Incomparably woeful. After Qin Fan left, War Wuxuang and Ji Yan successively announced that they would leave the matters in the sect to Warrior Heaven and the 12 Golden Immortals, while the 2 of them left the base camp, not knowing where they had gone to practice. Qin Fan was not concerned about the subsequent matters of the 2 religions. He just wanted to let all the forces understand one thing. If you want to hit the idea of the mountain of flowers and fruits, you have to be prepared to be able to bear the price.
Master, you are so awesome.
As soon as he returned to the mountain of flowers and fruits, the Ancestral Dragon appeared in front of him, fawning. Obviously, after the transformation, the Ancestral Dragon looks the most naive and straightforward, but among the 3 divine beasts, he is the most smooth. Qin Fan could only say that it was worthy of the Mudloach having gotten the inheritance of the Ancestral Dragon, and that his skill at slipping around was just extraordinary. Less ass-kissing. Hey, I speak from the heart. Okay. Qin Fan called beginning Phoenix and Shilin over as well. The human and demon races are naturally opposed to each other, so I'm not going to force the 2 races to coexist peacefully with each other. But the 3 of you, as beasts of the demon race, should try to restrain the powerful existences in the demon race. Do you understand? The number of demons now far exceeded that of the human race, plus the fact that the human race needed to kill demons to level up, so the conflict between the 2 sides was irreconcilable. Qin Fan wasn't that naive. The only thing he could do was to let the Ancestral Dragon and the others restrain the demon race.
Master, I understand. Ancestral Dragon nodded in agreement,
and Kirin said after a moment of contemplation,
Master, I'm afraid this kind of constraint can't last. The problem between the human and demon races is acute, and sooner or later it will completely explode.
Qin Fan waved his hand.
You don't have to worry either. I won't forcefully intervene. Karens, after all,
also belong to the demon race, and they were born in obedience to some sort of heavenly destiny, belonging to the demon race's sheltering deities. After hearing Qin Fan say this, the Qilin also let out a sigh of relief. Qin Fan's power was no longer in the same dimension as any creature in the world, and if he forcefully interfered, he was only afraid that he would break some sort of balance. After the Hierophant and Interceptor sects were shattered by Qin Fan in the cave heaven, the 2 sects became low-key. Mountain Lord. More and more cultivators have been coming to Jiangchang lately. They all want to join the mountain of flowers and fruits. I'm afraid that if this goes on, it will give rise to some unwanted ripples. Barbarian Jiao found Qin Fan and reported to him with some headaches. Even though the conditions for recruiting disciples at Mount Huagua continued to become stricter and stricter, they still couldn't resist the enthusiasm of the human cultivators. Even some of the original disciples of the 2 religions had withdrawn from their religions to come to Mount Huagua. Even if they couldn't join the mountain of flowers and fruits, they weren't willing to leave and cultivate at the foot of the mountain of flowers and fruits. In this way, many conflicts and contradictions naturally arise. Because of these things, the person who became the most difficult was still Luo Qianyu. Although he was the lord of Jiang City, his own strength was not outstanding. It was also because of Qin Fan and Luo Qianyu behind him that he was sitting firmly in the position of Jiang City's city lord. But you can't rely on them for everything. Thus once a conflict erupted between cultivators, Luo Qianyu consumed a great deal of effort in resolving such matters. Having no choice, he then found Barbarian 9. Barbarian Jiao was now the deputy mountain master of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits,
with a status just below Qin Fan. After stating the problem, Qin Fan stroked his chin. That's something I've overlooked.
Jiang Cheng's problems were brought about by the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits,
so even if he didn't look at Luo Qianyu's face, he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. How about this? Barbarian 9.
You talk to Luo City Lord and ask him to make an expansion of Jiang City. The disciples of Mount Huagua will assist in this matter. The other words put out the message that Mount Huagua will add new outer disciples under the 72 holes again,
without setting an upper limit on the number.
But after becoming an outer disciple of Mount Huagua, they will have to strictly abide by the mountain order of Mount Huagua. Now all 72 cave masters of the Flower and Fruit Mountain had candidates,
most of whom were body refiners,
and all of them were also practitioners who had contracted the witch race, occupying 3/4 of the number.
After all, although the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits was strong, Qin Fan's outward display of superb physical strength would always make some Qi practitioners apprehensive inwardly,
and most Qi refiners would prefer to choose to join the hierarchy.
Okay, I get it. Receiving Qin Fan's order, Barbarian Jiao acted.
With a large number of cultivators working together, the expansion of Jiangcheng was very rapid,
and in just half a month's time,
Jiangcheng had expanded tenfold, and Qin Fan also divided the Flower Fruit Mountain Cave heaven more carefully so that the outer disciples would also have space for places to cultivate.
In this way,
the number of disciples on Mount Huagua surged to several 100,000.
Next, it's time to level up to full rank. Qin Fan's current level was already 116.
For other cultivators, the further one advanced, the harder it was to upgrade, but it made little difference to Qin Fan.
There are many ways to level up. Killing demon clans and swallowing aura are all possible.
Qin Fan left from the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits and came to the depths of the East Sea. The Flower and Fruit Mountain Cave was connected to him, and no matter where Qin Fan was, as long as he hadn't left this world, he could draw spiritual energy from the Flower and Fruit Mountain.
Sitting on an island in the East Sea,
Qin Fan simultaneously operated the 8-9 Xian Gong and the Great Peace Heavenly Immortal technique.
Endless aura surged into his body, transforming into two parts.
One nourishes the physical body and the other fills the dantian. A month's time passed quietly, and Qin Fan's level came to 119,
just one final step away from 120.
The scene of Qin Fan absorbing the aura was not even an exaggeration to describe it as a whale,
and above his head,
the terrifying heavenly tribulation was converging again. This heavenly tribulation was even more vast than Qin Fan's 9 tribulations of the fleshly body.
In the sky,
hundreds of miles of robotic clouds converged, and a large number of East Sea water races felt the oppressive feeling of the heavenly tribulation and frantically fled towards the distance.
A light enveloped Qin Fan as his level became 120.
It was also at this time that the heavenly calamity reacted.
When you ascend to full level, do you still need to cross the heavenly tribulation to be considered successful? Qin Fan stood up and with a flip of his palm, the heaven-opening divine axe appeared.
He could sense that this heavenly tribulation was unusual.
Chapter 45 Realm Golden Ranking. Qin Fan becomes immortal. Seeking recommendations and favorites, robbery clouds piled up and a black thunderbolt descended from the sky. Qin Fan frowned. Playing so big? Unusual cultivators crossing the threshold are usually blue thunder.
This kind of thunderbolt was normal, and the ones that were a bit stronger were cyan in color, and there were 9 of them in total.
The black thunder, on the other hand, was either a great traitor or a great evil,
or some kind of existence that appeared beyond the tolerance of the laws of heaven.
He is not allowing level 120 cultivators to appear? That's unlikely. So is it my existence that scares the heavenly Tao? Qin Fan swung the heaven-opening god axe, splitting apart one thunderbolt after another.
There were a total of 9,981 black thunderbolts, and each one doubled in power.
The first heavenly tribulation appeared 1 thunder, and the second heavenly tribulation was 2, each of which was twice as powerful as the previous one, and so on. The last heavenly tribulation would be 81 in number,
and all of them landing on a single person would be nearly 10,000 times as many as the first heavenly tribulation. As the heavenly tribulation landed, the island under Qin Fan's feet was destroyed and the seawater backed up, creating a massive vacuum.
Moreover,
the aquatic races that could not escape in time within the range of the calamity cloud were caught by the waves and all lost their lives. The heavenly calamity that is annihilating everything within its range. When the heavenly tribulation descended to the 30th, a golden light appeared on Qin Fan's body surface. Under normal circumstances, even he could be injured when facing black thunder. At the 50th heavenly tribulation, Qin Fan pushed his Vajra unbreakable to the extreme, and the power of the laws surrounded him.
On the 70th channel, Qin Fan operated the 8-9 Xian Gong,
and his physical body strength was catalyzed to the extreme.
75 roads, 78 roads.
The power of the thunderbolt continued to increase. and Qin Fan continued to use various means to resist it. Last course, Qin Fan panted heavily and also transformed into a 10,000 feet tall giant. The last heavenly tribulation was slow to descend, and the tribulation cloud in the air kept shrinking at this moment, from its previous size of covering hundreds of miles in a circle to only a few dozen meters in diameter. But the destructive aura contained within it grew stronger and stronger. Boom! A shocking loud noise appeared as black thunder transformed into a black dragon, roaring towards Qin Fan. Qin Fan held the heaven-opening god axe in his hand and swung it out violently. The bright light looked like it could break through heaven and earth and collided with the black dragon. After a short tangle, the black dragon was split hard. Qin Fan's actions seemed to have completely angered the robbing clouds, as one thunderbolt after another appeared, transforming into everything in the world, vowing not to stop until Qin Fan was destroyed. Come on, if he can't hold me, then I'll split this heaven and earth. Qin Fan laughed maniacally, and his voice spread towards the surroundings like thunder. The heaven-opening divine axe in his hand became like a mountain, constantly colliding with the thunder. Every thunderbolt that was crushed would dissipate into energy, and Qin Fan was keenly aware that these energies were not only absorbed by him, but also incorporated into the heaven-opening divine axe afterward. And with every ounce of power from the lightning tribulation absorbed, the heaven-opening god axe would become more solid. The black thunderbolt. It seems to be really breaking some kind of law limit, not just because I seem to be in the making. Qin Fan was thoughtful. Whether it is his heaven-opening divine axe, Rui weapon, or other cultivators awakening the contracted deity's original magic weapon, it is essentially energy. But now after absorbing the energy of the thunderbolt, the heaven-opening god axe kept realizing manifestation. Qin Fan threw these thoughts aside for the moment and fought the lightning tribulation with all his might. His body became scorched black and the color of the glaze dimmed under the baptism of the thunder tribulation. And even though he now possessed an immortal spirit physique, he would still be injured. Last course, Qin Fan's 10,000-foot Dharma body became tattered and torn, but it still stood between heaven and earth. The last thunderbolt arrived as promised. It was extremely spectacular and completely enveloped Qin Fan in it. The imagined destruction did not occur. The energy from this thunderbolt surged into Qin Fan's body, continuously repairing his broken body for him while allowing the heaven-opening god axe to transform from an energy body into a solid body. Not only that, all the various inheritances Qin Fan had received appeared to sublimate qualitatively, and a large amount of information flooded into his mind along with the thunderbolt energy, and more doubts about the mythic era were unraveled and understood at this moment. I don't know how long it took, but the robbery clouds in the sky finally dissipated. Qin Fan returned to his normal size, and with a thought of birth, he returned directly from the East Sea to the Huagua Mountain Cave. So it is. It turns out that the real step into cultivation comes after level 120. Qin Fan digested the information in his brain. It's no wonder that before this, no matter if it's absorbing the inner pills of demonic beasts or exhaling spiritual chi, there isn't much of an increase in one's own strength. And it's only when one's level rises that there's a noticeable difference. This is because he has set the rules that the absorbed energy is temporarily stored and only comes into effect after it reaches a threshold that allows the cultivator's qualifications to improve. Level 120 is the condition under which a cultivator can accomplish bearing the full inheritance of a contracted deity, and it is only after this condition is reached that the real practice takes place. Qin Fan looked at the heaven-opening god axe in his hand. Heaven-opening divine axe, extreme immortal weapon, chaos supreme treasure. Sealed state. In his current state, he could at most only control a magic weapon at the level of an extreme immortal artifact grade, and beyond this boundary, it would be difficult to utilize the full power of the magic weapon. That's no different than before. The heaven-opening divine axe is a chaotic treasure, and if it is really completely robbed, I am afraid that just holding him Qin Fan will be sucked into dryness. After Qin Fan finished digesting the information in his mind, his voice resounded in the minds of all the ethnic cultivators. The first person to cultivate to level 120 has appeared, and the realm gold ranking will open. Qin Fan, as the cultivator who opened the realm's golden ranking, has obtained spiritual power infusion once. In the sky, the rank gold list slowly disappeared, and in its place was an even more massive and magnificent list. At the top of this list, there was only one name, Qin Fan. Realm, refining the void and harmonizing the Tao. Holy. Seeing the information on the list, Qin Fan's eyes widened. Refinement of the void and reunification of the Tao? I can't be that low, can I? There are two major realms in the cultivation path. One is the mortal realm and the other is the immortal realm. Among them, the mortal realm includes refining essence to transform Qi, refining Qi to transform Shin, refining Shin to return to emptiness, and refining emptiness to merge with the Tao. The immortal realm includes human immortal, earth immortal, heavenly immortal, true immortal, golden immortal, Tai, Dala, quasi-saint, sage,
Great Tao Sage, and the supreme realm of mixed one Great Tao. With Qin Fan's ability now, after exerting his full strength, not to mention moving stars and buckets, but overturning rivers and moving mountains is not a matter of course, and even space and time he can manipulate. This you tell me that it is still a mortal realm now? Is this really something a mortal can do?
Qin Fan how to remember the predecessor himself to read online game novels.
The most that refined void harmonization can do is to spit a fireball. Begging for rain, breaking the river are laborious was thinking.
Qin Fan again suddenly noticed that the aura within his dantian was continuously gushing out at this moment.
And then it was compressed and transformed into higher quality mana.
Above the golden ranking, Qin Fan's realm also appeared to change.
From refined void harmonization to human immortal. Chapter 46, Chaotic Mystery Realm. A void, requesting for favorites. Spiritual power infusion. It actually allowed me to directly break through a large realm?
Qin Fan carefully observed the changes within his body.
First is the physical body.
His physical body had originally undergone 9 heavenly tribulations and had already metamorphosed into the body of an immortal spirit.
Under the augmentation of the 8-9 Xiangong,
it was even stronger than a magic treasure.
Spiritual energy infusion didn't cause much enhancement to his physical body,
but it added up highly in terms of practicing qi.
With all of his spiritual energy transformed into mana, the power of some of his mean skills increased dozens of times after they were executed.
And his affinity for heaven and earth also increased drastically.
After breaking through to the human immortal realm, Qin Fan also awakened some immortal means, such as traveling in the air.
Before this, Qin Fan's flight relied on his somersault clouds or his control of the laws of space, but now flight was his instinct.
There was also longevity, and after advancing to the human immortal realm,
his longevity seemed to have increased indefinitely. The legendary immortal's lifespan is almost endless. Before I broke through to this realm,
my own feeling was that I could live,
living hard by my powerful life energy.
Now, on the other hand,
it's as much about living long as it is about flying as it is about instinct.
There were other benefits as well. All in all,
the result of becoming an immortal satisfied Qin Fan.
Who would have thought that more than a year ago he himself was a beggar college student, and in a trance he became a cultivator of immortality,
or the most powerful being in the world today?
Bar none.
It wasn't that Qin Fan was arrogant.
It was the truth.
There are also other countries in this world besides the Dragon Kingdom. But the myths and legends of these countries are even worse compared to the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom is just not aware of the myths for some reason, but they are all real,
and the rest of the country is pure chaos, not even a complete system. Therefore, after the mythic era had descended, apart from the Dragon Kingdom,
many other countries even perished in the early stages, and the overall strength of the remaining countries was no better than that of the Dragon Kingdom.
Not to mention the emergence of a heaven-defying existence like Qin Fan. The strongest of them was on the same level as Battle Wushuang Jiyan.
Congratulations on becoming the first cultivator to ascend to human immortality and obtaining a chance to travel to an unknown secret realm.
In this secret realm,
if you can accomplish the relevant missions and tasks, you will receive extremely generous rewards.
If you can't complete it, there is a possibility that you will be lost in the secret realm forever. Please ask if you choose to go to the secret realm.
His voice resounded in Qin Fan's mind.
Exclusive rewards?
Qin Fan crossed such a thought.
What kind of secret realm could it be? He didn't rush into a decision, but mulled over the possibilities. After all,
the current him was no longer the white boy who had just come to this world. He already had a certain understanding of the age of myths,
and recognized one thing, that by contracting a certain deity, he might have to take on his heavenly destiny. Myths and legends say that Pangu was born to open the heavens, and then incarnate all things and return everything to the Great Tao.
It was also after the fall of Pangu that the birth of the wandering gods took place. Although from now on it seems that, such as the 3 Qing,
mountains, rivers, sun and moon, these have already appeared, do not need Pangu to incarnate, but it is not guaranteed that there will be any accident in it. After all,
although there were many gods that had appeared, there were likewise many other gods that Qin Fan was familiar with that had not appeared at all. They may not have been indentured, or perhaps,
never appeared to be an option for indenture. The reason for this could not be understood by Qin Fan. It's not a bad thing to think about everything a little more. After all,
in the flood stream novels of his previous life,
conspiracy theories abounded,
and the biggest villain was the Heavenly Tao Avenue. But after thinking for half a day, Qin Fan didn't come up with any substantial result, and as if he could sense Qin Fan's doubt, his voice sounded again. The secret realm that you enter will be born according to the deity that the practitioner is contracted to,
and as you are a dual deity contractor, the secret realm that you are born into will appear according to the strongest deity that you are contracted to. That is, the secret realm related to the great god Pangu. Qin Fan's first thought was still the opening of the heavens, but the thought was quickly dismissed.
Enter.
After half a second of contemplation,
Qin Fan made a decision. There was no escaping what was coming, and it wasn't his style to shy away from it.
Selection complete. You will be transported to the Chaos Mystery Realm in 1 hour. Please get ready. Chaos Secret Realm? That name sounds awesome. Qin Fan muttered, then summoned Luo Qianyu, Barbarian Jiao,
and the others to gather them together. He had a premonition that this time it would take longer than before to enter the secret realm, so he had to make some arrangements.
After talking about the secret realm, Qin Fan took out a jade talisman.
This contains some of the Gongfu legacies I have obtained. Although you have all contracted deities and have your own exclusive cultivation methods,
but in any case, it would be good for you to have these as well, or to pass them on to gifted practitioners who are not contracted to a deity. As for Barbarian 9,
the 8-9 Xian Gong recorded in the Jade Slip can be practiced by you and your brothers from the Witch Clan.
And one more thing, after I leave,
the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits will be handed over to you. If you run into a crisis you can't solve,
live well and wait for me to return. Mountain Lord, why do I feel that you were giving some kind of last words?
Barbarian 9 spoke gently and with a suspicious face.
Qin Fan slapped him away and said in a bad mood, what? So impatient to take over my seat? Ha ha ha, where is it?
Barbarian Jiao had thick skin and flesh.
He rolled in the air and spun back around. Don't worry, Mountain Lord.
Nowadays our brethren in Mount Huagua have long since occupied the rank list under your guidance.
Even if Mountain Lord doesn't make a move, we are still capable of protecting everything. Aha! Qin Fan nodded. This he believed. In the contract space, Qin Fan only saw more than 100 golden deities,
and nowadays a large portion of them belong to the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits and the Kunlun Alliance.
Coupled with Barbarian 9,
these battle maniacs who had contracted the witch race,
there really wasn't a force in the world today that could make the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits fearful.
Unless the demons attack the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits in force.
That's even less likely. After all, the Ancestral Dragon and the three of them had become the god beasts of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits, and with them, the demon race was actually an invisible force in the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits. The hour passed quickly.
A huge vortex channel appeared in the sky above the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits. Suction came from it, and Qin Fan disappeared in place.
When he reappeared,
he found himself in a world of darkness.
Paranoia breaking golden pupils. Qin Fan exerted his pupil technique, but he still couldn't see anything. As if this place was supposed to be like this. Nothingness. Is this chaos?
But mixed degree doesn't mean nothingness.
There will be living beings likewise. It shouldn't be like this.
Qin Fan did not act rashly,
but pondered. Could it be that I am now in that scene where Pangu awakened his consciousness?
Qin Fan thought of something.
In the myths and legends he perceived, Pangu was the first being to be born into consciousness in the chaos.
And he was born surrounded by nothingness.
Unseen, unheard, nothing. Thinking of this, Qin Fan tried summoning the heaven-opening divine axe.
If it was the same as he had guessed,
then the only way to break the scene was to utilize the heaven-opening divine axe. Chapter 47 Opening the Heavens, Descent of the Demon God? Seeking favorites. Knock. With Qin Fan's intention, the heaven-opening divine axe appeared in his hand. Holding the axe handle, Qin Fan swung out violently towards the front.
The invisible power stretched across this void of space and finally disappeared.
This axe chopped down like a drop of water falling into the sea, without causing the slightest ripple. No? Qin Fan frowned as he revolved the 8-9 Xian Gong.
His fleshly body strength pushed to the extreme.
Open. He let out a low gulp, this time simultaneously infusing the power of the laws of space into the heaven-opening divine axe. In normal times, just this one hit would have ripped through space. The divine axe seemed like it had cleaved into something. An even more voluminous force recoiled back,
and Qin Fan's arm that held the divine axe was shaken by this force to the point that it kept rupturing and repairing.
What the hell is this place?
Qin Fan was shocked. It was the first time he had ever encountered such a situation where he couldn't see anything and was injured himself by the power backfiring on him. To know that this is still he will open the strength of the physical body to the maximum. Even if he does not perform the Dharma heaven and earth, Qin Fan's attack power also reaches a very strong point.
Such as the war Wushuang.
Ji Yan, such a heavenly pride in this state is only a unit of measurement.
Qin Fan did not continue to swing the heaven-opening god axe,
but absorbed the power around him to recover his state. After his arm was shocked, the speed of repair was also far less than in the real world.
Everything in the secret realm is far from being comparable to the real world. Here I am like an ordinary cultivation in the real world. I can't be too careless. There is one thing, though. Qin Fan realized that the energy here was of a higher quality than the real world's Li aura, and absorbing the same amount would augment his physical body and mana even more. Since we can't figure out the situation here for a while, let's not act rashly. Cultivate first. Let the strength of all aspects of the body adapt to the environment here, and recover to the state in the real world. After making up his mind,
Qin Fan sat down on his knees to cultivate. Void space seemed to have no concept of time, and Qin Fan seemed to have gone through countless years of gulping down energy, and it also seemed as if only an instant had passed. When he picked up the heaven-opening god's axe again to slash around him, the force of the backlash shattered his arm once again, but the breakage was repaired in a few breaths. My physical strength has adapted to this place, but the power is still far from enough to break through this environment. Qin Fan was not in a hurry and continued to cultivate. Every so often, he would pick up the heaven-opening divine axe and try it out. This process went through nearly 100 times until every axe Qin Fan swung would no longer backfire on him. His physical body had completed another evolution without him realizing it. Dharma, heaven and earth. Qin Fan let out a low gulp as his body started to become huge, but it was always in the void of space, and he couldn't see anything. The heaven-opening divine axe became as big as a mountain as Qin Fan swung out a full force strike. This time, he finally felt the difference. Void space began to vibrate, and a palpitating power continued to spread outwards. It's working. Seeing this scene, Qin Fan had a direction as he once again performed his out-of-body technique. Within the void of space, one giant after another tens of thousands of feet tall appeared. With my current strength, I can only condense a maximum of 9 out-of-body bodies, which is equivalent to 9 identical versions of me. Each Qin Fan held the heaven-opening divine axe in his hand. Although these were all illusions of divine abilities, they had the same power as the real heaven-opening divine axe. Open! 10 Qin Fans struck out together, slashing at one spot. Boom! A violent explosion sounded in the void of space. This was the first voice Qin Fan had heard since he arrived here. The entire space began to crumble and collapse from this moment, and the world in front of Qin Fan's eyes appeared to change, becoming gray from a void. The world that he had split open continuously gave birth to all sorts of energies, expanding extremely fast in all directions. Congratulations on breaking the chaos. The power of the great Tao laws has begun to descend in the chaos. His voice appeared at this moment, giving hints to Qin Fan. When chaos begins, it will collide and extend countless powerful existences. Your task is to decimate these existences, so that these forces can return to chaos as the cornerstone that supports it. Qin Fan, what's wrong with it? These things were born as a result of him opening up the chaos, and now he's asking him to decapitate them. Isn't that the same as taking off his pants and farting? Although he didn't understand, Qin Fan chose to accept it. He could also sense that this chaotic space he had just opened up was extremely unstable and could collapse and reunite at any time. Moreover, once this happened, Qin Fan had an intuition that he himself would be assimilated as a result, and all of his power would be swallowed up, which also meant that he would die in the chaotic reunion. It feels like he's playing me. Qin Fan looked into the distance. Everywhere in the emerging gray chaos, energies of various colors floated about. They were different from spiritual energy, but they could be absorbed just as well, and they added more to cultivation than swallowing spiritual energy. Could this be the so-called chaotic qi? Or maybe it's some kind of Hongmeng Xianhuang qi? Qin Fan inhaled these special energies into his body while also looking for the presence of any life forms around him. Tens of thousands of miles away from Qin Fan, a star was condensing. From only the size of a basketball in the beginning, it grew to a meteorite dozens of kilometers in diameter after 2.5 breaths of time, and it grew faster and faster while devouring the energy around it. At a certain moment, the star hummed and a will was born within it. My name is Star, born today. After this voice appeared, a green-colored mass of light separated from the star, who had no shape and was constantly changing. As early as when the stars were condensing, Qin Fan had sensed the commotion here and came here early. Star's words were also heard in Qin Fan's ears. This scene seems like chaos is giving birth to a living being. Could this thing be one of the 3,000 demon gods? Qin Fan was thoughtful. Legend has it that during the chaos period, there was a group of extremely powerful beings who were called demon gods by later generations, and Pangu is one of the demon gods. He was the earliest demon god to be born in the void, and the most powerful. From the moment his will was born he had mastered the complete way of force and was incarnated with the mission of opening up chaos. After Pangu opened up the chaos, the rest of the demon gods were born one after another, and then a great war broke out. In this devil god war, Pangu lost a large amount of vitality because of the opening of the heavens, which caused him to have difficulty in recovering to his peak strength and eventually fell. Not only him, a total of 3,000 demon gods were born in chaos, and each of them was able to grasp a great Tao law at birth. But in the end, except for a few, all the rest of the demon gods fell, and in the ripple effects of this great battle, the chaos split, and a small portion of it descended to form a world, the great world of the flood. After the fall of the 3,000 devil gods, they control the law of the great Tao. Some return to the chaos, and some fall into the flood world, the most representative of which is Pangu. He seemed to realize something before he fell.
allowing himself to be transformed into all things of the flood,
completely laying the foundation for the formation of the great flood world. This is where the rumor of Pangu's opening of the heavens and the earth comes from.
Chapter 48, Star Demon God Falls. Heaven and earth changes. Groups of stars appear. Request for follow-up reading. This chaotic mysterious realm. Is it for me to reenact the situation of Pangu opening up the heavens and the 3,000 demon gods' great battle?
Qin Fan thought about these legends and combined them with his experience in the secret realm to make this guess. But compared to the legendary chaos, the chaos mystery realm I'm in should be the lower-rated version. Otherwise it would be impossible to open up the heavens with my current strength. When Qin Fan broke the void, there was no appearance of depletion of the fundamentals. It also gave him something in his heart. At least he started off with a different experience than discord.
Pangu opened the heavens to true chaos,
and even his own foundation was affected. But there's no room for carelessness. Although the star demon god in front of me was just born,
his aura is not weaker than mine, and he is also at the human immortal realm. A human immortal cultivation level was not even an ant in the real chaotic flood.
These demon gods and the chaotic mysteries might be just like the ancestral dragon beginning Phoenix and the others. And it was he who had used a great divine power to allow them to inherit the memories of awakening the true demon gods. After all, the weakest of the true demon gods at the time of their birth were all at the peak of the great Luo golden immortal existence.
Even at the saint realm,
the star demon god also belonged to the first class among the 3,000 demon gods.
He mastered the star avenue,
and the stars in the sky were the source of his power.
If the stars don't go out, he won't really fall.
Now that the rest of the stars and the chaotic mysteries had yet to appear, this was the time when the star demon god was at its weakest.
Kill it while it lasts.
Qin Fan's eyes were stern as the heaven-opening divine axe clamped down on the newly born star demon god with endless chi.
How dare you? Who dares to strike at me?
The light mass that was changing shape all the time sensed the lingering aura, and he let out a furious cry as the radiant starlight formed a protective shield over him to resist Qin Fan's attack.
Break!
Qin Fan drank lowly as the heaven-opening divine axe cleaved through the star demon god's protective starlight,
splitting him in two.
But soon the separated masses of light coalesced back together and then wriggled and changed into human form.
Who are you?
The star demon god originally had no concept of transforming into a human form,
and after seeing Qin Fan's appearance, he subconsciously transformed himself into a human form as well. He looked at Qin Fan coldly and said, "Are you the first demon god born in this space? You and I are both chaos beings. Why are you doing this to me? Where's all this bull ***** when you fought?"
Qin Fan let out a cold snort as he flipped his palm and swung the heaven-opening god axe once again. The river of stars flows. The star demon god didn't talk nonsense and cast his divine ability.
A long river appeared in the originally empty chaos, rushing and raging.
And a ray of light lit up in the long river. And if you look closely, you will find that these are all made of stars.
After all, it's a chaos demon god. Even if it was just born,
its use of the power of the great Tao laws is very strong. Qin Fan sighed in admiration.
He was able to utilize the power of a single law,
both because he had contracted the great god Pangu and gained his inheritance, and more mainly because he had gradually perfected his control due to his own constant battles. The stars in the long river fell like rain, constantly growing larger and smashing into Qin Fan. Qin Fan danced the heaven-opening god axe with his hands,
splitting a star. His strength is far superior to mine.
The star demon god's face was gloomy. Now that the rest of the stars have yet to be born in the chaos, I can't maximize my power, and I will only fall if I drag this out.
You can't fight for long.
With this thought, the star demon god utilized the power of the star avenue to the extreme, and all the stars in the long river fell down to block Qin Fan, while he transformed into a stream of light and entered his main body,
disappearing towards the distance. Want to go?
Qin Fan's size swelled and grew larger, and the stars fell on his body like they were tickling him. He stretched out his palm across space and grabbed the star demon god's main body,
the avenue of force. Qin Fan drank low. Upon reaching full level,
he gained the full abilities of the great god of discord,
the great Tao of force.
The ability of the first great Tao law that accompanied the birth of Pangu,
had the power to destroy everything. No, don't!
The massive star was immobilized by Qin Fan's grip,
and the star demon god's face appeared on it, terrified.
We are all chaos demon gods.
You can't kill me.
I am a derivation of the will of chaos.
If you kill me, chaos will be plunged into darkness forever, and there will be no more light. That's none of my business.
Qin Fan bristled. His mission was to kill demon gods in the chaos mystic realm, and the more he killed, the higher his mission completion would be, and the higher the reward he would receive in the end.
To Qin Fan,
this chaotic mystery realm was a copy of the game. The great Tao of force wrapped around his palm as Qin Fan ignored the star demon god's pleas for mercy and crushed him hard. After the star exploded, a dim wisp of Yuanshan flew out of it and vanished towards the distance at an even faster speed. Qin Fan laughed coldly as he exerted the power of the laws of space to trap the star demon god's Yuanshan.
And then space continued to compress,
finally erasing this wisp of Yuanshan completely. The first. Qin Fan carefully confirmed that the star demon god had been killed by him before withdrawing his divine ability.
After the star demon god fell, the star avenue under his control returned to chaos,
and Qin Fan vaguely felt that there was something more to chaos space than when he first opened it.
In response, Qin Fan didn't think much about it, mostly because he couldn't figure it out even if he wanted to.
And at the same time as the star demon god fell, there was a change in heaven and earth in the real world.
Obviously it is daytime. Empty. There was originally only a big day high up in the sky, but all of a sudden,
the countless stars became so bright that they could all be seen clearly even under the light of the great sun.
The sun and moon shine together, and the stars flow.
This strange phenomenon drew the shock of countless cultivators.
No one knows what it's because of,
except that it's a normal part of the mythic descent.
After all, since the advent of the myth,
heaven and earth had often changed. Only this time it had changed from earth changes to heaven. The star manifestation in the sky lasted for a long time before fading away. Most people only felt that the spiritual energy in the heavens and earth became dense at this moment,
and only the top existences felt otherwise. In the cave sky of Mount Huagua, Ancestral Dragon and the others looked at the great sun in the air.
Have you noticed that the sun is stronger than before?
Seems like it.
Barbarian Jiao stood beside the Ancestral Dragon and looked up.
This change isn't the temperature of the sun,
but rather it's evolving from its roots.
Like an ordinary person getting rid of their mortal body. I have a vague feeling that something seems to be conceived and born in the sun. Maybe it's not just the sun,
but the other stars as well.
It's just that what was born in the sun was so powerful that even we could feel it.
Luo Qianyu had been practicing in the Flower and Fruit Mountain cave, and a hint of worry appeared in her beautiful eyes.
I wonder if this will be a good thing. What the hell? Soldiers come and go. Barbarian 9 grinned.
The most important thing for us to do is still to level up to full level. The Mountain Lord said that only when we reach full level can we truly have an understanding of the world today. They were not far from full level, and they were all very much looking forward to the changes that would come with full level.
Chapter 49, Devils and Gods Unite to Deal with Qin Fan. Arrogant Luo Shuhu, requesting to be read and collected.
Qin Fan knew nothing about the changes in the real world. After slaying the star demon god, he continued to travel through the chaos,
searching for traces of the remaining demon gods. The chaos mystic realm was expanding too fast. In the beginning,
Qin Fan had exerted his dharma heaven and earth,
breaking delusion golden pupils,
and could still see the edge of the chaotic mysterious realm, which was the same place as when he first came here.
Nothingness and darkness, nothing else is visible.
Now Qin Fan could no longer see the edge of the chaotic mysteries. Ever since he had broken through the void, the chaotic mystic realm had been expanding infinitely, as if there was no sign of suspension. The chaotic mystic realm expanded, and it wasn't that simple to find the demon god's trail again. Qin Fan was not in a hurry because of this, and during his travels, he was also comprehending one of the great Tao laws to enhance his power.
Original.
Qin Fan's complete mastery is only the great Tao of force,
space, time. The power of the 12 ancestral witches is only the power of law,
and it has not reached the level of the great Tao.
But now,
Qin Fan had seen the birth of many beings in the chaotic mystic realm, and they weren't all demon gods, but chaotic races.
The appearance of these races he didn't bother to intervene.
And naturally Qin Fan wouldn't be idle enough to see one and decimate them.
Instead,
his sense of the great Tao of life deepened as he observed their birth. The Jumong ancestral witches' law of wood was a branch of the great Tao of life. Although these chaos races were not as good as the demon gods,
but after all,
they were born in the chaos secret realm, and some of them were born with special aptitudes that they would also master. And Qin Fan would also communicate with these races to learn these aptitudes.
At the same time, in the chaotic mysteries, there were also powerful magic treasures born. For example, the jade butterfly of creation, the chaotic green lotus.
These legendary chaotic supreme treasures Qin Fan has also obtained quite a lot. Although they were all in a sealed state just like the heaven-opening divine axe, and could only utilize immortal artifact might for the time being, Qin Fan had a feeling. These chaos treasures will continue to unseal their abilities as the world evolves. Qin Fan walked through the chaotic mysterious realm like this as he continued to grow stronger and also killed one demon god after another. When these demon gods died, the power of the great Tao would all return to chaos, as well as causing the real world to change.
The 108th demon god. In the chaotic mysterious realm, Qin Fan annihilated a wisp of Yuanshan in his hand and said softly,
"The traces of these demon gods
are getting harder and harder to find. They are already wary of me,
and even if they are born they will control their movements as much as possible,
making it difficult to detect."
Qin Fan looked into the vast chaos and had a bit of a headache for a while.
3,000 demon gods. If all of them were to be beheaded,
I don't know how long it would take.
Maybe it'll have to be a different way.
Qin Fan lowered his head and thought as a plan formed in his mind. He no longer went on a specialized search for the demon god, but instead took in the races born out of the chaos one by one, forming a huge power. The Pan sect. Qin Fan taught these races the laws of the Great Tao and helped them improve their strength. After this, Qin Fan ordered them to go to various parts of the chaos, occupying one special place after another and turning it into the territory of the Pan sect. All of these places add a great deal to the practice. Demon gods were naturally powerful, and as a result, they needed more and more energy to keep themselves going. And although the chaos mystic realm was infinitely expanding, there weren't many special places that could allow for cultivation amongst the demon gods, and as the Pan Gate occupied these places one after another, compressing the space for the demon gods to cultivate, sooner or later, they wouldn't be able to hide it. Somewhere in the secret realm of chaos, several tall figures surrounded each other, and each figure was surrounded by the power of the great Tao laws. This abominable fellow Pangu, he doesn't want to leave us alive at all. One of the figures spoke up, very angry. He's just the first awakened consciousness in the chaos. Does he really consider himself the Lord of Chaos? What is this madness to force us to do? We can't run anymore. Another voice also sounded. Chaos has 3,000 great paths and countless small paths. The great Tao will breed demon gods, and the lesser Tao will breed different chaos races. Pangu beheaded the demon god and recruited the chaos race. He is trying to dominate the entire chaos. By simply running away, we'll either end up cowering in a chaotic barren place, waiting for our energy to run out and die from the backlash of the great Tao. Either that or gather all the demon gods together to resist Pangu. I agree. In that case, let's act separately and contact the other demon gods. After several figures finished conferring, they vanished in different directions. It was a space filled with dead silence. In the depths of space, there was an unusually burly figure who sat high on a huge throne. Looking at the figures below, Hong Jun, you came to me to join forces. What a great joke. Although you and I were born at the same time, I am in charge of the avenue of destruction, the main killing and destroying, and you are in charge of the avenue of creation, the main creating and surviving. You and I are born opposing existences. Luo, although the great Tao you and I have comprehended is different, it's still just a battle of the great Tao. We have a common enemy today, and that is Pangu. You should also be aware of his power as well. It is by no means something that a single demon god can resist, and it is impossible to defeat him without joining forces to deal with him. Hong Jun was unimpressed by Luo's words, and continued to talk about his plan. Ridiculous. What about Pangu? Luo scoffed. He was only born a while before this honored one. Now that my father has fully comprehended the great Tao of extinction, and even birthed the Shura clan as a result, in a sense, my mastery of the great Tao of extinction has already jumped out of the limits of chaos, and even if it's Pangu, my father isn't afraid in the slightest. If he doesn't come to seek out this honored one will seek him out sooner or later. Chaos does need to emerge as a controller, but it will only be the honored one. Hong Jun sniffed and let out a long sigh. He had known Luo's character and knew that trying to get him to cooperate with him would be a difficult task, but Luo's arrogance is still beyond Hong Jun's expectations. This is simply not listening to anything. In that case, I will say no more. As Hong Jun prepared to leave, Luo got up from his throne. Since you're here, Hong Jun, then you shouldn't leave either. After this father beheads you and devours your great Tao of creation, it will surely make the great Tao of extinction go even further. A pitch-black lance appeared in Luo's hand. The great Tao of destruction wrapped around the lance and attacked towards Hong Jun. God-Eater gun. Facing Luo's attack, Hong Jun's face was grave. He cast the avenue of creation, only to see countless treasures appear, including the jade butterfly of creation, the chaotic green lotus, and the god-devouring gun. None of these magic treasures existed in substance, but were created by Hong Jun with the power of the great Tao and had the same power of these magic treasures. One magic treasure collided with Luo's god-devouring gun and was destroyed by the power of destruction. But the next moment it was created again, living and dying. Luo Shu, you have a profound understanding of the Tao of extinction, but I, Hong Jun, am not standing still. You and my Tao are mutually exclusive. You won't be able to keep me. Luo snorted coldly and didn't talk, just kept attacking. Hong Jun, however, did not want to tangle with him and united all the Dharma treasures created and then detonated them. The strong energy temporarily interrupted Luo's attack, and Hong Jun took the opportunity to leave Luo's domain. Scumbag! Luo did not go after Hong Jun and stood in place, his brash eyes flashing a hint of disdain. Only the weak choose to gather. Pangu, I hope you really are as powerful as the legends say you are. Chapter 50 Qin Fan vs Luo Shu. Hong Jun left, and the place returned to its previous dead silence. Law sat on his throne. The space around them fluctuated and a figure appeared.
Each of these figures was very tall and exuded a bloodthirsty aura. This is the race created by Luo, the Shura clan. The Shura clan was born only to destroy. And after Luo created the Shura clan, he led them on a journey of war, occupying a large territory in the chaos mystic realm. King, I asked you to look for traces of Pangu. How is your search going? Law spoke out. Qin Fan was hunting the demon god, and Luo was doing the same thing. It's not just him. If it wasn't for Qin Fan's oppressive nature, it would be impossible for a union to occur between the demon gods. They were destined to fight and devour each other from birth. Qin Fan was walking in the chaos under the name of Pangu, and his real name was unknown. Chaos is just too big. We didn't find any traces of Pangu, but the spirit destroyers under Pangu were found. The spirit exterminating race is also a powerful race in the chaos. If the king can make a move to overthrow them, Pangu should also show up. Ashura respectfully reported to Luo, the spirit exterminators. This race, Luo also knows. The spirit destroyer clan lived by devouring chaos chi, and their natural flesh was extremely strong and difficult to deal with. They were also a force to be reckoned with under Pangu. A long time ago, a demon god was born in the territory of the spirit destroying clan, and when it was discovered by the spirit destroying clan, Pangu didn't even make a move. And this demon god was eaten by the spirit destroying clan, and even the power of the great Tao that he had mastered was devoured to pieces. Good. Then this honorable man will first overthrow the spirit exterminating race and force Pangu to show himself. Luo's gaze was filled with wariness. It is said that Pangu is the most powerful demon god in the chaos. When this honored one kills him and seizes his power of the great Tao, the entire chaos will be dominated by me. In a certain area of the chaotic mysteries, Qin Fan killed the demon god in front of him. The huge body fell to the ground and dissipated, as Qin Fan's body surface was filled with one purple thunderbolt after another. The demon god he had just slain was Thunder, who had mastered the great Tao of Thunder. Among the many demon gods, Thunder was also a powerful existence that could be placed in the first rank. Too bad he found it. After Thunder's death, his Tao power returned to the chaos, and it was here that Qin Fan cultivated and refined his physical body. The endless purple heavenly divine lightning continuously stimulated Qin Fan's fleshly body to evolve. After traveling in the chaos, Qin Fan's realm had been promoted to heavenly immortal, and his physical body had also metamorphosed from the body of immortal spirit towards the body of laws. For every demon god that he killed, Qin Fan would enroll in the power of their Tao. Although he was unable to completely control the power of the great Tao, Qin Fan was able to comprehend all the wonders of it and exert the corresponding might. If I can take away the power of the great Tao from these demon gods while beheading them, perhaps I'll be able to directly condense a great Tao body. Unfortunately, every time a demon god dies, their power returns. Part of it is absorbed by the chaotic mysteries, and the other part is absorbed by him. Although Qin Fan was able to intercept a sliver of it, there was no way to compare it to the returning energy. After being in the chaotic mysteries for so long, Qin Fan also understood his intentions. Qin Fan was equivalent to his hitman. By slaying the demon god, he would be able to recycle the corresponding power of the great Tao, allowing himself to evolve. But that's okay. Each of the great Tao forces Qin Fan had comprehended its core mysteries, and in the future, if he had the opportunity, he would be able to find a way to diffuse new and complete great Tao forces on his own, absorbing all the thunder power from this place into his body. Qin Fan's law body was complete for another point. 3,000 great Tao laws. Only by comprehending them all once will I be able to hammer out a true body of laws. But there's no need to rush. With a thought, a magic treasure appeared in front of Qin Fan. It's the Jade Butterfly of Creation. The Jade Butterfly of Creation was a Chaos Supreme Treasure, but compared to Pangu's accompanying Supreme Treasure, the Heaven-Opening Divine Axe, its offensive power was weak, but it was extremely functional. It could record the Great Tao, and every time Qin Fan killed a demon god, their Great Tao origin would be topologized by the Jade Butterfly of Creation, which was the fundamental reason why Qin Fan was confident that he would be able to diffuse all 3,000 Great Tao in the future. Beyond that, the Jade Butterfly of Creation also had the function of traveling through time and space and recording the coordinates of chaos. This allowed Qin Fan to not get lost in the chaos and to arrive at any place he had been in an instant. At this point, somewhere in the Jade Butterfly of Creation, there was a red light that kept flickering. This is the area where the spirit exterminators are located. All the chaos races that defected to Qin Fan would use the Creation Jade Butterfly to establish contact with them, and if a special situation arose, the Creation Jade Butterfly would generate a sense. There are even people in chaos who dare to attack my ponyboy now? Qin Fan was happy. Is it a newly born demon god, or which ungrateful races? With this thought, a ball of light erupted from the Jade Butterfly of Creation, enveloping Qin Fan. In the next moment, he arrived at the territory of the spirit exterminating clan through the Jade Butterfly of Creation. Above the void, The Shura clan and the Spirit Extermination clan were at war. The characteristics of the two races were similar, both following the path of destruction. However, the Shura clan was created by Luo Qianyu, so they focus on killing and destroying. The Spirit Destroying clan, on the other hand, is based on devouring and assimilating. When Luo was first born, he once tried to take in the Spirit Destroyer clan. At that time, the Spirit Destroyer clan had already been born for a long time, and there were quite a few powerful existences in the clan that united to defend against Luo's attack. And Luo also created the Shura clan because of the extermination of the Spirit clan. The great battle below, Luo did not make a move. He's watching and waiting. On the one hand, he wanted to see what was the difference between the race he had created and the race spawned by chaos. On the other hand, he was also waiting for the Spirit Destroyer clan to pass the message to Qin Fan. When Qin Fan arrived, there were already countless corpses of cultivators and corpses of the Spirit Exterminating clan floating in the void. Destructive aura. You are Luo Qianyu who mastered the Tao of Destruction? Qin Fan could see the nature of the cultivator race at a glance as he looked up at Luo Qianyu, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The avenue of extinction was second only to his avenue of force in terms of strength among the 3,000 avenues. By exterminating Luo, his body of laws would be greatly enhanced. Your Pangu? Luo Qianyu detected an aura of danger in Qin Fan's body. This is something that Hong Jun did not even bring to him. This likewise aroused Luo's warlike spirit. It is said that you, Pangu, are the first demon god of chaos. Today this honored one will try. The Luo Qianyu god-devouring gun was held in his hand and stabbed towards Qin Fan. The great Tao of extinction wrapped around the god-devouring lance, and wherever it passed, crack after crack of nothingness appeared in chaotic space. Qin Fan stood in place. The power of space converged around him. Luo Qianyu's god-devouring gun passed through space and did not cause the slightest damage to Qin Fan. The laws of space. Lifted eyebrows also died in your hands? Luo's low voice resounded in this space. Yang Mei, a demon god who mastered the space avenue, was on par with Hong Jun in terms of life-preserving ability. It was recognized as the most difficult existence to kill among the Chaos Demon Gods. Chapter 51 Perimeter Heavenly Demon God Formation. 367 Demon Gods, requesting for follow-up readings. Qin Fan laughed. Scared? Joke. Luo held his spear and stood proudly. This father has traveled across the chaos. Why has he ever been afraid? Qin Fan's spatial laws did not come from the demon god Yang Mei, nor had he ever met with Yang Mei. But Qin Fan was too lazy to explain. This honored one would like to see if your comprehension of space can block this honored one's destruction avenue. Broken divine light. Luo clenched his god-devouring gun and swung it out violently. The chaotic void broke and collapsed layer by layer at this moment, and the power of nothingness swept in, annihilating the spatial laws around Qin Fan. Battles in the midst of chaos competed for the realization of the Great Tao. Qin Fan's mastery of space hadn't yet broken through to the level of the Great Tao, so naturally, he couldn't compare it to Luo Qianyu's Great Tao of Extinction. The power that could annihilate the void wrapped Qin Fan, and Luo Qianyu's eyes revealed self-satisfaction. Pangu, you're too much of a trustworthy person. The Great Tao of Extinction can annihilate even the void, and you're even trying to resist it with your physical body. Yes? Qin Fan allowed the Great Tao of Destruction to destroy his body, and in an instant, Qin Fan's physical body turned into nothingness. In the Great Tao of Destruction, the vigorous life elemental energy burst forth, reshaping Qin Fan's physical body. I have traveled in chaos for a long time, and my flesh has been hammered to the extreme, and now the energies born in the secret realm are already difficult to break my flesh. But Luo's avenue of destruction could. I can use his power to further my physical body and my understanding of the Great Tao of Life. Seeing Qin Fan reappear, Luo Qianyu's face became gloomy. The way of life. But even then what? If this father can break your spatial laws, he can still destroy your life Tao. A chain of destruction appeared. Each chain condensed by the Great Tao of Destruction. Chain of perdition. Luo roared lowly as a chain wrapped around Qin Fan's body, suppressing the repair of his body by the Great Tao of Life. A glistening white light erupted from Qin Fan's body as the Life Avenue and the Destruction Avenue continuously fought against each other. To the limit. Qin Fan sighed inwardly. His understanding of the Great Tao of Life was not as good as Luo's mastery of the Great Tao of Destruction, and he had a feeling that if this continued, the Great Tao of Life would no longer be able to support him in restoring his body. But it was enough. Under Luo's destructive power, his body of laws was perfected quite a bit more. It was worthy of being the most powerful demon god after the fall of Pangu. Being able to inflict this kind of damage on Qin Fan was already beyond Qin Fan's expectations. Break! Qin Fan's body continued to grow larger, and the chains wrapped around him expanded along with it. Luo laughed out loud. Pangu, you wouldn't be naive enough to decide that you can get rid of the chain of extinction by making yourself bigger, would you? This is condensed from the power of the Great Tao. Even if you become the same size as chaos, you won't be able to break free. Ignorant. Qin Fan shook his head. It's true that the power of the great Tao can cover infinitely in the chaos, but only if you have such a cultivation level. As Qin Fan grew larger, the avenue of force was covering the surface of his torso while the intensity continued to increase. Boom! A chain of extinction was destroyed by the great Tao of force, and Luo's face froze. A force to be reckoned with. The great Tao I accompany doesn't have that many fancy effects, but it just can destroy your means simply and roughly. Boom boom boom. The chain of extinction that was wrapping around Qin Fan continued to burst, and Luo's own aura was weakening under the force of the backlash. Impossible. The avenue of destruction is the strongest avenue of chaos. Why can't it destroy the avenue of force? Luo couldn't accept the result. Shura, at your service. Set up a formation. Luo roared with unwillingness, and all the Shura abandoned their opponents at this moment and converged towards Luo's side. They formed a formation, their own power constantly converging towards Luo's body. This was another divine ability that Luo had comprehended. After the creation of the Shura, each Shura is equivalent to a split body. They could cultivate on their own, and Luo could devour Shura's cultivation at any time, getting all the energy of the Shura clan. Luo's aura continued to expand, advancing straight from the earth immortal realm to heavenly immortal, and then continuing to the peak of heavenly immortal before gradually coming to a halt. Ha ha ha, Pangu, now that my realm has surpassed yours, I don't believe that your Tao can still resist me. Luo waved his hand again, and uncountable chains of extinction appeared from the void. Yes? Qin Fan's Dharma heaven and earth was performed to the extreme. He held the heaven-opening god axe in his hand, and with each swing of the axe, the great Tao of force was able to destroy several world-destroying chains. When Luo saw this, his expression became hideous. This is 2ing bullying demon god, right? You were the one who said it yourself just now. The same control of the great Tao, but one's own realm affects the upper limit of the power of the great Tao. He had absorbed Shura's power and had surpassed Qin Fan in realm, but he was still destroyed to break the power of the great Tao. Great Tao or realm simply won't work. It's just that even if you let you cultivate to a saint, you won't be able to utilize their true power. The old man listens to you fart. Law was furious. He frantically urged his mana and the power of the great Tao to attack Qin Fan. The turmoil triggered by the great battle between the two sides caused this space to continuously collapse and the power of nothingness to spread out, and the spirit exterminating clan retreated 10 million miles away early, watching their battle from afar. The heaven-opening divine axe cut through the chaos, unstoppably splitting on Luo. His body turned into two halves and then reassembled 10,000 miles away. It wasn't until this moment that Luo realized he was wrong, and quite wrong. Qin Fan's battle power had already reached a point that he could hardly reach. After taking two more axes, he would definitely not be able to regroup his body, and the end result would be a return to chaos. Luo might as well get into the formation. Right at this moment, one avenue light after another lit up in the sky above the chaos. These points of light from the great Tao were connected into a formation that covered the place. Surrounding Qin Fan and Luo Shua, Hongjuan's voice came from above. Luo looked up and realized that a full 366 demon gods had appeared. What is this? Weekly heavenly demon god formation. Hongjun transmitted his voice to Luo. This is a formation created by the array that can combine the power of the 365 demon gods. Again, you and I will be the eyes of the formation. You will be the main attacker and I will be the main defender. Able to utilize the power of the 367 great Tao paths 100 times more powerful and endless. Now this grand formation is just one more for you to complete. Together, we will put Pangu to death. At this moment, even Luo had to put down his inner pride. With a clench of his teeth, he came to the only vacant eye of the grand formation. The power of the great Tao infused Luo's body, mending his injuries. Pangu, this is the time for you to fall. Hongjuan's voice echoed in the formation, and a pillar of light ran through Qin Fan's chest in an instant. The infusion dissipated and a large hole appeared in Qin Fan's chest. The power of the great Tao of life gushed out and repaired his body for him. But the speed was too much slower than before. At his wounds, different Tao powers were suppressing his life Tao, unable to exert its original power. Chapter 52, Heaven Opening Axe. God Devouring Lance shatters. Requesting for monthly votes and favorites. Pangu's great Tao has been suppressed, losing the power of the great Tao. There's no way for his fleshly body to recover in a short period of time even if it's as strong as it is. The foundation of the avenue of force is the physical body. Without it, Pangu would have to fall. This strike caused everyone in the perpetual demon god formation to be incredibly energized. Chaos has suffered Pangu for a long time. Since the beginning of Pangu's hunt for gods and devils, they have been living in fear, afraid that one day they will collide with him, and the great Tao will be destroyed, and they will fall and return to the chaos. Now seeing the hope of executing Pangu,
A pillar of great Dao light continuously attacked towards Qin Fan,
leaving wound after wound on his body.
The energy in his body was rapidly depleting,
and with the life avenue unable to be utilized, Qin Fan could only recover by devouring chaotic energy, all lost to silence. Right at this moment, a voice rang out in the formation, and the weekly heavenly demon god formation cut off the connection with chaos, and Qin Fan's absorption of energy slowed down. Pangu. The weekly heavenly demon god grand formation can do more than simply fuse the power of the 367 demon gods. It can also seal space. Now that you're wrapped in the formation, once the mana in your body is depleted and not replenished, that's when you'll truly fall. It's still a pain in the ass.
Qin Fan sighed in his heart.
He had long known that hunting demon gods in the chaos like he did would inevitably cause a backlash. But on the one hand, this was a secret trial that belonged to him. And on the other hand, killing the demon god Qin Fan could indeed gain great benefits. For every demon god he killed, he could also absorb the corresponding Dao energy and plant the Dao seed in his body. With the existence of the Dao seed, he also had the opportunity to comprehend a new complete Dao. For this situation to arise nowadays, Qin Fan had anticipated and guarded against it. But it's not the right time to perform a backhanded maneuver. It's a bit too arrogant to want me to fall even at this level. The great Dao of life would be suppressed because Qin Fan himself did not have much comprehension of it. Moreover, the life demon god had always existed, and the power of the great Dao was not in Qin Fan alone. But his companion avenue is different. In the entire chaos, no demon god could partake of the avenue of force. Qin Fan executed the Dharma heaven and earth. His body became incomparably tall, and the radiance of the great Dao in the great formation of the perpetual demon god shone. Wanting to suppress Qin Fan? Not good. His avenue of force is too strong. The formation can't completely suppress it. The face of the formation presiding over the grand formation changed slightly. Someone needs to drain his energy with a frontal tug. Let me. Luo spoke out at this moment. He was almost killed by Qin Fan just now, and this was an indelible shame for him. Now with the power of the grand formation, he was also able to exert the power of the rest of the great Dao. With this empowerment, Luo felt like he could do it again. Okay, Luo, we'll pour our power into you, and you'll be the one to fend off Pangu head-on. Hongjun nodded his head and said, among the many demon gods, your offense is unmatched, and with us to add to it, it's unlikely that Pangu will be a match for you. A gigantic phantom also appeared in the formation and confronted Qin Fan from a distance. Pangu, fight again. Luo Shu was holding the god-devouring lance, and each stab of the lance contained dozens of different radiance of the great Dao. The underdogs, too, are getting better. Qin Fan disdained it. He had pushed the great Dao of force to the extreme, and there was no way that the Zhou Tian demon god formation's attack on it could easily break the defense and injure him like it did before. As the injuries on his body began to recover, Qin Fan held the heaven-opening god axe in his hand and fought with Luo Shuji once again. Every collision between the two erupted into a shocking tidal wave of energy. That's horrible. The rest of the demon gods channeled their energy to Luo Shua through the formation, and naturally, they were able to use it to feel Qin Fan's power. Any one of them facing Qin Fan alone would only have a hard time holding on. Both sides hit again and again, and Qin Fan became more and more courageous. Is his power endless? Luo has our energy boost, but even he only barely fought Pangu? Not equal, but at a disadvantage, Hongjun said in a deep voice. After all, Luo's power was obtained with the help of a large formation, and he was unable to utilize it to its fullest extent. If this goes on, sooner or later he will still be suppressed by Pangu. What to do? Array, you still can't suppress Pangu's way? Wait a little longer. The devil god formation's voice sounded like it was squeezed out from between his teeth. Pangu's avenue of force is itself a boost to the physical body, but it is absolutely impossible for him to maintain this state indefinitely. When he's exhausted, I'll be able to manipulate the grand formation to completely suppress him. The pressure of the demon god formation was greater than anyone else. This formation was manipulated and distributed by him, and he was the formation's most central existence. Although the aftermath of the battle brought about by every collision between Qin Fan and Luo Shuhu would be divided among the 367 demon gods, it was he who would bear the most. It was also fortunate that the power of the great Dao of Hongjun was able to make him generate mana out of thin air, which allowed him to persevere. The demon god formation was feeling Qin Fan's aura at all times. After he and Luo collided again and were knocked back dozens of miles, he roared lowly, "Everyone, push all of your power to the max." This was the first time Qin Fan had been knocked back in a fight, proving that his power had begun to fail him. This is the kind of opportunity that can't be passed up. Yes, a voice rang out, and in an instant, all sorts of great Dao powers ran rampant in the circumstantial demon god formation. The demon god formation put all this power on Luo, and he hissed in pain.
The power of the 300 or so demon gods was simply too strong for Luo to be able to control them all. The moment this power entered his body, his torso unexpectedly cracked and could be burst at any time, devouring God and destroying the world. Luo didn't care and gathered all of this power into the god-devouring gun, erupting with the strongest strike. Pillars of pitch-black light appeared from the god-devouring gun, and wherever it passed, chaos was swallowed up and annihilated, leaving behind nothingness and darkness. Qin Fan's eyes were heavy. Facing such a strike, he didn't dare to say that he was 100% sure of what to do next. Out-of-body bodywork. 9 figures appeared behind him, each holding a heaven-opening divine axe. Open, heaven! Qin Fan let out a low roar and swung out an axe. The figure behind him did the same. Each swing of the axe doubled and superimposed the power of the strike, and it clashed with the black light of extinction. Chaos fell into incomparable silence at this moment, and a moment later, the energy exploded towards the surrounding impact. The weekly heavenly demon god formation shook violently, and each demon god also suffered a backlash, almost unable to keep the formation intact. The middle of the formation. Cracks appeared in Luo's god-devouring lance before it turned into countless pieces and completely crumbled and destroyed. And Qin Fan's figure did not move at all. Dead? Every demon god was staring intently at Qin Fan, but no one dared to go forward to test him. That strike just now had left too deep an impression on them. Ahem! Qin Fan let out a sound from his mouth, causing the hearts of the demon gods to instantly lift up again. Chapter 53, The Weekly Heavenly Demon God Formation Breaks. Hong Jun escapes. Demon gods fall like rain, requesting catch-up monthly tickets. No. Thing? The god-devouring gun in Luo's hand turned into fragments and dissipated. This was his companion treasure, a derivation of the great Tao of extinction, related to his life. The god-devouring lance was destroyed, and Luo's great Tao origin was flawed, coupled with the fact that he had endured the power of the great Tao beyond its limits just now. Even the circumstantial demon god formation had no way to allow him to recover. At this time, Luo no longer had any strength to move, and collapsed straight into the void. As he fell, a gap appeared in the weekly heavenly demon god formation, and a loophole appeared in the space that was originally sealed, and chaotic energies madly surged in along the loophole at this moment. Not good. Quickly plugged the loopholes in the formation. Hong Jun was the first to react. He shouted, and the great Tao of creation worked desperately to replicate the creation of another Luo Shu. Pity. The Tao that Luo mastered was on the same level as his Tao of creation, and there was no way for Hong Jun to perfectly create a new Luo. He wrapped the power of the great Tao around Luo, trying to help him recover quickly. Again to no avail. It's over. A hint of despair crossed Hong Jun's heart. Pangu and Luo are fighting, and he's at the point of running out of gas. If Luo could have held out a little longer, Pangu would have inevitably fallen. But now that there's a loophole in the weekly heavenly demon god formation, chaotic energies are pouring in, which gives Pangu a chance to catch his breath. Hong Jun secretly hated it. That was close. That was close. Qin Fan grinned and sucked violently. Raging chaotic energy entered his body. In this battle with Luo, his body was invaded by too many great Tao of extinction and was constantly destroying his body. Originally, it was indeed difficult for Qin Fan to handle these great Tao energies in the grand formation, but as he absorbed the energies, his physical body gradually revived. The power of the 300 or so demon gods had also been depleted, and coupled with the loopholes in the formation, it was no longer possible to suppress his life avenue. Now, do you have any more tricks up your sleeve? Qin Fan's broken body recovered little by little as he raised his head and looked at the large formation in the air with killing intent. Don't panic. Even if he's not dead now, it will take time to recover. The weekly heavenly demon god formation is only missing one person and can still fight against Pangu. Hong Jun forced himself to calm down and quickly transmitted his voice to the other demon gods. Yes? Qin Fan laughed coldly as the heaven-opening god axe in his hand was thrown out, splitting a chasm in the air. The brutal force landed on the circumstantial demon god formation, and every demon god in the formation was like a heavy blow, their breath withering. Hong Jun, weekly heavenly demon god formation can't be maintained. As he spoke, the light of the grand formation shattered and the figures of the 366 demon gods appeared before Qin Fan. Die! Qin Fan leapt forward and grabbed the heaven-opening god axe, aiming to slash down at Hong Jun. The axe light fell on Hong Jun and annihilated him into billions of pieces. The energy of the great Tao of creation surged, and Hong Jun quickly regrouped his new body again. But the other demon gods weren't so lucky. As Qin Fan's axe went down, a dozen demon gods were crushed into nothingness by the great Tao of force. The power of their great Tao returned and they fell completely. Is this the dreadfulness of the avenue of force? After feeling it personally, Hong Jun was shocked to realize how wrong he was. It was true that the avenue of force did not have all sorts of subtle means and aptitudes like the other avenues, but in the face of absolute power, it was possible to oppress the power of any avenue.
Even for himself, if he was repeatedly annihilated, he would eventually allow the origin of the avenue of creation to wear out and be unable to regenerate. What a Pangu! What a great Tao of force! Hong Jun looked at Qin Fan with hatred. He didn't realize that he had carefully united so many demon gods while also calculating Luo Qianyu so that he would be forced to join the weekly heavenly demon god formation to make it complete. It was surprising that even this could not cut Pangu down. Damn it! It was close. What kind of Luo? What kind of avenue of extinction? Was simply unbearable. Hong Jun knew that there was no way to fight against Qin Fan anymore at this moment, and he exerted the power of the great Tao to wrap Luo Qianyu, while a magic treasure appeared in front of his eyes. Creation Jade Butterfly? Isn't this my old man's magic weapon? Qin Fan was stunned for a moment. When the Jade Butterfly of creation was born, there were quite a few demon gods who made a grab for it, and in the end, they were all killed by Qin Fan. Who took away this chaotic treasure? Could there be a second Jade Butterfly of creation in the chaos? Or maybe this supreme treasure is also divided into male and female, born in pairs? No. The creation Jade Butterfly in Hong Juan's hand doesn't have an entity. It's something he created with his own Tao. Could it be that when the Jade Butterfly of creation was born, he was nearby as well, only that he didn't make a move to fight for it? Qin Fan speculated, but he was only half right in his speculation. When the creation Rain Butterfly was born, Hong Jun was indeed in the dark, but it wasn't that he didn't put up a fight for it, but rather that Hong Juan's original intention was to use the Jade Butterfly of creation to attract the rest of the demon gods to come over so that he could take advantage of the opportunity to devour their great Tao. This supreme treasure, itself, was Hong Jun's companion supreme treasure, only he ended up playing it off. The Jade Butterfly of creation was taken away by Qin Fan, and even the demon god who came to seize the treasure was picked up by Qin Fan. Hong Jun saw how powerful Qin Fan was in the dark and didn't dare to show his face at all. This was also one of the reasons why he had to make every effort to unite with the rest of the demon gods to behead Qin Fan. If Qin Fan didn't die, it would haunt Hong Jun like a nightmare, making it impossible for him to feel at ease. This was meant to be the Dharma treasure of my father. Hong Jun roared with unwillingness, and the Jade Butterfly of creation he had created rose to emit a ray of light that enveloped him and Luo Qianyu. Space cage. Qin Fan naturally wouldn't easily let Hong Jun escape just like that. This old boy has a belly full of bad water, and his plots and tricks are endless, so letting him go may cause trouble for himself in the future. The space around Hong Jun was blocked, and Qin Fan kept wielding the heaven-opening god axe, annihilating him again and again. Pangu. This father will not be a demon god until he kills you. Hong Juan's indignant voice came out. An extremely dense energy also erupted from the spatial cage, breaking Qin Fan's imprisonment hard. Truly, it's a willingness to blow up the great Tao origin. Qin Fan closed his eyes and sensed carefully, realizing that Hong Juan's aura had completely disappeared from this space. Along with him disappeared Law. This old boy, worthy of being a fellow who could survive to the end of the demon god war. His methods are endless. When Hong Jun escaped, Qin Fan didn't put too much on his mind. After all, his great Tao origin had been damaged, and he didn't know how long it would take to restore his integrity. He would even be revolted by chaos as a result, and was no longer a threat to Qin Fan. Then it's your turn. Qin Fan no longer bothered about the disappearing Hong Jun and Luo Qianyu and turned his head to kill the remaining demon gods. Escape! The demon god formation was the first to react, and he constructed a teleportation array in the chaos, connecting the void. As long as one entered the void, the aura of the great Tao would be isolated and no one would be able to probe. He had also left behind coordinates in the chaos space, so there was no need to worry about entering the void and getting lost, unable to find his way back. Stay! Qin Fan's axe shattered the teleportation channel constructed by the demon god formation, and his figure fell out of the void in a sorry state. Don't kill! Before the words fell, the demon god formation exploded and the great Tao origin returned in annihilation. Not kill you? What a dream! One day at a time. Netting good thoughts. Chapter 54. The divine mountain is out of the world. The treasures are all of the mountain of flowers and fruits? Seek to read the collection. As Hong Jun and Luo Qianyu disappeared and the demon god formation was decimated, the remaining demon gods were naturally even less of a match for Qin Fan. As the heaven-opening god axe was waved, a large number of demon gods fell like rain. None of the 300 or so demon gods escaped in the end, and they were all hunted down and killed by Qin Fan. A seed of the great Tao was planted within Qin Fan's dantian, and the rest of the power of the great Tao once again returned to the chaos itself. After being in the chaotic mysterious realm for so long, the number of demon gods that I've killed has been over 1,000. Demon gods also kill each other, and there shouldn't be many demon gods still existing in the chaotic mysteries today. Qin Fan silently looked inward at his dantian. The seed transformed by the great Tao of force was located in the very center. While the rest of the seeds of the great Tao that he had comprehended revolved around the great Tao of force,
exuding arcane Tao connotations between the permutations and combinations.
Qin Fan was unconsciously attracted to this Tao energy. Before this, there was no such change in his dantian. I don't know how long it's been.
Qin Fan's aura continued to climb as he advanced from the heavenly immortal realm to the true immortal realm.
After the realm elevation, a divine message surged out of his mind. This is one Qi transforming 3 Chang? After carefully comprehending this divine ability, Qin Fan revealed surprise. The one breath transforms 3 purities as one of the innate divine abilities. It was also comprehended by Pangu when he fell. Unfortunately, at that time, he had already run out of gas and had no choice but to transform his Yuanshan into the 3 pristine ones. If Pangu did not run out of strength, he could finally bring the 3 purities into one and take the most crucial step. Unfortunately, this step is like a rift. In the end, Pangu fell completely. The 3 pristine ones that his Yuanshan had transformed into also became truly independent individuals. Even because this Qi of Pangu was generated innately, the 3 purities possessed a heal comparable to that of the innate gods and demons. Sun Wukong's out-of-body method is born out of the one Qi transforms 3 Chang. Only to perform the out-of-body method illusion of the split body does not have self-consciousness, can only be manipulated by the main body. Qin Fan began to cultivate in the manner of the divine power of one breath transforming 3 purities. At the center of his brow, a ray of divine light blossomed. Pangu witnessed the way with the great Tao of force, and was therefore named the master ancestor of the body refining Tao. But in reality, unlike the myriads, who were made because of their flesh and blood, his genjutsu power was just as powerful, only because the physical body is too strong. Coupled with the fact that Pangu also has not been actively cultivating the Yuanshan, just let it automatically become stronger as the physical body becomes stronger. So let the descendants subconsciously ignore this point.
Qin Fan contracted Pangu and also contracted the Monkey King. His great piece heavenly immortal technique never stopped. So not only was his physical body now at the true immortal realm, but his Yuanshan was likewise. The light of the Yuanshan divine light at his brow grew more and more intense, gradually splitting into 3 figures. These 3 figures turned into different looks after they detached from Qin Fan. Qin Fan opened his eyes and revealed a smile. 3 Tao friends, greetings. Greetings to the main body. The doppelganger under the one breath transforms 3 Chang divine power had self-awareness, could cultivate, and had no abnormality with other cultivators. The only difference, as long as it was Qin Fan's main body that was not destroyed, they would never have any thoughts of breaking away from their main body. These 3 doppelgangers could later help Qin Fan break the shackles of cultivation if they could cultivate to the same realm as the main body, and the 3 elements returned to one. I am Tai Cheng. I am Shang Cheng. I am Yu Qing. Greetings to you all, fellow Taoists. Although the 4 figures were of the same origin, they looked different, had different temperaments, and behaved completely differently. Tai Ching is bland, Shang Qing is flamboyant, and Yu Qing is arrogant. With a thought, Qin Fan took the 3 Qing back into his body again. At this moment, Qin Fan's Yuanshan also changed. The Yuanshan that was originally one transformed into 3 golden lotuses, each functioning and complementing the other. After cultivating into one Qi transforming 3 Chang, my cultivation speed has also increased by 3 times. Qin Fan was very satisfied with this change. The real world. Since the appearance of the starry vision in the sky, the world had changed differently every so often. These changes were clearly sensed by the cultivators, especially this one. Inside the cave of Mount Huagua, Luo Qianyu and the others were all startled and converged together. Looking to the east, at the place where it intersected with the East Sea, a large mountain continued to rise, with all sorts of light emanating from it, like a magic treasure or something else. The entire mountain was wrapped in a special energy, and even looking at it from afar, one would be drawn into it. Wake up! Barbarian Zhou's voice rang in the ears of Luo Qianyu, Ancestral Dragon, and the others, waking them up. How awful. Just now, I felt that my Yuanshan was absorbed by this mountain, and I was almost so engrossed in it that I couldn't detach myself from it. This mountain is made up of Tao energy. Luo Qianyu's heart palpitated, but at the same time, she also had doubts. Barbarian 9, won't you be attracted to it? Barbarian 9 shook his head. No, neither would I. Behind Barbarian 9, the Flower Fruit Mountain disciples of the compact 12 ancestral witches opened their mouths respectively. Most of them didn't react to the huge mountain that appeared out of nowhere, but there were also a small number of people who said they would be affected, but not as completely engrossed as Luo Qianyu and the others. What's going on here? Luo Qianyu couldn't figure it out, but it was the Qilin on the side who came to a realization. I see. Although Barbarian 9 and the others are all contracted witch deities, they are only fully inherited deities when they reach level 120. All those who are unaffected by this mountain are those who have reached level 120, and their genjutsu have dissipated and merged into their own flesh and blood. The rest that haven't reached level 120 still have the power of the genjutsu remaining in their bodies, so they'll be more or less affected.
It seems so.
Barbarian 9 and the others glanced at each other and suddenly said, "Then there's no difference between us and the mythical sorcerer race now."
In that case, from now on, I'll give up the name Barbarian 9, and from now on, I'll just be called Di Jiang. Big brother is right. As Barbarian Zhou's words fell, the rest of the deities of the compact which race chimed in. Big brother is Di Jiang. Then I am Gong Gong. Call me Zhu Rong from now on.
Luo Qianyu breathlessly patted his head.
Is this not a little too casual for you guys? In the end,
they were only inheriting power after all, and there was a difference between them and real gods.
It's not exactly random. The Qilin smiled. In fact, all of us demon race will default to being that deity after awakening the corresponding ability. Me, the Ancestral Dragon, and the beginning Phoenix are all like that. Luo Qianyu no longer said anything more,
but also lowered his head in contemplation.
She suddenly said, "There are countless treasure lights on this great mountain.
There must be a large amount of treasures.
Emperor, and you are not affected by the Tao above, so won't you be able to get all of these treasures back?" A word to the wise. Emperor Jiang brightened up. Right, why didn't I think of that?
Qianyu, you don't even have the ability to resist the Tao implications, let alone other qi practicing cultivators. The chances on this divine mountain are all ours.
Brothers, what are you waiting for?
All the disciples of the indentured witch clan of Manhwa join me and set out for the divine mountain to bring back all the treasures up there.
Chapter 55, Witch Demon Battle. Ji Yan and War Wuxuan's calculations. Seeking for followers and favorites.
This divine mountain came out and attracted the attention of countless people. As the mountain continued to grow larger,
it was as visible to any as the golden list in the sky. However, without exception,
but any qi practitioner would be involuntarily attracted by the Tao content on the divine mountain when they saw it.
And the higher the level of cultivation, the longer it takes to fall in.
And after waking up from the divine mountain's Tao embrace, even strong people like Battle Wuxuang and Ji Yan would feel that their bodies had been emptied. There was no way for them to comprehend any spells and aptitudes from the Tao,
but instead,
they would be drained of their Yuan Shen's power.
If you want to comprehend the divine mountain's laws and Tao, you need at least the golden immortal realm to do so. Under the golden immortal,
looking too much will instead deplete the foundation of the Yuan Shen.
It was a very awkward feeling.
It was clear that this was a mountain of treasures that contained countless opportunities, but it was because he was too weak to even qualify to get close. Just as the cultivators were looking and sighing at this divine mountain,
an explosive news came out.
The people of the Manhwa compact which race they were not affected by the divine mountain Tao implications because they did not have a Yuan Shen.
This news came out. The entire cultivation world was abuzz. On what grounds?
This group of freaks from the witch race. It was already outrageous that they could still be alive after their Yuan Shen cultivation was gone.
And now they could still enter the treasure mountain because of it. Doesn't that mean that all of this heavenly opportunity will be taken away from them? The mountain of flowers and fruits was already excessively strong.
If they were to get the chance on the divine mountain,
would the rest of the cultivators still have a chance to live?
Bo Palace. Ever since the last time Qin Fan violently whacked the two cave skies of Bo and Biang,
the two of them, Battle Wuxuang and Ji Yan,
had spent a great deal of money to repair them.
And because of that, instead, the relationship between the interceptors and the hierarchy went further.
The two had a feeling of empathy.
Brother Battle, what do you think of this matter? After Ji Yan learned of this news, he came to Bo Palace to discuss with War Wuxuang. They couldn't let the mountain of flowers and fruits get the divine mountain's chance no matter what. The divine mountain chance. We can't let that group of sorcerers take it.
War Wuxuang said in a cold voice. The consequences of this matter are not just something that you and I and our two sects cannot bear,
and what the rest of the practitioners don't want to see.
That's why I suggest that we can contact all cultivators in the name of the Interceptor sect and the Elucidator sect to put pressure on the mountain of flowers and fruits.
Either they don't go to the divine mountain,
or the chance they get from the divine mountain must be partially taken out.
Although the mountain of flowers and fruits is strong, it is absolutely unable to fight against the entire cultivation world. Not to mention that now that Qin Fan has disappeared for such a long time, they are bound to compromise. Ji Yan nodded and said, "There is nothing wrong with Brother Battle's statement, but there is one thing that you may not have considered. There are 72 caves in the mountain of flowers and fruits,
of which the Witch Clan occupies 12 and is the most powerful force.
And again, this trip to the divine mountain can only be made by the witch race,
and with their character,
even if the other cave masters of the mountain of flowers and fruits were to agree. Barbarian 9,
this group of warmongers,
would definitely not give in.
That's why the situation you mentioned,
Brother Battle, will only occur in one way,
and that's when a conflict battle breaks out between the flower fruit mountain and the people of the cultivation world."
Ji Yan's eyes held a deep depth. Oh Brother Battle, nowadays,
Aside from the mountain of flowers and fruits in Kunlun, the most powerful forces of the human race are still you and I and our two sects. When you say that war broke out between the mountain of flowers and fruits and the cultivation world, isn't it still the same as the last time? A battle with you and me and our two religions? Although Qin Fan disappeared for a long time without a trace, Manhwa now has the Ancestral Dragon, the Qilin, and the beginning Phoenix. The strength of the three of them is not below you and I. If they fight, you and I and the two religions won't see any benefits, but will instead allow other ethnic forces to take advantage of the situation. After listening to Ji Yan's analysis, Battle Wuxuan also calmed down. Then what do you think according to Brother Ji? All in all, it is absolutely impossible to allow them to go to the Divine Mountain and seize the opportunity. It's natural. Ji Yan smiled. I do have a plan. Has Brother Battle forgotten? In addition to the human race, there is also the demon race that exists. You mean, War Wuxuan is also a smart person? A little bit of it. After understanding Ji Yan's intentions, he frowned and said, but Ancestral Dragon and the others are now subservient to Qin Fan. With them there, they can restrain the demon race. I'm only afraid that it will also be difficult to get the demon race to block Barbarian Jiao and the others. Nonetheless, the witch race is not affected by the Divine Mountain because they don't have the power of the Yuanshan. The demon race and the sorcerer race follow similar paths, and their Yuanshan is equally weak and pathetic. If the sorcerer race can go to the Divine Mountain and seize the treasure, then the demon race can naturally do the same. As long as we provoke them a little, when they arrive at the Divine Mountain, they will inevitably start a fight as a result. You have to know that although the Ancestral Dragon and the others are subservient to Qin Fan, they are after all also of the demon race, so if they insist on not allowing the demon race to go to the Divine Mountain to seize the opportunity, then they would be traitors to the demon race. It's not like great demons comparable to the Ancestral Dragons don't exist in the demon clan, and they're bound to cause even more waves at that time. Once the witch race and the demon race go to war, then the Flower Fruit Mountain and Kunlun will naturally all go down as well. A great battle between the two sides will inevitably result in both of them losing, and then it will be the time for you and I and our two sects to rise. Ji Yan spoke eloquently and seemed to be in control of everything. War Wuxuan was also moved by what was said, but still had some concerns. Brother Ji, I have already understood what you said, but don't you forget about Qin Fan's existence. He disappeared for so long. According to my speculation, he should have gone to an exclusive secret realm, just like you and me. We've been in the secret realm for almost a year as well. Qin Fan himself is incomparably strong. His secret realm trial is naturally even harder. If he comes out of the secret realm, he definitely has the ability to suppress this battle of witches and demons. Speaking of Qin Fan, Ji Yan's face was filled with suppressed indignation. Brother Battle, could it be that you have been scared out of your wits by Qin Fan? If the battle between witch and demon started because of the seizure of treasure, what does it have to do with you and I? Even if it's Qin Fan, if he comes to seek the bad luck of you and my two sects without any evidence, it will only make the mountain of flowers and fruits a target. There are quite a few demons in your sect as well. All that is needed is for you, Brother War, to unintentionally mention it during your sermon, and then have these disciples spread the consequences back to the demon race. It's not like you and I have interfered in this great battle, so what reason does Qin Fan have to come and seek our bad luck? War Wuxuan pondered for a while and agreed to Ji Yan's plan. Good, then let's do as Brother Ji says. War Wuxuan said in a deep voice. I will nudge the demonic disciples in the sect, but relying on them alone I think it will be difficult to get the demonic groups to move. Don't worry, the risk of this matter won't be borne by you alone, Brother Ji, and I will also take the opportunity to secretly promote it. At the beginning of the birth of the Divine Mountain, Ji Yan had already planned for the sorcerer and demon clans to fight. Therefore he purposely set up a scheme to save a yellow dragon in the East China Sea and took him as his disciple. The dragon race is the strongest race among the demon race, and the dragon race has an obsessive obsession with treasures. If the yellow dragon spreads this matter, I believe that it will definitely make the conflict between the demon race and the witch race erupt. Only after the two of them conferred and ensured that the plan was foolproof did Ji Yan leave the Bio Palace and move on their own. Chapter 56, Clouds from All Sides. The Forsees Dragon Clan goes to the Divine Mountain, requesting for favorites. Inside the Jade Palace, Ji Yan was preaching to his disciples. After he finished speaking, the disciples dispersed and Ji Yan left Huanlong behind. Master, the yellow dragon transformed into human form and respectfully saluted towards Ji Yan. Even though he was a dragon, he had great respect for Ji Yan. After the Ancestral Dragon unified the Forsees Water Tribe, he fed the Forsees Water Tribe with his own blood to help them evolve. This allowed many demon clans to obtain the Ancestral Dragon bloodline and transform into dragons. Before the yellow dragon transformed into a dragon, it was just an ordinary little yellow fish in the water. After obtaining the Ancestral Dragon's essence blood, he shed his body and achieved the body of a true dragon.
However, because its own starting point was too low, it could not be comparable to the true dragons transformed by some of the great demons in the sea. In the battle with them for the Dragon King of the Forsees, the yellow dragon was seriously injured and floated to the shore with the waves, where he was discovered by the human practitioners. The true dragon is full of treasures. Facing the siege of human practitioners, the already dying yellow dragon is in a desperate situation, and it is Ji Yan who passes by to save it and bring it back to the Jade Palace. Huang Long also became the only demon disciple under Ji Yan's door. All of these made Huang Long grateful to Ji Yan and regarded him as the person he trusted the most. In the Jade Palace, you also fully recovered from your injuries. It's all because of Master's love that disciple was able to recover. Ji Yan smiled and said, Yellow Dragon, you have the bloodline of an ancestral dragon and should have been the king of the sea. Now that the ancestral dragon has committed himself to the mountain of flowers and fruits and is no longer inquiring into the affairs of the demon race, have you ever thought of uniting the Forsees and becoming the new king of the Forsees? Mastermind. Huang Long was stunned. Disciple has never thought about this. Disciple only wants to serve at the right and left of Master. There is no need to be alarmed. Master is not testing you. Ji Yan said indifferently. Now that the divine mountain has appeared, you should be able to notice it as well. The human cultivators are unable to look directly at the divine mountain's Tao embodiment, while the sorcerer race is completely unaffected. These sorcerers are all disciples of the Flower Fruit Mountain sect. If they were to obtain the opportunity on the divine mountain, it would be a huge shock to my human race, to my Jade Void sect, whereas the divine mountain's influence on the demon race is not as great as the human race's. Master is thinking that if you can unify the Forsees and go to the divine mountain to seize the treasures of opportunity, this will not only be a good thing for you, it's a great merit for the human race, and for the Jade Void as well. I just don't know if you want to. Huang Long didn't think too much. If it's Master's order, disciple will naturally abide by it. It's just that with just the disciple's strength alone, I'm afraid it's hard to fight against the entire Forsees. The fundamental reason he would come to Jade Void was because he couldn't beat the other true dragons. Even within the Jade Void Palace, his cultivation had grown greatly. He couldn't do what Ancestral Dragon had done to suppress the Forsees of water races. No harm done. You can first gather the demon clans that are willing to submit to you, go to the Divine Mountain to seize the treasures and improve your strength. And after that, with the entire Jade Void backing you up, unifying the Forsees is not out of reach. Thank you, Master, for your love. Huang Long was overjoyed at his words. He lost the battle for the Dragon King, and this matter has been on Huang Long's mind. In that case, disciple will live up to Master's high expectations. Go on. Ji Yan nodded and looked at Huang Long's back as he left, revealing a smirk. As long as the Dragon Clan was involved in the Divine Mountain treasure seizure, then the Phoenix Clan and the Qilin Clan naturally wouldn't be watching from the sidelines. Once these three races joined in the Divine Mountain treasure hunt, the demon race below could not be avoided. In this way, what was perhaps just a small group of demons entering the Divine Mountain would evolve into an entire demon race. No matter how strong the Sorcerer Clan was, it was impossible to fight against the entire Demon Clan. The disciples of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits in Kunlun would inevitably join in at that time. Ancestral Dragon, Beginning Phoenix, and Kirin. They can't do anything at this time even if they want to restrain the demon race again. Either that, or they would break away from the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits, rejoin the side of the demon race, and fight the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits Kunlun. It was either that or go one way and betray the Demon Clan. Either way, the world is bound to be in turmoil. Oh Yellow Dragon, don't blame Master for pushing you into this vortex. This is how cultivation works. If you don't fight, you fall behind. And falling behind means extinction. To be a pawn of my master, you have made a contribution. Ji Yan returned to the depths of the Jade Palace. What should be done he has done. Do not need to interfere too much. The next just need to wait for things to develop slowly on their own. Inside the Bo Palace, War Wushwang similarly guided the demon race disciples under his discipline. The Interceptor sect has a religion that has no categories, and anyone can be under its tutelage if they want to be. Therefore most of the demon disciples of the Interceptor sect did not have a high level of cultivation, but there were a lot of them. They had cultivated in the Interceptor sect and had already developed a disposition to fight for whatever they could. And under the guidance of War Wushwang, these demon disciples also called out to their friends and headed to the Divine Mountain. Big brother, this Divine Mountain is really far away. It looked pretty close, but I didn't realize that half a month hadn't even passed yet. It's true what they say about looking over the hill. Emperor Jiang looked at the growing sacred mountain and pondered for a moment. How about this? 11 of you will go over with me first, and the rest of the witch race disciples will hurry on normally. After arriving at the Divine Mountain, any opportune treasures you grab will be your own. After saying that, Emperor Jiang exerted his spatial laws and tore a spatial tunnel in front of him. It wasn't that he didn't want to bring all of the witch race along with him, It was just that the more people that entered the spatial tunnel, the greater the burden would be on Di Jiang. With his strength today, leading 11 ancestral witches was pretty much the limit. East China Sea. After Huang Long returned here, he directly manifested his true body and turned into a 10,000 feet long giant dragon. He exerted his divine power and stirred up the waves of the East Sea. Who dares to act recklessly in my East Sea? A black dragon that was a hair larger than a yellow dragon rose up from the sea. Aojie. Seeing the black dragon appear, the yellow dragon roared and battled with it in space. I wondered who it was, but it was you. Aojie also recognized Huang Long as he sneered. I didn't think you would dare to come back. I left you alive in a moment of weakness, but if you dare to come today, then don't go. The two giant dragons each showed their skills above the East China Sea, and for a while neither one could help the other. His strength has grown so rapidly. Aojie's gaze was cloudy and a touch of anxiety rose in his heart. Fighting like this would cause his prestige in front of the East Sea Water Clan to diminish greatly. Yellow Dragon, what on earth did you come to the East Sea for? Naturally, it's to reclaim the Dragon King position that belongs to me. The Yellow Dragon hissed. If we keep fighting like this, you and I will only lose both of us. Aojie coldly said. You and I have similar strengths. Even if we end up splitting up the winners and losers, it's bound to be one death and one serious injury, which is not good for you or me. In that case, I do have a suggestion. Huang Long stopped his attack and said in a cold voice, you and I will head to the Divine Mountain to seize the treasure, and we will see who seizes more quality and quantity of treasures in the end to determine the winner. The winner is the new king of the East Sea. The loser leaves the East Sea. How? Aojie didn't know what Yellow Dragon had in mind, but there didn't seem to be any problems with this proposal. When the Divine Mountain appeared, Aojie had thought about heading there to seize the treasure, but he flinched a bit when he learned of the news that the Witch Clan was pouring in. Now that he was so provoked by Huang Long, he directly agreed to come down. Since that's the case, it would be better to call all the Forsees Dragon Clan, and use the treasures to determine the winner, with the winner being the king of the Forsees Dragon Clan. Chapter 57 Destiny Time Space The Three Great Demon Gods. Pangu is not a demon god? Seeking favorites. Exactly. Huang Long had originally intended to do just that. Master wants me to become the king of the Forsees. Aojie's suggestion is just right. I must do my best to seize the treasure on the Divine Mountain this time. Then send a message to the Dragon King of the Forsees. Half a day later, the dragons of the Forsees reached an agreement, and at once hundreds of giant dragons flew out from the Forsees, all heading towards the Divine Mountain. Behind them, countless water races followed. This kind of commotion from the Forsees Dragon Clan naturally caused the rest of the forces to pay attention. After learning of their actions, the Phoenix Clan and the Qilin Clan followed suit. It would be fine if it was just the witch race traveling to the Divine Mountain. Being of the same demon race, it was impossible for them to allow the dragon race to travel to the Divine Mountain to seize the treasures of opportunity. Otherwise, it would affect the balance of power between the demon races. It's a one-shot deal. Almost all of the demon race was also heading to the Divine Mountain at this moment. In the face of this situation, Ji Yan and Battle Wushuan were very pleased with themselves. They even passed down a decree that the human disciples under their doors were not allowed to clash with the demon race during this period of time so that the sorcerer and demon clans could let go of their hands in the Divine Mountain. Mount Huagua. Luo Qianyu found the Ancestral Dragon and the others. The demon clan is practically out in force this time, and they and Emperor Jiang are bound to clash. Ancestral Dragon, Beginning Phoenix, and Karen, you must step in to restrain the demon race and avoid creating a great war. Luo Qianyu said in a grave tone. There is bound to be a push behind this matter. Otherwise the demon race couldn't have waited until this time to set off. Karen smiled bitterly at his words. Mountain Master Luo, this matter has developed to the point where even if the three of us were to intervene, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to resolve it. Although we unified the demon race before, it was only on the surface, and matters involving the interests of all races would only backfire and intensify the conflict if we forcefully suppress them. Ancestral Dragon nodded. Karen is right. On the contrary, it was the Beginning Phoenix, who was recondensed by Qin Fan with the power of laws and was completely loyal to him. I will head to the Divine Mountain and restrain the Birds of Prey clan, but there is no guarantee as to how far I will be able to go. The worst outcome would be to join with Emperor Jiang and the others and wipe out the demon race. Don't do it until you have to. Luo Qianyu sighed and said, I will also keep an eye on the movements of the Divine Mountain at all times. If things develop to this point, the disciples of the Flower and Fruit Mountain Kunlun will go to the foot of the Divine Mountain at any time to support. However, this is very difficult. After all, it was difficult for human cultivators to even look directly at the Divine Mountain, let alone travel to the foot of it. The three of us and Tao Tai and the others will go over first. Kirin and the others looked at each other and also headed to the Divine Mountain. After they left, Luo Qianyu looked at the realm list in the air. Qin Fan's name had disappeared from the realm list. 3 years had passed since he entered the exclusive secret realm. During this time, too many people reached full level and passed him over. Qin Fan, when exactly will you be back? Luo Qianyu muttered. The secret realm of chaos. Within a special space, Qin Fan was drinking with a few demon gods. Ha ha ha, Pangu. I didn't think we'd have another chance to drink against each other. An old man with a white beard and hair was red in the face. I had thought that you were an unreasonable being who would execute a demon god on sight. Elder brother Yang Mei. That would be a biased statement. The several people who drank against Qin Fan were also all demon gods, including the space demon god lifting eyebrows, the destiny demon god Destiny, the time demon god Time. All of them were demon gods who had mastered the top avenues. It was a coincidence in that they were able to make an acquaintance. After killing over 300 demon gods, Qin Fan continued to travel through the chaotic mysteries before inexplicably entering a special space, which is the space he is in now. A powerful chaotic race, the Chaos Demon Ape, was birthed in this space, and the king of the chaotic demon ape was precisely one of the 3,000 demon gods, controlling the Tao of War. The Avenue of War and the Avenue of Force existed in an avenue battle, and when the two sides met, they directly erupted into a battle for the ages. The chaotic demon ape's strength was even better than Luo's, especially the strength of his physical body. Surprisingly, it was not even close to Qin Fan. After a great battle, Qin Fan killed the chaotic demon ape and suffered great loss himself. It was also at this time that the raised eyebrows and the others came here. Upon seeing Qin Fan, Yang Mei and the others did not recognize his identity and only thought that he was also one of the 3,000 demon gods. Seeing that he was able to kill the chaotic demon ape, Yang Mei recognized his strength and took the initiative to protect him so that Qin Fan could recover his state. It must be said that the raised eyebrow he is indeed a good old man among the demon gods, and the latter's red cloud is a virtue. As for fate and time, they were born at almost the same time in the same place as the Yang Mei, so they have always been inseparable. The three great demon gods were led by the raised eyebrows. After Qin Fan's state was restored, the two sides talked, and after learning Qin Fan's identity, the Yang Mei trio had thought that a big battle was going to break out, but they were stopped by Qin Fan's waving of his hand, and the two sides just lived in a bizarre harmony. Pangu buddy, there's something I don't know if I should say or not. Fate was in woman form, and it was also the first time Qin Fan had seen a demon god that had transformed into a female since he had been in the chaos mystic realm for so long. He drained the jar of wine in his hand and laughed out loud. But there is no harm in speaking. Dude, doesn't seem to be a chaos demon god. Fate spoke softly, and just as she finished, her raised eyebrows burst out laughing. Fate, are you drunk? How can Pangu dude not be a chaos demon god? Although we were born later than him, we have all come to a realization that this chaos was all opened up by the Pangu dude. So if he's not a demon god, then what is he? You're right, I'm really not a demon god. Qin Fan stared at Destiny. Are you seeing things? The Tao of Destiny was the most esoteric Tao, and it wasn't difficult for the Destiny demon god to see that Qin Fan's difference was not difficult to understand. Pangu's destiny should have ended long ago after the opening of chaos, but you still exist. What I can project is that you may not be Pangu, or you break the destiny trajectory. A hint of doubt appeared in Fate's eyes. From the trajectory of your destiny, killing the demon god was not your intention, but rather there was a force that drove you to do it. But that fate is over. And by definition, you don't need to go on like this. Qin Fan froze. My secret quest is complete? But why didn't you get a hint from him? What else can you project? Qin Fan's face became grave. Destiny shook her head and said, with just myself, it's already extremely difficult to project up to this point, and if I want to see more it'll cause a backlash against your Tao. No harm done. I'll suppress my own avenue, and you can continue to probe my thread of destiny. Fate mused for a moment and looked to lifted eyebrows in Time. Two elder brothers help me as well. Yes, raised eyebrows and Time locked eyes. On the three of them, the power of the great Tao intersected, and metaphysical energy wrapped Qin Fan in it. Qin Fan did not detect the slightest bit of hostility from this force, and he closed his eyes to suppress his own Tao so that the three fates could capture the mystery from his own fate line. Chapter 58, Can't go back because you're too strong? Requesting for catch-up tickets. Fate, what exactly did you see? The three of them, the Yang Mei, worked together to cast the great Tao. He and Time freezing the moments around Qin Fan to make the changes stop at this moment, while Destiny tried her best to peel the threads from Qin Fan's destiny line to find out the origin. Even though Qin Fan was already suppressing his Tao, he was simply too strong, and he himself had brought the Tao seeds together in one body. Just these instinctive resistances made Yang Mei and the others feel overwhelmed. Qin Fan was simply too powerful. The raised eyebrow suddenly had a sense of luck after the robbery at the moment. If they hadn't chosen to protect Qin Fan for him before and instead wanted to take advantage of the fire, I'm afraid that Qin Fan in that state would have been able to easily put the three of them to death. The destiny of every living being is ever-changing and unpredictable in the future. But tracing the origin, the main line of the destiny of living beings is unique,
and changes on that main line. But just now I actually detected several different main lines of fate in him, which is beyond the nature of the great Tao of fate.
If I can peek into his destiny, it might allow me to further my comprehension of the avenue of destiny,
breaking the restrictions of the avenue and advancing one level further.
Destiny spoke word for word. Two elder brothers, it's been hard on you. Please still exert the great Tao with all your might. Destiny's body shakes.
In addition to the instinctive resistance she felt from Qin Fan when she was peering into the main line of Qin Fan's destiny, there was also a force in the underworld that was suppressing the destiny, so that a layer of fog was always shrouded in front of her. This power was similar to Qin Fan's own power, but it was different. Suddenly, the Fate Demon God's great Tao force was shattered by a force, and the three of them flew out backwards at the same time as Qin Fan was quick to protect them. How awful! The Destiny Demon God's face was pale and his breath was shriveled. Raised eyebrows in time were in better shape than Fate, but were wounded by this invisible force. How? Qin Fan stretched out his palm and the power of the great Tao of life was added to them, recovering their injuries for them. Space, life, Pangu. You actually mastered so many Tao at the same time? Qin Fan smiled, just comprehending a part of it, such as the manipulation of space. I actually haven't reached the level of you, old brother Yang Mei, and I'm still stuck at the level of laws. The same is true of time, and as for the avenue of fate, I know nothing about it. Monster, what a monster. Qin Fan spoke modestly on his lips, but could the two who were space and time demon gods not feel it? Qin Fan is not yet in full control of the space-time avenue because the origin of the avenue is controlled by the two of them, and the degree of difficulty will continue to double if Qin Fan wants to control it again. But in fact, purely on the use of manipulation of space and time, Qin Fan showed that he was not inferior to the two of them at all.
Three main lines of destiny. Pangu, you're not alone? How does this sound like a scolding?
Qin Fan touched his nose and didn't hide it.
Indeed not. Fate was right.
I am not from chaos,
but from another world.
After traveling in the chaotic mysteries for so long, Qin Fan's mastery of the various great Tao paths also allowed him to gain more insight into the nature of the chaotic mysteries. This is not a virtual world created by some force, but real space.
Understandably, the environment they were in now was real chaos.
It was only that they were suppressed by some kind of power, or that the chaos had not yet been fully birthed and complete.
So these chaos demon gods did not all start out as great Luo golden immortals after their birth. Like in the myths and legends, chaos
is also reviving and raising its ceiling.
I'm not Pangu either. To be precise, Pangu and I are related, but I'm not him.
Qin Fan thought for a moment and talked about the real-world mythic descent with Yang Mei and the others. As for the fact that he was from Earth and was a traveler,
he didn't say anything.
He was no longer a brat who had just crossed over, and the more powerful he became, the more he realized that the water inside this matter of mythic descent was very deep. A little carelessness may turn the skin water.
So, you inherited Pangu? Fate was thoughtful. No wonder I spied 3 lines of fate from you. In addition to Pangu, which is the clearest destiny line, your own destiny line, as well as the destiny line of the other deity in the contract,
on the main line are all mysterious, and it is impossible to see any direction.
And it's also peculiar that this destiny line of discord is broken. What do you mean? Qin Fan frowned. If the fate line is broken,
then it means the complete and utter death of life.
But there is a force renewing the break in the Panga fate line, and when I peeked here, I was forcibly expelled by this force, and its existence is beyond what I can understand. No, not one force, but 2,
which are fundamentally almost indistinguishable from each other.
But there are differences. Fate spoke of having spied on everything,
and Qin Fan listened in, closing his eyes in contemplation.
Pancake destiny line broken.
This Qin Fan could understand.
After all,
the myths and legends he knew of had Pangu falling after opening the heavens, in line with where Destiny Peeps was headed.
But, was renewed fate line because of what? Because he contracted Pangu to give him the possibility of revival? But there are 2 forces. Is he?
This was something that Qin Fan could not guess.
And your own fate line and the Monkey King's fate line.
Unpredictable means variable. Even an existence like Pangu had an established line of destiny.
And to think that himself and the Monkey King were so hungover that they surpassed Pangu? It's too complicated to make sense of. Qin Fan took a deep breath. No matter what, constantly upgrading one's realm of strength is the fundamental core. Just like the essence of the avenue of force. One force breaks all laws. Pangu. Should be more appropriate to call you Qin Fan now. Destiny side.
We had thought that Brother Qin was the first demon god of chaos, but we didn't realize that there were such twists and turns in between.
According to your narrative, Brother Qin, Your opening up the chaos and killing the demon gods were all his tasks.
I have also seen from Pangu's fate line that this has been accomplished.
When is Brother Qin going to return to the original world? Qin Fan teased. Sister Destiny is saying this because she's worried that you guys will be under too much pressure if I stay in chaos? Fate smiled sarcastically and just kept drinking. Who's not stressed?
The three of them were dumbfounded when they realized just now that the person in front of them was the one who had killed Chaos Talks.
To be honest, I've entered quite a few secret realms in the original world, and after completing the corresponding task, he would automatically teleport me back.
This time there was no response,
and I can't understand what it was because of. For many reasons. First, it's because you, Brother Qin, contracted Pangu, and originally belonged to Chaos, and the original world rejected you. Second, he left you here. Fate paused and said, those two possibilities are unlikely, and judging from the glimpses I've gotten, there is a third possibility.
Brother Qin, your power is too strong, so it causes him to be unable to affect you as well.
And if you want to go back, you need to find your own way. Chapter 59, Tai Qing's divided body and the demon ape become one. Which demon battle breaks out completely, requesting follow-up reads. Make your own passage? Qin Fan took a sip of wine. He'd never thought about it before. Just assumed he hadn't killed enough. Now think about it.
There must be some kind of power behind the real-world myths coming down. Practitioners call this power he.
By promoting the coming of the myth and the revival of the aura,
he is also empowering himself.
The higher the level of the world, the greater his power. It's like keeping fish in water. The bigger the fish, the bigger the pool needs to be. And the bigger the pool, the better the fish can grow.
But one of the fish grows so fast that everyone is still a small yellowtail,
growing normally, and you suddenly grow into a koan in 2.5 days.
At this point in time,
either the pool will be excavated into the ocean, or the koan will be transferred to the ocean. It took time to excavate the pool,
and he couldn't make it in time, so he could only put Qin Fan in the chaos,
and because he was too powerful,
he didn't have the strength to shift anymore even though the pool had expanded to accommodate him.
So how do I find my way back? Yang Mei smiled and said, Brother Qin,
you have already comprehended the laws of space, so you only need to use a person or a certain item from the original world as a work and establish a connection with it,
so you can naturally open up a way back.
But that requires that coordinate from your original world to be strong enough to do so.
Qin Fan was thoughtful. He was able to establish the coordinates of the Flower Fruit Mountain Cave. Qin Fan could also draw spiritual energy from the Flower Fruit Mountain Cave before in the secret realm. Only after coming to chaos,
the energy here was too much stronger than the quality of the aura.
And Qin Fan no longer needed the support of the aura from the Flower Fruit Mountain Cave heaven.
He carefully sensed the Flower Fruit Mountain Cave sky and tried to establish a channel between chaos and the Flower Fruit Mountain Cave sky. Slowly, a spatial entrance was generated in front of Qin Fan.
He tried to walk into the entrance, but was pushed back by an invisible force. Elder brother Yang Mei, help me! Qin Fan let out a low shout, and Yang Mei understood.
Running the spatial avenue to join Qin Fan in expanding and reinforcing the spatial entrance.
But even so, Qin Fan was still unable to walk in. Is this because Brother Qin's current realm exceeds the level that the original world accommodated? Fate affirmed her speculation.
So it seems that the power that transferred Brother Qin to chaos in your original world grew out of synchronization.
He is unable to influence Brother Qin,
so naturally this world cannot contain you either.
Is that so?
Qin Fan vaguely felt that what the Destiny Demon God said was not the essential reason. But he could not say what else it would be because of.
In that case, let's try it that way. With a thought, 3 figures appeared from his brow. It was exactly the 3 bilocations that had been separated by the one breath transforms 3 purities divine ability.
They emerged from Qin Fan's body and entered the spatial tunnel without any obstacles.
The bilocations of the one breath transforms 3 purities can go in.
And the bilocations are equivalent to independent individuals. Their cultivation level is the same as mine.
Except that they don't have any Dao means. Perhaps the root of my inability to return to my original world is that I absorbed too many great Dao seeds? Qin Fan thought about it, and a bold idea was born. With a movement of his mind,
Tai Qing appeared in front of him.
Immediately afterward,
Qin Fan moved the chaotic demon ape's corpse over and punched the Tai Cheng split into the chaotic demon ape's body. The 3 pure ones are made of one qi and have no physical body.
After sending the Tai Qing Yuan Shen inside the chaotic demon ape,
Qin Fan used the great Dao of life to fuse the Yuan Shen and the physical body into one.
While repairing the demon ape's injuries, the 3 of them, Yang Mei, were on the sidelines, watching Qin Fan's actions, and their hearts became even more shocked. After the chaotic demon ape was revived, Qin Fan pondered for a moment, then a golden light once again rose from his brow. Divine transfer. He was transferring the Qi Tian De Sheng of his own contract into the body of the Tai Ching doppelganger. Regardless of whether it was him or the 3 pristine ones, the essence was one and the same, so there wasn't the slightest problem with transferring the contracted deities. When all of this was completed, the Chaos Demon Ape's appearance continued to change, finally becoming exactly like Qin Fan. That shouldn't be a problem, should it? At this time, the Tai Ching doppelganger not only had the realm of Qin Fan's main body, but also gained the abilities of the Monkey King and the Chaotic Demon Ape at the same time. Moreover, the Chaos Demon Ape was of the same genus as the Monkey King, and was able to bring Monkey's full abilities into greater power. Upon your return, you will exist in my place in the name of Qin Fan. Separating the Monkey King did not have any effect on Qin Fan's main body either, and there was likewise no hindrance to the Tai Ching doppelganger entering the spatial entrance. As their figures disappeared into the entrance of the space, Qin Fan breathed a slight sigh of relief. I wonder what changes have occurred in the world since I haven't been back for so long. With Tai Ching's bilocation back, he should be able to keep the whole situation in check, right? After all, the Chaotic Demon Ape's physical strength was only a step behind his own, plus his benevolent god realm. Qin Fan didn't believe that the cultivators of the original world could cultivate faster than him in the chaos. As for himself, since he couldn't go back for the time being, he should properly cultivate in chaos. Speaking of which, it was indeed far more appropriate for the main body to be in chaos space than in the original world. God's Mountain. Di Zhang's battle intent rose after he raised his hand to quell a group of demons. Original. After they, the 12 ancestral witches, arrived at the Divine Mountain, they split up and searched for opportunities and treasures on their own. As time went on, they reaped the rewards. They were unable to comprehend the Tao above the Divine Mountain, but the large amount of magic treasures and spiritual medicines, as well as the strange space formed by the Tao, all had a huge gain on their cultivation. In the process, the subsequent disciples of the witch race also arrived at the Divine Mountain. They weren't as strong as the 12 ancestral witches like Di Jiang and the others, who could climb higher up the Divine Mountain, and thus stayed halfway down the mountainside. However, with the influx of a large number of demon races, great battles began to break out between the two races over the competition for treasures. At first, Emperor Jiang and the others did not intervene. After all, the Divine Mountain is not exclusive to the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits. They can come. The demon race naturally can. Whether they can get the chance, all depends on the ability. But the number of demons was too great, and it was impossible to resist with just the sorcerer disciples of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits. Therefore, Emperor Jiang stepped in and negotiated with the demon race, and with the Divine Mountain being so large and growing, the two sides divided the area without interfering with each other. But the proposal was rejected, especially the Water Tribe led by the Dragon Tribe. They simply couldn't listen to the advice of Di Jiang and the others, and the conflict gradually escalated, and finally evolved from seizing the treasure from the Divine Mountain to a great war between the two tribes. Both sides put their treasures aside and began to desperately kill each other's people. On top of the sacred mountain, corpses were strewn everywhere, and blood dyed half of the mountain red. If you want to fight, then fight. Di Jiang and the 11 great ancestral witches came down from above to join in the fight, and with them joining in, the demon race's attack was curbed. The sorcerer race, born to fight, would not be afraid of you demonic creatures. Emperor Jiang, you are overly arrogant. A true dragon flew in and spat out a huge flaming dragon's breath. Zhu Rong laughed out loud and reached out. The flame law emerged to slap the dragon's breath out. Big brother, leave this little firebug to me to settle. I'll try to see how his flame compares to mine. The Forsees true dragons, the Phoenix clan, and the Unicorn, each chose their opponents and fought with the 12 great ancestral witches such as Di Jiang to a ball. Chapter 60, Hongjun Awakens. New schemes, requesting for follow-up readings and collections. The news that the sorcerer and demon clans were fighting on Divine Mountain shook the cultivation world. Ever since the demon race had descended, there had been constant friction between them and the human race. Previously, Qin Fan had strongly suppressed the ancestral dragon and the others, allowing the relationship between the two races to always maintain a delicate balance. For a long time, the human practitioners had been deceived by the apparent peace. They instinctively felt that the demon race and the human race would continue in this state forever, until this battle between the witch and demon clans woke up the human race. Qin Fan has not been around for a long time. Without his suppression, how could the demon race remain peaceful? Compared to the demon race, the power of the human cultivators was far inferior. Although Di Jiang and the others called themselves the witch race, they were essentially human after all. If they lost, then would the demon race become stronger as a result and proceed to launch a massive attack on the human race? By that time, will the human race ever have such a stable existence again? One time, because of this great battle on Divine Mountain, there was also panic amongst the human practitioners. The Interceptor sect and the Hierophant sect, on the other hand, took advantage of this opportunity to expand their strength once again. Ancestral Dragon. Qilin, and beginning Phoenix also arrived at the Divine Mountain. Seeing them appear,
the great battle between the two sides was eased at this moment.
From now on, the Forsees Dragon Clan withdraws from the Divine Mountain scramble. The Ancestral Dragon appeared in its original form in the air, and its vast dragon might spread in all directions.
The Forsees Water tribe trembled in fear at this moment.
No! Right about this time, Huang Long stood out against the Ancestral Dragon's dragon authority. Ancestral Dragon,
you have now joined the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits,
and now you are even more oriented towards the Sorcerer Clan.
So you are no longer worthy of being the king of the Forsees Dragon Clan. The dragon race was born to be the overlord of all races.
How can they live under people for so long? Unbridled. The Ancestral Dragon indifferently looked at the yellow dragon and said,
a yellow fish that has obtained this ancestor's essence blood.
How dare you question this ancestor's decision? You seek death.
The Ancestral Dragon snorted coldly as two flames erupted from its mouth and nose,
wrapping the yellow dragon in them. A halo of magic treasure was found on the yellow dragon, blocking the Ancestral Dragon's attack.
He had practiced quite a few techniques in the Jade Void sect, and he had also obtained a strange treasure with extremely strong defense in the Divine Mountain. Although his cultivation level was still a shade worse than the Ancestral Dragon, he was by no means without the power to fight.
Besides,
Ji Yan has been so gracious to him that Huang Long swears to die rather than fail Ji Yan's expectations.
Ancestral Dragon,
you struck out at me for the sake of the Sorcerer Clan.
You struck out at the Dragon Clan. Do you really want to betray the entire Dragon Clan?
The yellow dragon roared, and his voice caused the gazes of the rest of the dragons towards the Ancestral Dragon to change. The strongest of the demon race is honored, and they previously submitted to the Ancestral Dragon because he was strong and commanded the dragon race to become one of the most powerful forces. Now that the Ancestral Dragon had laid hands on the yellow dragon, it would also lay hands on them in the future.
Betrayal? The Forsees Dragon Clan are all born because of me. Even if this ancestor kills you and the others, it would be justified. Talk about betrayal? On the contrary,
it is you who have disregarded the orders of this ancestor.
And this is the betrayal of the following.
Although the Ancestral Dragon's words were harsh, he didn't make another move after all.
After all, in the end,
he is still the ancestor of the 10,000 dragons, and it is impossible to really make a move against the clan dragons in front of everyone.
How is it, gentlemen?
Ancestral Dragon had no choice but to speak to Kirin and Beginning Phoenix.
If you don't honor the order, just behead them. Beginning Phoenix's tone was cold and unadulterated.
She was created by Qin Fan and had little to do with the Phoenix clan, so naturally she wouldn't show much mercy when she moved.
As for the unicorn,
he is named King of the Walking Beast clan.
In reality,
he was the only one in the entire Kirin clan. Therefore, the beasts in the Sacred Mountain did not have much respect for him. At the time also because the Ancestral Dragon unified the water race, the beginning of the Phoenix unified the birds, the beasts, and he belonged to a cooperative relationship.
There are many races of the demon race,
and some of the strongest people in some of the powerful races are no less powerful than Emperor Jiang and the others, and when they combine their efforts,
even we may not be able to get away with it. The Ancestral Dragon had a headache and said, if we forcefully suppress it, we might also fall here. Honestly, although the Ancestral Dragon was subservient to Qin Fan, the deaths and lives of the other people in the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits had little to do with him. It was just that Qin Fan was not present nowadays, so he stepped in as usual. It is best to be able to stop this big war, and it can. At most make a move to help the witch race without affecting itself. Whatever you guys. The Beginning Phoenix didn't care about this and charged straight into the battlefield, turning dozens of human Immortal Realm demons into dust as the Immortal Flame rose. Beginning Phoenix.
An angry cry came from the air,
only to see a large, colorful bird swooping towards Beginning Phoenix. Splendid piles of spiritual energy appeared covering the sky. The Luan Bird Patriarch. You want to stop me? Beginning Phoenix snorted coldly.
A mere mongrel bird.
How dare you clamor in front of me?
The Luan Bird Patriarch's cultivation was at the late stage of the heavenly immortal realm,
a bit short of the Beginning Phoenix. After he stopped Beginning Phoenix,
a few more patriarchs of the Bird of Prey clan came over.
Everyone's cultivation level was at the late stage of heavenly immortal. If we join forces, even if you are at the peak of heavenly immortal cultivation, you can still fight. Yes? Then today, let you understand why the Phoenix clan is the natural king of the air. The Beginning Phoenix manifested its true form, 1,000 feet large. Wings spread is unknown how huge the immortal fire phoenix appeared in the air. 10,000 fires. The wings of the Beginning Phoenix waved, and within 1,000-mile radius of the Divine Mountain was turned into a sea of fire, with countless demon clans falling as a result. The Luan Bird clan chief and the other demon clansmen combined their efforts to hold up a mana barrier to block the flames that filled the sky. That's quite a downer. Ancestral Dragon shook his head. Let's make a move as well.
If we encounter the dragon race, I'm sorry to ask Brother Qilin to only injure but not kill.
The
The unicorn is by nature gentle, not a clan of regicide. He came to the Divine Mountain because he had no choice. Luo Qianyu naturally knew about the great battle on the Divine Mountain, but because she couldn't resist the Divine Mountain Dao implications, she could only lead the disciples of the Flower Fruit Mountain and the Kunlun to intercept the other demon races thousands of miles away from the Divine Mountain. This was an act that Luo Qianyu couldn't do without despite being a drop in the bucket. The only consolation. The demon race wasn't completely immune to the Divine Mountain's Dao implications like the sorcerer race, and their strength would be affected. Otherwise, they would have been able to directly crush Emperor Jiang and the others just by relying on their huge numbers. The top of the sacred mountain. A figure had been present since its birth. I don't know how long it took, but the figure that remained motionless slowly sat up, finally survived. Hongjun revealed the celebration of the aftermath of the calamity. He fell into a coma after escaping using the creation rain butterfly he created. The moment before his consciousness dissipated, the creation rain butterfly was damaged, causing him to be swept into the chaotic turbulence. It was good that his great Tao had the power of re-examination and creation, and only then did he manage to let Hongjun survive the turbulence. Where am I nowadays? It doesn't seem to be chaos here? Hongjun's divine sense spread out, spreading towards the surroundings as images of the great battle on the Divine Mountain entered his mind. After a long time, Hongjun's eyes carried a hint of exhilaration. This is actually a great world that hasn't been fully formed yet. The great Tao has not yet been replenished. In that case, I have a chance to refine this world. Once I refine this world, I will become the heavenly Tao of this world, and at the same time, I will have the foundation to comprehend the 3000 great Tao, as a chaos demon god, and even more so as an existence that controls the great Tao of creation. Hongjun clearly knows that to advance to the supreme realm one must be able to comprehend the 3000 great Tao. The reason why Qin Fan was so powerful was because he had comprehended a great Tao that surpassed all the demon gods. In the chaos, Hongjun had not been able to kill Qin Fan even with his painstaking calculations. But in this world, his cultivation far exceeded everyone's, and he was the existence with the last chance to become the Lord of the world. Chapter 61 Hongjun preaches the way. Plans to control the world, request for follow-up reading. The supreme controller of a world is called the heavenly Tao. What is the way of heaven? It is the existence of the 3000 great roads of the world in one place. After each world was formed, a will would be born as the world's grade increased. Generally speaking, because this Tao will was birthed by the world, it could easily control the operation of the world, and naturally it would be simpler to comprehend the great Tao of control than other beings. But there are exceptions to everything. If there was an existence that came later and preceded the world will in controlling the 3000 great Tao, it could devour the world will and become the true heavenly Tao. And Hongjun after the divine sense probe just now will find that the will of this world, and will not be the 3000 avenues of control. Even these avenues are not yet fully formed. This is the perfect opportunity of a lifetime. And one more thing. From the consciousness of the living beings in this world, Hongjun learned that Qin Fan he had traveled to chaos precisely from this world. So you are Qin Fan, not a chaos demon god. The so-called Pangu turned out to be the will of the world from. Hongjun was unable to speak or think further, as if stopped by some force. No matter what, if I get a jump on the 3000 great Tao of this world, I'll be able to fuse with the heavenly Tao. At that time, even if Qin Fan is strong, he won't be my opponent. Hongjun stood on the top of the Divine Mountain, looking down, and a force enveloped him in the underworld. After a long time had passed, the force dissipated, and Hongjun breathed a long sigh of relief. I don't know where Law has landed. It wasn't his conscience that made him take Luo, who had only one breath left, with him as he fled. Instead, he wanted to take the opportunity to take away Luo's destruction avenue. It was just that after entering the chaotic turbulence, he couldn't control where things were going. By the time he woke up in this world, Law was long gone. Put this matter aside for the moment. The priority today is to first establish a firm foothold in this world. He was a guest from outside and had to do something to make a connection between himself and this world. This mountain is covered in Tao. Even I have trouble fully comprehending it. But once I've gained enlightenment, my realm is bound to soar tremendously. And even if I can't attain the sacred Tao, I'll at least be at the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal. In that case, this mountain will be used as a plan to bring the cultivators of this world under my tutelage. With this thought, Hongjun's voice spread throughout the entire Divine Mountain. The appearance of the Buzhou Mountain is a chance given to all beings by heaven. Now you and others are fighting each other because of this, which is really against the way. This voice was grand and melodious, ringing in the ears of the witch and demon tribes. Who? Ancestral Dragon jerked his head up. It looked around, but it didn't notice anyone's presence. Karen, I can't find it either. The unicorn slowly shook his head. The voice appeared as if he was, but it was definitely not him. Could it be that there are practitioners who have cultivated to the same realm as him?
Ancestral Dragon shook his head. This is absolutely impossible. Unless
it's the master returning. But he has a soul contract with us.
Or returns, and we should be able to detect it. Who's talking? The same voice of the Ancestral Dragon rolled out, spreading in all directions.
Lying high in the 9 clouds, the bushel of the Taoist truth.
Outside of heaven and earth, I shall be the head teacher and honored. Chaos gives birth to Tai Chi,
and the 2 meters and 4 elephants follow. 1 way to pass on the 3 friends, 2 teachings to expound the division of the cutoff.
Leader of the Xian Mendu, 1 air transforms into Hongjun. The poor Tao is born of heaven and earth, and is called Hongjun. Yakking about something, can't understand it. Ancestral Dragon scratched his head. Dare to show yourself? At the top of the divine mountain, Hongjun had a contemptuous look on his face.
A cloaked and rough thing.
Even if it has gained spiritual wisdom, it is still foolish. He no longer paid attention to the Ancestral Dragon, but continued.
The poor Taoist has comprehended the great Tao of cultivation,
and will preach at the top of Buzhou Mountain in the near future.
When the Buzhou Mountain Tao contains the divine treasures,
that is when you will go to the mountain.
If the person who can reach the top of the mountain can become the personal disciple of the poor Taoist. Hongjun had just awakened and had not yet recovered from his injuries,
and with his current cultivation at the true immortal realm,
he was not yet able to suppress the divine mountain Tao implications. After he recovered from his injuries and broke through to golden immortal, he would be able to briefly suppress the divine mountain's Tao implications.
After saying this, Hongjun utilized the power of the great Tao to transfer everyone on the divine mountain to the bottom of the mountain,
and at the same time used the power of the great Tao to seal off the pathway to the mountain again. What a terrifying power! Jiang and the other 12 ancestral witches as well as the rest of the disciples of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits were transferred by Hongjun to the eastern side of the divine mountain. The 12 ancestral witches looked at each other.
In terms of cultivation,
all of them were at the late heavenly immortal stage,
the top group of cultivators today.
But when faced with this force of transfer, there was no way to resist.
This Hongjun,
his means are the same as the mountain lords.
Both of them utilize the power of the laws of the great Tao rather than non-mighty power. He said this mountain is Buzhou Mountain.
And he will also preach at the top of the mountain.
Big brother, will we go then? Go to hell. He's preaching, we're cultivating our flesh. 2 paths, what's there to hear?
The 12 ancestral witches disagreed and argued. Emperor Jiang said in a deep voice,
Go!
Although we cultivate physical bodies,
we are born with a mastery of divine abilities.
This divine ability is a response to the laws, and is one of the reasons why the sorcerers are stronger than most cultivators under the same realm.
Above the law is the great way.
If we can comprehend the great Tao through Hongjun's preaching, it will be of great help to our strength. Jiang swept a glance at the witch race disciples behind him.
This time, in the battle with the demon race at Buzhou Mountain,
the brothers lost too many lives.
The hatred between the 2 clans is considered to be completely knotted, and if we can go further, we can easily overthrow the demon clan.
Big brother is right. Emperor Zheng's words were echoed by all of them,
and only then did he nod his head and say, since the Buzhou Mountain is temporarily sealed, we'll return to the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits first.
Come back up to the mountain when the Tao contains the divine collection. Emperor Jiang led a group of disciples back.
Apart from them, everyone else was very puzzled by the sudden appearance of Hongjun. No one had ever heard that name before. Brother Battle, can you be clear about the origin of Hongjun? Ji Yan found Battle Wushuang. I don't know.
War Wushuang lifted his eyelids.
But from his stanzas, it seems like he knows you and I very well.
One passes on to the 3 friends. You, me, and the deity that Bai is contracted to are the 3 Qing.
Could it be that in mythology, this Hongjun is the teacher of the 3 Qing?
It's possible.
Ji Yan nodded.
If that is the case, for him to appear in this world,
it is necessary for us to make a trip to Mount Buzhou.
If he is not a trickster,
there is no harm in learning the way with him, judging from the means he displayed.
Hongjun and Qin Fan are existences that have mastered equal power.
With him here, even if Qin Fan returns,
we have the backbone to fight against him.
The 2 conferred and Ji Yan left.
Among the demon race, the kings of the major races also conferred with each other and eventually reached an agreement to head to Buzhou Mountain.
If they could really learn the method of comprehending the great Tao from Hongjun,
then they would be able to completely get rid of the ancestral dragon,
the beginning phoenix, and the Qilin. Chapter 62, The Return of the 3 Qing.
An accident in Tai Qing's detachment. Seek to read and collect.
The preaching of Hongjun was widely spread in the cultivation world. All the clans were waiting for the time when the Tao energy on Buzhou Mountain would be suppressed. The news, too, reached other countries. After Mythbusters, the world landscape is divided into East and West. Among them, in the Eastern world, the Dragon Kingdom was not hit too hard by the birth of the demon race and demon beasts because of its complete mythological system and the presence of Qin Fan, a bug-like being. and other countries, such as Sakura Island, Monkey Country. These basically died out as a result, leaving only scattered cultivators drifting in the sea, occupying a bird-tie broken island to languish. The only one that is better is the White Elephant State, but their so-called 3 phases of God did not appear either, and coupled with the special social system, the original top people of the White Elephant Kingdom did not care about the deaths of ordinary people when they became practitioners, and the original bottom feeders are even more blinkered and aggravated when they gain power. This led to the destruction of the country even though they had a more complete mythological system. The surviving practitioners of the White Elephant Kingdom originally wanted to join forces with some forces on the sea and come to encroach on the land of the Dragon Kingdom. However, their overall strength was simply not a match for the Dragon Kingdom, and after thinking about it, these people set their sights on the Western world. The Western world is too cluttered with mythological systems. Their legendary gods were even weaker. The country had already been destroyed in the demonic beast's attack on the city, and now it was even less of a match for the cultivators led by the White Elephant Kingdom. So, during these times of mythic descent, the native forces of the Western world were basically wiped out, and the rest either went into hiding or were all forced to convert to the Western religion created by the White Elephant Kingdom. Now there is only one power in the entire Western world explicitly, the Western Church. They have taken over the entire Western world. It was a pity that the Western world was too barren and it was difficult to give birth to decent masters. When the news of Hongjuan's appearance and preaching reached the ears of the Western sect, the 2 sect masters of the Western sect sensed an opportunity. If we can also take the opportunity to travel to Buzhou Mountain to worship under Hongjun, then we can enjoy the fertile cultivation soil of the east there. Even taking a step back, there are countless treasures of opportunity on that Buzhou Mountain, so it's very cost-effective to get these even if you can't stay in the east. After reaching a consensus, the 2 sect masters of the Western sect, Zhuanti and Jiayin, temporarily handed over all matters of the sect to their men, and then they headed towards the Eastern world. No matter what, this time they had to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity as well. The West, it's just too barren, really poor and scared. The secret realm of chaos. Brother Qin, I've already sensed that your last bilocation has also gone out from the spatial tunnel. Top on old brother younger eyebrows. Qin Fan nodded, and the 2 of them closed their hands together as the spatial tunnel in front of them disappeared. After the 3 doppelgangers entered the spatial tunnel, Qin Fan and Yang Mei maintained the tunnel's existence. Everything went well for the first 2 bilocations to go in, Shanqing and Yuqing. Only Qin Fan too, who was fused with the Chaos Demon Ape, had a twist in his teleportation. There was a force in the underworld preventing this doppelganger from going back. However, the strength of this power was not as great as it was to Qin Fan's own body. So under the combined efforts of Qin Fan and Yang Mei, despite some breakage in the space tunnel, it finally lasted until Qin Fan too returned. What are Brother Qin's plans next? The 3 with raised eyebrows inquired about his plans. Qin Fan pondered for a while and said, I'm going to continue traveling through chaos. There are still quite a few of the 3,000 demon gods alive right now. I received the great Tao seed from the demon god I beheaded earlier, and I want to continue searching for the remaining demon gods. Brother Qin is still going to put them to death? The 3 of them tensed at the sound of the raised eyebrow. They were really afraid that Qin Fan would kill his eyes red and end up not even sparing them. Ahem. Old man lifted eyebrows. Do I really look like some kind of kingslayer? Don't get me wrong guys, I just have a vague feeling. If I can gather the 3,000 great roads into one, it will bring me into a whole new realm. I just want to comprehend the rest of the great Tao from these demon gods. If they were willing to be like the 3 of you, I naturally wouldn't take a shot at them. So be it. The 3 of them looked at each other with raised eyebrows, seeing each other's thoughts. Brother Qin, in that case, would it be good to bring us along? They thought it through. With Qin Fan's ability, if he really wanted to kill and suppress them, the chaos, no matter how big it was, would always be found by him. It would be better to just follow him around. And if Qin Fan ate meat, they could also have some soup. Moreover, there were too many hidden secret risks in the chaos, and they could be safer with Qin Fan. Why not? After the 4 of them had conferred, they traveled through the chaos together. The 2 doppelgangers of Shanqing and Yuqing appeared from the space tunnel at the same time. The 2 men looked at each other. What are brother Shanqing's plans? Although I am a split body, I also have self-consciousness, and this time I returned. I also want to find my own path of cultivation, so that I can also go further. What brother Dao thinks agrees with me. Although Taoist brother Tai Ching is slowing us down to enter the spatial tunnel, I think his thoughts should be the same. Since that's the case, how about you and I part ways here, each seeking our own path of cultivation? So very good. The 2 doppelgangers of Tai Ching and Yuqing flew off in different directions as streams of light, and the Tai Ching bilocation, or Qin Fan too, the place he was transported to was not the Eastern world. Because of the power of the underworld attacking him,
He encountered a chaotic turbulence while teleporting,
and his coordinates deviated, and he was teleported to a mountain in the Western world. Where has this led me?
Qin Fan too woke up from his coma with a sharp pain coming from his brain.
Who am I? Damn. It feels like I'm forgetting a lot of important information.
Qin Fan two eyes crossed a path of bewilderment.
I only remember. What's Sun Wukong? Chaos Demon Ape. This is my name? My name is Sun Wukong? What is a Chaos Demon Ape?
His gaze kept scanning his surroundings,
with only wild beasts hissing nearby. Yes, Chaos Demon Ape is my race.
Qin Fan too slapped his thighs and stood up.
Can't think of anything else at all. Just, don't think about it. Let's figure out where the hell this place is.
Qin Fan too leapt forward, his body flying directly in midair.
I remember I have a means. Like, somersault clouds? After instinctively activating the spell,
a cloud appeared underneath Qin Fan too's feet. What a treasure! He was quite fond of the somersault cloud, and after sitting on it he picked a random direction to fly in.
Along the way,
Qin Fan too kept an eye on the situation below at all times.
Where exactly is this place? How is it that apart from some demonic beasts with undeveloped spirit, there's not even a single person to be seen?
Chapter 63, The Western World.
Father Zeus, requests for favorites.
Qin Fan too flew half a day.
The bottom is still deserted. Apart from the barren mountains and forests, it's all about big, unbroken rivers. Trying to find a living being who could communicate one didn't see one. Even if there's no one, a leprechaun would be nice. After a long time,
Qin Fan too stopped his somersault cloud. It's not a good idea to keep flying dry like that. Hell knows where he's flying toward.
After thinking about it for a moment, a brilliant idea came to mind.
There! Qin Fan too pulled out his ears. This seems to be my old grandson's magic treasure.
Rui weapon, weighing 13,500 pounds,
or the normal situation. Squeezing the embroidery needle-like weapon in his hand,
Qin Fan too naturally remembered the various ways about its utilization.
Hey, go! He threw the weapon in his hand into the air,
and it grew larger in moments. Not enough, not enough, bigger and bigger.
Qin Fan too smiled as he stood on the somersault cloud and kept flying towards the top.
Bigger, bigger. The weapon kept on transforming into a prime jade pillar in general.
Drop! Qin Fan too let out a fierce gulp as his weapon fell to the ground.
Boom! This time, the entire heaven and earth were shaken.
The earth roared and cracked in all directions,
and a bottomless gully appeared.
The thin spiritual chi between heaven and earth was also stirred up, stretching for an unknown number of thousands of miles in all directions.
If there are cultivators here, they should be able to feel the movement, right?
Qin Fan too stood on his weapon and peered around.
Western world, Olympus.
There were no mountains as tall as those in the Eastern world, but there were countless clusters of mountains. In a mountain in the Olympus range, a group of Western practitioners converged.
Cultivators from the Eastern world are just too abominable.
Not only did they take over the place with the richest spiritual energy in our Western world to establish the so-called Western sect,
but they also want to drive us to extinction.
A tall practitioner hissed in uncontrollable anger.
Father Zeus, we can't keep hiding like this.
That's right. Our living space is getting smaller and smaller. And now that the Western sects Junti and Jain have returned to the East, this is the best chance for us to counterattack the Western sect and reclaim the territory that belongs to us.
Father Zeus, you give the order.
Gather all the gods scattered in the mountains of Olympus, and together we will kill the base camp of the Western cult. The practitioners of the Western religion called themselves gods, and after they contracted their gods, they simply shed their original identities and recognized themselves as divine replicas.
Zeus sat atop his throne, looking down on the swarm of gods below.
He also knew that continuing to hide in the Olympus mountains would sooner or later lead to a desperate situation. But the practitioners from the East were too powerful.
In particular, Junti and Jain were simply not something they could resist. Now their departure is also temporary. Even if they recaptured their previous territories, when they returned, they would end up worse off than before.
It's not as bad as now, where the conditions are a little tougher, but at least you're still alive. Zeus was still trying to figure out how to calm the gods down when there was a huge tremor in the Olympus mountains.
Ice and snow collapsed from the mountains in powerful avalanches. What's going on?
Zeus jerked up, and the originally excited gods panicked.
Is the sky falling? Could it be that someone from the Western cult has found this place? Damn it! Run away!
The group of gods who had previously clamored for a counterattack against the Western cult fled in all directions, with only a few still standing in place,
along with Zeus. After a few moments,
the vibrations disappeared and the commotion gradually dissipated.
Nothing more happened on Mount Olympus,
and the gods who had scattered and fled then reappeared.
Bunch of cowards. Ares, the god of war, looked at them with contempt.
Ares,
what a thing to say.
That's just it.
Father Zeus wasn't sure he wanted to go to war with the Western Church before, so can't we just hide for a while? If Father Zeus decides to go to war with the cult of the West, I'm sure I'll be at the front of the line. Rushing to the front to surrender? Ares has no problem exposing this group of gods' cover-ups. Enough! Zeus let out a low gulp, and thunder flashed in the air. He is the god of weather and thunder. Seeing Zeus' anger, both sides of the argument shut up resentfully. What's that? It was at this time that a deity realized what was going on and shrieked. What a big pillar! As this deity exclaimed, the rest of the deities followed his gaze and discovered the weapon that stood between heaven and earth. This is a divine weapon. Zeus's eyes erupted with elation. He felt an extremely powerful force from the weapon. And it's an extremely powerful artifact. Yes, it's the Spear of Victory. It must be. Zeus' whole body trembled with excitement. This is my king's artifact. It has finally appeared. Spear of Victory? Upon hearing the name, the gods reacted. In their memories, Father Zeus' ultimate weapon was indeed the Spear of Victory. Legend has it that this weapon has supreme divine power, capable of judging and piercing all things. Father Zeus was right. It's the Spear of Victory. And my god, it's so thick that you can't even see the spearhead part. Ares said excitedly, Father, exert your divine power and summon this weapon. With it, you will definitely have the power to defeat Junti and Jiang. Zeus nodded his head. That's right. Most of this god king's divine power is sealed in the Spear of Victory. Getting it will unlock my true power. Zeus wrapped thunder in his hand and reached toward the weapon. Come. Half a dozen moments passed without the slightest movement of the weapon. What's going on? Zeus' face hardened as he tried again. And the result remained the same. This king knows. It must be because this divine artifact has just been born and hasn't performed the master recognition ceremony yet, so it can't sense with me. In that case, then this king will personally go there and retrieve the Spear of Victory. Father, I'll go with you. Ares volunteered. We also accompany the priest. The gods were just too crotch-pulling just now. Now that Zeus was about to get his ultimate artifact, his godly power would soar. And if they didn't show up, they might not even have a chance to drink soup after defeating the Western cult. Ha 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 ha. Yes, all deities join with this king, and after retrieving the Spear of Victory, this king will lead you to step on the Western cult. Led by Zeus, a large group of gods flew towards the weapon in great numbers. Above the weapon, Qin Fan too waited for a long time without seeing anyone coming. Could it be that there are no cultivators in this place at all? Somewhat undeterred, he took control of the weapon and flew up, then landed heavily on the ground again. Look, the Spear of Victory is reacting. It must have sensed its master's proximity as well, and that's why it reacted. This is a spiritual artifact. Great, our Western world is saved. Zeus was more excited than anyone else, but was still maintaining his priestly majesty. Soon they approached the weapon. Qin Fan too also detected the appearance of this group of deities. What ghosts? Blonde hair and blue eyes. Are they a clan of Rakshasa ghosts? Whatever. Let's ask them where this place is first. And how do I get back to where I came from? Crap. How can I not remember this memory? Chapter 64. No. I have not yet exerted myself, seeking to read the collection. Qin Fan too suppressed the feeling of irritation that was churning inside him. He always felt like he was forgetting something important. Zeus and his party came under the weapons. Father, now you can exert your divine power and take the artifact back. Ares showed more excitement than even Zeus. He was a rabid militant. All this time, Ares has been planning a counterattack against Occidentalism, but they were all squashed by Zeus. Now comes the opportunity. Aha! Zeus came underneath the weapon and looked up. It's really good, baby. It didn't seem like much from a distance, but when he came to the weapon, Zeus realized that it was longer in diameter than a mountain. He pressed his hands on the weapon and poured the divine power in his body into it. O Spear of Victory! Obey your master's call and submit to his divine power. There was no response from the weapon. What's going on? Zeus' brow furrowed and the gods behind him tensed. Father, is it possible that you are not summoning the right way? You are the Lord of Weather and Thunder. You should be using thunder. Right, Ares, good boy. You reminded me. Zeus thought deeply as he gathered the power of thunder and pressed his hands back on his weapon. The world of cultivation, as we all know, has to be scientific. The weapon is an iron rod, and this thing conducts electricity. Qin Fan too sat at the top of his weapon, dying to remember what he had forgotten. Just then, a tingle came from under his ass. Holy, weapon leakage? The current is so weak that it's the equivalent of taking a flint from a fire engine and giving an ordinary person's hand at once. Grandma Lee's, playing with my old grandson's weapon as a stun baton? Qin Fan too had excellent eyesight, and even among the clouds he saw Zeus and the others below. The only reason he himself was electrocuted was because one of the Rakshasa ghosts was manipulating the power of lightning and pounding on his weapon. Little. Qin Fan too's weapon continued to shrink with the thought. There's a reaction. Ares called out. Father, Surely it was right to use the power of thunder. Zeus laughed out loud. Ares, take credit for conquering the spear of victory. In the blink of an eye, the weapon turned into a wrist-thick stick, and Qin Fan too appeared in front of Zeus. Tai, you Rakshasa ghosts, looking for death? Qin Fan too drank, and Zeus and the other gods looked at each other. Father, who is this man? What's he saying? How can I not understand? Zeus gave a contemplative sigh. He should be the artifact spirit of the Spear of Victory. The Spear of Victory is an ultimate artifact that exists in legends, and it's normal for the language of that time to be different from what we have now. Still, the priest has seen it all. Zeus nodded his head and said, there is no harm in it. The Spear of Victory has already been taken in by me, and I can perceive the thoughts of the artifact spirit through my mind. Let me communicate with him first. Zeus took a few steps forward. O spirit of the Spear of Victory, I am your master. Now, please submit to me and give me the artifact. Qin Fan too frowned. What language is this group of Rakshasa ghosts? Gibbering. It's so annoying and argumentative. Tai. Qin Fan too slammed his weapon into the ground, shaking the ground in an instant. Can you speak human? The crowd of gods were shaken by the sudden outburst. Father, what's wrong with this artifact spirit? He's going to devour the Lord? Zeus' face was ugly. A mere artifact spirit. How dare you act recklessly in front of this king? All gods and spirits, step back. Since we can't communicate, then this king will suppress him first. As he spoke, a ball of lightning spells coalesced in Zeus' hand. Qin Fan too raised an eyebrow. Is this a fight with him? It's okay. It's easier to beat them up first and ask questions later. But with this level of lightning, it's not even enough to tickle yourself. Zeus pushed out the lightning spell in his hand. After it landed on Qin Fan too, the ball of thunder and lightning spell burst, and a streak of thunder power appeared on Qin Fan too's body. Didn't you eat? More power. Qin Fan too opened his mouth with a smile, not caring in the slightest. Heavens, this artifact spirit can even stand up to the priest's lightning. Worthy of being the ultimate artifact spirit, his strength should be on par with even the god of war Ares. The priest will definitely be stronger than Tianjiao now that he has completely subdued him. The gods grew more and more excited. One strike didn't work, and Zeus was a little embarrassed. He once again condensed his divine power, and this time, changes appeared in the sky above them. A large dark cloud covered the area, and the power of thunder and lightning continuously exploded in the air. Well, that's something to see. Qin Fan too nodded. Of this group of people, it was this Rakshasa ghost at the front that made him feel a bit threatened. I can't recall many of my memories, including a few tactics. For now, let's practice with this Rakshasa ghost and see if we can't come up with something more. After making up his mind, Qin Fan too instinctively chose to physically resist the thunder that landed in the sky. That's what it feels like. Familiar images continue to cross my mind. Yes, my old grandson has experienced a thunderbolt before. But because of what? I can't remember. Again and again. Thule ghost, more power to the thunderbolt. Although Zeus couldn't understand what Qin Fan too was saying, it wasn't hard to guess from his movements and demeanor that he was provoking him. Damn it, a mere artifact spirit dares to challenge this god king's pressure. Zeus was completely enraged. Heavenly punishment. Zeus' entire body's divine power was mobilized, and he was going to use his strongest skills to give this abominable artifact a bit of a shock. Thick thunder fell from the sky and struck Qin Fan too. Golden light flashed on Qin Fan too. This seems to be called the 8-9 Shen Gong, which is a divine ability to enhance the strength of the physical body, and also contains many spells to use. More and more memories come flooding back. Qin Fan too felt he had found the right way. Electrotherapy sure does work. As the power of thunder traveled through his body, Qin Fan too's divine soul and fleshly body became more and more harmonious. He fiercely roared up to the sky and transformed into a huge giant ape. A ferocious aura that seemed to come from the ancient times swept out, and the gods who were watching from afar were directly subdued by the chaos demon ape's aura. The few deities that could still maintain their lucidity were also weak all over, unable to use their strength. Wang Defa. Ares summoned his weapon and braced himself to maintain the last decency of the god of war. Father, you quickly take in this vessel spirit. Zeus's heart was bitter. Wang Defa. The king would like to take it in, too, but this guy was just too strong for Zeus to match. He had even used a great move like Heaven's Punishment, and now the divine power in his body was almost depleted. Qin Fan too felt the lightning power around him dissipate and lowered his head in confusion. Below, Zeus and the others were as small as ants. I haven't even exerted myself yet. Why can't you hold on? Qin Fan too was very disappointed. Is the Shura ghost race so weak? Chapter 65, The Western Sect. The hidden cave beneath Spirit Mountain, requesting for favorite readings. Zeus's cultivation was not weak, and his breath revealed that he also had a mid-stage heavenly immortal. However, his use of mana was very crude, and he simply could not exert the power he should have. For a while, Qin Fan too also lost interest. He transformed back into his person and came to Zeus, grabbing at his neck with one hand. Unbridled.
Ares in the distance reacted and lunged in towards Qin Fan 2. Divine light erupted in Qin Fan 2's eyes, directly sending Ares flying hundreds of miles away. What a cat and dog thing that only squeaks.
That's annoying.
Qin Fan's second divine sense invaded Zeus' sea of consciousness and easily broke through his Yuanshan defense.
Yuanshan cultivation is also weak and pathetic. Shaking his head, Qin Fan 2 barged through Zeus' sea of consciousness like a bandit, quickly figuring out the current situation. Myths descend on the East and West worlds, hunted down and desperate.
What a pathetic bunch.
After reading Zeus' memories,
Qin Fan 2 had mastered their language system. I thought you were the Shura ghost race,
but I didn't realize that you were also a human race. You? Who the hell are you? Zeus sensed something was wrong even if he was stupid.
The guy in front of him wasn't an artifact spirit at all, and the weapon in his hand wasn't a victory spear.
Me? My name is Sun Wukong, and I'm supposed to be from the Eastern world that makes you afraid,
Qin Fan 2 said faintly.
But don't worry, I shouldn't be from the same realm as the guiding paramount in your memory. After all, but from what you remember, I have a natural aversion to them.
Qin Fan 2 stretched his back.
Alright, I want to know I know.
You guys go. He waved his hand casually.
From Zeus' memories,
the Eastern world was very powerful and rich, and perhaps by going there he could find his lost memories.
Qin Fan 2 was ready to leave, but at that moment,
Zeus suddenly stopped him.
What for? This mighty deity, please step in and help us. Zeus knelt down towards Qin Fan 2.
Your power shocks me. Please help us drive away that group of villains from the Western cult and reclaim the home that belongs to us.
Not interested. Qin Fan rolled his eyes. He was no relation to Zeus,
and he was forgiven for his offense by not slaughtering them.
Great Monkey King, please you must help us.
Zeus, however, was unforgiving. Under the slavery of these villains of the Occidental Church,
there is no more room for us Western humans to survive. We are willing to serve you as our Lord. We only ask that you help us.
Zeus was thinking clearly. With them, there was no hope of fighting against the Western sect in this lifetime, but he had witnessed the power of Qin Fan 2 with his own eyes.
If he would help, he might actually be able to defeat Occidentalism.
Zeus had to consider if this was his only chance in this life. If he couldn't catch it, when Junti Guiding and the others came back from the Eastern world, their end would only be destruction.
Yes, Great Monkey King Spirit, have mercy. The rest of the gods also realized this and, like Zeus, knelt down towards Qin Fan 2. Rub, you guys are relying on my old grandson?
Qin Fan 2's head exploded for a moment.
Okay, get up first. It's annoying to have a bunch of big old men, crying and sniveling.
Qin Fan 2 frowned as he ate softly but not hard.
The Eastern world is very powerful, and I, old son, have not thought of all my means yet, so in case I meet an enemy there, something unforeseen might happen.
To think that I would appear here might be caused by fighting a powerful enemy.
In that case, it's good to adjust your strength to its peak here. After all, in the entire Western world, there are only a few people with decent strength in Junti and Jiang,
which is just right for my current situation.
With this thought, Qin Fan 2 nodded and said, tell me the exact location of the Western sect, and I, Lao Sun, will go to meet them. Western Teachings, Spirit Mountain.
Before the founding of the Western religion by Junti and Guiding, this place was called Asgard, and was the place where the gods of the Norse mythological system of the Western world resided. The original Asgardian deities have now all converted to the Western religion and become its leading members.
After Junti and Jiang left, the person of words here became the White Lotus Child. He is a disciple of the receiver, Odin. Before the Godfather's departure, he asked you to find the gods that escaped from Olympus. How have you done in this matter? On the Spirit Mountain, the White Lotus Child sat on a lotus throne and looked down at Odin. This group of Zeus is too cunning, and the Olympus Mountains are so vast and harsh that it's hard to find their traces in a moment's time. What a bunch of losers, the White Lotus Child rebuked in a cold voice. I just didn't agree when the teacher took you all under his wing, and now it's just as I expected. It's a real make or break situation. Being rebuked by the White Lotus Child, Odin's heart burned with rage, but he didn't dare to retort. Although his cultivation level was the same as the White Lotus Child's, both in the middle stage of heavenly immortal, his true battle power was far different. This group of deities from the east were weirdly weird in that they were not bound by the power of the elements and could use different elemental powers. Unlike their Western deities, being able to master two different elemental powers was considered gifted. Odin reverted to the Western religion to learn such means to become stronger. The teachers have given you such an important task. I hope you can do it well before they return. Otherwise speaking, I think you are not as good as those believers at the foot of Spirit Mountain. The White Lotus Child's words caused a chill to grow within Odin. Ha ha ha, you don't have to look for us. We're coming over now.
Zeus' voice resounded above the spirit mountain, and the White Lotus child looked up sharply.
Zeus, how dare you come to Spirit Mountain to die?
A steel spear appeared in Odin's hand.
This was his exclusive artifact, the Eternal Lance. Venerable White Lotus, let me clean up these arrogant and cocky guys. With that, Odin leapt forward and his body levitated into the air as well. Warriors of Asgard, show yourselves and slay this band of heretics once and for all. A figure appeared from various locations on Spirit Mountain and flew in the air. Odin, the titular lord of Asgard,
has now willingly fallen to the dogs of the Western Church. You don't even deserve the title of God King. The only true king of the gods is me.
Zeus, do you gods of the Western world only shoot your mouths off? Qin Fan no, too impatiently said, go up and him. If a guy who can't be beaten shows up, I, Lao Sun, will take matters into my own hands. Yes,
Zeus led the gods of Mount Olympus and Odin as they fought together.
Qin Fan too wasn't interested in watching their rough battle,
and his divine sense swept out from the sky,
covering the entire Spirit Mountain.
There is even a cave world below the Spirit Mountain.
There is a faintly gloomy and cold aura leaking from this, throughout the entire Spirit Mountain.
Qin Fan too didn't find a single opponent that could bring up his interest. The only thing that caused him some curiosity was the cavernous sky hidden below.
I'm going to check it out. Qin Fan too flew towards this cave, and when the White Lotus child saw this, he immediately flew in front of him.
Chapter 66, A man pushes across the Spirit Mountain.
Taishan Bai appears, requesting for catch-up readings and collections.
Stand still. The White Lotus child clasped his hands together,
and the lotus platform under his seat blossomed with millions of rays of light.
Like a large net blocking Qin Fan too.
The sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back to the shore.
The White Lotus child chanted loudly.
Ridiculous. You want to stop old Sun even with such a trivial trick?
The golden light on the surface of Qin Fan too's body flourished, immediately breaking the White Lotus child's means.
Seeing this, the White Lotus child snorted coldly and directly manifested his original form. His essence was a white lotus flower. After appearing in its original form, a flower petal flew in the sky. Each lotus flower contained rich mana, transforming into sharp blades that attacked towards Qin Fan too. Bang! Bang! Bang!
Qin Fan too catalyzed his adamantine indestructible physique and hardened himself to receive these petals.
Get out! He let out a thunderous cry from his mouth, and in an instant, the entire hall was agitated by spiritual energy, and the White Lotus boy rechanged into his human form, falling to the ground in a sorry state.
You! His expression shriveled as he looked at Qin Fan too incredulously.
Who the hell are you?
It's impossible for the Western world to have someone like you who cultivates the laws.
Are you from the Eastern world as well? Noisy!
Qin Fan too casually waved his hand. A ray of golden light smashed on the White Lotus child's head, and the other party laid down on the ground and fell asleep.
After resolving the White Lotus child,
Qin Fan too took out his weapon and slammed it against the Spirit Mountain.
Boom! The entire mountain shook with it, and a huge crack appeared on the ground, revealing the appearance of the cave world below.
An incomparably black gate stood beneath the Spirit Mountain,
with strand after strand of black mist wrapped around it. Open! Qin Fan no!
Too slammed a stick on this door, and the door shattered with a sound.
And uncountable grievous and evil spirits flew out from behind the door,
occupying the upper part of the Spirit Mountain in a black and heavy mass.
Who dares to invade the gates of hell?
A tall figure stepped out from the gates of hell. He had 6 pairs of dark wings on his back and a pair of horns on his forehead.
What race is this again? Birdman? Or a cowman? Qin Fan's no.
Too delusion-breaking golden pupil was exerted, and he discovered that the figure's original body was just like this.
It's not a demon. The power inside him is dead. I am Satan, the Lord of Hell. Satan looked toward Qin Fan too,
his tone indifferent. Infesting the gates of hell is a capital offense.
Satan? Corresponding memories unconsciously appeared in Qin Fan too's mind. Isn't the boss of hell Fengdu the Great? No. Fengdu.d is the Lord of Hell. Hell and hell are not the same thing. Is this the place where the Western undead go to die? Qin Fan too's memory was incoherent,
and he tried to remember more,
but the information worked out again. This sent Qin Fan too into a rage. Can only think of so much. Humble ant,
submit to the Lord of Hell and I may forgive your death. A skeleton scepter appeared in Satan's hand and pointed at Qin Fan too.
The dense aura of death wrapped around him, constantly drawing out his life energy. Forgive me?
You deserve it. Qin Fan too raised his weapon and unceremoniously slammed it into Satan. The aura of death wrapped around him was broken, and Satan's face changed slightly.
He's surprisingly strong. Satan didn't panic too much, though. With the help of Jiang and Junti, he had killed all of God and the other angelic clans and absorbed their divine power, and had now evolved into the most powerful 12-winged king of the fallen angels. In the entire Sifong world, except for Jiang and Junti, no one was his opponent.
12 wings flapped behind his back, and his death breath coalesced into a barrier that enveloped itself,
blocking Qin Fan to strike. Submit, or die. Satan continued to speak. I choose to let you die.
Qin Fan too sneered coldly, his body shaking as it continued to grow larger and expand.
As soon as the Dharma heaven and earth opened,
his aura shot straight up into the heavens,
and with that,
the weapon in his hand became the same as the prime jade pillar.
Get the back to hell.
When this rod smashed out, heaven and earth changed color, and even Satan was plunged into fear. Such a brutal and terrifying power. What the hell is this guy? Satan's wings became immense and flapped madly, and the evil spirits in the sky exploded forward and backward, becoming part of Satan's power.
But it couldn't even block Qin Fan 2's full force strike. Boom!
Satan's figure was slammed to the ground.
Wings broken. He flew out of the large pit in a sorry state and called out in panic, Holy envoy of water and fire, save me. In the gate of hell, two entangled forces of water and fire transformed into mana dragons and roared out, anyone else? Can't sit still at last? In the face of this swift attack, Qin Fan 2 advanced instead of retreating. The chaotic demon ape's main body manifested and smashed this mana pale dragon apart with a single punch. What is this thing? Could it be an ancient ferocious beast? A young childlike figure flew out of the Hellgate. He wore a green and red Daoist robe with a grave expression. White Lotus Master. The water and fire holy envoy glanced at the current state of Spirit Mountain. Above the sky, Odin and Zeus led a group of gods in a vegetable chicken fight. The White Lotus boy fell to the ground, alive or dead, and Satan looked beyond miserable, tattered as if he had been shelled. This fellow Daoist, who are you and why are you working against my Western sect? The sacred envoy of water and fire said in a deep voice. Do you know that the two sect masters of the Western sect are both late-stage celestial immortals? Half-step true immortal existences, and with your strength alone, you are definitely not an opponent. What's the point of asking so much nonsense when you've already fought? Qin Fan 2, who had transformed into a chaotic demon ape, lifted a small mountain and ruthlessly smashed it towards the water and fire saint envoy. The power of water and fire mingled in the air, turning the small mountain under pressure into powder. The water and fire holy envoy was secretly annoyed. This group of Western deities, each with bluffingly powerful titles, had pitifully weak real cultivation. When it counts, there's not a single one that can be of any use. In the absence of Jian and Junti, the highest cultivation level in the Western sect today is the water and fire holy envoys. He was a disciple of Taoist Junti, with a late-stage heavenly immortal cultivation. Satan, absorb all the power of the evil spirits of hell and join me in fending off this villain. Otherwise it will be difficult for anyone to walk out of Spirit Mountain today. Qin Fan 2's power made the water and fire holy envoy's heart tremble. He knew that he would never be able to hold out for too long by himself alone, and shouted angrily towards Satan. Good. Satan gritted his teeth, and several black chains reached out from the gates of hell and entered him. At this moment, Satan's aura began to rise crazily, and a haunting wail came out from the middle of hell, with the resentment rising straight to the sky. Somewhere in the Western world, a young man in cloth lay upside down on the back of a cow, a dog's tail dangling from his mouth. His mouth languishing. Tao can be Tao. Very Tao. Name can be name. Very name. What does it mean? Bai shook his head. Although I have inherited Tai Ching, I still need to rely on my own comprehension of Tao cultivation. I wonder when I'll be able to fully comprehend a great Tao. At that exact moment, an extremely filthy aura appeared in the air. Bu looked up and did some math with a pinch in his hand. Occidentalism. Go check it out. Chapter 67 Bu-E Enlightenment. Western sect loses heavily, request for follow-up reading. Bai was different from the two people. Battle Wushuang and Ji Yan. He is not interested in power struggles. Before the myths came down, Bai came from a rich family, and his father was the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom. It could be said that Bai was given power and riches at birth that ordinary people could not pursue in their entire lives. As a result, his worldly desires are low. By chance, Bai made a trip to Mount Wujiang, and at that moment, it was as if he had come to a realization. Just as a group of people were praying to the true martial emperor to bless them, Bai, unlike the normal people, asked a question in front of the true martial emperor's elephant. I am, exactly, a thing. Since then, Bai would travel to Wujiang Mountain whenever he had time, and not only that, he traveled to all the big and small famous mountains in the Dragon Kingdom, searching for the immortals and finding his true self. And then later, Bai family had a change of heart. 10,000 feet high building collapse. Bai is to see through the world of all kinds of things is just a dream. After the age of myths descended, Bai contracted Tai Ching, whose Tao coincided with Bai's thoughts, and Bai had always pursued the true meaning of Tai Ching's Tao. After he attacked the mountain of flowers and fruits from the first of the Hierophant and Interceptor religions, he traveled around in the clouds, and finally, he even left the Eastern world and came to the Western world. In the course of this long journey, Bai gradually realized the fundamentals of humanism, though he was always a little short of being able to pierce through that film. After receiving Bai's instructions, the green ox he sat down on bellowed a few times and carried him towards the western sect. This is the Chaos Demon Ape? Bai Yanqingniu stood high above the sky, looking at the great battle on Spirit Mountain. He recognized the Chaos Demon Ape. The Chaos Demon Ape is a legendary flood beast, born in chaos. It is said that this beast has an extraordinary origin, and its heel is even higher than the three pristine ones. It's just that for some reason, all the gods born in that era disappeared and are unknown to future generations. Tai Ching's inherited memories did not have detailed information about the 3,000 devil gods, and he was able to know the name Chaos Demon Ape because after the formation of the Great Flood World, there was a ferocious beast raging in the heavens and the earth, and from its mouth it came out that he was a descendant of the Chaos Demon Ape. But how could this beast appear in the West? Bai wasn't sure why Qin Fan too was here, and his gaze fell back on Satan. This is a demonic technique that sacrifices the souls of living beings? Sparing Bai's transcendent mind, he couldn't help but frown at the sight of Satan absorbing the thousands of souls and evil spirits from the gates of hell. Ha ha ha, this king's power is now incredibly strong. Damn beast, now let you taste the king's power. Satan, before Junti and Jain came to the West, was originally a deity in the western heavenly realm, the six-winged angel Lucifer, who was in charge of the morning star and light. He was the first western deity to collude with Junti and Jain. It was also with his help that Junti and Jain crushed the western heavenly realm, and then took control of the entire western world step by step. Lucifer also fell and became the Satan he is today. After the fall of the heavenly realm, the two men, Junti and Jain, realized from God's ability to absorb the faith of believers and created the Western Church. And Lucifer is from the absorption of faith and the process of repair to create the ability to sacrifice the souls of living people. Since then, those in the Western world who were willing to convert to the Western religion became followers of Junti and Jain, providing them with the power of merit and incense. And those that resisted were captured by Satan and taken to hell to have their souls extracted. Western teachings, the Spirit Mountain has since become a place of ultimate bliss, and hell has become the most terrifying place in the Western world. Under the strong pressure of Qin Fan too, Satan gritted his teeth and devoured the souls in hell cleanly, and the sense of power that was expanding extremely rapidly made him conceited and arrogant. Just at this time, amidst the roiling grievances, heavenly thunder rolled. Each heavenly thunder contained the aura of destroying everything, pouring as much as it could into Satan's body. Purple heavenly divine thunder. This stupid thing can even attract this level of heavenly calamity? Qin Fan too was originally attracted by Satan's aura, but when he saw the heavenly punishment appearing in the air, he directly withdrew his gaze. The purple heavenly divine thunder was one of the top two existences in the heavenly tribulation. This heavenly tribulation appeared, and with Satan's current cultivation level, he could not carry it at all. Just wait to die. Far away. As Bai looked at the purple heavenly divine thunder appearing, something seemed to explode in his mind. Fascinated. The poor Taoist has been pursuing the great Tao of the Supreme Being for a long time, but he didn't know that it had been revealed long ago. When the Taishan created the human sect, it was based on people, and this person is not a cultivator, but an ordinary person. Heaven and earth are not kind to take all things as ruminants, no matter if they are cultivators or ordinary people. As long as they are living beings, there is no difference in front of the heavenly Tao. Man is the way, and the way is man. The clothier's realm elevated at this moment. He was already at the peak of the heavenly immortal realm, and at this time, he was even more logically stepping into true immortality and climbing all the way to the peak of true immortality. Now that I have only realized a trace of the true meaning of the human way, I have already stepped into true immortality and have already seen the golden immortal way. This trip west is not in vain. No, no, no. Satan's body was shattered by the purple sky divine spirit, and a mass of black mist continued to converge, attempting to once again coalesce into a new body. But his divine power was exhausted at the moment, and he could only look in despair at the thunder that was falling once more. Holy messenger of water and fire, save, rumble. Satan's words were engulfed in thunder, and the water and fire holy envoy frowned and cursed. Stupid, truly stupid. Do these Western gods have no basic knowledge of cultivation? How dare you dare to directly draw the souls of the living raw? Stupid, so stupid. The holy messenger of water and fire had been suppressing grievances in hell, and he had thought that since Satan was able to create hell, he already had a way to circumvent the thunderbolt. Never in a million years. He didn't even seem to realize that a thunderbolt would be born. Once Satan was dead, only the holy messenger of water and fire was left. He sighed and looked at Qin Fan too. This fellow Daoist, I am not your opponent, but if you kill me, when the two sect masters of our sect return, they will definitely not stop.
Then remember that the person who killed you is called the Monkey King. Qin Fan too was not threatened at all as his huge fist fell, directly smashing the water and fire Saint Envoy's soul. Not only that, but the entire Western cult on Spirit Mountain collapsed as a result, and countless followers of the Western cult fled in all directions. Facing these people, Qin Fan too had no desire to strike. After he transformed back into his human form, the result of the battle between the two gods, Odin, the god of heaven, and Zeus, also came out. With the Church of the West almost destroyed, Odin had long since lost the heart to fight and was seized upon by Zeus to be decapitated, while the gods of Olympus defeated the gods of Asgard. Great God King, thank you for leading us to reclaim the territory that belongs to us. Zeus led the gods in kneeling towards Qin Fan too. He waved his hand indifferently. I've done what I promised you guys. I don't care about what happens next. After this battle, Qin Fan too clearly felt that he had become stronger. He had realized that the way for himself to become stronger was to fight along the way. If that whatsoever Junti and Jiang come back in the future, you guys will tell him that the Western sect was destroyed by my old son. Tell them to meet me at Eastworld, with my old grandson here. They will have scruples and won't easily drive you all to extinction. Chapter 68, Road meets the sighted quasi-terminal. Stretching the hand is difficult to hit the smiling face of the people, 2 and 1, but the greater possibility is that I, Lao Sun, returned to the Eastern world, encountered these two old mongrels, and slaughtered them in passing. Qin Fan too grinned. It wasn't that he was oppressing the Western gods because of the Western religion, and then he was bursting with righteousness himself. It's just simply because the Church of the West is actually woefully ignorant in the face of such an evil force as hell. It's not a great teaching. Your Greatness, the Monkey King, thank you very much for stepping in. Zeus and the other gods knelt down again to Qin Fan too. Qin Fan too waved his hand and suddenly cocked his head to where Bui was. This Taoist friend, won't you come out to meet me after watching for so long? It's hard to get high. With that said, Qin Fan too reached out and grabbed his hand, and the cloth-clad figure revealed itself to appear in the air. Dao brother Qin Fan, is it appropriate to strike out at an old friend after not seeing him for a long time? Qin Fan? Hearing this name, Qin Fan too's brain went blank. Are you yelling at me? You know old son? He leapt into the air, leaving extremely deep gouges in the earth from being in such a hurry. Old son. A clear light emerged from Bai's eyes and landed on Qin Fan too. Qin Fan too didn't detect hostility from Buyi's temptation, so he steadied himself and slowly said, I lost my previous memories, and when I woke up, I only remembered some kind of Sun Wukong, the great sage of Qi Tian's name. Well, Bai said thoughtfully, your aura, indeed, has changed a touch from before. However, the poor Taoist can be certain that you are still the Qin Fan that the poor Taoist knows. But why this change has occurred, the poor Taoist does not know, and you need to find out for yourself. Bai detected a hint of a very familiar feeling in Qin Fan too, but this feeling was definitely not caused by the fact that he had known Qin Fan before. This feeling is rather more like him and Qin Fan too, as if they are from the same dimension. Could it be that Qin Fan is actually my half-brother? Such an absurd thought popped into Bu's head, but thinking about his old man's style during his life is unlikely. It's just a matter of not thinking about it. When Qin Fan retrieved his memories, things would become clear. Can you be more specific? Bai shook his head. It's better for you to find out about Brother Dao's matter on your own. But just now I heard Brother Dao say that he wanted to return to the Eastern world, and poor Dao also has this intention. How about a companion? Qin Fan too nodded. Good. It just so happens that I can't remember the way back to the Eastern world either, and having the company of Brother Dao saves me some trouble. Bu laughed and said nothing more. In that case, let's get going. The two of them cast spells and drove away in the clouds, and as for what would happen behind the Western sect, Qin Fan too wasn't overly concerned. Eastworld, the uncharted mountains. On top of the mountain, Hongjuan's body was wrapped in golden light, breaking down and then standing up. I didn't expect that after this ordeal, my father's comprehension of the great Tao would advance one level further. He was now at the golden immortal realm, and unlike a first-time golden immortal, Hongjun had comprehended multiple great Tao from the Tao embodiment of the Buzhou mountain. The golden immortal way has become a reality, and with only the accumulation of mana, attaining the fruit of Tai Tao is but a matter of time. For the 3,000 devil gods, they were born to master a great Tao. In the secret realm of chaos, if they were born when the chaos was solid, they would only be at the realm of Tai and Tao Lord at birth. So in this new flood world, because the world plane, like chaos, had not yet grown to its final step, Hongjun had no way to break the shackles of the world. The golden immortal realm has become a reality, and I've been able to temporarily suppress the great Tao divine embodiment of the Buzhou mountain. So also it is time for the first sermon. When Hongjun was awakening, the heavenly Tao of the world had already reached some kind of agreement with him. He preached to cultivators so that they could realize the true meaning of cultivation faster and accelerate the evolution of the world bit.
And in return, the heavenly Tao allowed him to exist in this world.
Both sides are now mutually beneficial,
each taking what they need.
As for the final result, it only depends on each other's means.
The poor Taoist Hongjun
has been certified to the golden immortal way, and now that the Buzhou Mountain Tao contains a divine treasure, all beings can come to the Buzhou Mountain to listen to the Tao.
Having been recognized by the heavenly Tao,
Hongjun also grasped part of the authority of this world, and his voice resounded in the hearts of every cultivator.
Inside the Jade Void Palace, Ji Yan awoke from his cultivation state.
Before this,
only he had this ability to do this. Could it be that this Hongjun is his incarnation?
He hadn't advanced to Golden Immortal and hadn't comprehended the Great Tao now though, but it also touched the threshold of the Great Tao, just short of the proverbial foot in the door, and gained an understanding of the 10,000 secrets of this world. The nature of the matter of the coming of the myth is also gradually able to be seen. It was nothing more than the revival of the will of the world, in order to be able to go further, which led to the matter of the mythic descent. As for the deeper reasons, Ji Yan could not yet know. When I comprehend the Great Tao and enter the Golden Immortal realm, perhaps I can see more clearly, regardless of whether Hongjun is his incarnation or not. This sermon Ji Yan will not miss it.
The Yo Palace. Battle Wushuang and Ji Yan had similar thoughts, and after learning of Hongjun's upcoming sermon, he set out for Buzhou Mountain. Meanwhile, the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits, Kunlun, and the Demon Race.
For a while, all the cultivators in the world converged towards Buzhou Mountain.
The Buzhou Mountain Tao contains divine treasures,
but it is by no means easy to climb this mountain.
Some cultivators who hadn't reached the full level couldn't even enter the foot of the mountain,
and could only look down at the mountain and sigh. Those who could enter Buzhou Mountain to listen to Hongjun's preaching had to be at least at the human immortal realm.
The higher up you go, the more demanding the realm becomes.
Reception and Junti traveled all the way from the western world to the eastern world.
After they passed through a thin prohibition, they couldn't help but feel the urge to burst into tears. After the coming of the myth, bands appeared to demarcate areas between countries.
The territory to which the Eastern Dragon Kingdom belongs is incomparably vast,
and after all the other countries have dissipated,
it is almost as if the entire Eastern world has become the domain of the Dragon Kingdom.
Compared to here, the aura of the Western world is really pitifully thin. Junti stopped in the air and greedily absorbed the aura.
Yeah. Reception also sighs. When the White Elephant Kingdom died out, we were blocked by these frontier prohibitions and were unable to attack the Dragon Kingdom. It's also fortunate that I figured out the cultivation path of absorbing faith in the Western world. Otherwise it would have been difficult to penetrate this prohibition this time as well.
Senior brother,
although absorbing the faith together will help our realm to improve,
but the West is barren after all.
If we can implement this path in the Eastern world as well,
won't you and I,
senior brothers and sisters,
be able to become the most powerful existences?
The two of them flew all the way towards the Buzhou Mountain.
As they went deeper into the Eastern world,
the aura became more and more dense, and they also saw the prosperity of the entire Eastern world, which was not comparable to the Western world at all,
and that makes the greed within them grow.
If the Western religion could take root in the East, one shudders to think how much stronger they would be as a result.
What senior brother said, my brother has naturally thought about it. This time I came to the Eastern world,
one in order to listen to Hongjun's preaching.
Another point is also to meet the cultivators of this world, so that we can plan for this matter. The two walked and conferred along the way. Has Hongjun's preaching begun? On the way back with Qin Fan too and Bai muttered something. What preaching? Qin Fan too wondered. Brother Dao didn't hear Hongjun's voice? Cloth was slightly taken aback.
The world that Ji Yan could figure out.
Bai's comprehension in the Great Tao was stronger than his,
so naturally he could figure it out as well.
Could it be that this had something to do with Qin Fan losing some of his memories?
He associated two things together.
There's something familiar about the name Hongjun. Qin Fan too frowned.
Bai briefly said the matter of Hongjun's preaching,
and Qin Fan too said, don't want to think about that much. Since he preaches, I'll go over and take a look. Qin Fan too's speed accelerated, followed by Cloth. Soon, the two also passed through the East and West world's prohibitions. Not far away, two figures appeared in their line of sight. The aura of these two is similar to that group of guys from the Western sect. Qin Fan too's heart stirred. Could it be that they are guiding in Junti?
Bai slowly nodded his head and said, the two of them are at the late stage of the heavenly immortal realm. Most of the people in the Eastern world who can have such a cultivation level poor Taoist have heard a little bit about it, but these two people are so unfamiliar that I think there is a high possibility that they are.
Go up and ask. Qin Fan too called out to Jiayin and Junti.
What do you two Taoist brothers
have to teach us?
Guiding and Junti were shouted at by Qin Fan too and turned around and secretly alerted to the sound transmission.
Senior brother, The aura of these two is strong and not below you and me, more than not beneath you and me. Receiver's tone was dry. I can't tell the depths of these two. I'm only afraid that they've touched the threshold of true immortality. Is this the depth of the Eastern world, where all the cultivators encountered on the road have this level of cultivation? Are you the guiding Injunti of the Western world? Qin Fan too opened the door, which made Jiang and Junti even more apprehensive.
And for a moment they couldn't understand the meaning of Qin Fan's words.
Senior brother. Looking at the appearance of these two people,
they seem to have come from the Western world as well.
Could it be that they are not from the Eastern world? Not good. After receiving the voice, he looked at Qin Fan too. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Abrasive.
I'll be straight with you,
old son. Earlier, when I was strolling around the Western world,
I passed by the base camp of the Western sect,
overthrew the Spirit Mountain,
and smashed the hell. And the Western sect now exists in name only. If you are the two sect masters of the Western sect,
I will tell you about this matter,
so that you can have a target to seek revenge.
What?
Junti was furious at his words.
Bold fanatic, do you want to find death?
As he spoke, a precious tree emerged behind him with a bright light on it.
Hey, 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 hey,
it's hard to tell who's looking for death. Qin Fan too shook his hand and the weapon appeared in his hand.
Tai. At the drop of a hat,
he slammed his bat straight out.
The precious light on the 7 treasure myriad tree was great, blocking this strike from Qin Fan too. The huge force rebounded back.
Qin Fan too shook his body, but Junti was smashed and planted towards the ground.
Shidoshi. Jeguan let out a cry of alarm,
and his mana surged to give Zhuanti the aid.
No harm done.
This berserker's fleshly body is unexpectedly so terrifying. He didn't have any magical power to add to this baton.
How dare I not be able to catch it?
Junti was in a sorry state, but not injured. He floated in the air and looked at Qin Fan too scornfully.
Senior brother, I'm not his opponent. This place is the East,
so we must not entangle ourselves too much with him. After guiding held down Junti and signaled him not to be impulsive for the moment,
he looked towards Qin Fan too and Bui.
Why did the two Dao brothers strike out against my Western sect? But when have I and my senior brother offended the two Dao brothers?
If so, I would like to make amends to the two of you to thank you for your offense.
Qin Fan too shook his weapon. You have not offended, old son.
Lao son,
just don't see eye to eye with you Western sect. The fire in Guiding's heart increased greatly, but he forced himself to endure it. Besides, your Western church was smashed by me. It has nothing to do with him.
Qin Fan too lazily pointed at Bui and said, Lao son, have always been a one-man operation.
Indeed.
Bai nodded.
Although the poor Tao has not interfered in the matter of the Western sect, but there is still a word of advice. The two Taoists see the Western believers as cattle and sheep, harvesting their faith to raise their realm.
That would not have been a problem, but everything happens for a reason.
If the two fellow Taoists are reaping from the believers without giving back, I'm afraid that there will eventually be a day when they will backfire on themselves.
Qin,
Sun Dao, you destroyed the Western sect.
This is not a saving of the two of you. Paramount glared at the cloth. This guy's skin is even thicker than my senior brother and I?
Destroying the Western church they had been running for years,
and they even said they were saving them. He was about to retort,
but reception stopped him. Brother Dao reminded me exactly.
I bear that in mind.
It's even more important to thank fellow Daoist son for coming to our aid. Otherwise I'm afraid that my senior brother and I would only be behind bars without realizing it.
Saying that, reception unexpectedly even made a deep salute towards Qin Fan too and Bui. It's not. You believe everything he says?
Qin Fan too was so messed up that it was neither right nor wrong to smash the weapon in his hand.
Senior, what are you doing? Paramount also did not understand the behavior of the receiver. Senior brother,
these two people's cultivation is not below ours.
There is not much chance of winning in a hard encounter.
And this cloth-clothed Taoist said that I am cultivating also have a vague perception.
This time we first temporarily retreat.
To be heard from the Hongjun that after the Dao and then carefully with them to calculate this account.
Jiayin transmitted his voice to Jun Ti, and even though he was reluctant,
Jun Ti could only bow his head and thank Qin Fan too and Bui.
It's no fun. It's no fun.
Qin Fan too retrieved his weapon and scratched his ears.
Boring, just boring. Bai smiled slightly. Fellow Daoist son, Hongjun preached at Buzhou Mountain,
and cultivators from all over the world gathered here,
among which there are quite a few of your old acquaintances.
Their strength is not below these two Taoists.
Let's go, directly to Buzhou Mountain. Qin Fan too didn't bother to tangle with guiding Paramount anymore.
He originally wanted to fight with Jiayin and Junti to stabilize his cultivation,
but these two people are really able to endure. Since they can't fight, it would be better to meet his old acquaintance for a while. As Bai said, Qin Fan too and Bui left straight away, and after their silhouettes disappeared, reception heaved a sigh of relief. Senior brother, if you hadn't stopped me just now, I would have taught him a lesson.
Junti spoke with hatred.
Don't think so much. Let's hurry and head to the Buzhou mountain as well. The cultivation level of these two is higher than you and I.
I'm only afraid that they are not touching the true immortal threshold,
but are true immortal realm cultivators. The Eastern world.
It really is a crouching tiger and hidden dragon.
Reception shook his head. Chapter 69, End of Sermon. Mountain Rain. Ancestral Dragon leaves Mount Huagua. 2 in 1.
The sacred mountain came into being,
and Hongjun named Buzhou.
Countless cultivators had gathered here from thousands of miles away,
splitting into two distinct camps. The human race, the demon race.
They sought a place on the unseen mountain according to the two directions and waited for the preaching to begin.
Fellow Taoist clothier, ahead is the Buzhou mountain. The two of them, Qin Fan and Bui,
arrived here and were quite shocked to see the densely packed human and demon races.
There are surprisingly so many cultivators in the Eastern world?
Qin Fan exclaimed. This journey has been a stark contrast between the prosperity of the East and the barrenness of the West.
Even the number of practitioners is very exaggerated.
Qin Fan is hard to see a person in the Western world for miles.
But in the Eastern world, a city was arranged in an orderly fashion,
and he felt popular when he looked at it from the sky.
Yeah, Cloth nodded.
He was suddenly awakened by Qin Fan's words.
The way he pursued was the way of man.
The 3,000 great paths of chaos do not actually include the human way.
This is a most special avenue. The most basic thing for the flourishing of humanity is human beings. The Eastern world is well populated, but the Western world is too poorly populated. If I can make the number of people in the Western world larger, then won't my power of the great Tao also increase in the future?
The two of them headed toward the top of the mountain as the cloth brooded. As they continued to get closer to the top of the mountain,
Qin Fan and Bui clearly detected the pressure coming from the Buzhou mountain. The higher up they went,
the fewer the number of cultivators and demon races became.
By the time they ascended to the large platform at the top of the mountain, there were only a few hundred silhouettes here. Among them, the number of human cultivators only took up 1/5,
and the rest were all demons.
When the two appeared here, they immediately drew the attention of many people. Qin Fan, you're back. The first one to notice Qin Fan's number 2 was Battle Wushuang,
who stood up abruptly and stared at Qin Fan dead in the face.
And after a moment, Battle Wushuang suddenly burst out laughing. After a goodbye of many years, your cultivation level is already no different from ours.
War Wushuang looked at Qin Fan, his eyes revealing a wariness that he couldn't hide.
Who are you? Qin Fan frowned. Something familiar. Henchman? He blurted out.
And Battle Wushuang's face was as gloomy as water. Having suffered defeat at the hands of Qin Fan on multiple occasions, this had long since become the greatest shame for Battle Wushuang. He was dreaming of winning against Qin Fan. Now that Buzhou Mountain had gathered cultivators from all sides, it was a good opportunity for him to make a name for himself.
Qin Fan, don't be complacent. Back then,
you were able to win against me because your realm was higher than ours.
Now that you and I are both at the true immortal realm, I will definitely not lose to you. Yeah, come on then. Qin Fan laughed equally loudly.
Battle Wushuang was much better than the two old mongrels in the West.
He likes it. The two men went straight for it. Behind Battle Wushuang's back, for immortal swords flew in unison. One of his strongest skills in one strike. Immortal killing sword. Jedi immortal sword. Trap immortal sword.
The immortal execution sword.
Go!
The 4 immortal swords had now materialized into physical objects. Although they had not yet recovered to the level of innate supreme treasures for the time being, but under the support of the true immortal realm of War Wushuang, they were still capable of exerting a frighteningly monstrous sword chi.
Qin Fan let out a low roar,
and the Dharma heavenly elephant earth directly opened.
Sweep away the Qiankuan.
The weapon appeared in his hand and rolled up 10,000 feet of golden light to collide with the immortal execution 4 swords. The energy of the sky and earth spread in a circle towards the surroundings. The cultivators who were able to be at the top of the mountain were at least at the late stage of the heavenly immortal realm. They each used their own means to block the impact of the escaping energy, and looked at the two people fighting in the arena with dead eyes.
It really is Qin Fan. Dharma heaven and earth. This is Qin Fan's unique divine ability. As the same body refining cultivator,
even Emperor Jiang and the others can't achieve this level of Qin Fan. He disappeared for several years, and some people said that he had long since died in the exclusive secret realm, but I didn't expect that he would still be so powerful once he showed up.
However, the gap between the current Qin Fan and that year is a bit large,
and we have all progressed and have closed the gap between us.
The Qin Fan back then gave off a desperate impression. No matter what enemy is in front of him,
it is difficult to raise the thought of resistance.
But now,
Battle Wushuang and Qin Fan were not on par with each other, which caused many cultivations to rise up with strange thoughts.
Qin Fan is no better. The two fought dozens of rounds in the air, and it was hard to tell the winner from the loser for a while. Mountain Lord, There was an undisguised excitement in Di Zhang's tone. Behind him, the 11 ancestor witches, Luo Qianyu, the Ancestral Dragon, the Beginning Phoenix, and the Qilin.
All of these powerful people from the mountain of flowers and fruits as well as the Kunlun were all staring at him with burning eyes.
Qin Fan Tu's gaze landed on Luo Qianyu and he was in a trance. Luo Qianyu.
Qin Fan Tu subconsciously called out the name, while a large amount of information continued to pour out at this moment.
Battle Wu Shuang, right? Today's battle ends here. I, Lao Sun, have more important things to do.
There was a lot of information in Qin Fan Tu's brain, but it was disjointed and not coherent.
He needed to check in with Luo Qianyu and the others, but Battle Wu Shuang didn't intend to end it.
He snorted coldly.
Qin Fan, today you and I will have to distinguish a winner from a loser. Noisy.
Qin Fan Tu's eyes were stern as he shifted and transformed from a 10,000-foot giant directly into a chaos demon ape. A fist like a mountain slammed into Battle Wu Shuang. Battle Wu Shuang was smashed away by this punch and crashed into the uncharted mountain.
Rumble. The Buzhou mountain shook.
And War Wu Shuang looked at the chaos demon ape that had suddenly appeared with horror.
What's this? Qin Fan snorted coldly and transformed into his human form. He came on to Luo Qianyu.
War Wu Shuang was unwilling.
Qin Fan, you and I haven't even split the victory yet.
During the poor Taoist's preaching,
killing and fighting is forbidden on Buzhou mountain.
Hongjuan's voice came from high above,
while at the same time, surging mana continued to spread across the Buzhou mountain. The aura of the golden immortal realm enveloped all the cultivators. He's Hongjun?
Qin Fan Tu looked at Hongjun high in the sky. Hongjun was also looking at him. The two of them stared at each other, and Qin Fan was the first to turn his head.
Not impressed. His scent is somewhat different from what I am familiar with. It's Pangu, and there's a difference. Could it be a bilocation? That's not right.
If it's a bilocation it should also have the memories of the main body.
If it's really Pangu's bilocation,
it's impossible for him to look like this when he sees me.
Hongjun couldn't tell the specifics of Qin Fan Tu for a moment.
But seeing that Qin Fan Tu didn't seem to have any memories about himself, he didn't act rashly and lowered his head in contemplation.
And a few moments later, Hongjun, as if in thought, raised his head and looked into the air. After reaching an agreement with the heavenly Tao, Hongjun gained some of the world's authority, so he could see the realm's golden list in space. As his eyes swept over the names on the golden list, Hongjun's mouth revealed a smirk. So it is. On the realm gold ranking, Qin Fan's name reappeared, but it was only ranked 13th. And there was only one left on his contracted deity's information, Sun Wukong. Qin Fan's soul is very special. 1 and 2.
This is something that heaven perceived when it prompted the coming of the myth.
So he could contract dual deities. Every contracted deity has a corresponding mission, and Pangu's mission is to open up chaos,
allowing the 3,000 great roads to return to this world and accelerating the formation of the world. After the mission was accomplished,
he could not return. This Qin Fan in front of me should be one of the souls separated from the 1 and 2. Pangu stayed in chaos,
while the Monkey King returned to this world. As to why he lost his memories of his own body,
Hongjun couldn't project, but it didn't matter.
As long as this Qin Fan in front of him was not Pangu, who had killed the Chaos Demon gods and chilled their guts, then there was no threat to Hongjun. Will heal qualifications. How could these latter-day deities compare to them? The innate demon gods. Only until he refined the great Tao of this world and became the new heavenly Tao.
Then even Pangu in chaos would not be his match.
And there was also the point that now that one of Qin Fan's split souls had returned to this world, it would be possible to utilize this in the future to find the Pangu split soul and kill it. In the willpower of the heavenly Tao, Hongjun saw that Pangu was supposed to fall after opening up the chaos. It was up to him to correct this deviated line of fate later. Qin Fan too didn't know that Hongjun's mind had already crossed many calculations at this moment. He was talking to Luo Qianyu, exploring his previous experience a little bit from her mouth.
Qin Fan, do you remember? Luo Qianyu started from the time they met.
She and Qin Fan had gone through a lot of things, so to speak. No one knew Qin Fan better than her. However, there were many things that she said, and while some fragments would immediately appear in Qin Fan's mind after hearing them, there were some that didn't have the slightest reaction. Mountain Lord, Emperor Jiang and the others also said something to Qin Fan too, and the results were similarly all the same.
No harm done. Finally,
Qin Fan too waved his hand.
There are some things I can't remember, but I was able to pretty much string together the information I got from you guys.
He looked across at the demon race and sneered. I didn't expect so many things to have happened since I left. When this Hongjun preaching is over,
I will settle these accounts with them one by one.
While they were talking, the three figures of the Ancestral Dragon,
Beginning Phoenix, and Kirin never came close.
There is a difference between him and the Master.
Beginning Phoenix's voice was as cold as ever.
I can't sense my Master's soul fluctuations.
Exactly. Ancestral Dragon nodded.
The three of them all had their souls branded in Qin Fan's place, but now there was no semblance of sensation. You guys say, could it be that this Qin Fan and the Qin Fan we know can no longer be one? If that's the case, doesn't it mean we regain our freedom? There was an unconcealed excitement in Ancestral Dragon's tone. As the ancestor of the 10,000 dragons, submitting to Qin Fan in the first place was a helpless move, and now after not feeling the soul imprint, how could he continue to take Qin Fan as his master? Only, the psychological shadow that Qin Fan had left him with before was too great, which made the Ancestral Dragon not dare to make any other attempts for a while. Beginning Phoenix glanced at Ancestral Dragon and didn't say anything. Fellow Taoists, courteous, the two of them, Jiayin and Jianti, also ascended to the top of Buzhou Mountain, and after seeing the cultivators and demon clans here, the two of them once again emitted emotions within their hearts. The Eastern world is really too strong. This also caused the greed within both of them to grow, calculating how they could gain a foothold in the Eastern world. The poor Taoist Western world receiver, Quasi. The two men bowed toward the crowd. After hearing where the two had come from, some people returned their greetings with the Junti receiver, while others just looked at them indifferently. In this regard, Jiayin and Junti did not care, and after finding a position, they quietly waited for Hongjun to preach. Hongjun's gaze fell on Jiajian and Junti, revealing a smile of unknown meaning. These two, though, are good pawns. The preaching begins. Those who should have come have already come, and Hongjun did not delay any longer, falling into the air and beginning to explain the great Tao to the crowd. He was an innate demon god and was born knowing the way of cultivation, and under his sermon, the cultivators of the new flood had a more accurate direction of what lay ahead. This sermon went on for months, with people breaking through in between. The first sermon is over, so all of you can comprehend well when you return. Hongjun drifted away after leaving these words. Let's go too. Hongjun's sermon meant little to Qin Fan. Before that, he had already realized his way of cultivation, to fight with war. His way was the way of battle. The more battles you experience, the stronger you will become in yourself. The reason why I kept listening until the end was simply to see if I could remember anything from this sermon. On Buzhou Mountain, a group of cultivators left one after another. They all each had their own realizations, and when they went back, as long as they digested those realizations, they would naturally advance to a higher level. In the cave heaven of Mount Huagua, the Ancestral Dragon was not able to hold back after all, and he decided to test the waters. Mountain Lord. He found Qin Fan too. What is it? Qin Fan too opened his eyes. During the period of your absence again, a great conflict arose between the demon clan and the mountain of flowers and fruits. Because of Hongjun's sermon, the conflict was temporarily put on hold. Now that the sermon is over, I'm only afraid that another wave will rise between the two clans. Qin Fan too frowned and looked at the Ancestral Dragon with a smirk. So, Ancestral Dragon hardened his head and continued on. I was previously the lord of the Forsees water tribe. Now as a member of the mountain of flowers and fruits, I naturally want to share my worries for the Mountain Lord. Therefore I asked the Mountain Lord to allow me to leave Mount Huagua and reunite the Forsees. In this way, with my constraints, even if the conflict between the Demon Clan and the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits cannot be reconciled, it can be guaranteed that the Forsees Water Clan will not be involved. Qin Fan too heard this without much hesitation. Alright, go ahead. Ancestral Dragon didn't expect Qin Fan too to answer so painfully in response, which made him even more certain of the conjecture in his heart. The Qin Fan in front of him had lost control of his soul. Still, he suppressed the impulse within him and continued to try. So the Forsees Water Tribe has elected a new king. I implore the Mountain Lord to release my soul brand, so that I can also exert my full strength and be able to better control the Forsees Water Tribe. What if I don't? Qin Fan too knew Ancestral Dragon's mind like the back of his hand. This guy, he's got a backbone. Please, Mountain Lord. Ancestral Dragon's bottom line grew stronger. He had already determined that Qin Fan had lost his ability to restrain him. Ancestral Dragon, what are you doing? The two of them, beginning Phoenix and Qilin, appeared, and beginning Phoenix's icy eyes stared at Ancestral Dragon, showing signs of striking out at the drop of a hat. Ancestral Dragon glanced at them, and the impulse in his heart was once again suppressed. Even though Qin Fan has lost his restraining control over me, there are too many powerful people in the mountain of flowers and fruits, and it would not be in my favor to flip out at this moment. It was better to wait until after returning to the Forsees and putting the Water Tribe back in control. With this thought, the Ancestral Dragon transformed into its original form and directly charged up into the sky, leaving the cave heaven of Mount Huagua. Seeing him leave, Qin Fanera just sneered and didn't make a move to stop him. This stupid dragon, does he really think he can do it again? Chapter 70, The Four Dragons Declare War on the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits. 2 in 1. Leave from the Flower and Fruit Mountain. The Ancestral Dragon traveled through the clouds.
its huge dragon eyes flashing with divine light. This ancestor is free. According to Qin Fan's previous nature, if I dared to do so, he would have already made a move to suppress it. But now, he let me leave. This ancestor bet right. If not for the soul brand being controlled by Qin Fan, would the ancestral dragon be willing to become Qin Fan's servant and guard the mountain of flowers and fruits for him? Since this ancestor is free, some old scores should be settled. When he thought of the humiliation of being driven by Qin Fan, the ancestral dragon felt incomparably humiliated in his heart. But it wasn't the incident that angered him more. Rather, it was the way the Forsees water tribe treated him on Buzhou Mountain. No matter what, Qin Fan at least had the ability to suppress him, and his skills were inferior. But these Forsees water tribes, which were originally created by the ancestral dragon, dared to disobey their orders in public. The yellow dragon, in particular, was the one that the ancestral dragon held the most grudges against. This time when we go back, this ancestor will definitely purge the dragon clan again and let them know who is the true master of the Forsees. With this thought, the ancestral dragon took off in the clouds and flew towards the East Sea, East China Sea Dragon Palace. Now Huanglong has become the lord of the Dragon Palace in the East Sea. Originally, the Forsees dragon clan made a bet to snatch the chance of the Buzhou Mountain, but in the middle of it, a war broke out with the Witch clan, and with Hongjuan's appearance, the bet was interrupted. After this, the Forsees dragons each went back to their own, while the yellow dragon and the black dragon fought together once again. In the end, the yellow dragon wins and becomes the new king of the East China Sea. After I reorganize the East Sea, I will then subdue the remaining 3 seas, and in this way I will be able to fulfill my teacher's expectations. Inside the Dragon Palace, the yellow dragon in human form sat cross-legged. He also went to the Buzhou Mountain to listen to Hongjuan's sermon, and during this time his cultivation increased greatly and he stepped into the true immortal realm. Right at this moment, a vast dragon might shrouded down, and the voice of the ancestral dragon resounded in the East Sea Dragon Palace. Ao Jia, get your ass out here and meet me. Above the East Sea, the ancestral dragon spoke in an icy tone. The entire East China Sea rippled under his dragon's might. 2 figures flew out from the bottom of the sea, one yellow and one black. It was the yellow dragon and the black dragon Ao Jia, ancestral dragon. Upon seeing the visitor, Huanglong and Ao Jia were inwardly shocked, and immediately bowed towards the ancestral dragon. The ancestral dragon was, after all, the ancestor of all dragons, especially since all of them true dragons were made because of him. So when it didn't involve the interests of the demon race, they still maintained a point of reverence in their hearts towards the ancestral dragon. Very well, it's rare that you still know that this ancestor is your ancestor. The ancestral dragon snorted coldly. From today onwards, this ancestor will officially return to gather the remaining 3 sea dragon clans, and this ancestor will reunify the 4 seas. What? Hearing the words of the ancestral dragon, Huanglong's face changed drastically. Unifying the 4 seas was an order given to him by Ji Yan, and now the ancestral dragon had returned? The yellow dragon said in a deep voice, Ancestral dragon, you have already invested in the mountain of flowers and fruits, and this time you're unifying the 4 seas again. Could it be that you want the 4 seas to become a force under the banner of the mountain of flowers and fruits as well? Unbridled, a mere yellow fish, which only got lucky to transform into a true dragon by obtaining this ancestor's essence blood. How dare you speak to this ancestor with such an attitude? The ancestral dragon's dragon tail flung out, and its powerful aura pressed against the yellow dragon. The yellow dragon appeared in its true form in an instant and confronted the ancestral dragon. Ancestral dragon, you were originally just a loach, but with the inheritance of the ancestral dragon and transformed into a dragon, how much higher are you than this king in terms of heal? Now that this king is the lord of the East Sea, the remaining 3 seas will also be subdued by this king. Since you have already defected to the mountain of flowers and fruits and betrayed the dragon clan, what face do you have to become the lord of the 4 seas again? Huanglong stood against the pressure of the ancestral dragon, his true immortal realm aura released as he confronted the ancestral dragon without fear. Seek death. The ancestral dragon snorted coldly as the winds rose in the sky and lightning flashed. I would like to see what you are capable of that dares you to have the courage to be like this with this ancestor. The yellow dragon performed his divine ability, and the water of the East Sea poured back, and 1,000 feet of waves rose up to the sky. No matter what, he would not bow down to the ancestral dragon. The 2 giant dragons battled in the air, causing heaven and earth to change color. Boom! The yellow dragon's body fell from the air onto the sea, blood staining the surface. The scales on his body fell off. Miserable. At the same true immortal realm, the ancestral dragon's control of the Tao of laws far exceeded that of the yellow dragon. With this skill, you dare to clamor with this ancestor. The ancestral dragon transformed into human form and glanced indifferently at Ao Jia. You also want to try with this ancestor? Ao Jia took a deep breath. Welcome Ancestral Dragon back to the Forsees. Summon the rest of the 3 sea water clans. Ancestral Dragon didn't lay a finger on Yellow Dragon. After all, he was transformed by his own essence blood. His strength was not weak, and he had summoned the Forsees water clan to do a great thing, and the true Immortal realm's battle power belonged to the peak nowadays. With the strength of the Ancestral Dragon, there was no problem in unifying the Forsees. After this, a powerful message came out. The Forsees water tribe declared war on the mountain of flowers and fruits. When this news came out, the new flood world immediately boiled over. The mountain of flowers and fruits is now deservedly the #1 force of the human race and is allied with Kunlun. Even in Qin Fan's absence over the years, the momentum was unstoppable. Now that Qin Fan had returned, the Ancestral Dragon had instead broken away from the mountain of flowers and fruits, and both sides had engaged in a great battle. This caused all the cultivators in the world to have all sorts of thoughts about this. All forces were constantly watching the battle between the two sides. Interceptions. Inside the Bo Palace, War Wuxuang summoned the higher echelons of the Interceptor sect. What do you all think of the war between the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits and the Water Tribe of the Forsees? Sect Leader. The Forsees Water Clan is after all a demon race, whereas the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits is a power of my human race. Now that the Forsees Water Clan has declared war on the Flower Fruit Mountain, and more demon clans are joining in as well. At this rate, I'm afraid that it will be hard for the Flower Fruit Mountain and Kunlun to resist. One of the interceptors stood out and said in a deep voice, "Disciples thought that we should step in and help Mount Huagua." War Wuxuang frowned slightly, and Warrior Sky on the side immediately said, "Sect Leader, although Flower Fruit Mountain is a human force, this incident is nothing more than a conflict between Flower Fruit Mountain and Ancestral Dragon in the end. It simply cannot rise to the human and demon races. If the slightest breeze rises to a war between the two clans, then won't my Interceptor sect be recognized as colluding with the demon clan?" Vice Preceptor. Words can't be said like that. The figure that stood out first had a cold face and said, "Could it be that Vice Sect Master means that our demon race joined the Interceptor sect in order to penetrate into the human race? Gold Spirit. That's not what I meant." Warrior Sky smiled and said, "It is very common for war conflicts to exist between various forces. If a great war really breaks out between the human and demon races, as one of the forces of the human race, I, the Interceptor sect, should step in and fight for the human race. But this time is different. Qin Fan once enslaved the Ancestral Dragon, and now that he's out of the trap he wants to wipe out his former shame. So it's not good for us to step in for a fight between them. Otherwise if this causes the demon race to be dissatisfied, thinking that our human race is bullying others and causing an all-out war, this is instead destroying the situation between the two races today." Jin Ling was about to say something else when War Wuxuang exited and interrupted him. What Warrior Sky said is right. If everything rises to the level of conflict between races, how would Jin Ling or et al. Enter my Interceptor sect? The disciples of the church must not intervene in this matter. But of course if the Forsees Dragon Clan wins or uses this as an excuse to strike out against the rest of the forces of the human race, we must not sit idly by. Ergo and go down. Battle Wuxuang sealed the deal. Hierarchy. Inside the Jade Palace, below Ji Yen, the yellow dragon in human form knelt on the ground. "Master, disciple is incapable of living up to your expectations. He was seriously injured by the Ancestral Dragon, and although he didn't die, his entire realm was nearly knocked down." After leaving from the East Sea, Huang Long returned to the Jade Void Palace to apologize to Ji Yen. "No harm done. Ancestral Dragon cultivation is not something you can fight against. Since you're back, rest well." Ji Yen spoke faintly. It doesn't really matter if Yellow Dragon can unite the Forsees. Ji Yen's previous purpose of having him do this was nothing more than to provoke a war between the Flower and Fruit Mountain and the Demon race, so that the Jade Void Palace could take advantage of the situation and rise to prominence. And while the process didn't live up to expectations today, the outcome didn't make much difference. The Forsees Dragons declaring war on the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits was bound to cause even more conflict. That's enough. As for the Yellow Dragon, Ji Yen thought for a moment, and with a wave of his hand, several bottles of pills appeared in front of him. "This is the divine pill that Master obtained at the Buzhou Mountain. Take it and just recuperate your injuries." The Uncharted Mountain. After the sermon from Hongjun, the two of them did not leave, but stayed on Buzhou Mountain to cultivate. Under Hongjun's prohibition, the chance treasures on Buzhou Mountain were hidden, but the aura of this place was very rich. When did the guiding paramount have this condition in the Western world? Besides them, many cultivators from the Eastern world also stayed at Buzhou Mountain to cultivate. In addition to practicing, the other time they spend here is fooling these practitioners, saying that they are related to the Western Church. It should be said not to mention that the two of them were at the top of the Eastern world in terms of cultivation, and quite a few cultivators had indeed worshipped under them. Senior brother, I think Bai is right. At the top of Buzhou Mountain, Zhuanti looked down and suddenly opened his mouth. Reception opened his eyes. What do you mean? After Hongjuan's sermon, Bai purposely found Jian and Zhuanti again before leaving and talked with them for a long time. We have now realized many disciples in the Eastern world, and if we keep using the name Western sect, I'm afraid that it will cause dissatisfaction in the Eastern world. According to Bai, the Western cult should change its name. What does the senior brother suggest? Reception had actually been thinking about what Bio had said to them. Why don't we just follow what Bai said and rename the Western religion as Buddhism? The word Buddha, the human epithet, and the Fo epithet, has a profound meaning. Buddhism. After contemplating for a moment, Reception nodded and said, "This is very good. From today, the Western cult will officially change its name to Buddhism. Since the name has been changed, there is no need for us to hurry back, so we will recruit disciples widely in the Eastern world under the name of Buddhism. When the time is right, return to the West." The two made a decision. Beyond that, there is one more thing. Zhuanti continued. Then a great war broke out between the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits and the East China Sea. Does senior brother have any thoughts on this matter? Qin Fan caused my Western sect to almost be annihilated, destroying our foundation. This matter cannot be let go easily. Are you and I going to help the East Sea this time? Reception shook his head. Senior brother, since we have decided to preach in the Eastern world, it would be best if we don't meddle too much in the affairs of the Eastern world. Qin Fan has great prestige in the Eastern world, and a rash war party will only affect the growth of Buddhism. We just have to bide our time. Reception smiled confidently and said, I had already sensed when I was listening to the sermon earlier that there was quite a contradiction between the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits and the major powers. After these conflicts have been thoroughly aroused, we will then go down to the field and enlighten those who are destined to be there. Cave of Flowers and Fruits. Mountain Lord. This dog, Ancestral Dragon, really doesn't know how to die. You let him go, and he has the audacity to declare war on the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits. Di Jiang and the 11 Ancestral Witches found Qin Fan too. Please, Mountain Lord, allow me to lead my disciples to exterminate the Forsees water tribe. Among the current disciples of the Flower Fruit Mountain Cave, the most numerous besides the witch race was the demon race. Most of the human chi practicing cultivators who had originally worshipped in the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits because Qin Fan had disappeared for too long, for various reasons, had left and turned their heads to the sects of the Interceptor sect, the Elucidator sect, and other forces. However, this did not have much impact on the overall power of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits, but instead there was a hidden rise. Chi cultivators left, which made Manhwa truly become a holy land for the body refining lineage. Almost all of the body refining cultivators in the Eastern world had joined the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits, under the same realm. In this era where there weren't many magical treasures, a body refiner's combat power could be quite a bit stronger than a chi refiner's. If I let you guys take the shot, then I didn't come for nothing? What Qin Fan 2 was waiting for was for the Ancestral Dragon to declare war on the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits. Otherwise he really didn't have a chance to strike. All disciples of Mount Huagua listen to the order. No one may join the battlefield without the permission of this mountain master. Qin Fan 2 looked at the black clouds of demonic energy outside of Mount Huagua, revealing an extremely excited expression. Mountain Lord, Emperor Jiang and the others were greatly puzzled. Are we just going to watch this dog, Ancestral Dragon, strut his stuff outside of Mount Huagua? If this goes on, how can Mount Huagua gain a foothold in the cultivation world in the future? Qin Fan 2 wondered. Who said anything about watching them clamor? What I mean is that the district Forsees water clan, this mountain lord alone is sufficient to deal with it. Saying that, regardless of Di Jiang and the others who froze in place, Qin Fan 2 made a long leap and the somersault cloud appeared under his feet, carrying him into the air. Opposite him were the Forsees water tribes that covered the sky. So, let's get started. Qin Fan 2 rushed towards the Forsees water race army with his weapon in hand. What an arrogant Qin Fan! How dare he look down on the Forsees water tribe like that? 3 of you, we will strike together and take him down. The Dragon King of the Forsees had thought that when their army arrived, Mount Huagua would likewise send all of its disciples to meet them. But I didn't expect that it was already a big army. But the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits even dared to only have Qin Fan to show up. This was simply too much to put them. The Forsees water tribe. In their eyes, the Forsees water tribes obey the order. After we take down Qin Fan, you and I will attack the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits. Ao Jia was the first to manifest his true body, and a 10,000-foot black dragon appeared. After him, West Sea Dragon King Ao Fong, South Sea Dragon King Ao Quan, and North Sea Dragon King Ao Chen simultaneously manifested their true bodies. For true dragons of the true immortal realm struck out at the same time. What a great sound! Seeing this, Qin Fan 2 laughed out loud. A true dragon of the true immortal realm. That's full of treasures. Speaking of which, I really haven't eaten dragon meat or drunk dragon blood yet. Today is finally the day I can have my fill.
The Forsee Dragon King heard more and more angry. At the same time opened his mouth. Above the flower and fruit mountain suddenly pouring rain. Each drop of rain was illuminated by mana and carried the force of 10,000 pounds as it fell. Qin Fan too was holding a weapon, and a dull sound came from the rain and the weapon's impact. Ha ha ha, this level of tactics is useless to me. The weapon swept out in a 1,000-foot sweep, shattering the rain curtain in the air. Qin Fan too stood in the air. If you don't show some real skill, I, Lao Sun, will not be polite. Chapter 71, Entering the Golden Immortal, Chopping the Ancestral Dragon. The Forsees water tribes are routed. 2 in 1. Aojia's 4 dragons' dragon eyes widen angrily. Today, I will be sure to kill you maniacs and trample down the mountain of flowers and fruits. Noisy. Qin Fan no. 2 grunted coldly. If you guys don't hit the mark even when you're given the chance, then don't blame me for my old grandson. It was not easy to find opponents in the true immortal realm, especially since the Forsee Dragon Kings were also all demonic true dragons, which were stronger than ordinary true immortal cultivators. Give them time to make a big move and they don't even know how to capitalize on it. They just push. Could it be that all the water from the Forsees is pouring into your brain? Qin Fan too didn't bother to say anything more and leapt forward. The weapon in his hand illuminated towards Aojia. Boom! The weapon smashed into Aojia's head with unstoppable power. Aojia's huge body plummeted down and crashed into the earth. The ground was smashed out of the dragon-shaped crater. Aojia struggled and flew out from the ground, not waiting for him to react. Qin Fan too arrived in front of him again. Go down! Weapons fell on Aojia like a raging wind and rain, and he didn't have the slightest ability to react. Large drops of blood kept dripping from the air, and the dragon scales were like snowflakes flying out in all directions. Damn it! Aojia hissed up to the sky as he tried to resist, but Qin Fan too's attack was just too fierce, and Aojia couldn't find a chance to fight back at all. Qin Fan, you're too wild. When Ao Fong saw how miserable Aojia was, he immediately activated his divine ability, and countless streams of water transformed into chains towards Qin Fan too. The other 2 dragons followed closely behind. Yoo-hoo! Just focusing on beating him up and forgetting about you guys, huh? Qin Fan too grinned. Body size in this moment became and the Forsees Dragon King is not the same. He reached out and grabbed. Will Ao put the spell chains in the hands? Fierce force under these spell chains into nothingness. At this level, you dare to clamor with my old son. Qin Fan too was disdainful. Call the Ancestral Dragon to come out. With just a few of you stinkers, you're not even qualified to make me warm up. The Ao Fong 3 dragons didn't say anything, they just continued to cast spells and aptitudes, frantically attacking towards Qin Fan too. Qin Fan too's eyes turned cold as he grabbed Aojia on the ground with one hand, dragging the dragon's tail and using him as a whip to Ao Fong. Mountain Lord's strength is still as unfathomable as before. All of the disciples of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits followed Qin Fan too's orders and did not fight the army of the Forsees water tribe, but instead watched Qin Fan too from within the cave. Upon seeing him face the Forsee Dragon Kings alone and beat them senseless, Emperor Jiang couldn't help but lament. There is also a gap between true immortals. Boom boom boom. For huge dragons were blasted into the ground by Qin Fan too one after another. Qin Fan didn't bother to look at them again and turned to charge into the army of the Forsees water race. These aquatic races were even more powerless when facing Qin Fan, and every rod that went down would result in hordes of seafood falling to the ground. Qin Fan. A high-pitched dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and earth as the Ancestral Dragon appeared. Qin Fan too felt something in his heart and looked up. A huge dragon's claw poked out from the clouds, and the strong force contained on it sent Qin Fan too flying dozens of miles away before he managed to stop himself. This golden immortal realm? Qin Fan sensed that the Ancestral Dragon's aura had skyrocketed a great deal from before. Qin Fan, this ancestor still needs to thank you. Without you, I don't know how long it would have taken for this ancestor to break through to Golden Immortal. After the Ancestral Dragon struck, it didn't continue to strike, but instead took on a human form, and now besides Hongjun, this ancestor is the second existence to become the Golden Immortal realm. I won't kill you, I'll extract your soul, so that you too can feel the feeling of having your life controlled by someone else. Yes? Qin Fan too didn't know about the past between the Ancestral Dragon and his own body, but he didn't care. His avenue is to fight. The stronger the enemy was, instead, the more it stirred up his battle spirit and deepened his comprehension of the great Tao of battle, Dharma heaven and earth. Qin Fan too exerted his divine ability and raised his weapon towards the Ancestral Dragon. Ancestral Dragon faintly said. The Forsees water tribes listened to the order to break through the cave of Manhwa. At his command, all the aquatic races in the air flew towards the bottom, and seeing this, Luo Qianyu's face turned cold. Kunlun disciples listened to the order to meet the Forsees water race. At the command of the disciples of Mount Huagua, go to war.
Emperor Jiang also ordered, while taking the lead to fly out of the Flower and Fruit Mountain cave and rushing into the Forsees water tribe. The great battle completely erupted at this moment. Both sides exchanged short blows in space, and there were constantly figures falling from the air. The energy between heaven and earth fluctuated turbulently at this moment. The earth roared, and the mountains collapsed. Countless cultivators in Jiangchang, which was neighboring Flower Fruit Mountain, were also watching this scene. Jiangchang had long been closely connected to the Flower Fruit Mountain, and when the two sides came together in a great battle, Luo Qianyu also led Jiangchang's cultivators to join the battlefield. Ancestral Dragon. Let's change places? Qin Fan too glanced at the battlefield below. Exactly. The two kept flying away from the battlefield. Finally, I can spread my arms and legs. The weapon in Qin Fan 2's hand transformed into a jade pillar in the sky and smashed towards the Ancestral Dragon. It doesn't work. The Ancestral Dragon stretched out his palm and a vast stream of water appeared, blocking Qin Fan 2's attack. The gap between the golden immortal realm and true immortal is like a heavenly rift. Even if you have the power to shake mountains, you can't shake the power of the great Tao. Break! Qin Fan 2 kept waving his weapon, and the shadows of the roiling sticks stacked together and blasted onto the water curtain. The Ancestral Dragon laughed out loud and allowed Qin Fan 2 to attack, a teasing look in his eyes. Once upon a time, the state he was in when he faced Qin Fan and the Qin Fan who was now attacking the water curtain should be the same. Powerless. Humiliation. It's hard to do anything to shake it up, no matter how hard you try. Now he was going to give everything back to Qin Fan and make him feel all the shame he had suffered as well. Ancestral Dragon smugly admired Qin Fan 2's dilemma. The top of the uncharted mountain. Hong Jun sat on a cloud, and a mirror of arcane light appeared in front of him. The Ancestral Dragon is surprisingly the first existence to break through to the golden immortal realm besides this one. The demon race is powerful and unruly, and this Ancestral Dragon is even more so. This time, the Forsees Dragon Clan attacked Mount Huagui in a big way, and with the strength of Mount Huagui it will not be able to completely withstand it. Hong Jun looked down and counted something. If Qin Fan's main body was around, a mere Ancestral Dragon would be able to crush him with one hand, but this splits soul body of his contracted deity. Although it is impossible to project its origin and destination, but at present the potential is more than enough and the strength is not enough. If you want to deal with the Ancestral Dragon, I'm afraid that only relying on the physical strength of the Chaos Demon Ape is not enough. Qin Fan 2's divine soul fused with the Chaos Demon Ape, and although the attributes of both sides were compatible, Qin Fan's main body had, after all, wiped out all of the Chaos Demon Ape's Yuanshan, and his doppelganger needed to recomprehend the Tao of battle on its own. If Ancestral Dragon can kill this split soul body of Qin Fan, the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits is bound to suffer a great defeat, and the Sorcerer and Demon clans will be in an undying situation. Regardless of which side ultimately wins, it will further my father's scheming. The corners of Hongjuan's mouth curled into a smile. Qin Fan. Ah, Qin Fan. You were invincible in the chaos, and my father nearly fell into your hands. But I'm afraid you wouldn't have imagined that this honored one would thus descend to the world from which you came, and that as a result, you would receive a heavenly opportunity. Hongjun quietly watched the battle between Qin Fan and the Ancestral Dragon in the Xin light mirror, and suddenly, his face changed. Break! Qin Fan too wielded his weapon, and at that moment, the heavens and earth suddenly froze for a moment, and immediately afterward, the weapon once again landed on the water curtain summoned by the Ancestral Dragon. The water curtain crumbled and collapsed at this moment, turning into countless water droplets. How? Ancestral Dragon looked at Qin Fan 2 in shock. An awe-inspiring and unyielding battle intent continued to erupt within Qin Fan No. 2, breaking through the heavens. Ha 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 ha. So this is the original intent of the avenue of battle. Countless epiphanies surged in Qin Fan 2's mind. Under the pressure of the Ancestral Dragon, he finally comprehended the Tao of battle, and as a result, he stepped into the Golden Immortal realm. Humph. So what if I break through to Golden Immortal? You've only mastered one great Tao, but this ancestor has more than one great Tao under his control. The Ancestral Dragon's face was cloudy as it transformed into its original form. In an instant, rain, wind, thunder and lightning materialized around him. The wind is rising. Rain falls on 1,000 mountains. Thunderbolt. As the Ancestral Dragon bellowed, the power of wind, rain, lightning and thunder surrounded Qin Fan. Roar! Qin Fan too appeared in the body of a Chaos Demon Ape, and he blasted his fist into the air as all the power of the Ancestral Dragon's aptitudes broke through. The way of war. Hongjuan's face was very unpleasant. After seeing Qin Fan 2 master the avenue of battle and step into the Golden Immortal realm, Hongjun knew the outcome of the battle. The avenue of battle also ranked at the forefront of the 3,000 avenues, on par with his avenue of creation. And in terms of lethality, even Pangu's avenue of force was inferior to the avenue of battle. The wind, rain, thunder, and lightning avenue that Ancestral Dragon had comprehended together could not compare to the avenue of battle. What's more, there was a difference in nature between the Great Tao comprehended by the Ancestral Dragon and the Great Tao comprehended by Qin Fan too. The Great Tao of wind, rain, thunder and lightning existed in the Buzhou mountain, and the Ancestral Dragon was merely gaining the right to use it now, while the Great Tao of battle that Qin Fan too had comprehended was having the right to control it. After coming to this world, Hongjun also realized many things. The demonic gods that Qin Fan had slain in the chaos, and the great Dao that they controlled all returned to this world, becoming the sustenance for the evolution of the heavenly Dao in this place. After this, the cultivators of this world could never surpass the heavenly Dao's control over the great Dao after practicing these returning great Dao, and for those avenues that did not return, the cultivators of this world still had a chance to fight for control. For example, Qin Fan too now comprehended the great Dao of battle. When the chaotic demon ape was first beheaded by Qin Fan, it intercepted the returning Great Tao, so now Qin Fan too had comprehended the Great Tao of battle, and the complete Great Tao of battle had appeared in this world. But in terms of control over this avenue, even the heavenly Tao could not outshine Qin Fan too. In this situation, what could Ancestral Dragon take against Qin Fan too? What a waste! Or do you need this honored one to make a move? It was naturally impossible for Hongjun to watch the Ancestral Dragon fall just like that. He murmured and flicked his fingers, and a few balls of light appeared on Buzhou mountain. This was the Tao of the wind, rain, thunder and lightning avenue. Under Hongjun's control, these Daoyuans flew in the direction of the mountain of flowers and fruits, and then did not enter the Ancestral Dragon's body. The complete control of the four great Tao paths has been temporarily transferred to you by this father. If you still can't win over the body of Qin Fan's split soul in this way, then you're not qualified to call yourself an Ancestral Dragon anymore. Hongjun reached out to close the realm of arcane light. Don't want to watch it. It's only disturbing to watch. Above the mountain of flowers and fruits, the chaos demon ape that Qin Fan too had manifested was bruised and battered, a crisscross of wounds that were shocking to the eyes. Across from him, Ancestral Dragon's appearance was even more miserable. His dragon's horns were all broken, gurgling blood. Only half of the dragon's beard remained, and none of the scales on its entire body were intact. Qin Fan, damn you, damn you! The Ancestral Dragon's eyes revealed incomparable indignation. He had thought that he had achieved golden immortal and could easily kill Qin Fan and wash away his humiliation, but reality slapped him hard in the face. A loach is a loach, and it is difficult to change its nature even if it transforms into a dragon. Qin Fan too grinned and gasped. He was bruised and battered, but his battle spirit was always high. It's time to end this fight. The chaotic demon ape's huge body lunged towards the Ancestral Dragon, grabbing the Ancestral Dragon's head with one hand and his dragon's tail with the other. Berserk and incomparable power erupted on the Ancestral Dragon, which twisted its body crazily, trying to break free. Their mana had all been depleted at this point, and the competition was all about the strength of their fleshly bodies. The Ancestral Dragon's fleshly body was certainly strong, but it was worthless compared to the 3,000 demon gods. What's more, the chaotic demon ape's physical strength was second only to Pangu among the 3,000 demon gods. Qin Fan too erupted with all of his strength, and the Ancestral Dragon's massive body was ripped in two by him. A crystalline dragon tendon was exposed in the air, and Qin Fan too grabbed this dragon tendon and gave it a vicious tug. Ow! The Ancestral Dragon let out a miserable cry of grief. The dragon's tendon was withdrawn and his body was completely separated. Qin Fan too let go of his hand and slammed the broken body of the Ancestral Dragon towards the Forsees water tribe. Countless Forsees water tribes were smashed by the Ancestral Dragon's corpse, and when they got a good look at it, they were horrified in their eyes. Ancestor Dragon is dead. This message spread like a snowflake throughout the Forsees of water. Ancestral Dragon is dead? The Forsee Dragon Kings had been seriously injured by Qin Fan too earlier, and they had not been involved in the battle, but had been at the edge recovering their vitality. When they saw the body of the Ancestral Dragon fall, the panic within them had long surpassed anything. Escape! Run! After looking at each other, the four dragons flew towards the outside of the battlefield. However, their movements were all seen by Emperor Jiang. Trying to run? Late! Zhu Rong, Gong Gong. Each find a target and slaughter these four stinkers. Di Zhang's command reached the ears of the remaining 11 ancestral witches, who simultaneously repelled the enemies before them and chased after the Dragon King of the Forsees. The Forsees dragons were already injured, and faced with the 11 ancestral witches whose realms were comparable to theirs, they were even less able to resist. But in a few moments' time, he was caught up and then died at the hands of the 11 ancestral witches. Once the ancestral dragon and the Forsees Dragon King died, the remaining Forsees water tribes no longer had any intention of fighting and began to scatter and flee. The disciples of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits multiplied their victory and did not know how many Forsees water tribes they had killed. In this battle alone, the Forsees water clan was greatly injured. While the fame of Manhwa went up to a higher level in this new flood world, cave of flowers and fruits, Qin Fan too awoke from his seclusion. After the battle with the Ancestral Dragon, he didn't intervene in the rest of the matter, choosing instead to close the door to stabilize the great Tao of battle. By the time he came out of the gate, more than a month had passed since the war between the Forsees water clan and the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits. The great Tao of battle is thoroughly stabilized, and I'm now at the middle stage of Golden Immortal. The next step is to completely refine the great Tao of battle and attain Tai, Golden Immortal, Tai Golden Immortal, Dala Golden Immortal. These three realms are essentially Golden Immortals, with Tai and Dala being fruitful positions, corresponding to the degree of control over the great Tao. If one could completely refine a great Tao, then one could achieve the great Luo, and wanting to attain the two fruits of Tai and Dala, in addition to one's own mastery of the great Tao. It was also related to the cultivators in the world who practiced this great Tao. For example, Qin Fan 2's avenue of war. The more people who practiced and participated in this avenue, the stronger Qin Fan 2's cultivation would be. Chapter 72, Di Jun, Dong Huang Tai Yi, Shi He Wang Shu should be born, and the demon race heavenly court is established. 2 in 1. The refining of the great Tao of war was simple to say and difficult to say. It was to deepen the understanding of the great Tao between life and death through a battle fight, and ultimately to completely refine the great Tao of battle. Only, nowadays, Qin Fan 2 had also stepped into the Golden Immortal realm. Those who could pose a threat to the new flood world no longer existed. The only one is Hong Jun. Should we go to Buzhou Mountain and find Hong Jun for a fight? Qin Fan 2 pondered this question. The uncharted mountains. After the Ancestral Dragon fell, Hong Jun felt this in his meditation. Wind, rain, thunder and lightning, 4 avenues of the Tao returned, and an irritation rose in Hong Jun's heart. Qin Fan had cast a great psychological shadow on him in the chaos. So even though he knew that Qin Fan 2 of the new flood world was only a body of a split soul, Hong Jun still could not help but feel defensive towards him. My great Tao of creation is not good at fighting, and I must not fight hard with Qin Fan's split soul body. Hong Jun establishes a connection with the new flood heavenly Tao, and in this world, his great Tao of creation is able to break through the limitations and create an existence beyond his own realm. With the fall of the Ancestral Dragon and the great defeat of the Forsees water race, the conflict between the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits and the demon race has become irreconcilable. Nowadays, the Witch clan in the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits is already hunting the demon clan everywhere. Although there are quite a few true immortals in the demon clan, the beginning Phoenix and the Unicorn have already submitted to the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits, and the demon clan is now a scattered mess. If the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits is allowed to wipe out the demon race and inflict heavy damage, the demon race's chi will then be added to the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits. With this fortune added to it, Qin Fan's split soul body will definitely become a hindrance to mastering this world in the future. Hong Jun's opponent today was only the heavenly Tao for the time being, and if there was one more person to compete with them for the control of the world, more unknown changes would occur. We can't let the Flower and Fruit Mountain continue to grow like this. Hong Jun has a plan. Nowadays, the only thing that has the potential to fight against the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits is the demon race. I need to find a way to unify the demon race. He looked up at the great sun in the sky. He had vaguely sensed that something was being birthed in the stars of the great sun in Taiyin when he descended into this world. According to the original speed of the heavenly Tao, it would take a long time for the existences in the stars of the great sun and the Taiyin to be conceived. Let the poor Taoist help you and the others. Hong Jun cast the great Tao of creation to wrap around the two stars, the great sun and the Taiyin. The way of the great sun and the way of the Taiyin belong to the middle of the 3,000 great avenues, but if the two great avenues are fused and intersected, they are enough to rival the top great avenues. Even though we have to use them to deal with the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits, we mustn't leave them unattended. Hong Jun was also clear in his mind. For him to be able to come to this world, apart from Qin Fan's sake, there was bound to be a reason for the heavenly Tao of the new flood world as well. He was scheming against the heavenly Tao, and the heavenly Tao was scheming against his way of creation. Both sides are basically name tags and know exactly what the other wants. Only at this stage, they can only reciprocate. Hong Jun wanted to use the power of the great sun in Taiyin to deal with the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits. And this was not the young plot of the heavenly Tao to accelerate the evolution of everything in this world with the help of his great Tao of creation and to make the great flood world complete. It's just a matter of who can be more skillful at the last minute. Under the influence of the great Tao of Hong Jun's creation, life in the great sun and Taiyin stars accelerated its conception. But, originally, there was only one breath of life in each of the great sun star and the Taiyin star. But under Hong Jun's intentional guidance, these two breaths of life began to diverge and eventually became 4. Inside the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits, Qin Fan too felt something in his heart and looked up at the sky. On the originally clear sky,
the great sun suddenly erupted with an extremely intense light. Two shadows flew out of the great sun. They are immensely large and are seen throughout the new flood world. These were two golden crows born with 3 legs, all golden in color, like they were condensed from the fire of the sun.
I am Emperor June. I am the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi.
The two golden crows raised their voices to the sky, their powerful aura sweeping across the entire heaven and earth.
Golden immortal realm. Countless people's faces changed drastically when they sensed the aura of the two. Nowadays,
the golden immortal realm cultivators of the entire heaven and earth are only Hongjun and Qin Fan number 2.
And now they even come out of the great sun with 2? Hongjun looked at Dijun and Donghuang Tai from Buzhou Mountain,
a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth.
Luckily, my father left a hand and split the great sun golden crow into 2.
Otherwise this great sun golden crow would have been born by occupying the Qi and favored by the heavenly Tao. And I'm only afraid that it would have the cultivation of a peak golden immortal when it appeared. At that time, I'm afraid that it will only become an uncontrollable variable like that Qin Fan split soul body.
And now,
no matter how strong these two golden crows are in the future, they will not be able to escape my father's control.
With a thought, Hongjun flew out 2 magic treasures from the great sun.
One was a river map Luo Qianyu that covered the sky and was transformed by the stars and rivers in the sky. One is the vast and magnificent chaos bell. Both of these magic treasures were birthed by chaos. The former was originally a companion treasure of the star demon god, while the latter was born out of chaos. Both of these chaos treasures had been acquired by Qin Fan, and the one that appeared in the new flood world was created by Hongjun using the great Tao of creation. After the birth of Emperor Jun and Emperor Tai of the East, the light of the blazing sun in the air converged. In the direction opposite to that of the great sun, the star Tai-in appears in the daytime. 2 graceful and luxurious figures also walked out.
My name is Shiha. My name is Wangshu.
The two of them had the same aura of the golden immortal realm,
though they were slightly weaker than Dijun and Emperor Tai. Seeing both Shiha and Wangshu, Dijun, if he felt something, took a step forward and embraced them into his arms. Husband. Shiha and Wangshu were on the left and the right,
looking at the tall and majestic Dijun with a lot of affection in their eyes.
Big brother, 2 sisters-in-law.
East Emperor Tai then came before Dijun and said with a smile,
today, you and I are born as brothers,
and big brother is tying the knot with his 2 sisters-in-law, so it is worth celebrating. What the second brother said was good. Emperor Jun nodded his head slightly,
and after a moment of contemplation, he said, this Emperor Jun, born in response to the great fortune of the heavenly Tao, shall rule over the demon race.
Therefore, the heavenly court will be established and made known to the world.
All demon races can enter my heavenly court.
Dijun's voice was vast and continuous, spreading throughout the entire new flood world.
And then, he lowered his head and looked at Shiha and Wangshu.
On the day of the establishment of the heavenly court, I shall make it known to the world that you are the heavenly queen of the heavenly court,
all at the mercy of my husband.
Shiha and Wangshu had no objections to this.
Is this right? Buzhou Mountain, mountain of flowers and fruits.
Hongjun and Qin Fan too looked at the scene in the sky and simultaneously fell into deep thought.
According to Hongjun's scheme, he divided the great sun and Tai-in into 4 separate life forms, with the intention of dividing their control over the great sun and Tai-in Wei. The great sun and Tai-in were originally complementary yin and yang, and the 2 original beings would naturally be married after their birth. But now that there is clearly an Eastern Emperor Tai, Shiha and Wangshu are surprisingly still married to Emperor Jun. In the face of this situation, Donghuang Tai, this idiot, even showed a big teeth joy? Doesn't he know that this will make himself weaker than Emperor Jun forever?
Qin Fan too's thoughts were different from Hongjun's,
and he only felt sour. Nice guy. As soon as the wife was born,
she was arranged, and it was still 2 extremely beautiful women of the world.
Emperor Jun, this kid's dog luck is really good.
But Qin Fan too was more excited.
The aura of these 2, Dijun and Donghuang Tai, was very strong.
Even stronger than he who had just broken through to the golden immortal realm. With such an opponent around, his avenue of battle would definitely be able to go further. Therefore, upon hearing that Dijun was going to unify the demon race and establish the heavenly court, Qin Fan too developed a strong expectation.
Mountain Lord,
Dijun and Donghuang Tai are obviously coming for us. Jiang came in front of Qin Fan too. Mountain Lord, you have just killed the Ancestral Dragon and dealt a heavy blow to the demon race.
And now Dijun is due to come into existence.
If he really unifies the demon race, I'm afraid that he will only declare war on the mountain of flowers and fruits in the same way as the Ancestral Dragon did.
Isn't that a good thing?
Qin Fan too laughed out loud. I control the great Tao of battle, and the sorcerer race was born for battle.
Could it be that we, the mountain of flowers and fruits, need to be afraid of the heavenly court? Since I am not afraid, Dijun said coldly, if they dare to come, I will make sure that the demon race has no return. So much the better. Qin Fan too patted Emperor Jiang's shoulder.
Then we'll wait for the heavenly court to be established.
I'd like to see what Emperor Jun is going to do.
The news of the establishment of the heavenly court spread throughout the entire new flood world.
Original.
The fall of the Ancestral Dragon created a sense of crisis among the demon clans of the new flood.
Qin Fan was too powerful, and if he freed his hands to deal with them,
with the current strength of the demon race, it was impossible for anyone to fight against Qin Fan.
Now that Emperor Jun and Emperor Tai of the East had come out of nowhere to create the heavenly court,
it caused the major demon races of the new flood to defect. Although the Forsees water race had suffered a heavy blow, the demon race was too numerous and had coalesced into the heavenly court this time around,
and was overall able to wield even more battle power than in the era of the Ancestral Dragon, the beginning Phoenix, and the Qilin.
Regarding the establishment of the heavenly court,
other than the mountain of flowers and fruits,
the rest of the major powers remained neutral. The new flood world is in the wind,
and the most complicated mood is not Qin Fan too, not Hong Jun, and even more so, not Ji Yan battle Wushuang and others. Instead, it's Jiang Xue.
At the beginning of the mythic advent, Jiang Xue was barely considered one of the popular figures in Jiang City. She boasted that she had contracted the 9 heavenly maidens, and her heart was higher than the heavens, and she established the heavenly court.
But over time, she became a complete joke.
The so-called heavenly court had even failed to get even a power token to enter the power rankings. The gap between her and Qin Fan also grew wider and wider.
Until now, her name was unknown.
The news of Di Jun's establishment of the heavenly court caused a sensation throughout the world.
And in contrast, Jiang Xue looked more and more like a clown.
If I didn't sneer at Qin Fan in the beginning, but instead stayed with him,
now I should be the mountain master's wife of the mountain of flowers and fruits, just like Shiha and Wangshu, attracting people's admiration, right? A bitter smile rose from the corners of Jiang Xue's mouth. To a vain person like Jiang Xue,
this feeling was worse than death.
Unfortunately, she didn't have the courage to die either, and could only remain tormented by this state of mind. The most useless thing in the world is regret. The location of the heavenly court of the demon race was chosen above the clouds of the 33 heavens.
After the heavenly court was formally established,
the demon races of the new floodlands joined in.
The first to become a member of the heavenly court was a great demon from the North Sea named Qin Fan. When the Forsees water clan attacked the mountain of flowers and fruits, he was one of the demon clans that managed to escape.
After Qin Fan joined the heavenly court,
the remaining members of the Forsees water tribe joined him and became the first force in the heavenly court.
After this, many ferocious beasts were also subdued by Emperor Jun and Emperor Tai. In the process,
the first conflict erupted between the heavenly court and the mountain of flowers and fruits. When the heavenly court was first established, it needed to build up its prestige, and the 4 ferocious beasts were all subdued by Qin Fan,
becoming the divine beasts of Mount Huagua.
In order to save the 4 ferocious beasts from the 4 great beasts, the East Emperor Tai came alone with the Chaos Bell in hand, and although he ultimately failed to return under the obstruction of Qin Fan too, he also let the fame of the heavenly court hit the ground running.
Since then,
the heavenly court has completely become the holy land of the world's demon race,
just as the mountain of flowers and fruits is now the holy land of the witch race. After Di Jun made a big mess of the mountain of flowers and fruits,
Di Jiang and the other 12 great ancestral witches were not willing to lag behind, and they traveled around the new floodlands to kill the demon race. The conflict between the 2 clans became more and more intense.
However, in the face of this situation,
neither Qin Fan too nor Di Jun had come down to strike. They were clear to each other that a great war was bound to break out between the heavenly court and the mountain of flowers and fruits, but the time had not yet come.
Time flies.
The heavenly court had become one of the biggest forces in the new flood world.
This day, East Emperor Tai found Emperor Jun.
Big brother, now that the heavenly court's great power has been established and the demon race's fortune is flourishing,
it's time for a showdown with the mountain of flowers and fruits.
Once we overthrow the mountain of flowers and fruits, we can then follow the trend of conquering the entire new flood world and bring the human race under the heavenly court as well.
At that time, the chi of the human and demon races will converge in the heavenly court, and you, big brother, will be able to use this to become the true master of the new flood, replacing the heavenly Tao.
Emperor Jun sat on his throne and nodded his head in agreement.
The battle between the heavenly court and the mountain of flowers and fruits cannot be avoided.
Although the mountain of flowers and fruits is the holy land of the sorcerer race, these sorcerer races are nothing more than self-proclaimed, and are all essentially made of the human race, and overthrowing the mountain of flowers and fruits would be the same as occupying half of the human race's chi. But the various forces of the human race are ambiguous about the fight between the heavenly court and the mountain of flowers and fruits. Though, they can watch the flower and fruit mountain perish,
but they definitely won't let the heavenly court take away their chi. Before that,
it's still necessary to test the attitude and bottom line of the human race.
Di Jun thought for a moment and said,
Have Bo Jie patrol the heavens on behalf of the sun to see how the various forces of the human race react.
Yes. East Emperor Tai Chi nodded his head as he sniffed. After Di Jun united with Shi He and Wang Shu,
he gave birth to 10 golden crows, who were named the Crown Prince of Heaven.
One of them, Bo Jian, was the eldest son of Di Jun and Shi He.
The Great Sun Star and the Taiyin Star were one of the cores of the world, and Di Jun had asked Bo Jie to patrol the heavens on behalf of the sun, in order to use this to tell all the living beings in the new flood world that the heavenly court was going to be in charge of the entire new flood world.
The next day, under Di Jun's divine power,
the original light of the Great Sun Star was hidden, and the new flood world was plunged into darkness.
Just as everyone was in disbelief about this, Bohan appeared in the air. The sun appeared? No, today's sun is not the same as the previous sun. This is the Golden Crow Prince of the Heavenly Court? Nowadays,
there were already people in the new flood world who had continuously broken through to the Golden Immortal realm, and they could see the difference between the great suns in the air. It was a golden crow,
pulled by 9 giant dragons running through the air. After seeing this scene,
the golden immortals of the new floodplain understood what Di Jun meant.
Patrolling the heavens on behalf of the sun.
Not only does Di Jun want to be the lord of the heavenly court of the demon race,
he wants to be the lord of the heavenly court of the flood. What ambition!
The 2 stars of the Great Sun and Taiyin are the foundation of the survival of all races. Emperor Jun Donghuang Taiyi and Shiha Wangshu were born in the 2 stars.
They have the ability. For a while, the entire world was captivated by the Burkholder patrolling the heavens on behalf of the sun. In the face of this matter, all the forces of the new flood wilderness were extremely dissatisfied, but no one was the first to come forward. Chapter 73 Disaster Relief and Disasters. Teacher.
This move by the Heavenly Court is clearly challenging the bottom line of the various races of the new flood wasteland.
Are we just going to let them be so rampant?
Inside the Jade Void Palace,
the 12 true immortals came before Ji Yan. Ji Yan swept a glance at his disciples, his gaze finally landing on Huanglong. Yellow Dragon. What do you think about this? Huanglong, since the last serious injury back to the Jade Palace has been closed to recuperate from injuries and cultivation,
but also counted the blessings of the disaster.
Cultivation further. Nowadays,
within the Jade Void Palace,
his cultivation was enough to be ranked in the top 5,
and he was firmly in the top position among the 12 true immortals.
However, because he was of the body of a demon,
his relationship with his fellow disciples within the Jade Void Palace had always been uneventful.
This time,
the bow on behalf of the Day Patrol caused dissatisfaction among the disciples within the Jade Void sect,
but Ji Yan had not been saying anything about it,
and the 11 true immortals couldn't help themselves, which is why they found Huanglong,
and asked him to come along to look for Ji Yan.
Huanglong was not in a position to say much about this matter because of his own status, but seeing that Ji Yan asked him, he could only truthfully say, "Disciple follows all of my teacher's teachings." Ji Yan nodded slightly before looking at the rest of the people. The heavenly court patrols the heavens on behalf of the sun is not aimed at my hierarchy, so why do you need to be so agitated? Just meditate and cultivate like the yellow dragon.
But, the rest of the people still want to say more. Ji Yan faintly said,
"This matter for the master has its own plan.
You and others and retreat." When the 12 true immortals saw Ji Yan's attitude,
they didn't dare to say anything more and could only leave the hall as they were told.
After going out,
one of the true immortals looked coldly at Huanglong and said,
"Senior brother, you have a high level of cultivation, and your teacher has always treated you differently. This time the heavenly court acted in such a way, disregarding all the races in the world. If I, the hierarchy, can step forward, I will be able to collect the hearts of the people in the world as a result." Why did senior brother not say a word? Could it be because senior brother is from the demon race, and therefore is indifferent to this move by the demon race? Also, in the future, if the demon race takes control of the new flood authority, senior brother, as a demon race, naturally may also be able to get a portion of luck to add to his fortune, which is always a great benefit. Shidoshi.
Huanglong immediately droned out in a deep voice at his words.
Since I have worshipped under Jade Void, I am a disciple of Jade Void,
but the teacher has his own arrangements for this matter,
so why should we need to trespass?
Humph. As Huanglong's words fell, that true immortal directly whisked his sleeves away.
Hey, senior.
A few true immortals chased after them, while the remaining few appeased Huanglong.
Senior brother Huanglong, don't be angry.
Senior brother Lin Shan, he also said it without meaning to.
Senior brother Lin Shan, why are you so grumpy?
Several true immortals caught up with Lin Shan and persuaded him.
Two senior brothers, we Hierophants are also a human force no matter what, so we should be mindful of the greater good. Since I worship into the hierarchy, before and after the occurrence of many major events,
and the flower and fruit mountain to compete for opportunities and treasures.
This is the cultivation of the common competition.
Who wins and who loses by means of no excuse.
I can understand if the teacher doesn't intervene when the disciples of the witch clan of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits are fighting with the demon clan and with the dragon clan of the Forsees. But now, the demon heavenly court has the ambition to unify the flood, patrolling the heavens on behalf of the sun. If we are still indifferent, in the future, the entire world of the human race can still have a place to live? Lin Shan gritted his teeth and said, in front of the great justice of the human race, shouldn't we temporarily put aside our internal strife to unite as one? Senior brother, be careful what you say. Teacher's move must have a deeper meaning. What's the deep meaning? Lin Shan exclaimed. It's nothing more than the fact that the Flower Fruit Mountain is so powerful, and teacher he's unwilling to compromise the Jade Void Sex battle force because of it. It's just a matter of both sides fighting and fighting to the death. Several true immortals had their faces changed drastically after hearing such audacious words from Lin Shan. Who of them doesn't know the truth of this? But the world is bustling. After cultivation, they immortals had long been as if they were clouds in mud. Even if the demon heavenly court can finally unify the flood, it doesn't really have much impact on them. As long as their own strength is enough, they can naturally occupy a place in the flood world. As for whether or not those mortals were enslaved by the demon race and turned into cattle and horses, it was none of their business. It shouldn't be like this. Cultivation shouldn't be like this. Lin Shan shook his head and left the Jade Void Palace, and the fellow disciples behind him looked at him, not knowing how to persuade him for a while. This situation has actually been played out in all the major forces of the human race. Some people thought that they couldn't let the demon celestial court be so rampant and had to stand up to them, but there were also people who had misgivings and were worried about their own losses. High above, Birch set out in the Nine Dragons' throne following the orbit of the Great Day Star. He looked down at the earth below, and contempt rose in his heart. He is the crown prince of the hallowed demon race, and the mortal cultivators of the lower realms should worship him. Father has asked me to patrol the heavens on behalf of the sun. The original intention is to show the powerful prestige of the heavenly court to the flood world. Just how can these people feel the heavenly authority when they rise and fall in this way according to the great sun star in general? Bertram's mind moved. The sun he had visualized suddenly erupted 1,000 times 10,000 times beyond the heat of the great sun's unusual irradiation at this moment. In an instant, the temperature of the entire new flood world skyrocketed at this moment. The waters of the great rivers began to boil and the mountains were on fire. After the coming of the myth, many technological means failed and the way of life of the human race began to change. However, because of the heavenly mission in place, some practitioners of small sects would utilize their own spells to solve some of the various problems they met in life. For example, if there is a drought in a certain place, there will be a monk who will come here to cast spells to bring down rain. And if there is a flood in a certain place, there will also be a monk who will use his divine ability to open up the river and build a dam. A lot of scientific and technological means will instead be more convenient when they are replaced by spells. Cultivators who accomplish these things would be rewarded with heavenly tasks, and there was a mutual fulfillment between mortals and cultivators that was quite harmonious. A city in the middle. There was just an earthquake here and half the city was nearly destroyed. Many practitioners have come to this place, each casting spells to rescue people in danger due to the earthquake. Condensation. A cultivator mobilized his mana and condensed clear water. Guys, have some water first. He gave this moisture to the victims to replenish the missing water. Up, not far away, more cultivators used their mana to clear away the collapsed rubble and rescue others who were buried. Thank you to this monk-sama. Kuei Gang was a disciple of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits, as well as a practitioner indentured to the Witch Quester, and in accordance with the practice of Emperor Jiang, he also discarded his original name and walked the floodplains under the name of Quester. Come out first. He grabbed half of the rickety building with one hand and cleared the ground of debris with the other. Once the people below had been rescued, Cotter threw the collapsed building with such force that the building landed with pinpoint accuracy in the clearing where the rubble had been piled. After doing this, he was just about to go save the other person when he suddenly felt the temperature around him rising. The physical strength of the sorcerer clan was very strong, and this level of elevated heat was not something unbearable for him. But the ordinary people he had just rescued couldn't stand it. They were already severely dehydrated from being trapped in the ruins, and after baking under such a hot sun, they soon became dizzy and fell head over heels to the ground. What's going on? Cotter snapped his head up to look at the great sun in the air. Chapter 74, Kwafu chasing the sun, Deji shooting the golden crow. In the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits, in addition to the 12 ancestor witches, who were existences at the peak of the true immortal realm, there were also many great witches. Their realm cultivation varied, with Quaif being the closest existence to an ancestral witch. With his cultivation level, he was naturally able to tell that the sun in the air was not the great sun star, but the golden crow prince. Bo Hu, great wizard of Quagmire. The temperature around us keeps climbing. Ordinary people simply can't take it anymore. We've tried our best to cast spells to ward off this power, but there's no way to completely block it, and it won't last long. One by one, the relief cultivators each used their own means to resist the power of the burrow. Cotter raised his eyes and looked around. The mortals who had been rescued earlier fell to the ground one by one, their vitality dissipating. Damn thing! Cotter growled angrily as he threw the wooden staff in his hand. This was his original magic weapon, which was also at the tier of an innate spiritual treasure. When the wooden staff landed, it transformed into a large, dense peach forest. Move all the people to the peach forest. Cotter bellowed and exerted his magical powers to carry those around him to the bottom of the peach forest. The temperature in the peach forest was normal, and the monks here carried the mortals inside and hid down with them. It was because they realized that the rising temperature had been able to dissipate their own mana. Cultivators below the heavenly immortal realm also began to be unable to block the scorching of this great sun. Ha ha ha, humble human race, now you know how powerful my demon race is? Buriki sat on the frame of the 9 dragons and laughed freely as he watched the scene taking place in the world below. Consider this one as a deterrent for you and the others. After doing all this, Bo then drove the 9 dragons, quickly following the great sun's orbit to complete a circle and return to the heavenly court. And after he went back, the whole land was plunged into darkness. What's going on? How can it be dark after only half a day of daylight? The entire new floodlands were thrown into panic and chaos because of this anomaly. Celestial Court, Pangu. This is the palace of the 10 golden crows. As soon as Bo had returned, the other 9 golden crows swarmed over. Big brother, how does it feel to patrol the sky on behalf of the sun? Are all the races in this lower realm kneeling in submission to you? Big brother, why are you back so soon? The golden crow princes asked with 7 mouths, and Bohan proudly told them what he had done. The end. He then continued, I am the great prince of the heavenly court. How can I really serve the human race in the lower realms? After doing this I will return. Second brother, how about letting you try out the Generation Sun Patrol next as well? Yeah. Zhong Lang, the second prince of the golden crow, lit up before his eyes. After the establishment of the heavenly court, the conflict between the demon race and the mountain of flowers and fruits intensified. And although the two sides did not formally go to war, it would be a big battle between each of them when they came across each other. In order to protect the 10 golden crows, Emperor Jun strictly forbade them to leave the heavenly court, which made the 10 golden crows very bored. Right now it was hard to get a chance to go for a walk in the new flood. Zhonglang immediately drove the 9 dragons' carriage away from the Tang Valley. Second brother, come back early so we can have some fun too. A few golden crows behind him called out, and Zhonglang responded, no hurry, wait for me to come back. Zhonglang came out of the Valley of Soup, and the whole earth was bright again. Only he was even more ferocious than Bo Jiao, pushing his own sun flame to the extreme. At this, not only did the rivers and lakes of the earth boil violently, but there were ferocious fires everywhere as a result. Ha ha ha, interesting, really interesting. Zhonglang watched everything happening in the lower realm from the air and laughed openly. Countless cultivators all looked up at the sky, extremely angry, but they also know that the golden crow is the prince of the heavenly court. With the entire heavenly court as a backer, even if they are no longer dissatisfied with this, they are powerless to change. What are the great powers of the human race doing? Why don't they go out and stop what the heavenly court is doing? What about the Jade Void Palace? What about the Interceptor sect? Do they not know how to do anything else but suppress the other forces of the human race? The disciples of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits have always been fighting the heavenly demons. Is the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits the only place for the human race? A bunch of flat hairs. The quaffle below was so enraged that he couldn't sit still any longer. He leaped and came to mid-air, turning into a giant thousands of feet tall after casting Dharma sky and earth, charging straight at Zhonglang in the air. Ha! Zhonglang was admiring the disaster in the lower realm when he suddenly felt something in his heart and looked in one direction. True immortal cultivators are from the Witch Clan. After sensing Cotter's constant approach, Zhonglang laughed coldly. In the process, it wasn't that there were no cultivators who tried to block him, but none of them were able to get close to him, and halfway through the process, they were burned by his own solar flame as their mana dissipated and turned into flying ash. Facing the incoming quasar, Zhonglang concentrated the power of the sun flame and continuously attacked towards quasar. Under the Dharma heaven and earth, Cotter's physical body was incomparably strong, and even the blazing roast of the sun's fire could not break his defense. Seeing this, Zhonglang immediately panicked. He drove the 9 dragons' frame to flee frantically, with Quester in hot pursuit behind him. Die for me! Seeing that he was close to Zhonglang, Quaif slammed his fist out. Space seemed to coalesce at this moment. Zhonglang suffered a heavy blow, and a large mouthful of golden blood was sprayed out of his mouth. How? I'm also at the true immortal realm, and I'm from the Golden Crow clan, and he was able to seriously injure me with a single punch. Zhonglang, who almost flew out of the 9 dragons' carriage frame, deeply felt that death was approaching. He didn't dare to stay any longer, and desperately fled towards the Tang Valley. Big brother, help me. In the middle of the Tang Valley, Bo Chiu was still telling the remaining Golden Crow about his deeds, and after hearing Zhong Lang's call for help, he and the other Golden Crows left the Tang Valley. Second brother. What happened? Zhong Lang shouted in panic. It's a disciple of the Witch Clan. He intercepted me not long after I left the Tang Valley. Hateful guy. Bo also saw the ever-approaching Quafu. The Tang Valley is the focus of the Heavenly Court. And how dare the disciples of the witch race dare to pursue and kill them here? Their crime is unforgivable. Second brother, don't panic. Big brother will stop him for you. Big brother, let's strike together as well. Yes. Bo nodded. And 9 Golden Crows appeared from the Tang Valley. In an instant, the temperature between heaven and earth once again increased by more than 10 times. The 10 sun flames simultaneously attacked towards Cotter, and his huge body instantly burst into flames. Severe pain swept through his entire body, and Cotter fell from the air, smashing a mountain peak into collapse and crumbling. Humph. Several virtuous brothers, make a move together and sunburn him to ashes. Bo did not stop because of this. Instead, he and the other 9 Golden Crows chased out of the Tang Valley and pushed the sun flame to the extreme in the skies above Quafu. The chasing battle between Quafu and the 10 Golden Crows was seen by many, and after seeing him under siege, the Witch Clan disciples of Mount Huagua rushed towards the place where the two sides were fighting. Deceive me that there is no one in Mount Huagua? A tall man of divine martial arts looked at the 10 great Golden Crows in the sky and let out a furious cry, summoning his own innate magic weapon with his backhand. His name was De, and he was a great sorcerer of the mountain of flowers and fruits, just like Quafu. De's innate magic weapon is an innate divine bow. After pouring his own mana into the divine bow, a mana divine arrow appeared. From now on, my magic treasure is named the Sun-Shooting Divine Bow. Go! The divine arrow infused with his full strength strike shot towards a Golden Crow in the air. Chapter 75, Eastern Emperor Tai strikes. 12 ancestral witches gather. This arrow of De cuts through the sky. The two of them, he and Quafu, were the strongest existences of the witch race besides the 12 ancestral witches. Even purely in the aspect of killing power, De is not inferior to the 12 great ancestral witches. The power of his arrow was enough to shoot through the 10 great Golden Crows. Feeling the crisis of death from the divine arrow, Bo shouted, "Forget about Quafu for now. Together we will offset this arrow." Saying that, the 10 great Golden Crows manifested their Golden Crow bodies together. They flapped their wings high in the air, and countless flames fell like rain to counteract the power of the divine arrows. De laughed coldly and pulled back the sun-shooting divine bow once again. If you can block one arrow, can you block the rest? Whoosh! A divine arrow broke through the air. De's divine power seemed to be endless. The flames in the air were shot out, and the mana of the 10 Golden Crows rapidly drained away. Big brother, I can't hold on much longer. Zhong Lang had been seriously injured by Quafu before, and then faced with De's furious storm of divine arrows, he quickly couldn't hold on. Let's quickly ask father for help. De's strength is too terrifying. He's not an unusual true immortal. We can't stop him. Huang gritted his teeth and remained silent, only flapping his wings frantically and urging the sun god Flame. Emperor Jun ordered him to patrol the sky on behalf of the sun, but now he himself has played a bad game, and if he asks for help from the heavenly court at this time, then he is bound to make Emperor Jun feel that he is a waste. As the titular heavenly court grand prince, he would never allow such a thing to happen. Big brother, Zhong Lang roared. Just at this time, De seized the break of the 10 Golden Crows, and a divine arrow directly penetrated Zhong Lang's chest. Wow! After being hit by this arrow, Zhong Lang let out a miserable and incomparable scream. His essence was annihilated by the divine arrow, and his huge body fell straight down towards the bottom. First one, being hit by his divine arrow. Whoever was under the golden immortal would surely perish. The true immortal cultivation of the 10 Golden Crows was already full of water, and Zhong Lang was dead. Second brother, Bo watched Zhong Lang fall, and instantly jealoused his eyes. Aha! He hissed angrily as the mana within his body burned and a huge ball of flame appeared in the air. Die! I want you dead! Birkenstock went into a frenzy and pushed this ball of flame downward. During the fall, the fireball continued to grow large enough to cover a large city, playing with fire in front of me. Little mongrel, you're still a bit young. Extinguish! A lanky figure with long fiery red hair appeared below the flames. He stretched out his palm, and the terrifying fireball was fixed in the air. Immediately after that, he sucked violently, and the fireball was swallowed cleanly by him. Shu Rong ancestor witch. De recognized the man. Great job, De. Shu Rong came to him. Shoot down all 9 of these mongrel chickens for me. With that, Shu Rong put one hand on De's back. De's spirit lifted as he pulled back his sun-shooting divine bow, and a divine arrow with flames appeared out of thin air. I'd like to see if these mongrel chicken sunflame is better than Laozi's origin divine flame or not. Whoosh! The flame god arrow shot out, hitting a golden crow squarely. Lao San! Bertram screamed in horror, only to see that the golden crow that was shot by this divine arrow actually burned up, and in just a moment's effort, it was burned to the ground and its body turned into dust. The golden crow that was born in the middle of the sun was surprisingly burned to a crisp by the flames. At this moment, Burton really panicked. Escape! Run! He roared, and the remaining 7 golden crows desperately flew toward the air. At the same time, a golden feather appeared in Bo Jiao's hand and violently crushed it. Heaven! Emperor Jun's heart throbbed and he rose up with a start. Something's happened to Bohan. When he asked Bo to patrol the heavens on behalf of the sun, Di Jun anticipated that the forces of the new flood world would take issue with the matter. Therefore, in order to avoid any accidents for Bakuang, he specially gave him a life-preserving golden feather. Once he encountered a crisis he couldn't face, he would sense it by simply crushing the golden feather. This golden feather had its own mana sealed in it, and was able to protect Bo in it against a deadly strike from a golden immortal realm cultivator. Big brother, let me go. Dong Huangtai stood out. I'd like to see who in the new flood world dares to go against the heavenly court. Yes, East Emperor Tai Chi sacrificed the chaos bell, and in the next moment, he disappeared from the heavenly court. Di Jun's mana formed a barrier that protected Bo and the 7 golden crows. De, shoot for me. I don't believe that this Tao of golden immortal mana will be able to protect these stray chickens for long. Xu Rong was at the early stage of the golden immortal realm, a bit of a gap compared to Di Jun, but he couldn't hold him back for long in the face of this rootless mana. De nodded his head and shot 9 arrows in one breath. With each arrow, the mana barrier would weaken. After the 9th arrow, this mana barrier directly exploded. Die! De once again coldly shoots arrows. No! Bakuang looked fearfully at the oncoming divine arrow. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Boom! A magnificent chaos bell enveloped the golden crow such as the Bo. De's arrow, which was enough to kill a peak true immortal, was blocked. Second uncle save me. When he saw the chaos bell, Bo Jia was overjoyed and immediately shouted, Second uncle. The second and third brothers were killed by them. You must avenge them. East Emperor Tai Yi stood in the air, extremely angry upon hearing this. Good. What a great E. What a Zhu Rong. How dare you dare to kill the nephew of my Emperor Tai Yi of the East, the crown prince of the heavenly court. Bah! You East Emperor Tai Yi is marvelous? The heavenly court is marvelous? How many disasters have been brought to the flooded earth because of these stray chickens? They deserve to die. When Xu Rong saw the appearance of the East Emperor Tai Yi, he leaped forward and confronted him. Just you? Where are the other ancestral witches of the mountain of flowers and fruits? Call them all out. East Emperor Tai Yi coldly snorted. I will use your flesh and blood to blood sacrifice my nephew. Against you, old man alone is enough. Zhu Rong grabbed with his big hand and a fire dragon appeared, roaring as it rushed towards the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi. Classy. The Eastern Emperor Tai Chi didn't give a damn. He was in the late golden immortal stage, and a step away from the peak, and the gap between Zhu Rong and his realm was too great. Go! A hazy light emitted from the chaos bell, dispersing Zhu Rong's fire dragon, and immediately afterward, it came toward him to suppress him. Boom! Zhu Rong performed Dharma heaven and earth, turning into a 10,000 foot giant, and an endless sea of fire rose around him to resist the chaos bell. A mere early golden immortal sorcerer clan wants to resist my chaos bell? Extinguish me! Zhu Rong only felt a terrifying pressure coming from his body, and it was like his huge body was going to be crushed. One is not enough, so what about adding me? And me? Me too! A portal appeared in the void, and an ancestral witch walked out of it. East Emperor Tai Chi, today I'm going to slaughter you here. Emperor Jiang clenched his fists as his golden immortal realm cultivation exploded. The 12 great ancestral witches gathered at this moment, surrounding the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi in the center. Chapter 76, 12 ancestral witches battle the Eastern Emperor. Hongjun appears to stop Qin Fan Di Jun. The 12 ancestral witches have gathered. Very good. By exterminating you all here, the mountain of flowers and fruits is also equivalent to half of it being ruined. East Emperor Tai Chi didn't panic in the slightest. East Emperor Tai Chi, do you really think you're invincible? Emperor Jiang snorted. These words are for you as well. Beheading you will equal a heavy loss for the heavenly demon race as well. Space break. Emperor Jiang let out a low gulp, and inches of the space where the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi was appeared to break. The Eastern Emperor Tai Yi transformed into flames and disappeared from his original spot, then reassembled his form on another ground. The Space Avenue. Nothing more. Yeah? Emperor Jiang disappeared in place, and in the next moment, he arrived behind Emperor Tai Yi of the East and blasted his fist behind Emperor Tai Yi of the East. Boom! The deafening sound spread throughout the heavens and earth. The chaos bell enveloped the Eastern Emperor Tai, and Emperor Zhang's punch blasted into the bell.
Energy fluctuations escaping in all directions.
Humph! Watch me break this turtle shell. Emperor Jiang frantically threw a punch, and a ripple of mana surfaced on the surface of the chaos bell. Just you want to break my chaos bell? With a wave of the East Emperor Tai's big hand, a grey light erupted from the chaos bell and blasted at Emperor Zhang's chest, sending him flying hundreds of miles. Big brother! The remaining 11 ancestral witches saw this and struck out at the same time. Facing the crowd's siege, East Emperor Tai Chi was not the least bit flustered and dealt with it calmly. Cotter, are you okay? Dai came to Quester and helped him up. Ahem, won't die for a while. The Quaffle's breath shriveled, but it didn't spill over into the life essence. Dai, the ancestral witch is fighting with the Eastern Emperor Tai. We can't intervene in the struggle between the golden immortals, but these golden crows absolutely can't be spared. Don't worry, I understand. Seeing that Quaif was in an okay state, Dai once again locked his gaze on the golden crow in the air. A sharp arrow whistled and attacked. No good. Bo's scalp tingled as he and the other golden crows joined forces to deflect the arrow. Without Zhu Rong's boost, the power of the arrow shot by Dai was greatly reduced, but the several golden crows were in an even worse state, their mana almost depleted. Second uncle, help me! Burrow hissed frantically as he blocked an arrow. The Eastern Emperor Tai sniffed and became furious. Dai, how dare you? He said angrily, if I hurt my nephew again, I will set your bones to ashes. Why wouldn't I dare? Dai spoke coldly. The 12 great ancestral witches combined their efforts, and although they were temporarily unable to break the defense of the Chaos Bell, they also trapped Dong Huang Tai in place and were unable to be distracted, and could only watch as Dai killed a golden crow with an arrow. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Inside the Chaos Bell, the Eastern Emperor Tai appeared as a tens of thousands of feet three-legged golden crow appeared. Die for me! In the air, endless sun true flames appeared, and space was burned and twisted and broken. Stop him! Emperor Jiang shouted loudly and used his full strength as well. He completely exerted his ancestral witch true body with 6 feet and 4 wings. The rest of the ancestral witches also appeared in their true ancestral witch bodies when they saw this and pushed their battle power to the extreme. The battle between the dozen or so golden immortal realm cultivators was so volatile that the cultivators of the entire new flood world detected the commotion. Inside the mountain of flowers and fruits, Luo Qianyu found Qin Fan too. Qin Fan, aren't you going to make a move? Since killing the ancestral dragon, Qin Fan too had been practicing in the mountain of flowers and fruits, and even when the heavenly court was established he did not show up. The moment the image of the 12 ancestral witches fighting with the Eastern Emperor Tai appeared in front of him, and he shook his head. Although Di Jiang and their individual battle power is not as good as that of the Eastern Emperor Tai's, the 12 of them together will make it difficult for even me to defeat them. Although the Eastern Emperor Tai has the Chaos Bell in his possession, at most he will be able to remain undefeated without the need for me to make a move. Qin Fan too looked in the direction of the heavenly court. Now it's up to Di Jun to sit back and watch these sons of his all die under the divine arrows of Di. Heaven. Emperor Jun was naturally watching the battle as well. When he saw a golden crow being shot by Di again, he couldn't hold back any longer. If the 10 great golden crows were only destroyed in their physical bodies and their Yuanshan escaped, he would have his own way to revive them. But Di's arrows are shot at the Genesis, and once the Genesis is extinguished, it is equal to complete death. After all, among the 10,000 races of the flood, only these freaks of the witch race would not die if they lost their Yuanshan. Stop! An explosive shout resounded through the heavens and earth as Di Jun left the heavenly court and arrived at the battlefield. The titular heavenly emperor. Is he going to take on a true immortal? A teasing voice followed as Qin Fan too also left from the mountain of flowers and fruits to stop Di Jun. Qin Fan. Killing rage erupted in Di Jun's eyes. You're going to stop me? Or what? Qin Fan too shook his hand and his weapon appeared. I've come to nag you? Do you want the heavenly court and the mountain of flowers and fruits to go to full-scale war right now? So what? Get out of my way. Di Jun's big hand probed out, and Qin Fan too met it with a stick. Di Jun, I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. If you want to save your son, go through me first. Di Jun was stopped by Qin Fan too and was unable to break free, and could only watch as the golden crows fell one by one. Husband, I'll help you. The blazing temperature between heaven and earth cooled down quite a bit at this moment, as Shiha and Wangshu appeared. You who? More for less? That's the one thing I'm not afraid of. Out of body work. Qin Fan too shook his body and one figure after another appeared behind him. Ice-clearing moon condensation. Shiha and Wangshu looked at each other, and the two of them struck out together. A full moon appeared in the air, and Qin Fan too's many detachments were enveloped by the moonlight at the end of the month. Kunlun realm. A dainty cry came from Luo Qianyu.
Who didn't know when she appeared beside Qin Fan too and offered the Kunlun realm to block the moonflower?
At this moment, Emperor Jun but calmed down. He looked at Qin Fan too dead in the face and said, Qin Fan, have you thought this through? If all of my sons die, then the flooded earth will be plunged into darkness forever, and there will be no more sun or moon. Scare me? Qin Fan too bristled. Threatening me on the basis of your mastery of the Sun and Moon Avenue? Then I'll beat you all to death and bring back the Sun and Moon Avenue. Yes, yes, yes. Di Jun laughed in anger. It seems that today you are determined to officially go to war with the Heavenly Court. In that case, with a wave of Di Jun's hand, the river diagram Luo book floated into the air. Then let's go to war. Wait. Hongjuan's voice came out of the air. He appeared before the crowd. If you and the others go to war this time, it will have too much of an impact on the flood world and will cause countless living beings to be coerced. Hongjun, my old grandson hasn't gone to Buzhou Mountain to look for you yet, but you're here being a good guy? Qin Fan too looked at Hongjun with infinite wariness in his eyes. The poor Taoist has a covenant with the heavenly Tao of this world and will not intervene in the hegemony of the 10,000 races cultivators, but having been given the authority of the heavenly Tao, one should have the responsibility of guarding mortals. If the heavenly court is at war with the mountain of flowers and fruits, it can go to the mountain of Buzhou itself. On Hongjuan's body, the Tao was revealed, and Qin Fan too and Di Jun and the others had their faces changed. Tai Jingxian, Hongjun has actually attained the Tai fruit? Chapter 77, Qin Fan's main body promoted to Great Luo Golden Immortal. Old Hongjun, you're pulling the plug. Qin Fan too was the first to speak, sneering, you claim to have the responsibility of guarding mortals. Where were you when the 10 golden crows were in the same sky, burning the earth like an inferno? Wasn't it my disciples of the mountain of flowers and fruits who stepped in, shot the golden crow, and fought the demon clan, and that's how the natural disaster was solved? Now you're standing up to be the good guy with no face? What about the Tai Golden Immortal? Qin Fan too just marveled at how quickly this old den was promoted, but he was not afraid of Hongjun. Big deal is a fight. Qin Fan, the poor Taoist is thinking for the greater good. Hongjuan's face changed color and finally grunted coldly. If all of the 10 golden crows fall here, falling down to the lower realms will cause unimaginable disasters. Do you want the conflict between the mountain of flowers and fruits and the heavenly court to lead to the destruction of living beings? Don't morally kidnap my old grandson here. Qin Fan's second weapon pointed. If I don't give my old grandson a statement today, I'll definitely step on the heavenly court. Qin Fan, do you really think that this emperor is afraid of you? Di Jun summoned the river Luo book and said coldly, avenging the murder of a son is not shared. This emperor will not rest with you. Mount Huagua. When Hongjun saw this, he had quite a headache. These two guys, all of them are not afraid of heaven and earth. On the contrary, he was now entangled with the heavenly Tao of this world, restraining each other, and he was unable to make a move. Stop. Hongjun pondered for a moment and said coldly, the 10 golden crows are in the same heaven, committing a great sin. The poor Taoist will then descend on behalf of the heavenly Tao. Effective immediately, the remaining golden crows shall have their cultivation cut off and be relegated to the status of mortal birds, and Di Jun shall no longer use his divine powers to obscure the great sun or the Taiyin stars. Qin Fan, are you satisfied? Qin Fan too smiled and said, so it's still barely possible. Disciples of Mount Huagua, stop. Qin Fan too waved his hand, and Di Jiang and the rest of the ancestral witches all converged around him. East Emperor Tai came to Emperor Jun's side and said anxiously, big brother, you can't. Di Jun interrupted Dong Huang Tai. Good. Being able to leave the other golden crows alive was already the best outcome. With a wave of Hongjuan's big sleeve, the few remaining golden crow divine lights dissipated and turned into mortal birds that fell from the sky, and Di Jun collected them into the river Luo book and left without looking back. Big brother, should we just let it go? East Emperor Tai Chi said in a chilling voice, Flower Fruit Mountain bullied my heavenly court too much. If we just swallow this breath, how can heavenly court still dominate the flood? Eastern Emperor, send down the order to gather the demon races in the world. This emperor is going to fight a battle to the death with the Flower Fruit Mountain at the Buzhou Mountain. Di Jun was not going to swallow this easily. It's just that Hongjun is right. If he and Qin Fan too fought in the lower realms, they would inevitably affect the mortals, which would send down heavenly punishments and affect the heavenly court's fortune. And the Buzhou Mountain is a divine mountain formed by the convergence of the great Tao, which is inaccessible to mortals, and it is undoubtedly the most appropriate to use this place as a battlefield. Qin Fan too also knew this, which is why he easily accepted Hongjuan's punishment of the heavenly court. The news that the heavenly court had declared war on the mountain of flowers and fruits once again spread across the floodplains. This was even more shocking than when the Forsees water clan declared war on the mountain of flowers and fruits. This great battle might determine the pattern between the human and demon races in the world in the future. Under the Unchained Mountain,
the armies of the heavenly court assembled here, while the disciples of the mountain of flowers and fruits also went there in droves. Prior to this, there was only occasional friction between the flower and fruit mountain and the heavenly demon race, but now that the two sides are facing each other at the flower and fruit mountain, an extremely grueling tussle has opened up directly. This great war will not end overnight. Both sides had a tacit understanding, and instead of a situation where high-ranked cultivators massacred low-ranked cultivators on a wide scale, they split up different battlefields. The disciples of the mountain of flowers and fruits below the heavenly immortal realm and the heavenly demon clan all converged at the foot of Buzhou mountain, while the heavenly immortal realm and true immortal realm were a battleground. As for Qin Fan too, Ancestral Witch, Emperor Jun Dongguang Tai, these golden immortal realm cultivators, they didn't go down in the first place, they are all waiting for the opportunity. Chaos World. Qin Fan woke up from his seclusion and looked at the three demon gods of raised eyebrows, Time, and Fate who were guarding him at the side. Congratulations, Brother Qin, on attaining the great Luo Golden Immortal. The four of them traveled through the chaos together, witnessing many divine scenes, and in the process, Qin Fan's cultivation grew. The great Luo Golden Immortal is the beginning of true cultivation. Qin Fan was somewhat emotional. He had comprehended many great Tao, and after he was promoted to the great Luo, the Dantian in his body also appeared to change, as if it was connected to chaos, and the endless energy could be used for his own use. This also allowed Qin Fan to understand that before the great Luo, cultivators cultivated the great Tao, while after attaining the great Luo and wanting to go further, they cultivated the heaven and earth. What is heaven and earth? It is built on the basis of the 3,000 great paths, which are derived from countless small paths. This was also the reason why Qin Fan's exclusive mission was to behead the Chaos Demon God, because each demon god represented a great Tao. After they died, the great Tao returned to chaos, and he could absorb these great Tao to accelerate his own evolution. Breaking through from a Tao Lord to a saint requires the severing of 3 corpses, which is not difficult to do. Saints are actually already the end of the line for cultivators to be able to cultivate. After reaching this realm, as long as heaven and earth do not perish, saints do not die. Saints of the great Tao who are further above that would have to occupy heaven and earth in order to have a glimmer of a chance. In favor of all 3, I have all 3. Qin Fan revealed a smile. The so-called heavenly timing refers to the fact that the heaven and earth in which it is located can support the appearance of a great Tao sage. Qin Fan was now in chaos, and chaos had infinite room for growth, naturally able to support him in achieving the great Tao sage, whereas human harmony is that the practitioner must be able to comprehend the 3,000 paths. This, too, was not a problem for Qin Fan. If he had been in the new flood universe all this time, he would inevitably not be able to unravel all of the 3,000 great Tao, and the heavenly Tao would suppress him. But it's biased. Qin Fan's growth was too terrifying. This made the revived heavenly Tao scorn him and send him into the chaos space. And although he used Qin Fan to decapitate the demon god to recover the 3,000 great Tao, it also allowed him to leave the seeds of the great Tao in his body. This gave Qin Fan a foundation to advance to the great Tao sage. Speaking of which, Qin Fan had to thank him for this maneuver. Otherwise, if he were to follow the normal steps of cultivation, he might only end up stopping at the sage realm, unable to transcend the heavenly Tao in the world's shackles. Brother Qin? The Yangmei trio looked at the contemplative Qin Fan from the sidelines and couldn't help but ask tentatively, Brother Qin, now that you've been certified as a great Luo, I wonder if you could have the ability to forcibly break the world barriers and return to where you came from? Shouldn't be a problem. Qin Fan smiled. Nowadays, he had already surpassed the level of the revival of the heavenly Tao in the new flood world. The difference between the heavenly Tao and a cultivator was that he was the embodiment of the will of a party's world and was born with some authority. But to truly control the world, the heavenly Tao must also evolve. All 3 of Qin Fan's doppelgangers had returned, and after his promotion to the great Luo Golden Immortal, he had been able to feel the 3 doppelgangers again, which indicated that the heavenly Tao of the new flood world had been pulled apart by him. Chapter 78, The Human Race. However, Qin Fan did not intend to go back now. He knew what Tendo was worried about. For a world, there can only be one controller. It was also only by truly controlling a great world that one would have the opportunity to peer into the realm of the saints of the mixed unlimited great Tao. Now that the new flood world had not been completely formed, the return of Qin Fan's main body would be stuck at the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, unable to advance any further. He had bigger goals and plans. The heavenly Tao had set his sights on the new flood world, and he was chaos. If one was able to refine chaos, the hybrid infinite avenue saints might not be the limit. Who can say where the path of cultivation ends? Elder brother Yang Mei, you guys are only one step away from the great Luo Golden Immortal realm now, right? Qin Fan returned to his senses and looked at the 3 people with raised eyebrows. They had also long since broken through to Tai Golden Immortal. Exactly. The 3 demon gods of raised eyebrows. Time,
And Destiny laughed. This is still thanks to Brother Qin's guidance to us.
Otherwise I don't know how many more years it would take to reach this point.
Time has no meaning for us anymore.
Qin Fan waved his hand and said, I wish to travel independently in the chaos and seek a further path.
How about we part ways here? There are still countless unknown spaces in the chaos.
The raised eyebrow and their current realm and their own are getting bigger and bigger. Continuing to travel together is not a good thing no matter who it is for. Then I wish Brother Qin to advance even further at an early date.
Lifting their eyebrows they knew this and didn't push it any further.
The four of them parted ways, and Qin Fan continued toward the depths of the chaos.
Chaos expands all the time, without end. Trying to refine chaos seems impossible. The flow of time in chaos is not perfectly consistent.
Taking a year in the new flood world as a standard, there are areas in the chaos that would be hundreds, thousands of times the flow of time in the new flood world.
And the closer you get to the edge of chaos, the faster time flows.
This was an experience that Qin Fan had learned.
This is why there is no end to the expansion of chaos. The bigger the chaos, the faster time flows at the edge. And the faster time flows, the bigger the chaos expands. So on and so forth. Just how do I make myself a chaotic heavenly Tao? Qin Fan fell into deep thought. If refining chaos is not desirable, then what about turning oneself into chaos? At a certain moment, Qin Fan looked inward at his dantian and suddenly had an inspiration. Could try. Promoted to Great Luo Golden Immortal, his dantian was already connected to the chaos and could draw on endless energy. However, Qin Fan took the initiative to sever the connection between himself and chaos.
He closed his eyes and began to remember everything he had done when he first opened up the chaos.
He was going to diffuse his dantian into the state of chaos in the beginning and open up another chaos within it. It's almost impossible to do.
But there were 3,000 great Tao seeds in his dantian.
And when the chaos first began, it was also rooted in 3,000 great Tao.
Chaos could grow to this point,
and theoretically his dantian had a chance as well.
Qin Fan came to an area in the chaos. The flow of time here is 10,000 times that of the outside world.
A heavenly immortal realm cultivator's lifespan could be endless, let alone a great Luo Golden Immortal.
As long as the great Tao remains intact,
they will not die. Time really doesn't mean anything to them.
The uncharted mountains. The war between the mountain of flowers and fruits and the heavenly court has reached a stalemate.
However, judging from the entire battlefield,
Flower Fruit Mountain had gradually been in a disadvantageous position.
The number of demon race was simply too great.
The heavenly court became a holy place for the demon race,
and its call was extremely powerful.
And almost all of the demon races in the new flood world joined the war. This was equivalent to Hua Guoshan fighting the entire demon race with his own strength. The appearance of Emperor Jun and Emperor Tai Donghuang made the two races of flying birds and beasts no longer fear the beginning phoenix and the Kirin.
This is a very scary force. Qin Fan,
I'm afraid the disciples of the Flower and Fruit Mountain and Kunlun won't be able to support them for much longer.
Are we still not going to make a move? Luo Qianyu was also a golden immortal now,
and although his battle power was not as good as Qin Fan's, he was still the top battle power of the human race.
Wait,
Qin Fan too spoke indifferently. The decline of the disciples of Mount Huagua and Kunlun could not be undone by him alone, or by the descent of a cultivator above the true immortal realm.
Emperor Jun and Donghuang Tai both belong to the top existence in the golden immortal realm. In addition to this, there is also Kuanpeng, Shiha, Wang Shu, this batch of golden immortal realm. Even if Qin Fan too is confident that he can fight against more than one, but it is useless. Mountain Lord, if we wait any longer, we're going to lose.
Emperor Jiang and the other ancestral witches didn't know what Qin Fan too was waiting for.
Qin Fan too was just silent.
His eyes were not on the battlefield of the uncharted mountain,
but looked to the earth. This is a battle between the human race and the demon race, not a war between the mountain of flowers and fruits and the heavenly court. Inside the Jade Palace, Lin Shan's angry shouts spread far and wide. Teacher, this time,
if we in Jade Void still sit back and do nothing,
once the mountain of flowers and fruits is defeated, will the human race still have room to survive in the floodlands? Lin Shan, you're reckless.
The disciples under the Jade Void sect glared angrily at Lin Shan, but there were quite a few who agreed with Lin Shan's point of view, only that they didn't dare to say it out loud like Lin Shan did.
Teacher, since you insist on this, then disciple can only quit Jade Void. The paths are different, but not the same. After leaving these words behind, Lin Shan left the Jade Void without looking back.
This scene shocked all the disciples present.
Anyone else want to leave? Ji Yan's face was indifferent, unable to see his joy or anger. Teacher, disciple will also fight for the human race, one after another. Jade Void disciples chose to withdraw. This scene, likewise, was played out among the major powers. The world has its own people who are willing to do something for the common man.
The uncharted mountains. Di Jun revealed a smirk as he looked down at the battlefield below.
Qin Fan,
Your disciples from the mountain of flowers and fruits are indeed very powerful, but it's a pity. How can you fight against the entire demon clan with just the power of one mountain? If you are willing to submit to the heavenly court at this moment, I am willing to give you supreme authority and rule the flood with you. This offer from Di Jun was not ungenerous. Only, Qin Fan too shook his head slightly. It is yet to be seen who will win and who will lose. Then open. Qin Fan too stretched his body and was ready to make his move when a loud shout suddenly came from the distance. The human race, Lin Shan, has come to the Buzhou mountain to help fellow Taoist Kunlun of the Flower and Fruit Mountain defend against the demon race. In the distant sky, a huge phallic figure appeared in the air. Tai saving bitterness heavenly father. It's a disciple of the Jade Void Palace. Luo Qianyu recognized the visitor. Sect Master Luo, I have now withdrawn from the Jade Void and am a casual cultivator. Lin Shan landed straight beside Qin Fan No, too, and arched his hand towards him. I've heard of Mountain Lord Qin Fan's great name for a long time, and I finally got to see it today. Qin Fan too nodded slightly. Immediately after Lin Shan's arrival, one cry after another came from the sky. Human Sun Yang, Human Zhang Yun, the human race. Densely packed figures appeared in the Buzhou mountain. These were all human cultivators who had come to provide support. Chapter 79, Everything is Heaven's Plan. As more and more human races converged and joined the battlefield, the pressure on the disciples of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits in Kunlun was greatly reduced. The situation on the battlefield shifted at this moment. The disciples of Mount Huaguo and Kunlun, who had originally fallen into decadence, had the strength to fight the demon race completely. Human cloth, meet all of you. A stream of light appeared at the summit battlefield again, and Bai made a slight bow towards Di Jun, Dong Huang Tai, and the others before standing beside Qin Fan too. It's time to come, at last. Qin Fan too looked down at the human race joining the battlefield below and completely bloomed into a smile. Your Majesty the Heavenly Emperor, now we can make our move. Qin Fan grinned. In today's situation, how much chance do you think the Heavenly Court still has of winning? So you've been waiting for help. A cold smile appeared on Di Jun's face. This emperor thought that the famous Flower Fruit Mountain Lord could have much grandeur, but it turns out that it's nothing more than that. No, you're wrong. Qin Fan too shook his head. I'm not waiting for help, but I'm giving the human race a chance. Now look, it's true that some people are hopeless, but the human race is still lovely. No matter how many come today, my heavenly court will win. Di Jun offered the River Luo book, and the battle was imminent. Each find an opponent. Qin Fan too summoned his weapon and attacked directly at Di Jun. The weapon illuminated like a mountain and blasted at the River Luo book. In the next moment, the situation that was still quite quiet changed in an instant. Fellow Daoist East Emperor, your opponent is me. Bai stopped Dong Huang Tai and said with a faint smile, poor Taoist is not good at fighting, and is only slightly versed in some formations. If fellow Daoist East Emperor can break this 8 trigrams formation of Poverty Road will let fellow Daoist East Emperor do as he pleases. Bai offered a formation diagram, and in an instant, he and Dong Huang Tai disappeared into the Buzhou mountain and entered the space of the formation. Bull ***** formation. Watch me break it. East Emperor Tai Chi directly sacrificed the chaos bell and kept changing it. Bai smiled faintly. A duster appeared in his hand, and with a flick of his hand, the scene in the Bagua formation likewise changed. On the other side, Luo Qianyu and Shiha fought to one place. Luo Qianyu laughed softly. In my contracted deity's memories, the Queen Mother of the West was the leader of the female immortals in the world, and was said to be co-ruling the heavenly realm with the heavenly emperor of the latter days. You're the heavenly empress of the heavenly court nowadays, and our battle will be interesting. Shiha nodded slightly as a ray of moonlight enveloped him. When Luo Qianyu saw this, the Kunlun mirror also appeared above his head. The number of demons above the true immortal realm in the heavenly court originally exceeded that of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits and the Kunlun, and now with the addition of Lin Shan and the others, there was nothing inferior in terms of high-end combat power. Everyone searched for opponents, and although the number of people in the battlefield halfway up Buzhou mountain was not as large as the armies of the two clans below, the commotion caused was far more than 10 times 100 times that of the battlefield below. That's horrible. On the top of Buzhou mountain, Jain and Junti looked at the battle below through their spells, and Junti sighed. Such a fierce battle. If it were placed in the Western world, I'm afraid it would only be fought in such a way that the mountains would crumble, and the rivers would turn upside down. Yeah, there was an inexplicable twinkle in Reception's eyes. In these days, they did incarnate many Eastern cultivators to join Buddhism, but these people are nothing compared to the two sides of the war below. If Buddhism is spread throughout the Eastern world, Reception was immersed in his own fantasized images. Senior brother, should we get off the field while we can? Junti could see what was on Jain's mind and opened his mouth to ask. In this great battle, Regardless of whether the heavenly court wins or the mountain of flowers and fruits wins, the other side will inevitably disappear into the flooded earth. If we can seize this opportunity and this remaining person is dispatched to Buddhism, our Buddhism will certainly be able to gain a firm foothold in the Eastern world as well. Wait a little longer. There's no rush. Guiding resisted his inner desires and took a deep breath. Don't forget that there are still the Elucidator and Interceptor sects in the Eastern world, and their sect leader realms are no weaker than yours and mine. Together with the rest of the sect masters' powerhouses, if we go down at this time, I'm afraid that it will only cause these two sects to be jealous. The Eastern world isn't our home turf after all, and in this current situation, picking up the slack is fine. If we go down blatantly, I'm afraid it will cause a backlash. Good point. A voice rang out behind the two. Jieguan and Jianti turned around and immediately looked solemn. Meet Mr. Hongjun. Aha! The chance for the two of you is not in the Eastern world, but in the West. This transformation of Hu into Buddha, after this great war, can return to the West and promote Buddhism. If you can spread the teachings of Buddhism in the West, it will be a great merit. Receiver heard this and asked, Teacher Hongjun, the number of human races in the West is too small. Even if all of them join Buddhism, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to rise like this in the Eastern world. In the end, Reception is actually unwilling to return to the Western world. How can that poor place in the Western world compare to one in the Eastern world? Stupid. Hongjun coldly glanced at Guiding. How could Hongjun not see through his and Junti's minds? However, these two people are currently still of great use to Hongjun. It is not good to be too harsh. Thus, Hongjun pondered for a moment and said, after this war between the heavenly court and the demon race is over, the barriers between the Eastern world and the Western world will dissipate. At that time, cultivators from the Eastern world will surely head to the West, and the two of you only need to seize this opportunity to allow Buddhism to take root in the Western world. When the time is ripe in the future, this honored one will allow the two of you to go east to preach. Hearing these words from Hongjun, Jian and Junti looked at each other, both showing a hint of anticipation. Teacher Hongjun, is this true? Naturally, Hongjun faintly said. Before this, you two must not intervene in any fights in the Eastern world. Otherwise the consequences are not something you can bear. If you spoil my plans, this honored one will definitely make your souls fly away. Hongjun said, and his body disappeared. The heavenly Tao of the new flood world was focused entirely on the Eastern world. But a world, how could it be only half? Senior, what do we do? Just do as the teacher says and wait and see what happens. Qin Fan, you can't win against me. Emperor Jun held the River Luo book in his hands, and endless starlight radiated from the River Luo book, restricting Qin Fan too. Qin Fan too was holding a weapon, and no matter how much he bombarded there was no way to break these starlights. Go! Emperor Jun pointed with his big hand, and starlight coalesced and transformed into a giant sword that chopped at Qin Fan too. Good coming! Qin Fan too simply withdrew his weapon, roared angrily, and manifested the original form of the Chaos Demon Ape. Both of his hands stretched out and directly gripped the giant sword condensed from starlight. Break me! The berserk power surged madly, and the huge sword that he grabbed was difficult to get an inch closer. And after a moment of stalemate between the two sides, the huge sword blew up, and the starlight returned to the River Luo book. That's tough. Emperor Jun, no matter what he said on his lips, was incomparably jealous of Qin Fan too in his heart. Since his birth, this world had not had anyone other than Hongjun who had made Di Jun feel threatened. Qin Fan too is the second. My River Luo book is an innate treasure with infinite power. It can echo with the stars and invoke the power of the stars. So much for not being able to trap it. A thought flashed through Di Jun's mind, and Qin Fan too had already pounced over. His enormous fist smashed into Emperor Jun, the great Tao of battle coalescing on it. Emperor Jun was in awe and didn't dare to touch it hard. Dodging hastily. Boom! The uncharted mountain let out a roar. Emperor Jun's eyes twitched at the corner of his eyes as he watched the scene. If this punch landed on him, even if he himself was a demon with a strong physical body, it would be difficult to resist it. What kind of deity is this Sun Wukong? The derived Dharma phase is actually so terrifying, with a fleshly strength stronger than even the demons. Di Jun also manifested his three-legged golden crow body. He flew in the air, mirroring the great sun in the sky. Great sun, true fire. A flame kept appearing from the air, each with the power to burn everything. Qin Fan too didn't dodge. His fist swung out wildly. Boom boom boom. The flames exploded in the air and landed on the Buzhou mountain, forming a sea of fire. Die! Qin Fan too met the flames and leapt into the air, clenching his fists together and slamming them into Di Jun's back. How did his speed suddenly become so much faster? Di Jun was shocked in his heart. At this time it was too late to dodge again. Helplessly, he urged the sun true flame to wrap itself, hard to resist the strike of Qin Fan too. Boom! Berserk power was falling on the body.
and Di Jun was heavily slammed into the uncharted mountain. It's not just the speed. The power has gotten stronger too. Di Jun smashed a huge crater out of the Buzhou mountain, and he struggled to fly out of the crater, keeping his distance from Qin Fan too. Go on. Qin Fan too laughed out loud as he looked at Di Jun. He does get stronger. This war between the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits and the Heavenly Court had caused the avenue of battle in the new flood world to recover extremely rapidly, and Qin Fan too, as an existence controlling the avenue of battle, would naturally see his strength rise, and his understanding of the avenue of battle and control even more sufficiently and deeper. Di Jun, come on! Qin Fan too roared. Di Jun is not Qin Fan's opponent. Hong Jun sighed slightly as he watched the battle between Qin Fan too and Di Jun. When he had first divided Emperor Jun and Emperor Tai of the East, his original intention was that he did not want to create an existence that would compete with himself for the world. However, after the two were divided, they were unable to control an avenue in its entirety like Qin Fan too. Now that Emperor Jun, Emperor Tai of the East, Sheha, and Wanshu were all entangled by their respective opponents and unable to make the Sun and Moon Great Tao merge, it was only a matter of time before they fell. Once the battlefield that Di Jun and the others were unfailed, then the ultimate winner of this war would only be the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits. Hong Jun shook his head and sighed. He wanted to use Emperor Jun and Emperor Tai of the East to suppress Qin Fan, but in the end, he couldn't. If I hadn't fused with the heavenly Tao of this world, it would have been easy for me to step in and exterminate this part of Qin Fan's soul body, but now subject to this constraint of this heavenly Tao. Once it strikes, it will cause a change in the bit elevation of this world, not permitted by the heavenly Tao. Hong Jun had a feeling that he seemed to have been set up by the heavenly Tao of this world. You seem to have become a laborer yourself? Qin Fan. At this moment, Di Jun was in a very sorry state. Qin Fan fought more and more fiercely. Each punch that blasted at him contained the power of the great Tao of battle, causing the connection between him and the great sun to grow weaker and weaker. It's too late to beg for mercy. Qin Fan too's mind was clear. His comprehension of this heaven and earth's Tao of battle grew deeper and deeper. After blowing Di Jun away with another punch, Qin Fan too stopped moving, an indescribable layer of the great Tao divine embrace enveloping his body surface. This great Tao divine embodiment continued to pour into Qin Fan too. Tai fruition. A look of trepidation finally appeared on Di Jun's face. Qin Fan he got to certify Tai. Right at the same time, somewhere in the unknown void of the new flood world, a silhouette slowly awoke. He is exactly the demon god Luo Qianyu who was taken away by Hong Jun in the beginning. This space was in a darkness, without any rules and order. The laws of the great Tao. Luo sat in this space, the chaos around him blending into him. Tai fruit position. My father has finally become one. Luo's eyes opened, and breakage began to appear in this space. He felt something in his heart and looked towards the eastern world, in the direction of the uncharted mountain. In the next moment, Luo's palm clenched, and the endless chaos condensed into a long spear. Luo's figure disappeared into the chaotic space. It's time to end it. Qin Fan too let out a long sigh of relief as he completely formed the Tai fruit position within his body. He changed back into his human form and looked down at Emperor Jun below. Compared to Di Jun's massive body, Qin Fan too at the moment looked incomparably depicted. However, Di Jun felt that he was locked by an extremely pure battle intent, and the slightest movement would lead him to the point of no return. Dying. A wave of despair rose within Di Jun. The Golden Immortal and Tai Golden Immortal looked to be only one step apart, but in actuality the gap was greater than even a mortal to a Golden Immortal. Qin Fan too slowly extended his palm and shook it at Di Jun. A large hand appeared in heaven and earth. Just as Di Jun was about to be destroyed by this large hand, a long spear interspersed with extreme black light broke through the air and appeared against the palm of the large hand. The two forces collided together. The palm disappeared, and the lance returned to its owner's hand. Another Tai Golden Immortal? Qin Fan too's brows furrowed as he looked at the figure that suddenly appeared on the uncharted mountain. The figure's aura was incomparably unfamiliar to him, having never come into contact with it before. But Hong Jun at the top of Buzhou Mountain did have a gloomy face and spat out two words through clenched teeth. Law. Hong Jun didn't expect that Luo actually did come to the new flood world as well. He had brought him out of the chaos as well in order to devour Luo's Tao of extinction in the first place. Only in the middle of this accident, Hong Jun woke up in this world after the Luo Shuzhou has been nowhere to be found. He was thought to have been swept away by the chaotic turbulence, but he did not expect to appear at this moment. Tendo, it's you! Hong Jun figured something out in a flash. In the underworld, a will descended, and no one other than Qin Fan too. Hong Jun and Luo Qianyu perceived the existence of this will. What a deep calculation. After sensing the message conveyed by the heavenly Tao's will, Hong Jun was so angry that his back teeth were almost clenched. He thought that he had formed a constraint with the heavenly Tao, but he didn't realize that this was all in the heavenly Tao's calculations from beginning to end.
From the time he and Luo descended into this flood world, the heavenly Tao had already projected the possibility that it would appear today.
Yes, I promise.
Hongjun was the first to speak out.
What about you two?
The four consciousnesses communicated in the void.
Qin Fan too stopped moving. Yes, Law nodded back. The heavenly court belongs to me. Victory or defeat depends on the means. The three of them reached an agreement, and the will of the heavenly Tao disappeared. But immediately afterward, a huge golden list appeared between heaven and earth. Chapter 80, Heavenly Realm created by Heavenly Tao. God's seal list appears. 12 ancestral witches create the earthly mansion. What is it? After the huge golden list appeared,
the entirety of the cultivators in the new floodplain sensed something and raised their heads to the sky.
And those who fought on Buzhou Mountain were restricted by an invisible force.
The will of the heavenly Tao descended directly,
separating them. Seal the gods?
After taking a good look at the large characters on the golden list,
information about the god sealing list came to everyone's mind. Myths have descended,
and the relationship between monks and mortals has always been maintained by the will of heaven. Now that the number of new flood cultivators has reached a certain threshold,
there is a need to separate cultivators from ordinary people.
Emperor Jun came out of the world and responded to the establishment of the heavenly court.
And all of this was actually in the scheme of the heavenly Tao. Only Di Jun was not a qualified heavenly emperor.
His selfishness is too great,
and he is just a toolman introduced by heavenly Shen Yun.
For example, today's Tao wants to open up the heavenly realm in the new flood world, separating the worlds of cultivators and mortals.
After the establishment of the heavenly realm,
it was self-evident that someone needed to become the heavenly emperor.
And who gets to be the heavenly emperor depends on the god sealer.
There are a total of 365 offices of the righteous gods on the seal of the gods list, and whoever gets the corresponding office can gain a certain amount of authority in the world. And to get on the god sealing list,
you need merit. The acquisition of merit is related to one's own cultivation,
and also depends on the number of heavenly Tao quests accomplished,
etc. To be considered.
After all the positions of the 365 positive gods on the god sealing list are complete, which side of the three parties,
Qin Fan 2, Luo Shuji, and Hongjun, them,
has the highest number of people who have ascended to the god sealing list?
Who will be the heavenly emperor of the heavenly realm? Tendo, what a deep calculation.
As soon as the god sealing list came out, Hongjun's previous world authority dissipated in this moment,
and he is now an ordinary Tai Golden Immortal just like Qin Fan 2 and Luo Shuhu. Disciples of Mount Huagua, return to the mountain.
Qin Fan too knew that there was no point in fighting this battle any longer after the appearance of the seal of the gods.
Under his leadership,
Emperor Jiang and the others exited Buzhou Mountain and returned to Mount Huagua.
Hongjun, the account between us is written off.
Luo Shu swept a glance at Di Jiang and shot out to remove the great Tao of battle that Qin Fan too had left on him, leading the demon race back to the heavenly court.
Hongjun watched the two leave and with a cold snort also left.
Luo Shuji has subdued the heavenly demons in a brutal manner, and Qin Fan too is the lord of the mountain of flowers and fruits, plus the other cultivators who came to help before. The strength of both sides is actually about the same today. It was naturally impossible for Hongjun to allow the two of them to compete for a place on the god sealing list.
He went straight to the two of them, War Wuxuan and Ji Yen,
and integrated the Hierophantism,
Interceptorism,
and Buddhism to form a force that would fight against the mountain of flowers and fruits and the heavenly court. The three-legged situation of the new flood world was officially formed.
After this, all sorts of quests began to appear on the god sealer.
These quests are all-encompassing, some of which can be accomplished by all three forces together, and some of which end once they are completed.
In order to compete for the mission,
the fight between the three forces did not end.
On this day, Emperor Jiang found Qin Fan too, Mountain Lord. As soon as they met, Emperor Jiang was incomparably angry.
Since the appearance of the god sealing list, my disciples of Mount Huagua have been diligently practicing merit and virtue in order to be on the list.
But recently there have been abnormal casualties among the disciples of Mount Huagua. What's going on?
Qin Fan too frowned. Just yesterday, a disciple from Mount Huagua entered the rankings of the god sealing list. Although the quota of 365 positive gods has not yet been achieved,
it is not far away.
But right after he ascended the god sealing list,
this disciple died on the way back to the mountain of flowers and fruits.
Di Zhang's face was grim. He was a chi refiner and left his life soul inside the mountain. After his death, I wanted to receive his Yuanshan back, but found that his Yuanshan had also been beaten to death.
With this disciple's late true immortal cultivation,
although it's not the top realm in the new flood world, there aren't many people who can beat him to death and even release a message asking for help. The only way to do that is to be above the golden immortal realm. But after the appearance of the god sealing list, the three forces have formed a tacit understanding that cultivators above the golden immortal realm will not strike at cultivators below.
This whole thing is too fishy. Emperor Jiang said in a deep voice. I suspect that this disciple's death is related to the other two forces. Qin Fan too fell into deep thought at his words. In order to compete for a place on the God Sealer's list of the righteous gods, fights between the three parties are not rare, but they are all within certain rules. After all, if the other party's golden immortal realm cultivators all went down, then the end result would once again turn into a great war in the entire flood world. Therefore, all those who participated in this competition for the places on the God Sealing list were all cultivators below the golden immortal realm. Most of the disciples of the true immortal realm of Manhwa were of the witch race, and their individual strength was stronger than that of chi practitioners of the same rank. And nowadays the number of disciples of Manhwa exceeded that of the other two parties in the overall ranking of the God Sealing ranking. When this situation arose, Luo Qianyu and Hongjun naturally wouldn't sit idly by. After all, once the disciples of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits occupied the seats of the 365 righteous gods, it would be the same as Qin Fan too would become the heavenly emperor of the heavenly realm, and would be the one who would hold the most power in the flood world. All the same, Hongjun and Luo will never be able to surpass Qin Fan too again. It was within reasonable speculation that they would thus secretly strike out against the disciples on the list at Mount Huagua. Mountain Lord, what is to be done about this? We disciples of Mount Huagua absolutely cannot die such an unexplained death. Di Jiang gritted his teeth and said, as long as you give the order. The big deal is that we'll do it again with Hongjun and Luo Shua. I'll take care of this matter myself. Qin Fan too pondered for a moment and said, call all of the remaining 11 ancestral witches over. Soon, the 12 great ancestral wizards of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits converged and looked at Qin Fan too. Mountain Lord, what orders have you called us here for? Qin Fan too said indifferently, the heavenly Tao desires to create the heavenly realm, and to use the gods to reign over the heavenly and human realms. After a cultivator enters a heavenly immortal, their lifespan is nearly endless, and even if they don't enter a heavenly immortal, their lifespan is measured in thousands of years, but it is the mortals who are the most numerous in this flooded land. A mortal's life is but 100 years. Once they die, their souls are transformed into lonely ghosts wandering between heaven and earth. These lone souls have no place to return to, and over time, they will form a scourge. I asked you to come here so that you could combine the abilities of the 12 ancestral witches to create reincarnation and help these mortals have a place to return to after death. If this matter is accomplished, it will receive immeasurable merit. Emperor Jian thought for a moment. Mountain Master, you mean to use the merit of creating reincarnation to allow Mount Huagui to surpass Hongjun and Luo Shuhu on the God Sealing list? That's a good idea. In this way, even if they make a move against the disciples of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits in the dark, they won't be able to surpass us. Qin Fan too glanced at Emperor Jiang, confused. When did I mean that? There are heavenly constraints. Now the three parties are in balance, and the deaths of my Flower Fruit Mountain disciples are unknown. If I rashly go to war with them, it will only put Flower Fruit Mountain in a disadvantageous position, and I will never be able to recover. Once the world of reincarnation is created, mortal souls can merit evolution after they have a place to return to, and eventually become a heaven and earth equal to the heavenly realm. At that time there will be a way to locate the true spirits of the disciples of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits whose souls have been scattered, and thus learn how they died. Killing intent flashed across Qin Fan too's face. If it was really Luo Shuji and Hongjun who did this, I, Lao Sun, will make them pay. Merit? Heavenly Emperor? These Qin Fan too did not care at all. His avenue is only fighting. So what if it's Luo, or Hongjun, or someone else who becomes a heavenly emperor? Self can be slammed down with a stick, but he could care less. But after all, as the current mountain master of Mount Huagua, he naturally had to consider for the entire Mount Huagua. That was why it was agreed to use the God Sealing list as a medium to elect the Lord of the Heavenly Realm, as a way to avoid the needless sacrifice of the disciples of Mount Huagua. We understand. Emperor Jiang and the others were greatly excited when they learned of Qin Fan too's true thoughts. But how should the Mountain Lord create this reincarnation? Emperor Jiang and the others hesitated. They know nothing about reincarnation. I don't know. Qin Fan too's reply caused a group of people to look at each other in disbelief. It's not. Are you kidding us, Mountain Master? Reincarnation was something you brought up, and you ended up telling us that you didn't understand it either, seemingly realizing that it was a bit inappropriate to say so. Qin Fan too coughed dryly and said thoughtfully, Emperor Jiang, you cultivate the spatial Dao. Although you haven't yet hold the Tai fruit position, it's not a problem to create a site of stable space, is it? This I can do naturally. That'll do. Emperor Jiang, you create a reincarnation space first, and then the others each use the Dao they cultivate to add to that space. Just build it according to our world. It's just a space to hold mortal dead left and right, and it doesn't need to be as careful as creating a world. It's whatever you can make out of it.
The world of reincarnation doesn't need to be like the complete world where 3,000 great paths come together and countless small paths are combined.
Dry middle school is over. Qin Fan too scratched his head and said, during this process, if you encounter any problems then solve them. Just keep completing this reincarnation space. Just like the heavenly realm created by the heavenly Tao. Isn't there nothing at all now? And does it also require the return of 365 righteous gods before it can be considered barely formed? He waved a big hand. You guys go ahead and do it. Yes. Emperor Jiang and the others thought about it carefully, and it did seem to be the case. It's not just the heavenly realm. Including the current new flood world becoming what it is now is a little bit of a resurgence. Dry high school. The mountain master is right. Emperor Jiang was ready to start messing around, but he thought of another question. Mountain Lord. Then what would be a good name for this reincarnation space of ours? The heavenly Tao created the heavenly realm. Then this reincarnation space is called hell. These two words popped into Qin Fan Tu's head, and he set them down with a big wave of his hand. Yes. Emperor Jiang and the others left. In the next few moments, the 12 great ancestral witches acted according to the plan. Di Zhang's current cultivation level was at the peak of the golden immortal realm, and he utilized the power of space to open up a huge space. Then the rest of the ancestral witches each used their own means to assist Di Zhang in stabilizing the Earth's capital. Next it's time to extradite the lonely souls scattered between heaven and earth. After completing the creation of hell, Emperor Jiang and the others proceeded to the next step. After the coming of the myth, too many beings died in heaven and earth. In most cases, when mortals die, because of the thinness of their soul power, they dissipate and slowly return as time passes. But this is not an absolute situation. There are some places where there are too many dead souls piled up, slowly creating special shadowy areas. In such an environment, the speed at which the souls dissipate becomes extremely slow, causing the piled-up souls to merge with each other and turn into special spirit bodies. The people of the flood world call these spirits return. What this represents is really an expectation on the part of the living. They hope that their dead loved ones will return again someday. However, because these spirits have long since lost their original memory consciousness, coupled with the opposite of yin and yang, the mortal people will always be affected when they touch the return, resulting in some bad situations. At first, the mortals found the situation very weird and didn't know what it was due to. But later the practitioners found out about it and told the mortals to stay as far away as possible from the place where they were returned to. This made mortals resistant to returning and fearful that they might actually come back and find them. So they changed their name and called them ghosts. Most mortals can't see ghosts, but those with a little bit of cultivation can sense their presence. Therefore, after the creation of the hell, Emperor Jiang ordered some disciples of lower cultivation in the mountain of flowers and fruits to extradite ghosts to the hell if they met them while accumulating merits. If they encountered a ghost with a strong cultivation, the strongest true immortal realm members in the mountain of flowers and fruits would also take action. Slowly, there are more and more ghosts in hell. Big brother, this can't go on like this. The Ho-Tu ancestral witch in charge of the Earth's capital found Di Zhang. The number of ghosts in the Earth's capital is now increasing. They are devouring each other, and new powerful ghosts will constantly appear. And as their cultivation increases, ghosts will also give birth to new spiritual intelligence. What then? Emperor Jiang blinked his eyes. When this happens, how about directly breaking up their souls? Ho-Tu rolled her eyes. Doing so would be detrimental to a cultivator's merit. In the process of extraditing ghosts into hell, the disciples of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits found that doing so would indeed increase their own merit. Previously, there were also people who let the ghosts completely dissipate in the process of extradition, so that their own merits appeared to be dissipated. Go ask the Mountain Master. He knows more. Emperor Jiang sighed and said, I'm only in charge of the expansion of the Earth's mansion. I really don't know anything about how to manage it. Faced with this situation, Qin Fan too gave instructions after careful thought, allowing Luo Qianyu to step in. Luo Qianyu cultivated the great Tao of order, and it was up to her to set the order for hell. At the same time in the hell most of the ghosts are not conscious, is pure soul body, while in the mortal world there are many newborn babies at birth is the existence of congenital soul body in complete condition. Once born is dead. The disciples of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits can be told to keep an eye on this situation, and once they notice such things, they can introduce the ghosts of hell into these fetuses with incomplete innate souls and give them new life. After this suggestion was made, order in hell really improved, and with the help of Luo Qianyu, Ho-Tu created the earthly path in the hell, which can be chosen according to the degree of darkness of the ghosts to let them reincarnate from which path. In this way, a virtuous circle was initially formed between hell and earth. After establishing the earthly Tao, the Tao, Luo Qianyu and Ho-Tu gained great merit and virtue added. Chapter 81, These days, who still goes for traditional immortal cultivation? After the golden light of merit and virtue descended on Luo Qianyu and Ho-Tu,
And even the rest of the ancestral witches and the disciples of Manhwa who participated in the construction project of the Earth's mansion also increased their merit and virtue to a greater or lesser extent.
Everyone was stunned. Mountain Lord Luo. I didn't see it wrong, did I?
Ho-Tu incredulously looked at the god's ceiling list. Himself and Luo Qianyu's merit ranking soared into the top 10. The person was dumbfounded. Both of them were in the golden immortal realm.
They were the ones who hadn't done the heaven sealing quests,
and there was no way to compare the merits they had accumulated from their regular cultivation with those true immortals who were madly scrolling through the quests.
But now, the two of them, one ranked in the 4th, one ranked in the 5th, from the top 3 merit value difference is not much. Slightly make a little effort, maybe directly dry into the first. You're not wrong. Luo Qianyu also had a complicated face. In the beginning, the original intention of Qin Fan 2's proposal to create the hell was so that in the future, when there were any more disciples of Mount Huagua who died for no reason and had their souls destroyed, they could utilize the hell to draw their true souls back to them and learn the truth. But I didn't expect to bring them such a big surprise. No, I'm going to look for Qin Fan. Luo Qianyu suddenly realized something. Mount Huagua, the heavenly court, still Hongjuan's Buzhou mountain. The three parties have had a tacit agreement before.
The golden immortals do not participate in the list of gods, but now that the two of them had entered the rankings, it was tantamount to breaking the tacit agreement between the three parties. The heavenly court as well as the Buzhou mountain would definitely use this as an excuse to find fault with the mountain of flowers and fruits.
Once it's not handled well, this is going to be another big battle. After hearing Luo Qianyu's concerns, Qin Fan too snorted. My old grandson is afraid of this? You just rest assured that you can do it. Hong Jun, Luo Shuhu, if you dare to secretly make trips because of this matter, then my old son is not a clay pinch. Qin Fan no.
Too comforted Luo Qianyu that she didn't need to think too much. But judging from the merits that you guys have obtained,
the hell is really something. In that case,
Qianyu and Ho-Tu will preside over the charge of the Hellmouth from now on and improve it continuously.
For example, adding corresponding positions in the Hellmouth,
so that the disciples of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits who are willing to work in the Hellmouth will each have their own job, and they don't have to go to whomever they please as they do now.
Do you have any good suggestions?
Luo Qianyu felt that what Qin Fan said made sense and asked,
where did I?
Qin Fan too was just about to speak when many memories suddenly awakened in his brain. It was as if these memories were targeted.
All of them were constructed information about hell. This information. Qin Fan too frowned. What's wrong? Luo Qianyu couldn't help but ask when he saw that Qin Fan no. Tu's face didn't look right. Nothing. Qin Fan too took a deep breath and suppressed the unexplained irritation in his heart, informing Luo Qianyu of all the extra information about the hell in his mind.
The theme of the Earth's mansion can be set up with 10 halls,
and each hall will be given a name.
And disciples above the golden immortal realm of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits can be allowed to serve as the hall masters if any of them are willing to do so. Under the head of the hall, there could be several more subsections, such as the judges, the irregulars, and the soul hookers. Not only the disciples of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits, including some of the ghosts in the hell that have given birth to new spiritual wisdom, they can also be given some rights appropriately to rule the ghosts with the ghosts. Under Qin Fan 2's narration, the complete construction about the hell is clear and incomparable. Luo Qianyu marveled. Qin Fan, you are simply a demon. Luo Qianyu and Ho Tian had discussed the construction of the hell for a long time before, but had never come up with a suitable plan.
Ha! Qin Fan too forced a smile. If there's no problem, follow this. Yes. Luo Qianyu left and traveled to hell, conferring with Ho Tian.
Qin Fan too closed his eyes.
Speak. I know the information about hell was passed on to me by you. You're Insta-right?
If you can transmit memory information to me at any time,
then why didn't you let me keep all the memories of my own body in the first place? Answer me.
Qin Fan too communicated silently in his mind, but there was never a reply.
Say it or leave it. What a dog. Qin Fan too spat viciously and became even more depressed. What's the difference between cursing the being and cursing yourself? Chaos. Qin Fan pulled the corner of his mouth.
He didn't expect that this Taishan bilocation that he had transformed with one chi would actually appear like this.
Is it because of the loss of memories for unknown reasons? Or is it because he was fused with the flesh of a chaos demon ape that caused this? Qin Fan couldn't distinguish the root for a while, but that's not a bad thing. Qin Fan pondered.
He had tried countless times in the area of 10,000 times the flow of time, and had now changed his dantian. It didn't matter if it was the beings in the chaos or the beings in the new flood world. The manas in their bodies were all seeking outwards, absorbing the energy of the space they were in and storing it in their dantian.
The higher the realm,
the greater the capacity of the dantian, and naturally the deeper the mana. But there was always a drawback to this type of cultivation.
That is,
the energy within the dantian simply cannot exceed the space in which it is located. Now Qin completely contradicts this situation.
His Dantian turned into a miniature chaos, no longer drawing energy from the chaos,
but generating energy on its own under the operation of the 3000 Great Tao.
In this way, his Dantian had actually turned into the prototype of a world. In traditional cultivation, the Dala Golden Immortal Realm requires the severing of 3 corpses in order to break through to the Sage Realm. The so-called 3 corpses are separating good thoughts, evil thoughts, and desires. Separate a corpse, even if it is promoted to Paragon. But is it right?
Regardless of how one cultivates, people are originally human beings. Throwing away the 7 emotions and 6 desires to follow the so-called great way of emotionlessness.
Isn't this refining oneself towards machines and AIs?
I want the 7 emotions.
And I want the realm.
After the formation of the world within his body, Qin Fan's cultivation had already reached the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal, and he was seeking a way to prove his way to sainthood. In the process, he did also feel as if there was some kind of bondage in himself, and the only way to go further was to break that bondage. What will happen if we don't behead the 3 corpses and behead these 3 detachments? A bold idea rose in his mind. The 3 doppelgangers he had cultivated using the one breath transforms 3 purities divine ability were connected to his own divine soul, and if he chopped them off, he would lose his own divine soul. Originally, according to Qin Fan's idea, when these 3 doppelgangers had all cultivated to a certain level, he would allow them to return to the main body and return the 3 elements to one, helping himself to break through. But now, he had a vague feeling that if he did so, he might stop at a certain realm. Grandma, the inner world has been formed. What are you afraid of? These days, who still follows teleportation to cultivate immortality? Asterisk. Qin Fan decided to give it a try, first cutting off a doppelganger from his ego completely. The big deal was to lose part of the divine soul and fall down in the realm, and just repair it back later. Chapter 82 Qin Fan chopped the split. Number 2 finally became the Monkey King. Qin Fan sat cross-legged in the chaos and contacted Qin Fan 2. Yes, I am. Qin Fan 2, who had been gradually calming down, steeply gritted his teeth. You big man, just now, my old grandson shyly contacted you, and you put up a fight and didn't say anything. Now that I, Lao Sun, have managed to calm and stabilize my mind, you pop up again? Ontological marvels. Ha, that's all the tugging the instance can do. Qin Fan No. 2 was rambling on, listening to Qin Fan's forehead jutting out. Which aspect of him did this doppelganger inherit? How did he not know he had such a cranky side? Stop. Qin Fan interrupted number 2's output and said with a long breath, I contacted you to finish with you. Qin Fan 2's words stopped instantly. After a long silence, he suddenly said, why, does it have to be now? Aha. Qin Fan returned, now is the best time to do so, otherwise a long delay will not be a good thing for me. According to the traditional concept of immortal cultivation, Qin Fan was certain that he would definitely become a saint, a great Tao saint, or even a mixed infinite great Tao saint. This was the pinnacle of cultivators in the memory of the inheritance. But, Qin Fan didn't believe it. If there is an end to cultivation, will it not become a broken road? So he was going to take a big gamble, while he had the urge to take a cultivation route that was the opposite of what he had inherited from his memories. According to his idea to retain the 7 emotions and 6 desires of being a human being, he replaced the 3 corpses by chopping off the split body to achieve the saintly fruition. If it works, this is naturally a good thing. If it doesn't work, I can't think about it. I'm afraid if I think about it again, I won't be able to give up the chop. You're right. Bitterness flared at the corners of Qin Fan 2's mouth. Although he was a bilocation, he also had an independent consciousness, especially since the memories about his main body had disappeared. He had never considered himself to be Qin Fan's doppelganger, and no matter who he faced, he always referred to himself as the Monkey King. Even though in this world, everyone called him Qin Fan, 2 didn't bother to deny the identity, but never acknowledged it. But today, when Qin Fan's main body transmitted the memories of hell, he really panicked. It turned out that he was really an alter ego, not a truly independent being like the others, originating from the obedience of the split body to the main body. Qin Fan 2 will not rebel against everything that the main body has done to him, but the self-recognition that has been born makes it difficult for him to be able to accept it peacefully. Even if they were to return to the body, then they would have to scold the body fiercely. Bastard thing, if you split me up, why did you make me have no memories of my main body? Is this right? Even if the one who cursed and cursed was himself, he still had to curse. Now is indeed the best time to drag this out. Perhaps this alter ego of mine will actually rebel and return. Qin Fan 2 sighed heavily. I'm ready. You do it. Are you sure you don't want to resist? Qin Fan raised his eyebrows. This guy seems to have misunderstood himself? Aha. You created me.
so it's only right that I return to my origin. But you'd better make sure that you let me return completely. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that if there's any residual consciousness left, it will not fight against the body consciousness. All right, Qin Fan forced a smile and said in a serious manner. Then I will begin. It's kinda fun to tease yourself. Qin Fan mobilized the mana within his body and slowly raised his hand. His hand was entwined with the power of countless great Tao laws before he swung down violently. Buzz. In the underworld, it seemed as if a silk thread had been severed by Qin Fan, and a sharp pain instantly spread throughout his divine sense. Ah! Qin Fan couldn't help but hiss. Pain. It hurts too much. It was the first time since he crossed over that he had experienced any pain in his heart. For a moment, Qin Fan felt his consciousness fall into a blank, but it was good that he finally slowed down. He forced himself to endure the excruciating pain as the laws of the Great Tao surged to check on the condition of his divine soul. A quarter of the divine soul power is missing, but it hasn't affected the origin. Qin Fan's eyes lit up, which proved that he had made the right choice. As long as the divine soul origin wasn't affected, he could regain it. Once the divine soul was repaired and complete, then his realm would also be further advanced with it. Stepping into Paragon. Ha ha ha, it's done. I can't believe I dared to actually make it. After severing the connection with the Taishang split, Qin Fan no longer had a way to pass messages with him across the chaos, but it doesn't matter. All he had to do now was to complete the cultivation of his divine soul power. As for the doppelganger, oh no, it should be another person now. What will he think? Let him scratch his own ears. I've been scolding me for so long, and now that it's two people, I'm not obligated to puzzle him out anymore. Go tangle with yourself. Mount Huagua. Qin Fan too waited for a long time, but there was still no movement. Just as he was on the verge of being unable to hold back, his own self suddenly felt an unparalleled sense of relief. It was as if a thread that had been tugging at him was completely broken. His divine soul was liberated, rapidly becoming stronger in this moment. What's going on with me? Just as he froze, his realm was also broken through at this moment, leaping from the early Tai stage to the late Tai Golden Immortal stage. This is the main body. No, it's Qin Fan who severed my origin with him. I've really become another person now. I'm really the Monkey King now? Ha 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 ha. Sun Wukong laughed out loud, and his laughter was unprecedentedly rampant. Qin Fan, come out. Just at this time, above the mountain of flowers and fruits, the voices of Hongjun and Luo Shuhu landed at the same time, carrying anger and accountability. And really dare to come? With a flip of his palm, the weapon appeared in his hand, and with a long leap, Sun Wukong left the Huagua mountain cave. Qin Fan, our three parties have long ago agreed that the Golden Immortal Realm may not participate in the God Sealing list. When he saw Sun Wukong, Hongjun looked like you had broken the rules. Qin, your ancestor's leg. Sun Wukong directly smashed out with a stick. The laws of the great Tao of battle wrapped around the weapon, and with a single strike, it blasted Hongjun 100,000 miles away. Qin Fan, what are you doing? Luo's face changed. Although he and Hongjun do not deal with each other, it is also obvious that the three of them are now restraining each other. And once something happens to Hongjun, the heavenly court will also suffer with it. So without saying anything, Luo directly summoned the God-devouring lance and stabbed it at the Monkey King. Yoo-hoo! You're so focused on hitting Hongjun. You didn't hit you. Did you? You two, I'll get my ass over there. Sun Wukong's body twisted, and his weapon slammed into the God-devouring gun in a smooth manner. The raging great Tao of battle mercilessly crushed Luo's great Tao of extinction, and the God-devouring gun detached from the palm of his hand as the weapon landed heavily on Luo's chest. Boom! He was slammed into the ground, crashing into a deep crater in the ground. This is much more comfortable. Sun Wukong stretched his back and didn't continue striking out at Hongjun and Luo Shuo. Moments later, Hongjun and Luo Shuo's wretched figures reappeared from the distant sky as well as the ground.